of an ancient tradition. Old as civilization itself. The clash of swords. The roar of the crowd. From great distances they have been summoned. The finest Dota teams that the game has ever known, destined to battle at the International. 16 teams will wage war for their piece of the largest prize pool in the history of competitive gaming. The eyes of the world turn to the International's new home of Key Arena. Those about to clash prepare themselves for the trials to come. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Day 3. As you can see, everybody making their way in. Why? Well, because today we're going all the way up to the grand finals. 6 teams remaining. By the end of the day, we have to say hi to your mums if you're in Key Arena. Brilliant. They're busy. They're looking for the 3rd and 4th. Where's your agonyms? Well, everybody's in the stadium ready, and welcome to the panel. And joining me on the panel this morning is Bruno. How are you doing, Bruno?
Great. Day 3 is coming. It was a long day yesterday, but here we are, and this is where the other finalists will come. Will it be EG? Will it be someone else? We'll get to see it today.
Also back is Sebastian. How are you doing, Sebastian, this morning?
I'm super hyped, as usual, when it comes to International. Looking forward to the games as well. It's really hard to predict who's going to be up against newbie tomorrow.
And also Gods, how are you doing today?
I'm great, feeling fresh and looking forward to all the matches that come today. Some great matchups and really excited to see who's going to come out on top into the grand finals to meet newbie.
Yeah, I'm feeling fresh too. Definitely got enough sleep and don't have a cold. But definitely also looking forward to the games coming up. So yesterday was interesting because we saw the kind of like the start of today, really, if you think about it in terms of games. We had Cloud9 against Vici and also LGD versus DK, and we got to see one game from the series. It was a wishy-washy game both in terms of where it went, so maybe it's better, rather than us explain it to you, we can take a look at yesterday's recap. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Dota 2 Championships.
We are live here, Cloud9 versus Na'Vi, who will be the first team eliminated from the International 4 main event. Now, Live Striker right from Kora gonna miss. This could be real trouble for Na'Vi. Puppy coming in from the side. The Helmet, Tomato Smash are looking for a kill. Danny too low. And Na'Vi hit back here in game number 2. And Fourth is doing the decider. It's just too high. The double kill the same thing. Triple kill the same thing. And ultra kill the same thing. And GG! Na'Vi are out. Cloud9 have eliminated the 3-time grand finalists of the International 4 Na'Vi.
If IG lose here, nobody will have won 2 TIs after this one. Lin comes in once again with the stop. The BKBs, LGD march forward. Rabbit and Lin driving IG back, but it's GG. LGD come out hot. They're busy fighting open. PGG Chrono for 430. Not gonna cut it. And now they just get melted. GG. They know it's over. LGD will move forward. They're going to the losers bracket round 2, and they've got a date with DK. This is a big one, Sin. You win this game, you get to sleep on a lead, you get to strategize.
The next person that's respawning is 26 seconds. Another Burrow strike. Both 7's dead. The entire team of Cloud9 is dead. GG.
FY just opened up a huge hole in Singing Eye, and the rest of BG Gaming just pushed themselves straight through it.
Fire thrown, low, not dead yet, dropping quickly. They just can't keep him out, and it's over. LGD have done it. And they go into tomorrow up 1-0 in the best of 3.
That is the biggest comeback of the tournament and maybe the entire year.
Yesterday was certainly action-packed. We had the reveal of techies in the All-Star game, but of course, the start of yesterday was really interesting because we had champions fall. It was Invictus Gaming that ended up dropping to LGD, and also Cloud9 ended up beating Navi. So those two teams, Navi and Invictus Gaming, didn't get to move on in the tournament, and that's one of the first times they weren't able to do so.
It was really tough for them. For Navi, it was all about Cloud9 drafting. Whenever they gave them Enigma, which was game 2, Navi was like, okay, this is our game, we can win this, and they dominate. But when they banned the key heroes that Navi needed, they just ran out of ideas. And Cloud9, they played amazingly well. They advanced to the next stage.
Yeah, with IG, for me, it wasn't even about IG disappointing. LGD were just like another team. They showed up with nothing to lose, played their hearts out, and somehow took down IG. I look back on that series last night and was just like, what happened? IG played like IG. They didn't actually play poorly, but LGD are just phenomenal right now.
Yeah, of course, there was that one game where Tron definitely was hitting all the arrows in the world, Seb, and we saw how much difference that Mirana could make, but it wasn't enough. And LG, for you, you said they were the kind of standout team in terms of that particular game and that performance.
Yeah, they definitely played amazingly. Looking back at what happened yesterday and versus DK as well, so that showed that how much potential that team has. They don't only rely on doing well early on; they can actually come back. So they are a team, a very scary team, going into the later phases of the tournament. That's for sure.
Yeah, and speaking of Tron and his arrows, we had some great moments yesterday, and we can take a look at our top 10 from yesterday's performance.
Who's just perched on the cliff and prepared to go. He's got a chrono. He's got a jump board. Inbound 3. Rabbit, DDC, and DD are all caught, and they're all in trouble. 2 get eviscerated. They look for more. The Echoes land from Yao, just not enough yet. He at least slows the fight, but now they drive forward. They're hurting Yao back. They'll finish off the Earthshaker.
They have heroes that you could leave them alone. You could essentially leave Viper alone as well. Once
Arrow. Already we're going to go, and it's a connection. DDC gets caught. The Outstun can follow this one, and DDC looks to be a first blood. It's a good torrent, but not good enough.
Speed's going to allow the Romy to be that much more successful. Another arrow flies. It's going to hit a Rabbit. The cream wave's going to come. Famous channeling is done, and that's going to be the second blood of the game. Easy kills.
It's one more right click. That'll do the trick. What a great trade. Giving up nothing, and now Rabbit bottom. They found out the Razor as well. Another arrow from Chuan. Mid lane, there's a chrono on Yao. He gets caught up by OneWeb, and they're going to commit heavily for this kill. Stampede was used, but the fissure block is perfect. Just what the doctor ordered for IG. And now DDC, he's been surrounded by the Death Prophet. OneWeb tanks a Mystic Clear, but he can't finish off the Void. He makes it out of the fight, and in comes Rabbit. He's stealing damage. 430 might not need it to dish out his own, but he's going to jump fast to this. There's BKBs everywhere, and the Chain Frost just keeps on bouncing. But LGD don't care. Now the Sunstrike, it connects. 430 melts. Who's he jumping for? Mushi's at the tower. He didn't BKB. Now comes the Brew. Can they focus Mushi down fast enough? He's low. He's dead. And he has no buyback. They've got no TA for this fight. Now Lin runs rampant. He looks up for MMY. Can't finish the job. And so the rest of the team doesn't have a like it. And DDC driven back. Rabbit low as well. They're actually getting cleaned up a bit here. They lost 2. It's a 2 for 2. But they got the TA to start. Is it enough? Ice. Also on the run. Burning arrives again. Claps beautifully. MMY sprouted out by Ice. They're just outplaying them in the fights.
Now remove the refraction charge there of Sing and Envy. He is still low on life. The bouncing cask.
Rabbit!
Alright, there's your Rabbit, but it's merely a defensive one. Okay. And the bouncing cask is not allowing them to escape too easy. The damage is still coming in as they walk past the Plague Lords. Kuro's keeping up with them, but Navy now Sunstrike. What? They gathered to make sure he would survive. Did he hit him only on the edge?
Things considered here, but 7 going in with Doom and Shivas.
He is just soft of horsing his track and eventually moving back to the highlight eye. The blink dagger in for the stop. He's holding a fourth in position. The swing, it doesn't actually reach that. He's getting defused up by Bones because he's fallen the creep, and now he's in trouble. Falling down. They're all dying on different lanes. BKB probably going to push out. Move down again. This time it's Eternal Envy that will take the kill. But Skyrat, that Mystic Flare, keeps dropping down. The Brewmaster has been used again. Now the Searing Changeover on Koro and Denny back in the middle. Dropping him low. The Brewmaster sending the Ember up. But of course, he's got to get out of here again. But maybe they can kill him facing. The Hex, the Silence, the Group Swarm. Maybe it's enough damage as it is. They bring him down. Now jumping over towards Howie. Then he's only going to work. The buyback has already come out from Sing Sing. He's going to get in the clockwork. Back oh, got three! The Horse will come down, however. Of course, he's dying inside the double kill. The Burn 7 fighting trying to TP out. He's got enough time. No, he doesn't.
Core. They have the two lowest networks on their supports. 2K,
Firefly top lane. They go in now. Mushi gets caught out.
Melding and turning around on this.
They can play break this one. They don't even do it to start it off. They're just going to lasso and bring him deeper.
Oh, the stolen pass!
He has refraction and now can turn this one around. It bounces here and there. And they will survive, and now they look to turn it. Ice joining the fray. Rabbit's gonna drop. DK looking for more. They'll dive for DD. The Alchemist trapped up now. He can't TP out of this one. Gets boulder tossed, gets surrounded, and Burning Cyclone's another. The Witch Doctor's caught as well. They're gonna fight three. They lose nothing. The trap, the boulder, it's enough. And another steal. They bring him down again.
Replicant. That's the only two ways they find this out without putting themselves in jeopardy.
And it was pinged out by Pylite. The rotation is starting now. There's still no Blink Dagger on this Earthshaker, by the way. He's pretty poor, 25 minutes in, level 7.
The smoke movement coming in for instead. He's looking to make his way in. They're sent towards. He gets revealed. He takes out the Sata. And the blast comes in. The arrow takes on Point 7. They're Chrono him. Eternal Envy's trying to fight. No, Dendy. Waveforms up. Maybe it's enough for him. Point 7 does go down. The Dendy as well. Over next to the ancient area. Sing Sing looking at a boss. The Doom is on, but he can't get back inside the pit. The Fissure is blocking him out. But Waterfight so quickly. Dendy with a double damage. Now the Echo Slam over from Koro. The Gunaway's there. He never really drinks out what? Nothing. The Fissure is
And just yet, and they go in with Burning. He gets focused, he gets a pistol. He goes down, he can't do anything. He can buy back down, but they lose Ice as well. It's 2 down, and they've wrangled in Mushi. He was forced to buy back, and he might fall for this. He BKBs, he tries to run. He can't fall, but it looks like he might satanic. Isn't enough, isn't enough. He still stands for now, only for now. Down he goes. LGD, they found their opening. They've got 3 on the sidelines, and they might just throw it now.
It's over.
It's
They're gonna win the game. I can't believe it.
Prophet trying to backdoor the Radiant base, but it's not fast enough for Ice. He needs more firepower. Can he do it in time? They're trying hard, but the back comes to defend, and it seems LGD are having their way with the Dire base. The throne's low. DD fighting the primal split. They're stalling for their lives. Dire throne low, not dead yet. Dropping quickly, a bit faster. They just can't keep him out, and it's over. LGD have done it.
The players yesterday brought us many great moments. We got to see FY Sanking, Sing Sing's Ember, Chuan's Mirana, and more. But I also was really fond of Rabbit's Scent when he was able to get hold of it. And that brings us to the brackets and what we're going to be seeing today. So Cloud9 versus Vici is going to be first up. Then we'll be moving on to DK versus LGD. The winner of both these games will meet in the next round. And the winner of that will go against EG in the final game today. And if you win that, you're in the grand finals. And that's where you have a shot at taking down newbies. So Cloud9 versus Vici, DK versus LGD to kick us off. And Cloud9 versus Vici, we got to see one of the games yesterday from the series. It looked good for Cloud9, and then it kind of turned around.
It was all about that bristleback on.
Not just, we've seen Doom just win games left, right, and center here at the International. Cloud9 showed it against Na'Vi, and I think that's a hero which we probably won't be seeing again in Game 2, Game 3, unless teams are looking at getting a really good trade, because Doom just flat out can win games on its own.
What was really, surprising about yesterday's game is that the draft actually became. We went into the mind games. It was just the beginning, and it's going to be even worse or better. It depends if you like it or not today. And you can see that every player has actually stepped up his game, and they're all playing their A games now. So the games are just going to be better and better. So looking forward to that. Obviously, every team has now a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, certainly they do, and I hope both teams manage to get a good night's rest, and I'm sure Cloud9 had a lot to talk about, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. But for now, let's check in on Casey.
Good morning, guys. We are up here, hello, way above you in Key Arena, and I found some fans from the Midwest. Where are you from?
I'm from St. Louis. My partners here are from Columbia, Missouri.
Nice. I know that this is a big deal because you were talking to me about the production value, how amazing things are. You couldn't get tickets to come to TI3. What is it like as a fan to come this year and see how big it's become?
You know, we knew the number of fans, the number of tickets they sold, but when we got here, the scope of the whole event really overwhelming. The electric atmosphere, the great production value on stage, the extra screens, the booth, it's all just been an incredible experience.
Yeah, as soon as the crowd cheered for the first time and you just felt the electricity and the energy in the air, it kind of came to me for the first time. I finally understood what was here and all the hype that was here, and it's been like nothing I've ever experienced in my life. It's great, worth every penny.
I know you guys are big Na'Vi fans. I know, I'm sorry. How are you changing your allegiance moving forward? Who are you hoping to see in the final against Newbie?
I was actually the only one here who wanted Cloud9 to win that game, so I was happy. Cloud9 or EG, North American Dota.
Yeah. Barring the North American Dota, I'd like to see DK make a push to the finals. That'd be awesome.
Awesome. Guys, thank you. Also, Bruno, we have all decided that this is your best jacket yet.
Thank you, Casey. And I guess...
Do they get better as well?
Well, that's the thing, right?
Can you raise the bar for tomorrow?
Can I raise the bar for tomorrow? I think that is the question, and the answer is probably yes. You know me. Come on.
Okay, so yeah, Cloud9, they ended up losing yesterday, and they started off pretty well. We saw Bone7 actually go for a refresher on the Batrider, which I didn't think worked out too well because it was, I think, FY on the Sand King that was, causing some of the problems. He was the main initiator. You get a BKB on the Batrider, you can negate, and you can take things on your terms. Is there much for Cloud9 to think about going into the next series? Because it didn't seem like they should have lost that game. It's not like you can say, that's what we did wrong. It's like, no, it just got away from us. We still played well, because they did.
Yeah, they definitely did. And it's going to be very different for both Cloud9 and both series, both Cloud9 Vici and also LGD DK, the approach they're going to have after day 2, after dropping or winning a game. I think that Cloud9 is going to feel a bit pressured because obviously they're one game away from dropping from the tournament. So they will have to be very careful with their plays and their drafting, especially in my... I think they need to stick to what they're probably going to do that, right? Stick to what they play well and come into the game with strong confidence. They took out Na'Vi. That's not an easy task.
Yeah, I don't think they can be too careful. I think looking at that previous game, I think the one thing where they didn't do as well as they normally do is the supports kind of fell behind a bit compared to Vici Gaming. FY had a really early Blink Dagger, was creating a lot of space on the map, and meanwhile, Cloud9 supports were kind of not getting a whole lot done. Like, they were pushing towers to some extent with the Serpent Wards, but it wasn't the same, like, dominant support performance we normally see from Pylai and AUI.
It really felt like they had no game plan because it's like, sure, you're not taking fights, but what's the game plan, right? Because you're facing a Doom, you're facing a really strong team fighting lineup. It felt like they weren't waiting for something specific. They were just trying to avoid fights till a point that we didn't get to see as Vici were able to end the game before that.
Yeah, and I think Envy's Invoker, like, they have a game plan around the early to mid game with the Invoker, but he's not a late game Invoker player. Like, he's no Ice, he's no, like, Resolution, he's no flashy late game Invoker play, and once you get past the stage where it's just Forward Spirits and Necrobooks pushing tower, his Invoker play wasn't that impressive.
That game was really about Vici being able to pressure Cloud9 to a point they were never able to play their game, and that hurts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Dazzle that was in the lineup didn't do a whole lot for Vici, but maybe didn't need to. It did come into effect a little bit later. When they got, as Gods mentioned, when they got the Shivas and AC online, there was no way in the final fights that it was possible for Cloud9 to kind of out DPS him. It was too much armor and too much push. So that's the game that we've got coming up next, but also the match that we're going to be starting the morning with is going to be LGD versus DK, and there's the horn. That means we're close to game time and the players will be coming out on stage for the first match momentarily. So yeah, the other game that we've got coming is LGD versus DK. Kind of a similar story yesterday. It's like DK looked like they were in the lead, similar to Cloud9, and ended up not going through.
Oh no, they didn't look like they were in the lead. They were in the lead.
That's true.
Very, very clearly as well. There was a point, we were just looking at the replay before with Seven. there was a point where DK just had complete control of the game, right? And we're wondering why didn't they just push and win there, right? What are your thoughts about that?
It's just, that's the thing about playing high pressure games. You want to play it safe, but sometimes play it safe is actually taking the risk right now. And that's something really hard to assess when it's live. You have like half a second or maybe 5 seconds maximum to decide because the opponents are not going to let you just sit down and think. So.
Right.
And LGD played amazing. Like, it's hard to push against the Batrider. I think Lycan itemized perfectly. Like, I think if he just changed that item build even slightly, they maybe lose that game. Like, everything he did from start to finish just was amazing. Whereas you look at some of the itemization from DK, from Mushi, it just didn't really have the same impact in that game.
What's really funny in my opinion is that you're going to have two different setups. Like, Cloud, obviously now Vici feels confident because they won. And I think LGD is going to feel pressured because they won. It's going to be the other way around because they said in yesterday's interview they had nothing to lose going into the IG game, and now showing that they can actually beat IG and they're actually on their way to beat DK. Now they have a lot to lose, so they're going to have pressure on their shoulders.
Well, it's funny, we were talking, we were like, with DK versus LG lead 1-0, it's probably the only time where a team has a 1-0 lead where are they even the favorites? Like, we both thought DK probably favorites to win this series, maybe so slightly, but they're down 1-0. It doesn't make sense, but in some ways DK are still looking really good.
Yeah, definitely from our first games, it's like DK, it's a hard one to go up against. Even though you feel like a lot of the engagements maybe you should take, DK can show you otherwise just with this individual skill. But let's get back to the game where the players are in the booth. It's Cloud9 versus Vici coming up, and we've got an interview with Aoi 2000 and Casey.
I am here with AUI 2000 or Aoi 2000. We just spent several minutes discussing which one, but I guess people call you both. How are you feeling this morning?
Pretty good. I just woke up, so this like when I'm feeling the best. You roll out of bed, you play some Dota. Yeah.
Is this a great advantage for you? You are down one. You got to have the evening to reflect a little bit. What did you use that time for?
I guess we plan strategies. I think we have a pretty good strat for the upcoming games. It's probably really good that we had the break between game one because I don't think our mental state was very good after that first game.
So you're able to kind of reassess, refocus, and move forward today.
Yeah.
Great. Well, best of luck to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Curtis Ling, AUI 2000, Vancouver, Canada.
Peter Armand, Bone 7, Bucharest, Romania.
Jackie Mao, Vitor Envy, Toronto.
Racing Yun, Sing Sing, Rotterdam, Netherlands. Johan Åström, Pajladaj, Stockholm, Sweden.
Cloud9, AUI 2000, Pajladaj, Bone 7, Sing Sing, and Eternal Envy. They wanted the break. Aoi 2000 said they needed it. They need to come in refocus. We're going to find out soon if they are. And surely they have to be, to take this match. Vici was one of the strongest coming out of the group stages. Can Cloud9 do it? Two in a row?
I think absolutely, because this is one of the occasions where taking a good night's sleep actually helps you refocus. You come here, okay, if you just have to play just immediately after a loss, it's tough. But if you get a good night's sleep, you come here and it's like a new series. And Cloud9, they're a really good team.
I'd say it also helps Vici Gaming, though. Vici Gaming is a team who's not going to be like, oh, we're up 1-0, starts getting nervous, whereas LGD might. But for Vici Gaming, I feel, sure, Cloud9 have a strategy prepared. Vici Gaming sure as hell do as well.
Yeah, Vici Gaming probably have a few. Let's find out what they have to say about the match as we go to Casey with another interview, this time with Fenrir.
Right now we're chatting with Fenrir of Vici Gaming, and joining me once again is our interpreter, Corey, who's going to help us out as well. First things first, I want to ask about Friday versus today. You lost to Newbie on Friday, and now you're climbing back through. You are one up against Cloud9. How did Friday change your focus for this round?
他问你就是说你们周五打牛比然后输了，然后今天又要打 C9， 昨天打了 C9 要赢了一把嘛，然后就是对你们就是有没有什么看法、什么改变什么的？
我们输完牛逼那天之后回去，大家也总结了一下吧，讨论了一下。那天我们状态也不是很好，然后失误也很多。然后昨天打完 C9 之后，我们回去也简单开了一下小会，然后大家都很累，然后就睡觉了，尽量保持状态。
After they lost to Newbie on Friday, I went back and had a little discussion about their mistakes because they've made a lot of mistakes and they weren't in their best condition to play the games. But after when they lost to, they win Cloud9, like they went back, they had a little meeting and just go to bed, just prepare for today's matches.
Feeling well rested, was it nice to have that break? I know for Cloud9 they used it to kind of reassess for them, so that was a good thing. Any worries that it messed up your momentum at all?
就是说你们回去有这么多时间休息，然后准备的怎么样了？
其实我们昨天起的都非常早，然后回去大家总结一下昨天打 C9 的失误，还有哪一些细节需要注意的，然后再大家简单讨论一下就睡觉了。我们都非常累。
They were like so tired yesterday, and of course they still have like made a little mistakes, and they talked about it first for a couple of minutes, and they just go to bed because they were so tired.
I'll bet. Well, good luck today. Thanks for chatting with us.
谢谢。
如超、分瑞尔、上海、China。
徐林森、FY、芜湖、China。白帆、ROTK、广西、China。
谢俊豪 Super 广东 China， 刘家俊 Sela 上海 China。
Vici Gaming, ROTK, Super, Fenrir, FY, and Sylar, a scary, scary team on paper. And even they yesterday said they were kind of happy for the break as well because they wanted to come back refreshed and they can just be a monster team when so. And, you know, Sylar, he's been playing a lot of Nature's Prophet lately. It's been working okay, but I think they've got a lot more they can do as a team, especially with Sylar on his carry roles. He could be a really scary opponent if he gets something a little bit more farmy, I would almost say. I know Nature's Prophet's farmy, but it's not always just like super high impact in the fights. What do you guys think of that?
Well, it's really hard to actually say that they need to do things better because you watch their performance yesterday and by the end of it, they were playing amazing. Even if we look at the team fight that happened in the woods, we're going to watch a replay right now where actually all the action developed, and it was kind of a figure of what was going on throughout the game. Everyone super mobile, everyone just removing Cloud9 away from the action, and Super just walking around, making sure that he was still alive. But that Nature's Prophet you were mentioning, he was always there. Look at him with the BKB doing a lot of damage, just creating the space, making sure that everyone is going to die.
That Epicenter Burrow strike was just amazing as well. Batrunner used his refresher, was looking for like a second target to lasso, and then gets caught by the Sand King there. So amazing play by FY in this fight.
Yeah, and at this point, C9 had committed a lot of buybacks to make sure they could do this. So Vici Gaming, even though they lost a couple people, they could buy back. C9 couldn't. And now when they lose 4, it suddenly becomes really hard. They just, here they come. Ember Split Invoker, last 2 buybacks, they have to make something happen right now, but the Raxes are exposed, the glyph won't matter anymore, everyone from Vici Gaming is alive, the Nature's Prophet is still back in action, and Super cannot die, and that's the thing, he's so tanky, he just keeps spamming those quills, and there's nothing Cloud9 can do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you'll notice that before this, no Rax had been taken, and the big thing that had turned was the 2 item pickups, Shiver's Guard and Assault Press. With those, Vici Gaming just suddenly became like so much tankier in the fight. They didn't have the damage to kind of kill any Vici Gaming heroes. Not a single hero died that entire fight.
Yeah, until Bone 7 is going to pull Sylar into the work well. So,
yeah,
impressive game, and that will be the end of the first match, and VG take that one. So now Cloud9, looking at that game, I definitely think they could have taken this. Vici Gaming certainly, you know, were the favorites coming into it just because of their performance previously, but even in the early game there was a lot of amazing plays from Bone 7. He was really keeping his team in good stead, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see that Bone 7 versus Vici Gaming support matchup. I think he's the one of the best offlaners and are one of the most stable supports at just doing what a support do early on in the game and of course later on, but so looking forward to see how they face up again in the laning stage.
Absolutely, and as the game is about to start, we're going to see game 2 of this amazing series so far. I think Cloud9 can take it, and let's go with the countdown with the people. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Happy New Year. Oh no.
VG Gaming versus Cloud9. Game 2. Fight.
Thank you, Bruno. All right, VG Gaming versus Cloud9. Game number 2 into the bans and picks. Players ready in their booths, and we already have our first bans. And this time, Cloud9 are going to get their Doom, and they've become almost infamous when they get their Doom. They played it so well, but VG Gaming are going to turn that on its head and get Death Prophet and also a Tide Hunter. It's a strong off-laner. It's a strong pusher. Cloud9, these guys are picking so fast.
That took 10 seconds.
Yeah.
4 picks in 10 seconds.
To say they're prepared is maybe an understatement. Cloud9 gets Skywrath Mage. They've probably got a list, like, you know, if they do this, this, and this, we do this, and it's all calculated. So
I'm sure VG Gaming did. They knew Cloud9 had first pick, and they were willing to give away the Doom by banning Tinker and Lycan. So they had their first 2 picks prepared. I'm surprised Cloud9 just jumped to the Skywrath Mage as quickly as they did, though.
Yeah, it's a pretty good pick. We're going to see, again, we talked about Cloud9 and how Skywrath Mage fits. Oh, sorry, I was looking at Seb's computer and he actually has a completely different game with different drafts. I was like, well, 4 picks already. But yeah, they have the Skywrath Mage. We talked about how Cloud9 doesn't like the Faceless Void, a hero that combines very well with that. But they found ways to explore that and to exploit that. Skywrath Mage to their advantage. The difference between this game and the previous one, it's them having the Doom. And I think that's going to make a difference.
Definitely. Yesterday we saw Cloud9 decide to give away the Doom because obviously it's a top hero for them, so when they don't ban it, then they just decide to give it away. They got it this time for them. We've seen them play it on Bone 7 versus Na'Vi and Eternal Envy, so they are very versatile at using that Doom. I'm pretty sure Sing Sing doesn't play Doom. I mean, they didn't use Doom on Sing Sing, so we don't know where that Doom is going to go yet. Whereas for the Death Prophet, it's most likely going to be a Death Prophet mid for VG Gaming.
What kind of hero would you want to see Sing Sing on mid to take advantage of playing against a Death Prophet? Or is there even a hero that can?
The thing is that Death Prophet, Crow bottling, there's nothing really that can actually, unless you're going to gank the Death Prophet, exactly how we saw, it was Cloud9 actually versus Na'Vi, where they just ganked Dandy over and over again. Yeah. But besides that, there's nothing. She's just going to spam, you know, and push the wave. So she's going to get what she needs.
The thing is that even if you can't stop her, you can actually go with a hero that can also trade farm and do effectively. Heroes like TA, like Dragon Knight, that will be able to sustain and stay there in the lane. If the Death Prophet just stays there and trades farm, well, it's good for you because those heroes come online early and they can take towers or take supports fast and maybe even do Roche in the early game.
Right now the bans are very similar to what we saw yesterday. The Pugna ban, the Visage ban. The only ban that's different is the Laundry. And it makes sense when you see the team fight power of VG Gaming. If you add pushing power to that, it's actually super scary to deal with.
And the Doom doesn't do much to a Lone Druid, similar to a Death Prophet, so it's quite a big counter.
So it's Kairas, it's the same. They can't take down the Lone Druid, he's too tanky. And I mean, it's going to be VG Gaming again pressuring Cloud9, that's for sure. Yesterday Cloud9 had no outpush potential at all, so they were forced to take fights versus Sand King, Bristleback, Doombringer, which is not something you always want, Dazzle, etc. So maybe this time around they're like, we need some outpushing potential, or then they have another plan. AUI just said they had a plan, so let's see what's the plan.
Well, final ban's going to come in for the second round, and it's going to be the Ember Spirit targeted at Sing Sing, and you saw also there the Visage as well targeted at the combo that Cloud9 can run. And we're going back to the picks, and VG Gaming off the back of their first 2, where would you like to see them go?
It's going to be complicated for them because they can always keep going for the team fight, which is what VG Gaming does really well. And the Jakiro, the 1-7 Jakiro in this tournament, not a hero that's doing particularly great, but if pushing is what you want to do, Jakiro can create a lot of space for you. The damage he can do with the macro power, with the dual breath, and of course the liquid fire on the towers makes sure that taking them down is so easy.
I mean, this is the VG game we saw game after game after game during the group stage especially. They were winning games in 10, 15, 20 minutes. They had the shortest match time, push after push. And especially on the Dire side, they love being on that Dire side. This is the second game in a row against Cloud9 where they get to be on Dire, and defending towers is going to be tricky for Cloud9. The Jakiro also is great at taking early Roches with the liquid fire, and I think Cloud9 is going to be under a lot of pressure. Ooh. They're going back for it. Yeah. My worry with this is It worked so well against Na'Vi because Na'Vi weren't ready for it. They didn't expect Dendi to be ganked so many times and get completely shut down. VG Gaming, if they've seen that game, they'll know they need to protect the Death Prophet mid. I don't think we'll see Death Prophet die 2-3 times in the first 10 minutes of the game.
But it's also the fact that when you get a Bounty Hunter, the potential chance of winning your offlane is increased just from the Bounty Hunter being there. And if your offlane is doing really well, your safe lane should be doing well, and Sing Sing mid will probably trade farm. You could have free calls that when it comes to the fights under the tower, that are actually all going to be pretty much healthy online and doing something. Because when this turns up, like, okay, Jakiro is very strong at pushing towers, but if you miss ice paths and if you don't get things going in your way, because at the moment they only have a Ravage to kind of back up, like in terms of keeping people in place, you can take advantage of VG Gaming if you can break them. But if your calls do well, that's a potential that you can fight really strong. But if it doesn't go well, you kind of feel like a 4v5 team where Bounty Hunter doesn't assist under the towers by any means.
My big concern for Cloud9 right now is that they really lack damage. I mean, sure, they have the Kairos burst damage, but besides that, they have nothing. Early on, the Doom is not going to deal damage, and in the first fight, when he's going to have mech, mana boots, or just a Midas, it's not going to deal. And Vichy Gaming is going to be looking to push really early with that kind of line, but they don't even need the mech, they just need to go. And Cloud9 is really lacking damage, and it's going to be impossible for them to actually initiate well on Vichy Gaming, because if it's not for the Tide, then it's going to be the Shaker fissuring you. If it's not the Shaker, it's going to be the Ice Pass. It's going to be really hard to actually get to that Death Prophet if they want to take her down. So I'm not sure about this. Like, Vichy Gaming is going to be looking to push, and so far Cloud9 has no answer besides crushing the lanes and crushing the game. But
that's where the Earthshaker pick's really smart. Like, you want to protect your lanes and prevent the Bounty Hunter doing his thing. Earthshaker, sit behind mid, protect the Death Prophet. Your safe lane, like, sure, Bone 7's going to get some farm, but Bone 7 getting farm isn't a big problem as long as they're not getting kills and shutting down your Death Prophet.
Yeah, but the only problem is that Bone 7 is one of the most aggressive players. Yeah, he's insanely good on the Clockworks, and the THD, I don't see any combo right now, THD plus X, pushing back a Clockwork. So he's going to get good farm, good levels, and he might crush the game exactly like we saw him do versus Na'Vi, because Fisher is good to counter-initiate mid, but if it's a hook, he's going to get a kill regardless of the Fisher.
That is the thing. The Clockwork is this tool that, going back to TI3, was the counter to the Magnus. Remember, it was all about the Magnus getting those initiation, those RPs. You suddenly got the Clockwork there, and he would stop the Magnus from initiating. This time, different story, but same hero. It's not about stopping the initiation. It's all about just getting to the hero that's going to be so protected. And once you get the Clockwork 1v1 with the Death Prophet, then everyone has to go on surround and try to protect. You open space for the Doom to get there, for the Bounty Hunter to start tracking people, and for the Skywrath Mage to Mystic Flare the people that are inside the cogs.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also, when you're a Vichy Gaming, you now have to think about, okay, if we're going anywhere into the mid-game or after our tier 1s, if we're trading, okay, we're going to need a 4-staff, because anybody who gets caught by that Clockwork, if he's doing well, and that's the only reason it would be going bad in the mid-game, if the Clockwork does well, you want to be able to 4-staff out of the cogs to save what are your very important heroes like the Death Prophet. So we'll see how Bone 7 is going to be able to handle that. And we saw Sing Sing talking a lot in the booth there, probably giving suggestions on what he wants to play mid. Vichy Gaming going to remove the Alchemist. Cloud9 with their final ban. Looking to remove a
They
hard
needed
carry.
a Sylar here. The Prophet ban, sure, Clockwork's pretty good against the Prophet, but if you don't get the early kills, if you don't do really well in the lane, then that's where Prophet can be an absolute beast. So Vichy Gaming going to probably need to look for something else for Sylar, unless they're going to go really gimmicky and run like a farming Jakiro.
Why not like a Morphling or something?
Yeah. In my opinion, the best option for Vichy Gaming right now is to run a THD core and get another strong support, because, okay, they're going to get a Luna. That's actually good, because it's, I think, one of the best pick to get versus the Clockwork. You know, because of the Luna Aura, THD is going to be able to zone out the Clockwork quite okay. He's going to get XP, but he's not going to get farm, because if he goes to the creep, that's just too much physical damage.
Yeah. And I'm not too concerned right now if I was Cloud9, because Vichy Gaming, yes, they have a deadly push. But if you go back to their roots, their early periods when they were Speed Gaming, or even before when they were Kaipi, they were very known for just losing all their tier 2 towers and turtling really, really well, extending that game 50 minutes long and then taking the game out of a mistake from the enemy.
But they don't have the best late game right now.
No,
I see the worry. Like,
one hero could change that.
It could. Well, it's going to be a Sing Sing here most likely, and that's where, like, Bounty Hunter is not a late game hero. Skyrath Mage falls off against BKBs.
Brewmaster was really good, but because of the Death Prophet, he's not anymore.
Yeah.
I can't see a Sing Sing hero that would work. Maybe they want to be looking at an Invoker to get some burst damage.
I think Brewmaster will still be okay. You're only up against one silence. You know, if they let through the Nature's Prophet and you potentially had Silo with the Orchid as well, it would be a nightmare. But definitely very playable for Sing Sing. But what do you think of, like, would a TA be a bad choice?
I think TA is a bad choice because of the Death Prophet and THG. She's just gonna melt.
Even something like a Kunkka. You need some damage. You need some team fight.
Like
Sing Sing's solo mid Kunkka is.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Oh, it's a Meepo. They're gonna bring it back.
But that's a Meepo versus full AoE lineup.
Yes.
Like really full 5-hero AoE.
They're not going to be team fighting. They're going to be playing keep away, avoid team fights, split push, like creep skipping waves, just trying to stall the push with this Meepo pick.
Yeah, it might work, but yeah, because VG has not
Believe,
much
Sam, believe.
Yeah, I believe in Sing Sing actually, but I'm just scared of that Fairway Shaker. If he gets a dagger fast, then Sing Sing's in trouble. If he doesn't, I think Cloud9 has a good shot.
All right, well, Seb's not entirely convinced, or at least worried, for the final pick here for Cloud9, and we'll see if it works out for him, because if they lose this, they are out of the tournament. If they win, they can tie it up to a 1-1 scoreline, and then have another shot of moving on to the next round. All the players are now loading in, so let's get this match on the way. It's game 2. We'll send it over to our commentators.
Thank you very much. Welcome everybody here to the Key Arena on this wonderful Sunday morning. I'm Toby1, joined by Lumi. And man, for everyone out there that believed in Dota 2, belief has been rewarded. We have ourselves a Meepo here on the main stage, played up by Sing Sing.
We had him playing Meepo in multiple games in the group stage. We had him played it in different tournaments, but doing it in the main stage, facing elimination, if they lose this match, Cloud9's going home with 650,000, a big chunk of money, but really a lot less than what they really want to come here and get. And they have the confidence to run one of those heroes that we don't really see in competitive play anymore.
How greedy is it though? Like you think about the lineup of VG Gaming. VG Gaming, you just put Echo Slam on this one, you throw Ravagers with Anchor Smashes, you got Luna's Glaze bouncing around. Obviously it's great to soak up her Eclipse, but then you've got like your ultimate coming out from Jakiro, you've got everything coming out from VG Gaming. They've got so much AoE up against this Meepo. I'm wondering if Sing Sing can get enough fun that he can survive through it all.
I think you're absolutely right. I think once it gets to the stage where Meepo is forced to face tank all of the spells, the game is essentially over. What Cloud9 is looking to do is what they did against Na'Vi in that game 3, just beat them 10 minutes in. Because once this game drags on, I don't think Meepo as a core is alone to outcarry everything VG's got. But what Meepo does bring to the table is a ton of burst damage. Combining him and Mystic Flare, you could have an easy way of removing Death Prophet and Luna before she get her BKB. So I think the focus on Cloud9 is to win the lane, just snowball completely out of control. Whereas VG Gaming, they're playing their standard game. Get their ultimate to 6 and start deathballing and pushing for towers and towers and towers.
Man, I'm actually wondering too, like in the very, very late game, what have you really got from VG Gaming to stop the split push of Meepo? Like, you going jumping a Krob or a Luna around the map to try and do that?
I think a Blink Earthshaker could definitely set things up, but we're very far away from that point.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Let's focus on the early game. So as far as lanes go, we have Super as the Death Prophet going up against Sing Sing's Meepo. As we would have expected, Pylai is here on the off lane. They ran this exact combination going up against Na'Vi, where they have Proto as a Clockwork and Pylai making the supporting plays here. The major difference is the fact that one Pylai is already down at 1/3 of his life points up against FY, and FY is still walking around with the sentry wards. He didn't go dual breath, he went for his liquid fire to start with. Also in towards the middle lane, Fenrir is making a rotation. Throws the future, but Sing Sing's on the wrong side of it. So we can't lock him in there with Super. But yeah, what happened really well on this top lane was the fact that he managed to zone out Nature's Prophet during that game yesterday. But he's not going to have as much luck because you don't have VG Gaming trying to run an offensive tri-lane.
Yeah, the difference is he is allowing Bone 7 to get a ton of experience. Offlane Bone 7 already at level 2 at this point, so there's once he hits level 4, I imagine.
Oh, they're thinking about Fenrir. Look at Bone 7. He's actually got really high movement speed up against that Earthshaker. Just a simple lead. If you can get that Bounty Hunter up to level 2 and have a Chinada attack, then you've got a lot more potential for kill power.
Yeah, that is always a problem when you're running a roaming Bounty Hunters. How do you find that level 2? You could do it by leeching. You could do it by maybe backstabbing mid, and it looks like Pylai has that
He's looking for the courier. He's waiting for the courier to come out with the bottle from middle lane. Because Super, actually, funnily enough, Super CS, even though it's 8 for 1, he's still not ready to pick up the bottle.
Yeah, normally if you're playing this particular style, as you see the mid hero, you look at what item she's got. If you see her that she's got a full no talisman, you know she's not rushing for the bottle. So you could hang out on the top lane for a little bit. But if you see she is rushing for the bottle, you make that headway to mid. But the courier, as we speak, is coming out. So Highlight Die, he needs, I believe, 2 hits to get that courier kill.
Yeah, he'll need 2.
I don't think he'll get off 2 though, because Finro's in here and he's ready to fissure away.
VG Gaming are very much aware of what could possibly go wrong. Is Fenrir actually gonna... I'm gonna laugh if the Earthshaker is now becoming... He's actually becoming the courier for the bottle. At the meantime, on bottom lane, ROTK is forced completely back on insanely low life. But Paradise getting nothing, with Fenrir doing the job here from Super.
Yeah, as analysts pointed out, like this strategy has been ran so many times. Look at the sentry wards on the mid and top. That's where Paradise spend most of his time ganking, and the fact that there's sentries down, he can't do anything. And essentially, you have a glorified melee creep that's running around and not doing anything.
See, at the same time, these sentry wards were here for the last game. For the Na'Vi game, except they're a little bit further up. So on the middle lane area, it was actually a little bit further down here on the ramp. That's where they threw the ward out. But having it a little bit higher on the ground means you can see when he rotates out the jungle just that little bit sooner. And up on the top lane, the ward was actually up in this little box right here, which means where Silas currently farming had more vision. But because they plant the ward a little bit further down, they're trying to actually keep the lane forced out a little bit more. Now, Paradise, yeah, he's going to realize that he's being watched because Super is now back at the tower for no real appropriate reason, but with support coming in from Eternal Envy, okay, he has nothing to really stomp down. He sees the courier, but he's just beating inside of Super and just trying to force him off the lane. This is just space being created, and they're sacrificing some other things. We should have also flagged here that ROTK came down here with an absolute ton full of regen. Even after like 2 minutes, he still had 10 tango charges down here on the Tidehunter.
That was a very interesting rotation from Cloud9 because you pull your safe lane carry to mid, and you're not really exactly ganking successfully. So. Meanwhile, you know, AOE 2000, he is getting a little bit of experience, but the trade is perhaps not worth it. He finds a haste ring though, and it looks like he's going to go back on the bottom. Meanwhile, VG Gaming, I think their game plan is progressing absolutely according to plan. Pick the Shaker, you protect your lanes, the Sentry Warriors are doing an excellent job like you mentioned, and all you really want is those level 6s. So I think VG Gaming is doing exactly what they want out of the draft, and so far it's up to Cloud9 to execute.
See, I'm not sure this will be enough though. Look at the Radiant jungle right now. I'm seeing double stacks, I'm seeing Envy farm up 1, I'm seeing Sing Sing actually farm up his own stack as well. He's cracked level 6 already. This is what's going to happen. Okay, you want to protect your lanes. I can completely understand that one. But what happens when you let a Meepo free farm? To a point. Like, he's free farming up the jungle, and you know he's going to burst farm as well with levels. You got Bone7 who's up to level 5 up on the top lane before we're even 5 minutes in. Pyre, sure, he's got no experience, but the Earthshaker, he's only about to crack level 2. He's got very little to boot as well. Jakiro, hey, yeah, sure, he's level 4, but you've still got a Meepo who's going to completely out-level everybody, and all it's going to take is one good hook shot, as well as one nice combination with a Mystic Flare, and you got yourself a nice kill.
I think you hit it on the head in terms. Well, we might see an engagement up top as Pilot Eye, and it looks like we're going to see a little bit of gold. Probably not going to dive that tower.
He couldn't get close enough for the power cogs, and without having the power cogs out of range of the tower, or at least a way to trap a hero outside of range of the tower, it's just not worth going for.
Yeah, I think Meepo free farm is a thing, but it's not a thing that could actually stop a push, and that's really where VG Gaming will excel. They're going to just storm down mid, and unless Meepo have Blink Dagger and Aghanim Scepter.
Coming bottom lane, Envy, he's going to loop himself around the tree line and find Fenrir just sitting here on the bottom lane. He's coming down here for Arcane Boots. He's not coming down here for anything else.
Yeah, he's not going to get the kill. He really will need Doom to make that kill happen.
He can cut his way out of that one. He's okay.
It's very interesting that they're giving Aoi so much mana, or so much experience, excuse me. And I think that they're really recognizing the fact they need early game burst damage. If you look at the experience, Aoi has more experience than Eternal Envy, which is not exactly a common sight for a support to have more than a carry. But another rotation is going to come down to mid lane. And again, Pilot Dai, he is at level 2. And once that push comes, sure, you have a very farm Meepo, but you also have a very underfarmed Bounty Hunter. You have a Skywrath Mage that can't hold the push. I think VG Gaming is very happy with the exchange they're getting right now.
Super's about to force the bottom lane. There's TPs coming back towards the middle lane. At the same time, Meepo knows he can gank up whoever he wants to until he gets both his Meepos liquefied, and then he has to back up a little bit further. But Super is in fact now moving into the Radiant jungle. I think he doesn't have involvement. Oh, ROTK lets the Ravage go on the bottom lane with a Fissure as well. Envy, he's too low on life. He does go down. Try to let the thunderclap to give himself a little bit more space.
Highlight Die coming in from the backside. He's going to try to pick him up, but he's only got a level 1 Shuriken toss. Not exactly doing a ton of damage. He will have another Shadow Walk hit if he wants to go for it. Breaks out, Shuriken.
He doesn't have enough mana.
Oh, Fable though.
Oh,
Fable's going to get the kill, but it looks like Aoi's going to lose his life as well. Highlight that, he's looking for mana. He's trying to juke himself out of there. He's got no more Tango. He needs 10 more mana, and that's yet another free kill. Remember, the mantra of Cloud9 coming into this game is win the lanes and then just snowball, but it's Vici Gaming that's taking the control of the early game.
Yeah, that it is, and this is not what C9 want to have happen. Now you end up having like Doombringer, who's got 1 death to his name. He's got obviously gonna have to devour his way back up again, but because he doesn't have high levels yet, we don't have this high ET devour, and they're actually switching almost Aoi into a core role. He just cracked his level 6, so the Nukic is on the bottom lane, and Vici Gaming might have to be a little bit more respective of this now, especially considering their Ravage is down for a while.
Yeah, looks like I think the comeback is going to happen from Bone 7. He's picked up a smoke for himself. He's now smoking himself top, but they really need maybe Aoi to TP in to relay that burst damage, which his teleport scroll is on cooldown. So I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is for Bone 7. I mean, Bone 7 in theory could hook in against Sylar, but that Eclipse is going to shred him before he kills Sylar.
The middle lane push is coming. Sing Sing is just continuously farming up inside the jungle, but with the Crop ulti going off, Exorcism's going to help to bring down this tier 1 town. But Fortification is still available, and there is a creep wave here as well. They put an Observer Ward C9 on the dire side of the river, so they're able to know exactly how many people Vici Gaming have here and where they are. And there goes Fortification. So they commit 4 heroes Vici Gaming. They pop the Exorcism, as well as the DD Rune and the Death Prophet. They haven't brought down the tier 1 tower, and Silas farming up on top lane. So, who's really getting the better trade-off here?
Maybe not for long. The Clockwork could it missed. Keymind Sylar has it.
He's still got him. He's still got him. With the Battery Assault, there's more than enough damage. Sylar will go down. Pylai Die was getting right up in front of him as well. And that's much needed levels. Pylai is now almost level 5. Bone 7, a very uncharacteristic. After his flawless clock play the other day, that was an uncharacteristically missed hook. But they still get the kill.
Yeah, Clockwork is going to be a key hero for Cloud9. He needs to get back, or at least get some sort of mana, because the push on the mid lane is going to come soon. It's really up to him to initiate for the team. Meanwhile, for the rest of Cloud9, well, they just keep on farming. But I think if you're Vici Gaming, even though you just lost your core Luna, you're completely happy with how the game state is going right now. And Sylar, yeah, he's joining the push. Here comes that Death Ball, and I don't think Cloud9 has what it takes to defend. Meatball's going to let loose the nets, but look at how easy it is for Vici Gaming to drive everybody back. They just have superior pushing power.
As they do, for now. For now, I'm still watching that Meepo very, very closely. With Strength Treads up, he's walking around with an Ogre Club as well. You know, it's just some extra life points for now, but once he has the Aghanim Scepter upgrade, then we're going to be seeing a lot more Meepo and a lot tankier Meepo. And that's when I don't know if Super's really got enough damage to actually get through all of the Meepos. This is still, for me, like, he's the wild card of Cloud9. If Meepo continues to gain farm, if Meepo is continuing to give us space, he is going to walk over this VG Gaming lineup because he's going to come with burst damage. Meanwhile, up on top lane, Clockwork, are we going to pick up on the Luna? RTK looking for a little bit of revenge here. Clockwork, that time was a hook shot to connect, and they had to bring in extra support. Aoi 2000, in fact, just rotated up towards the top lane, and RTK commits the Ravage, but now Super, not the greatest position for him, sealed up. Bone 7, the visual actually connect on him. He's walking away, and Super being nuked down by Aoi. Bone 7 will take a fall. But it's the Meepo who actually gets the kill over on the Death Prophet.
This is exactly what Cloud9 wants to happen, and Vici does not. They don't want to be trading kills here and there. They want to be trading, well, not trading, they just want to be taking towers. And in fact, it's Cloud9 that's actually taking a tier 1 bottom, forcing a TP. That's going to be Sylar teleporting in. They're brave TP in the face of Doom.
Man.
Yeah.
He's got Doom up and running, and Bounty Hunter's right behind him. So the extra TP comes in from FY, and now Pilot Eye. In fact, Sentry was straight away from FY. He's making sure he knows exactly where this bounty is, and bounty's already rotated off. They're looking towards RTK, Mr. No Ravage in the middle lane.
Meanwhile, looks like Cloud9 did put a Sentry Ward in enemy ancient. It's pretty key.
Middle lane, there's already Earthbind going on RTK. Is there more damage? Secondary Earthbind, but the proof's a little bit too far away from the 1000 life point hero, as Pylai Dai is just stalking FY as well as Super. As a second, no, he's camping next to his own Sentry Ward. And Bone 7, well, the smoke's going to break if he moves any closer, but he's looking for a hook shot moment. Comes up high ground, that's just the same time Jakiro is backed up. They're checking all the jungle camps. If they walk themselves a little bit further over towards the mid lane, they'll see Fenrir. So it's Bone7's choice, but it'll be a very unwise choice to hook shot into a 4-man smoke of VG Gaming.
Well, VG also spoke up, and looks like their target's going to be Eternal Envy on the bottom lane. Quickly checking on the teleport scrolls on Cloud9. They don't really have any. Clockwork's got one, but if Clockwork TP's in to assist Eternal Envy, it's going to be a double kill going towards VG. Let's see how this dives.
Envy's worked it out. Everybody is missing from every single lane. But Super, Sylar, RTK, FY, they all show themselves in this bottom lane, and they're going to assume the Doombringer has just TP'd out, which he has.
Yeah, that's a great trade for VG Gaming. Essentially, both smokes were used on both teams, and it was VG that got a tier 1, Cloud9 got nothing. They're going to try to pressure the mid tower a little bit, but I mean, the Dire team just pushed way quicker, and they defend much better as well, thanks to Crypt Swarm.
For now, Aoi, he's actually reached the tier 1 tower on the top lane. It's kind of funny, he hit level 6 a long time ago, but there's been no more transition for him. He's been forced to rotate around as, oh, hello VG. They're going to go for a very quick Roche. But at the same time, I'm seeing a Clockwork Rocket come down, so they're perfectly scattered out here by Bone7. Really smart check for that. And now RTK getting bashed up by Roshan's not helping him out. He's at half-life. He does have Ravage available, but C9 are happy with this. They're actually taking trades-offs. Tier 1 tower on the bottom lane's going down. Tier 1 tower on the top lane is almost dead as well. And if they can actually contest Roshan, they're all coming in. Bone7, he's got a hook shot up and running, but the Roshan's in the way. They're low. There's your Ice Path. Where's your Earthbind? Roshan hook shot in! And it's killed by the Dire side. Lune will pick it up with the Scar Revenge ultimate. It's hurting VG Gaming badly. Bone7, he's so low in life, but he's still fighting it out. VG Gaming, they got the Aegis. He want to bring the Luna back to life again. The Sing Sing, he's going to turn back into Macro Pyre. He can't proof in time. He burns in the fire and the flames. And now 2000 still wants to keep fighting out here, but now the Eclipse from Sylar destroys one, destroys two, goes through the Doombringer. A double kill for Sylar. And
might be a little bit more.
Get a full genocide on Aoi, and there it is. Fenrir dropping the Echo Slam with the Crypt Swarm and the Lucifer Beam.
What a huge fight. I mean, if Bone7 hooked in a little bit sooner, and if he got the Aegis, that would have been a totally different fight. But the fact that Sylar survived and dropped that Eclipse, now he's up to 2,000 gold. I think that BKB will be coming very soon. And it's not just the BKB on Sylar, it's also the Blink Dagger that will be coming for Fenrir. I think that is going to be the key item for VG Gaming. If you could blow up the Meepo before he blows you up, suddenly the game is essentially over for Cloud9. With that said, though, Meepo did pick up an Aghanims, and that's going to make it much, much tankier for these upcoming fights.
Should be watching top lane right now. Pylite Eye as well as Bone7. Hookshot's coming off cooldown. You do have track available for Pylite Eye, so he's got to give a little bit of extra vision by tanking up a couple of guys. But with the Aghanim Scepter Meepo, we've got him arriving up on top lane, bottom lane, and inside of his own mid lane. So he's everywhere right now. And he'll be coming up to the top lane. That track on FY perfect. If Bone7 can't land this hook, something is wrong. And now there he goes. On top of Fenrir. Fenrir assaults Skyrock Mage ultimate, and he can't even get the fissure off. The Ulti is out right now. The exits from Death Rock, but in comes Sing Sing. That's a lot of damage in the double Earthbind. Over on Sylar, Envy dropping way too low for that pack aura. He's got to keep it up for the fight for the moment. FY very low in life. Aoi trying to finish him up with Bone7 to boot. And that actually managed to get through 4 heroes of VG Gaming. About to become 5. RTK, there's your proofing again.
And the reverse team wipe for Cloud9. The reason they win this fight is because there's no Ravage, there's no Eclipse, and Cloud9 took that fight knowing that, and the track just gave them so much gold. If you look at the gold graph, it's going to be a spike upwards, not including this tier 2. Cloud9's right back into this game, but the next fight is going to determine a lot, because that's going to be the fight where VG Gaming has their biggest tools. I just hope that VG Gaming was able to spend their gold, because they just gained a lot and lost a lot.
That they did. But hey, man, C9, it's still in there. It's their decision when they go in. Clockwork, well, his initiation, alongside the amount of straight-up damage that comes from the Meepo, once that Blink Dagger is also over on Sing Sing, it's going to come a lot faster and a lot harder against VG Gaming. But VG Gaming is all about the timing. When do they have Ravage? When do they have Eclipse? You said it before. C9 got on the upper hand of that fight because VG Gaming didn't have the big skills to pay the bills. They needed to be able to time this right. And at the same time, force C9 to come into them while these big ultis are up? Because C9 may just evade. Just split and evade.
I think splitting and evade is a fine strategy for Cloud9, but they gotta keep in mind they're working with some resemblance of a clock, right? Because not the hero clock, but the time clock. Because if you look towards the late game, there's still a Luna, right? There's still a double Ravage. There's still a Death Prophet. So I feel that if this game go late enough, that's where Cloud9 will really struggle as well. Also, I don't think Cloud9 has one of those heroes such that if they win a fight, for example, you could break high ground, take 2 lanes of Rax. You don't have something like Shadow Shaman. You don't have a hyper pusher. You just have 4 Meepo kind of hitting the towers, and not sure that's enough. So I think VG Gaming, they have a lot more room.
Ooh, Pilot die.
Oh, gets fissured, but
Fisher will come out.
Ice tap. He could have dust. Sentry's going to be there.
Yep.
Oh, he's dead.
He's Yule scepted up. He doesn't have Invis available, and with both Crib Storm as well as Lucid Beam and the rest of the VG Gaming, they do pick him off. It was the initial sentry ward that was a little bit further down inside the jungle, the one that boxed up right there. That's the one that revealed him out, and they just held him in position. They realized where he would move and just held him there.
So I think that VG Gaming has a lot more room for mistake because Cloud9 doesn't push that well. Whereas if Cloud9 loses one fight next to their towers, you could bet that tower and the next one is definitely going down. So VG Gaming, should they be able to move across to the other side of the map, I think that's where they really want to take these fights.
Check out the item which we got over on Eternal Envy. He actually went for a Blink Dagger. Now, this is a Blink Dagger 18 minutes into the game. We talk about having big ultimates coming out from VG. He's got the potential to just remove it from Tidehunter. So there will be no Ravage in the fight. As long as Eternal Envy can blink himself in and get that level 2 Doom off, there is no Ravage for the engagement.
Yeah, I think the juiciest target right now is definitely Super, because if you Doom him up, you prevent a lot of what he can bring to the table. Yeah. Obviously, Luna, getting her before she uses BKB and Clips is absolutely huge, but the problem with that is the cast time of Doom is so long. You blink in and suddenly they're casting your spells. So it's a very aggressive item chart for Eternal Envy. There's a high upside, but I don't know. I feel like it's a very risky move.
Look at the movement coming up towards top lane. They're bringing everybody. All Meepos off the lanes. They're just soaking up the VG Gaming jungle, which is hilarious considering how much VG Gaming have put into this. They put down 3 sentry wards to either, well, 1 look for the hero and 2 look for the other wards that were coming out from C9. The aggressive ones to give the positional. But they haven't actually spotted the main one, which is in the mid lane. It's right smack bang here in front of their tier 3 tower, and it's looking at every single rotation VG Gaming is doing. Meanwhile, Fenrir bottom lane, that's going to be, well, his Echo Slam actually committed to kill off Prone 7, but when you got that Blade Mail already over on this guy, they can't get the kill. The mech was even shared out there from Eternal Envy, and he blinked himself down into the lane and away to safety.
After sealing the stack, there's only 1 big creep left in the stack, so big win for Cloud9 there, at least economically. The one thing that Cloud9 also have to be very concerned about is that once these defensive items starts to get built up on VG Gaming, essentially Cloud9 has a big burst cannon of damage, right? You have the Meepo poofing in, and then you have the Mystic Flare. But a single Yule Scepter, for example, or a single activation of BKB completely stops that.
Yep.
Essentially then, you have committed all your spells on a kill that you're not getting, and then you're fighting for the next 10 seconds without your big burst damage. That's where Cloud9 gets in trouble. They need to force kills, and they need to get them clean, crisp, and consistently. If they don't do that, Cloud9 will be losing these fights. So as we approach this mid and late game, I just see VG Gaming has the better draft. They have the draft that could make more mistakes and still win. So I think Cloud9 is going to have a tough time coming into this mid and late game.
See, for me, man, I'm sitting on the other side of the fence of this one. I look at C9's draft and I go, you know what? Economy-wise, you're still running a Doombringer as well as a Bounty Hunter. You're still pulling in a lot of money. As long as Pylite Die can actually get past like level 7 and get up to something more like level 11 and have the second level track. And you've still got a Meepo who can split push this game out. Luna or no Luna, Luna can deal with it once it reaches her base, but until that point, you've just got C9 farming and trying to basically suffocate VG Gaming on their own side of the map. So it's up to VG Gaming to come out, and that's when C9 can fight. Bone 7, okay, well, Silence a little bit off target. They've just put him up with a Yule Scepter, but that's all. And they've got 5 heroes here in the middle lane, while you're still running Eternal Envy, who's actually blinked himself into a tree line in the bottom lane.
He likes to do that.
Yeah, he'll blink himself out now and get that Devour off. But yeah, you're farming everywhere across the map right now, and VG Gaming, they're forced to be a 5-man team. They're not going to get the best advantage out from this one, and it's showing in the graphs. You're up to 4,000 experience, you're up to 3,000 gold, and it's this continuous rise coming the way of C9, where VG Gaming have every ulti apart from Echo Slam off cooldown.
Yeah, it's really the age-old question when it comes to Dota. Like, one team fights better, but the other team split push better, and that's really what we're seeing here. Cloud9, well, I'm not sure what they take the fight, but they're definitely not taking the fights at all, choosing not to.
Yeah.
And they're farming for days, you know? And that's where the Blink Dagger on Doom comes in handy. If you're not looking to fight, that helps you run away. Obviously, it helps you get into the fight as well. There's that.
This is the tower trade-off too. Tier 1 tower will go down on this bottom lane. They can't bring enough support down here to stop it. So VG Gaming, they just bring their own power. But look at Sing Sing. He's also creep skipping it out. He's taken out the creep wave.
wow.
So this is the only creep wave VG Gaming have. There's more momentum coming for C9 on the bottom lane. So if this just becomes a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 tower trade, I still see C9 being happy with
if you're Cloud9, you go for the trades because you don't have a pushing lineup. In fact, those trades. Actually, is that Courier gonna get picked up?
Courier, no, top lane.
Hit him.
Don't be there, Courier. The Blink Dagger is still there for Sing Sing, and he got it. The Tier 2 tower will also take a fall on the bottom lane. This is so much money coming the way of
and
C9.
The mid, look at mid. The creep wave's already pushing. It looks like Clockwork's gonna hook away.
It was the safer thing to do, man. It was the safer thing to do. They do not want to try and take any of these engagements. You got a Krob ulti coming in at the end of Exorcism, sure. But you still just took a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 tower trade-off, and you got a Courier to boot.
When did Cloud9 become this team that could execute such kind of strategy? Because 2 months ago and 1 month ago, they always take it to the late game. They don't play these type of style where you go for the lane and then you avoid fights. I guess avoiding fights is what they're really good at. And they're kind of just taking a different spin to the same style. But
man, this is a team which works harder than probably any European team out there. And they work so damn hard. And they know they came here to win C9. And you're not going to win... they came here to win TI4. And you're not going to win TI4 by just coming in and playing the same old strats, the same old Dota. You need to be able to be flexible and be dynamic when you play in a tournament like this. And they're doing it beautifully.
Or you could be newbie and run the same strat and just beat everybody with the same strat, because you're just that good. I think that's how Alliance won TI3 as well. But yeah, there is definitely the fact that you could be versatile, run the Drow Visage and run Meepo. Just really different strategy, but they're definitely not out of the woods yet. I think VG Gaming, they're just looking for that one fight, because they just need one fight and just break the map completely open. And it's up to C9 to deny that fight towards VG.
Well, they're going to keep denying it. We've got a Blink Dagger as well over on a Bounty Hunter. So we got a high maneuverable Bounty Hunter, able to get tracks and then just jump himself away. Or if he needs to, jump into the fight. It allows them to keep up with these high maneuverable heroes. Now Meepo, a little bit of trouble for Sing Sing with the 4-star, pulls him out the Ravage from RTK. Being committed Sing Sing. He's got this Reaver on him. He brings in the rest of his support, but it's inside the Macro Pyre. It's a wonderful Mystic Flare, but not enough damage to bring down RTK. And now he's trying to hide the tree lines, but it will not work. A nice pick off here from VG Gaming, where they commit BKB from Super, Exorcism, Ravage. They didn't have to use the Eclipse, but the Macro Pyre was also used. And they'll try and take a very, very quick Roshan. The Meepo, C9, they are not going to give VG Gaming the space of give VG Gaming the space of Clockwork. Hookshot's in, what a perfect comp, but he actually pushed RTK out of this fight. But it's isolated Sylar, who now lets the Eclipse go. Super coming in here, Envy. He's just going to cast a Doom on Sylar and tank this up. That's the only thing he really can do. He's actually going to live through all of this. Super, the last attack is not enough. 39 life points, he'll survive. Ice Path, try and find some space, but the Earthbind catching 2 RTK. He's too low on life to come in, or is he? He goes in suicidally in. Meepo just proofs it out. And now Fenrir. There's another Earthbind coming off cooldown. 1 second, Sing Sing blinking in. The proofs are coming with the 4-star out, allowing Fenrir to have a little bit more space, but another Earthbind coming out from Sing Sing. More proofs, so more Earthbinds. Macro Pyre down. He's got to get his Meepo out of here, but the Totem Storm slowed him down a little bit. Get out of the fire, man. Over to FY, another Earthbind. They're just controlling VG. Going 1, going 2, going 3, going 4, going 5 down for VG Gaming. The Doombringer coming in for that one. Envy, he actually survived through all of that crazily too and brought his aura back, and now they can go in and try and take Roshan.
If they take this Roshan, there will be such a huge lead, because that's where VG's supposed to win. They're supposed to win these fights. The buybacks are coming out. There's one buyback, but they don't have these ultimates. Sylar does not have a clip. RTK jumps in. The Mystic Flare is going to come down. RTK down to about half HP, but it's Eternal Envy that needs to run. Sing Sing's back, but he's got the Aegis. He's got the Aegis.
He does. Well, RTK, he may go down there because Sing Sing's respawning. A little bit further back, hookshot in on FY. They're going in with the track kills also coming out. They got the Krob ulti out. Bone 7, he's closing with Super, and Super's killing himself. The Blade Mail is not helping him out right now. Bone 7 needs a little bit more space. In comes Sing Sing again, pooping it up. Super, the Earthbind not catching one, still in BKB. RTK trying to take away this damage with the Anchor Smash, and Sing Sing. Meepo is dropping low, but Super also low. We got enough. Sing Sing will go down here. Pylite, there's nothing left to give. Triple kill for Super, able to stand with his full exorcism out, and they're looking for more. The Gush going onto Eternal Envy. He'll have himself an illusion room, but that's not going to help him. In fact, he'll actually let the illusion room go. You also have to finish it down. All of C9 counter-wiped here by VG Gaming, and Roshan, well, he still was claimed.
Keep in mind that there's no more buyback on Meeple, so shit Vici decides to push Cloud9's tower. There's nothing Cloud9 can do about it. That was such a bad fight for Cloud9 to take. They took the entire fight with Super, activating BKB. That's where Mystic Flare does nothing. That's where the Blame Out of the Clockwork does nothing. Meeple spent all of his proof on the BKB Cropulus, or Death Prophet, and that did nothing either. Clockwork Hook! Oh, he wants to come in! 1v4! And they blow him up! There goes that push! Never mind the push!
That BKB from Bone 7 came out just the right time. They're keeping the track up, and now he's trying to catch up to somebody here. But it's not wise when that Ravage is still available. And they don't have Meepo just yet. RTK actually blinking back in for a Gush on Pilot Eye. A little bit more of a posturing move there in the mid lane. But a good pick-off coming back to life again, able to stop the Earthshaker and hold on to your own tier 2 tower.
What a tense game.
It's getting there, man.
So as the BKBs are important for Vici Gaming, we also have to keep track of their timer, the duration, right? Because once it gets to the 4 or 5 second mark, you can see that it takes a long time to kill these meeples. They're just very tanky. Granted,
it's going to get harder too. Like, he's already got the Reaver and he's gone into the Ultimate Orb. He's just full stat pad, and the Skadi's not far off.
Well, I mean, he had an Aegis in that fight. I think that's the only reason why Sing Sing was able to stay there for a long time.
Yeah.
So in the upcoming team fights, assuming that he doesn't have Aegis, you know, these BKBs, if they are staying in the 8 and second durations, I think Vici Gaming could focus and burst down Sing Sing. But if they're down to 5 or 4, Sing Sing will survive that. He will then burst you down, and that's where Vici will get in trouble. But the way I'm seeing it, the defensive items are really overwhelming Sing Sing's damage output. We have multiple Force Staffs, we have multiple BKBs, we have Mech. And then, you know, the second Ravage will be coming eventually from ROTK. And I very much so feel that Meeple is not a hero that's capable of dealing with all of that.
There's also another problem coming the way here of VG game of C9. They're losing vision across the map. They just lost their 2 Observer Wards. A gem purchased by ROTK and carried by Super is now watching the movements, and this is already going to be flagged. Like, they got rid of a ward, but it means the Pylite Die has to be very, very careful about his movements too. He also realized you're sitting underneath the Sentry Ward in the middle lane, which wasn't the greatest thing in the world. But the range group attacked him, so he backed up. And now Super walks high ground, and he has to blink and force staff himself away to safety. And I'm hearing, well, BKBs. Uh-oh. That was meant to be a Shiva's Guard trigger.
Well, the importance of BKB.
It's down to 7 seconds. Maybe he just likes a lower cooldown.
No, I don't think that's part of the plan. It's just,
It's not it. Man.
Yeah, the key item here for Vici is the fact that they have a gem roaming about, and they have it, in my opinion, on the best person. Because Super, he has the highest mobility out of all of Vici Gaming's heroes, and should he see a Bounty Hunter, in theory, he could use him up, but, you know, Bounty also has a Blink Dagger, so it's kind of like an elaborate dance of, can Bounty get his track off and blink away? Can he just continue being that annoyance that he constantly is? And meanwhile, you know, back to what you were saying 10 minutes ago, it's Cloud9 farming away.
Yeah, they just keep these side lanes out. Pylite Die, nice little track on Super. He make it to the Yulzi himself just to get, yeah, there it goes. Gets rid of the track straight away. Also, Owie 2000 is in one of the most unusual positions I've seen in a while.
Oh,
he's just sitting up there. Yeah, he's close, but he's got Blink and Force Staff. He's going to be okay. And he knows Bone 7 can also make some space, but I'm wondering if Owie is just waiting for the second coming right now. He's there in the tree lines, and he's just... He's waiting for the right time on the top lane.
It makes a lot of sense to do this as a Shadow Shaman, because you could backstab the towers, but... I mean...
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he wants to do. If he wants to try and solo a Jakiro, or...
I mean, no. He's really not looking for the fights. He's avoiding them. Like, as soon as he sees the heroes going back mid, for example, that's when he'll pop out the trees and start farming this wave. Well, I guess when you don't have alliance in TI4, you just need some other team to fill the rat role, and Cloud9 is doing that very well.
Pylite finally got a track on, which cannot be dispelled, but Owie force-starts himself away from ROTK.
And they have the track mobility, so he's running away at least. Oh, the Yules, he's dead. He's
going to drop everything, but he never gets it off. Ice Path will go, and, well, he'll be left for dead by Pylite Eye. But in the meantime, you've still got 5 heroes from VG Gaming hunting a Skyrack.
Yeah, and actually, if we want to sit down and work out the math, I don't think that's actually worth it for VG Gaming to get a kill on a support, because as you're spending 5 heroes roaming the map to get a support kill, you have 4 or 5 of Cloud9's heroes farming.
Yep.
The math doesn't work out in your favor.
You're even going to have like Eternal Envy. I don't know if it's going to be a Sulcurus or a Shiva's card coming out from him, but you're going to be pumping a lot more money inside of him. Bounty is still leeching a little bit of experience too and keeping this track up. It's mainly his job to keep the vision up, so Sing Sing knows where he can move. And Sing Sing now has 3.8k gold. That's your Skadi right there. There's no buyback, but it's Skadi.
I mean, we also can't really forget about Sylar, because slowly he has been, working on some big items. He hasn't been dying much since the team fights hasn't been happening, and he's got the, he's got the farm, he's got the Midas, so.
And here he comes to use it to the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. So now C9 have a decision to make. VG Gaming, do they try and stop the push and hold on to their tier 2 tower, or do they try and go for some level of trade? And I'm seeing a lot of Eepros moving towards the top lane, with Envy, with Aoi. I've got a funny feeling they're going to try and push the tier 3 tower now and force VG Gaming to respond to them.
It looks like VG Gaming is expecting a backstab. They're very afraid to actually go up to that T2. They're not committing exorcism, at least yet. Maybe do it now. Meeple's coming in. Meeple, he's gonna get dunked. There's Yusef. All the TP are coming in. Sing Sing, he's sending all Meeple's back, and he's gonna die. Meanwhile, on the back line here, double BKB's activated. Meeple buys back. He wants to come in this fight. How quickly can they retreat? It's gonna be Shiva from Envy. He dooms Sylar, and it's all up to them to save Sylar. Meeple, it's gonna find FY. He's gonna be dead. How much more can they get? Clockwork, he finds Super, the Yusef sends him out. He's gonna survive for a little bit longer, and he gets blown up. Rabbit comes in, and Super, will the Ghost back? Will the Ghost? No, the Ghost will not come back. They're gonna try to get ROTK. He finally makes it back home.
Ooh. Man, Cloud9, it's, again, a buyback. These guys love doing this kind of stuff. It used to be like Eternal Envy who was the man who had to do it. When in this game is Sing Sing. You know what you're going to give away. Okay, Sing Sing, he got game straight away, but you realize, okay, what's on the sidelines? Couple of abilities, let's go in, let's go fight. We think we can get the upper hand, and now with 4 heroes on the sideline, the Earthshaker's coming up, but there's no big echo.
They have buybacks.
They're going to force it, at least, and the jump in already. Fenrir tracked up, Shiva's guarded up, and there's a lot of damage. Fenrir, Totem Stomp, and the Fisher. He's not going to die at this one. The Scorchers were ticking him down, but he's back out to safety. But in the meantime, they've ravaged the tier 3 tower. There's your double buybacks, and now they force VG Gaming to waste their money. Falling back, concussive shot means ROTK cannot follow. And Cloud9 are the first team to damage inside the base in the tier 3 tower.
If you ask me who's going to get the first racks or first tier 3 tower at the end of the draft, no questions asked, VG Gaming. But Cloud9 has shaped the game in such a way that it's not about the fights. Well, it really is, but it's about taking the fight smartly next to your tier 2 where you're buyback and can get back to the fight immediately. Also, you gotta keep in mind that Bounty Hunter, he's in mobile war, but his tracking, he is earning so much gold for Cloud9. We're seeing about a 10,000 gold lead against a Luna, against a Death Prophet. These heroes normally farm so much better than any other heroes in the game, but...
Okay, I was gonna point it out for Pile Die if he doesn't actually see this one. There is a gem on the ground, which he keeps walking past on the bottom lane. I don't know if he's just not coming in range of it.
I think if the crowd yells louder, he might hear it.
Maybe. He's already got 1 gem, so maybe he just doesn't want to get too much bling on him. That weighs you down as a bounty hunter. How can you be stealthy if you're carrying around multiple gems?
You gotta have enough blings to open up like a jewelry shop, right? Like, you just get 2 gems, a couple of rings, and there you go, man.
Didn't realize that my peon's coming back to Dota 2. Well, Pile Die, nice little track over on FY, and now FY is forced to use Sentry Wards to try and scout out this bounty hunter. This is not the most efficient way of doing this, and he knows it as well.
So something slight to talk about with Bounty Hunter's track is we see this red marker, for example, on top of Chikara right now.
Yep.
The enemy will not see it. They will only see it on their own little portrait on the bottom left. And if you're Bounty Hunter and you're tracking from high ground like how he just did, the enemy will not see that marker on top of you. So you gotta, if you're playing against Bounty Hunter, you have to pay very close attention to your hero portrait and those little markings and make sure you're not tracked. For example, track and then trying to smoke is a big no-no. And if you stay FY is dropping that smoke and dropping on the courier, maybe they'll way out of the track, maybe they'll just smoke without the hero.
Considering he's sitting inside of his own base,
exactly.
I think so.
Like all of these are small benefits that you don't see on the scoreboard, but it matters so much, especially when you're playing this kind of rat Dota. You just want as much vision as possible.
Paladai found the gem. Paladai found the gem.
Okay.
Congratulations, Paladai. The little Easter egg that's there, and you leave the Observer one behind. Critical moment of the game. Something that you also talk about is Sing Sing. Normally, he goes in for the Skadi.
Yes.
He actually went in straight for the Disabled before that point. So he hasn't finished up the heart just yet. Obviously, you don't gain any bonus life points for your Meepos because it doesn't share out that way. So he actually went for the Scythe Device. So he's looking for more Disable and Control. And they may need it to go try and contest it. I don't think C9 are anywhere near Roshan.
Yeah,
I think Pilot is looking at it, but he can't stop it. And Fenrir is in perfect position for the jump.
I mean, giving the Aegis up, especially against Luna, is definitely a big problem. The idea behind the Hex is such that you could Hex the BKB heroes before they activate the BKB and get a clean kill. But doing that now against the Luna with Aegis just became that much harder because, I mean, you could technically do that against it, but she'll come back alive and activate her BKB. So I think that Aegis meant much more than the first two Aegis combined.
Yeah.
Especially now that VG Gaming are pumping out so much more damage. We're almost looking at a completed Butterfly on Sylar if you give him a little bit more time to farm.
I'm now starting to come to your part of the court here and wonder, like, what do you do in this late game up against a fully stacked Luna? Especially when that fully stacked Luna is going to be done by about 45 minutes, 50 minutes into this game. You're going to need a lot more to fight with. And yeah, Pilot coming in very close. He doesn't know if there's entries. He doesn't know if there's going to be a fresh gem over there. Should also note, too, that was a third Roshan, so super. Not only does he have the extra life points that can come in from Exorcism, he's so also carrying the cheese around on the Death Prophet. So this is going to be a real critical thing for him coming into the engagement. And C9, I almost feel right now, if they want to try and win this game and keep their TI4 hopes alive, they've got to win on the decision game. The late game decision-making game. If they can do that, then they could be looking really damn good.
The decision game as well as having some actual physical right-click damage, because when the BKBs are being popped, that's where we really have to rely on.
Oh, Pilot Eye, gotta be really careful. He's underneath the Sentry Ward, blinks away on the edge of the Shiva's guard. So Super unable to hold him there. And someone's really got to take that DD rune the bottom river. Maybe that's one way to stop it. Just give a DD rune over to Meepo. There's your damage required.
Looks like Super is going to thatch that one up.
Yeah, not the greatest thing for him. It's an okay thing. But Sing Sing, again, back up to that top lane. He's up to 4,000 gold now. His CS, it's about to crack 400. It's moving up there. He's basically going at least like 10 CS, what was that, a minute? Well, as an average, but up to 21,000 on the net worth. VG Gaming is trying to keep these lanes pushed out, and C9 will continue to evade them. That's all they've really got to do, but it's not really working for them now. The experience starting to drop. VG Gaming getting a little bit more advantage on that one. But of course, in this game, if C9 are able to take one Rax, then that makes the world of difference for them. Because then Meepo is just so much free to move around the map and do what he wants.
Oh, dude, he needs to get out of there.
Yeah, he's blinking in Scorched Earth. Any movement speed he's got to get himself away from Super.
I mean, it's very interesting to talk about the, like, for example, Meepo has the highest net worth, and Doom is the next one highest. And in fact, if you want to look at the gold graph, it's a 12,000 gold lead for Cloud9, but here's the question, Toby. Does any of that matter?
No.
I don't think it matters as much as normal game. To me, it matters where the fight happens, how the fight results, and honestly, it doesn't matter if there's a 12k gold lead or 2k gold lead. If Vici wins a fight, your base is gone.
Yeah. I'm not going to debate that one, man. I'm definitely not going to debate that one.
So Cloud9 is definitely extending the game. That has been the game plan for a while, but what exactly are they extending it to?
They're coming now. They're coming now. They've finished the Butterfly. They're feeling good to go. There's no refresher all fully on RTK, but they just trigger Super's ulti. Actually, rather early. This is onto a tier 2 tower while Fortification is still available, which, is it going to be used by C9? They hold on to it. They don't let it go. The Rax is more important to them. They'll let the tier 2 tower fly. Considering Super's ulti was popped that early, I'm surprised they didn't just use it and delay them up a little bit.
No, I think what he wanted to do is get the tower for free, get the refresher orb completed on ROTK, and then you go for the push. And you can see the recipe is now on the courier, and it's about to deliver. So
we've actually got double refresher orbs right now. We got a refresher orb over on the Tidehunter. The second refresher orb belongs to the Doombringer.
Yep.
So Eternal Envy almost has enough money to fully finish that. In fact, the courier is already making his way up. So he's gonna sacrifice his own buyback to make sure he can doom out 2 targets at the start of the fight. And technically, he could take out both the Death Prophet as well as the Titan before the game even begins.
I just love these long games. More so because there's just so much at stake. one mistake will decide it all. And really, I think these games really determine which are the team that's most poised and not likely to crack. Traditionally, it's been the teams from China, your IGs, your LGDs, your VGs, your DKs, that just play so well in the late game. But Cloud9, they live off of these long games. So there's something going for them as well. We'll see who's going to make that first mistake.
That we will. Right now, VG Gaming thought they might have had a moment. This observer ward they've got up on top of the cliff inside their dire side jungle. This guy that guy. He was watching fairly closely. Pylai Die, his movement away. Super's got this gem back on him. This one purchased up by Fenrir. So he was trying to look out for that bounty hunter, but they're just chasing shadows most of the time now. Like, it seems like VG Gaming, sometimes we group up, they get themselves like the tower, they get themselves Roshan, they find themselves maybe a pick-off here or there, and then we move ourselves back to the split push kind of thing. It's we just bounce from one gameplay to the next, but VG Gaming, they just had enough. We're coming back down mid lane again, all 5 players, the Exorcism's back off cooldown, they still have Aegis, they still have Cheese, but Aegis only has 30 seconds, but Pylai Die, 4-star down, RTK gonna be on the tail end of him, and Pylai Die, well, he turns for one last track, but he will die outside the base. He's not the critical hero, however.
He's got buyback if he wants to use it.
He does. But while the track is there, he's kind of stuck at the bonus of Alba and Super. Well, there goes your ultimate. Remember, the glyph was saved from before, so it will be used now. But where's the extra help coming? The Earthbind, that's really, really long range there by Sing Sing, but he does not want to jump into this lineup. The Aegis Immortalists are reclaimed in 1 second time, and there goes your Aegis. So it's only Cheese available for the fight, but VG Gaming have already done the damage. They take the range racks, and those bouncing glaives are destroying the melee racks, and because Sing Sing, he can't blink him when he's getting done by those glaives.
And they want to fight. They're fighting back right now.
Triggers the BKB, Clockwork, big hook in. He's managed to stop FY here. Hexed up, they move over towards Sylar. Sylar's gone too. They let the mid ranks go so they can get this. RTK blink up from Eternal Envy. He doesn't have the secondary do, but RTK goes down. Fenrir will TP out. Super on the run. He's got Cheese available, but he won't want to use it for this one, or will he? He's still running away from this one. Earthbind won't reach him, but there's your blink from Envy. Gets the kill, drops the gem. They must get a counter ranks. The bottom lane is actually pushing out right now. Fenrir is trying to stop the push. The range rack's is almost down, but this is a ticket to take tier 2 tower in the middle lane and maybe just push in and take the bottom racks. Sylar's defending. If they kill him off right now, Envy's very much in the front line. Oh, shot! All the way in. The Skyward by Jonathan Sylar. They're going to bring him down. Owie, you are important. He gets the kill on Luna. Moves over. Yule Scepter protecting Super for the moment. Now he drops. He's still inside the comp. Super. The Cheese will pop, and Easton's the buyback. It's a death back right now. He's on the sidelines. The bottom racks. It's going to Cloud9. And maybe even more. They can rotate towards the middle lane. They have their army of Meepaw to force things out. And the tier 3 tower, where else they go? Pylai Die. He's looking to get the early tracks as VG Gaming make their way back out again. There's your tier 2 tower gone in the middle lane. This opens up the mid racks.
They're going for tier 3. Never doubt the tenacity of Cloud9. I believe the base of VG Gaming is crumbling. The Meepos are pushing so quickly. Tier 3 is going down. The racks is going to be going down.
Where's your Ravage? He can't do it. Bone Servant's got the cogs. He is keeping VG inside the fountain. Solo here is the Clockwork. The mid melee racks is gone. The mid-range racks is now also almost toast. The top racks is going. They're getting done from all sides while they're killing him inside the base. C9, they got VG completely and utterly choked out. Bone 7, he'll actually survive through this. It's full racks. It's Magus. C9, I think they've done it. Eternal Enemy is still running himself away here from VG Gaming, and they're going to back themselves up, but it's Mega Creeps up against VG Gaming. 45 minutes into this game with everything on the line for C9.
How do they do it?
Patience.
They're not supposed to win this stage of the game.
The funny thing is, though, Matt, it still feels like it's the noble sacrifice. It's the, oh, I'm dead. Come in, and VG Gaming, they take the invitation. They walk right into C9 and go, okay, we've got ourselves a good fight. Buybacks come, and they can't retreat in time. You've got Meepos who are able to jump themselves all across the map, especially now with the BTs over on the Meepo. He's going anywhere he wants to on this map. Even Aoi 2000, I can't believe he's been the one to get that kill on the bottom lane. This guy's got a BKB 4-star Ghost Scepter now. it's actually very difficult to kill off the Skywrath Mage. And all of this was done with extra track gold. They hit 22,000 gold advantage right now and push up around the 8,000 net worth. VG Gaming, they're going all in, but look on the bottom lane. You got Sing Sing pushing in, looking for the tier 4 towers versus the GG push coming out here from VG Gaming. They've got to go for the tier 4 towers. Now, fortification above VG Gaming, and as far as C9 they don't actually have fortification. Now, do they go for the racks?
They need to make one hold, just hold. Clockwork will miss his hook. Bone 7, he's running himself in. He's getting shredded apart. He does have buyback. Eclipse going to get drawn out.
Though. They're not going for the towers. Back inside the dive base, they're already through one of the tier 4s. Zerla, now he goes in. Envy, Hofstorm's in. Sylar, the Ravage will go, but they haven't finished up the fortress. It's a dire side. Half-Life, 1,500. It's over. C9 will win and force out the deciding game. Game number 3. Who will be eliminated and who advances to the lower bracket first final? Cloud9 keep themselves in it with the Meepo pick in 46 minutes and 45 seconds. VG Gaming will have to go back to the drawing board as C9 is greeted by this awesome crowd here in Seattle.
Nothing less than a standing ovation. There was no mercy. There was none. And game 3 is coming up. I can't wait. I really can't wait.
It's going to be awesome, but you have to wait, Lumi. Back to the panel.
Thank you, Toby and Lumi. And there we have it. Cloud9 are going to tie us up in this series. After a whole day's rest, they come back and fight and bring it back to a 1-1. Really, really impressive game. A great ending, certainly, but really enjoyed how the strategies play out. And Cloud9, playing around the ultimates, and really Bone 7, that pick of a hero, just allowing that kind of engage anytime, whether you want to be at the start of the fight, whether you want to be chasing them. The lack of mobility really hurt VG Gaming in terms of disengaging. If they could disengage cleaner, they could have taken this game.
That game was just incredible. It was amazing to see the decision making from both teams. It was one of the best games we've seen so far. The Clockwork pick worked wonders because it allowed Sing Sing to actually engage, not being the first one initiating. Yep. So he could just not have to tank all this AoE damage. Insane game from every one of those players. I'm really stunned.
And I really enjoyed as well Pylai bounty. The thing that how Pylai bounty actually ends up working, even if it doesn't destroy lanes, just being able to put wards outside the enemy base allows you to see where they're going to go. And then at the same time, even when Pylai actually will get caught out and dies, it's like, oh, it doesn't actually matter. That you've got 5 people trying to kill Pylai in your jungle, you kill him. You think it's like a victory, but actually it's not, just because you've got a Doom who's getting a lot of gold. You've got Meepo who knows exactly where you are, farming up really nicely. And then Bone 7 as well was able to finish his BKB in some pretty critical timing. So even though it felt like it could have been 4v5, Pylai definitely took the kind of commander role.
Yeah, Clockwork and Clockwork as well as Meepo, so vision dependent. You pick these heroes, you need the vision there, and that's what Bounty Hunter gives them with the track, with the observer wards being planted deep in the wall, deep in the map, and that just created so much space for those 2 heroes to do their thing.
So these teams, as you say, they were relying so much on vision. One place where you really need the vision to know what's going on is in the Rosh pit. So at the beginning, there was a fight about 13 minutes in that we're about to see right now. VG is about to take the Roshan. C9 knows about this. Can they stop this? This is exactly what happened right now.
Yeah, so Bone 7 was able to kind of separate them. Tries to get ROTK, but will get stunned out, and unfortunately won't be able to chase up on the kill. But back in the pit, you've got an awkward fight now, just because you've got Eternal Envy that uses Doom. That's great. You can see now a kill onto the Luna from Meepo, and Sing, there's not much that can really take him out now. You're looking for a fissure. You're looking for a fissure to stop him. They do it here, but unfortunately 2 get through, and it's one of them with the Blink Dagger. The main Meepo will be able to blink in and follow up. So splitting up the team fight with the Clockwork is another advantage that they bring there over the Roche pit. But I really got to give it to Bone 7. He's been on point through these games, items and everything. He got his Blade Mail, and he's like, okay, I've got a Blade Mail. And then the other Vici are like, right, we need BKB. So we get a BKB Luna and we get a BKB Super. It's going to be easy to handle this Clockwork. And then Bone 7's like, well, I'll pick up my BKB as well.
And that's actually what we see from him, but he did so much more because his positioning on the map every time, how he roams, where he stays, he's always pressuring Vici. No matter, there are many lanes where Vici just can't go because the Clockwork is always ready.
Another person that also had a key role here was the Doom, because Eternal Envy, he was crucial at stopping the Luna. Remember, Luna, when you get Doom, you disable the glaives, so you reduce a lot of the damage going on. You're pointing at the screen.
Yeah, this is unfortunate here, because actually Sing Sing missed micros his Meepos here. He actually had one Meepo that he starts to run away after it goes low. Fenrir comes in, gets a good fissure. One Meepo runs away, and then he turns it back in. Had he not have turned it in, that could have been the kill onto Super, and that would have been an okay trade, because that certainly was, you know, a little bit disastrous from Cloud9 to even, I think, take that fight with the Aegis. But of course, they had some momentum. They felt they could do it. Unfortunate not.
At the same time, we're talking as if like these picks counted Vici Gaming. It was Vici Gaming who, after they got the Aegis and Cheese of the third Roshan, they took Raxus. The game was in their hands, to me. That was a case where, if anything, Vici's gaming strategy worked out well. It was that one fight which decided absolutely everything when they had the Aegis and Cheese and the Doom Refresher came into play. We never saw Ty get a Refresher Ravage off. He got doomed in that last fight, and that was where everything went wrong. He got doomed, he hung around, and he was the one here who did not have buyback. If he has buyback, or if he got doomed and got ignored, he could have just backed off, ran back to base, and guess what? Cloud9 don't get a Rax. Yep. All they needed was the Tide to have buyback. That was the deciding moment.
It was the only mistake that Vici did, was how to disengage from getting the Rax. You know, you've got a Clockwork with BKB, you had Skywrath with BKB, but even if you just use like Fenrir or somebody who actually was like last out,
the thing
a
is
Fissure and everyone disengaging could have been enough, because those buybacks were crucial.
To me, it was all mind games, because Cloud9, when Vici Gaming was pushing, they put no resistance.
Yeah, but that was the point. That was their mistake.
They couldn't put resistance.
Of course,
so that's the thing.
because they needed to do the Tide. If they didn't do the Tide, they would lose the fight immediately, and the Tide was protecting himself so well. So they're like, okay, Vici Gaming felt overconfident. They were, okay, we're taking this. Clearly, C9 cannot take this fight. They're going to let us back away easily.
Yeah, but that was their one mistake. That was it. Vici Gaming didn't disengage well.
That was probably the best decision making from Cloud9 of the whole tournament. Being like, we can't defend that Rax, let it fall, and then just punishing them so hard that they actually finished the game after that. It was insanely good.
It was still like, if they don't get the Tide, if the Tide doesn't die there, it's still like Cloud9 don't even get a counter Rax. Sure, they win that fight, but Death Prophet and Luna buyback, they have Tide support. And then Vici Gaming have a Rax advantage, and it's at most a 50-50 game. Vici Gaming with a Rax advantage.
Just imagine if they would have went on Vici Gaming when they were actually uphill getting the Rax. It would have been a disaster for them.
They lose the game.
Yeah, exactly. So.
But also with Vici disengaged better and got out, and they just had that Rax advantage, it could have been a disaster for Cloud9, because that Luna could get really out of hand. You know, Super's not like too much of a deal, I would say. Certainly it adds a lot, but really, they were, sorry, not Super, they were looking at the Luna player, who I'm going to look up. I can't remember. Sylar, of course. Yeah. But he, definitely could have been getting out of hand if they had a clean disengage with a buyback.
Disengaging versus the track, movement speed bonus, and the Doombringer, the Skywrath, the Clockworks. It's really hard. They have so many spells to catch, actually, Vici Gaming. It's really, really difficult for them.
Do we have a replay of that last fight, Bruno?
We don't have it ready, unfortunately, no. Okay. We probably will see it at the top 10 tomorrow, because it was an amazing fight. The thing about this is, remember Vici Gaming, these guys came 12-3 on the group stage. They were first, they were unbeaten. Now they're one game from being eliminated from the tournament. How must it feel for these guys?
Definitely think the pressure's there, but in terms of what they can do, I'm pretty sure they're very confident that they can still take the next series, because they've lost this particular strat. You know, the over amount of vision that the Bounty Hunter gave with Pylite Die, the excellent kind of off lane you get when you actually put some pressure with Bounty, that the Clockwork can help in the mid game. And then when your Clockwork's just being everywhere on the map as a threat, your Meepo and your Doom are able to farm, right? That's a big problem. If you can remove that kind of off lane success, and maybe that hero, the push strat is still dangerous, and then Cloud9 are going to be like, okay, now we need to counter, a push strat without what we've been able to be successful with, because they've done this strat versus Na'Vi, and they were successful versus Na'Vi's push.
I don't think Vici Gaming is going to feel pressured about that first game, because, the second game, the first game of the day, just because of the fact that when you lose a standard game with standard picks, that might pressure you, because you were like, we played bad, but they faced the Meepo, and that's really not common, especially for Chinese teams. It's never picked there, and they might have underrated the Meepo's damage, and just Sing Sing played amazingly well. So they might I'm pretty sure we're going to see the Meepo banned in the second phase of the late game. It might happen, But on the other hand, I say that, and I remember that Vici Gaming was one of the few teams to actually give the Meepo to Fnatic when they were using it on Excalibur and try to counter it with FY, just playing Lich or Ghanaims or whatever they wanted to do. So it's actually not sure. I'm looking forward to see if they're scared of that hero now.
I want to see FY on his Sand King again. I think even that hero is enough sometimes for the AoE and the initiation that they need.
He played amazingly well on THG. We didn't see him because the Sing Sing was just, you know, all over the place, but he played amazingly well with those ice passes.
Yeah, and even if, first of all, if C9 really wants a Meepo, they can get it in the first phase. It doesn't really, I mean,
well,
wow.
Let's get into the game and see if it happens.
Cloud9 versus Vici Gaming. Game 3.
Into the draft we go, and Vici Gaming are going to get Razor off the bat, which frees up the Shadow Shaman, which normally goes over to Aoi. And hopefully we see Pylai die on something like a Nerf Shaker Sand King as well. He plays very well with those heroes that actually have team fights, and he's able to kind of throw himself at the team for the greater good. Both teams here playing for the tournament lifeline. I put a blue jacket and shirt on, not biased at all.
I just noticed. Until you mentioned that, I just looked and I'm like, wait, what's going on?
Yeah. And
I'm cheering for all teams on the other hand.
You've got all the cover.
That's the thing about first pick in this tournament. I feel like it's way more, like it's way stronger than second pick, because every time it forces a Lycan ban, and then it opens up for like they were banning Razor the whole time, and now they couldn't, and they gave Vici Razor because they don't want to give them Lycan. And the other thing that changed actually is just Cloud9 not wanting to give away the Doom. In the first game of the series, they gave it, they lost, so now they're like, that was a mistake.
I think Cloud9 has to be happy. They get Shadow Shaman and Nature's Prophet. These two heroes can create a lot of space no matter which three heroes you play right now. I mean, they can still go for the Meepo if they feel so inclined, but they can go pretty much whatever, because if they don't have the team fight, they can always cut the split push. And Cloud9, they've proven that strategy to work many times.
Yeah, I mean, Seb talked a lot about the mind games in a draft in a BO3 series. We saw it with Game 1 to Game 2 especially, where there was just small little tweaks. This is, to me, is a big tweak. The one big thing which changed, Vici Gaming, this is the first game they're on the Radiant side, so one of the teams kind of switched up their preference as Radiant Dire. It did mean Vici Gaming had to ban the Visage, because Cloud9 with second pick can pick Visage Drow in the first stage if they want to.
Exactly.
Vici Gaming didn't want to go against it, but as a result, they were guaranteed either Razor or Doom because they had first pick on the Radiant side.
Yeah, now it's really up to them to see what they want to get. I mean, they have the Shadow Shaman, sure, and the Nature's Prophet, but those heroes are not really good versus Razor, in my opinion. They're single target heroes, and Razor does really well against that. He's also difficult to gank early on, and Nature's Prophet might be looking for ganks, so let's see. Right now they reveal nothing, obviously. We're really early in the draft. It's actually very interesting that Vici Gaming plays on Radiant for once. Yeah.
I think it's going to signal that they're not going to go for one of these 5-man push shots. I think they're actually going to get Sylar a Morphling, some kind of a hard carry. Super on the Razor is just kind of a good kind of tanky hero to have in the front lines and give space for Sylar to do what he can do. So even like an Anti-Mage, not to say, I mean, I think it's too early in the draft to call an Anti-Mage, but Sylar to me, the only player who can still pull off the Anti-Mage.
He's the only one really in the tournament thus far that's been picking up in the group stages those kind of TI2 heroes, as you mentioned, the Morphling, the Anti-Mage, and he's played them amazing. Like, I think his Morphling stats are just like almost like 4-0, 6 and 1 now.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. The thing about these and going for a late game hero like Anti-Mage is that Cloud9 will be able to push fast and early. If Cloud9 executes well, and if you have a hero that doesn't really contribute to the early game, you run into the risk that 20-25 minutes into the game, you run out of tier 2 towers. And when you are into that position, then suddenly farming is much harder, you lose map control. If you go super late game against a lineup that has the Shadow Shaman and Nature's Prophet, you really have to have 4 other heroes that can stop the push really effectively.
Well, I want to try to explain the Prophet pick. I mean, obviously it's a good hero having with Rasta. Bone 7 plays it really well, but I think one approach Cloud9 might have is that any offlane can do well on the Radiant side because of just how it is. You can send a Clockwork, it's going to get a lot. You can send a Tidelander. And Prophet does well, or is effective on the offlane. We saw Funny getting completely shut down on the Elder Titan on the Dire side. Prophet won't get shut down. He's going to do what Prophet does, regardless if he's Radiant or Dire. So that might be Cloud9's reasoning. because they look to put a lot of emphasis on their offlane, right? You see Pylai training Hellbolt 7, so that might be why they get Prophet that early.
That's why they even like send Pylai to protect him in the offlane. They make Bone 7 is a key player for initiating. He's not that offlaner who gets as little farm as possible, just gets the levels, gets like a late Blink Dagger on a Centaur, whatever it may be, but he needs farm, he needs to have a high impact. Like the BKB last game on Clockwork was cool, so again, they'll make sure he can actually get something done with the Prophet.
And here's the Meeple man.
Yeah. One could say that even Bone 7 might be the player of the tournament for Cloud9. No disrespect to anyone else. Seeing Eternal Envy, they played amazingly. Pylai Dia now with the two supports have been great. But Bone 7 is the guy. You saw that in the previous game when they were pushing. He was just standing against 4 heroes in the fountain. Here I am. You shall not pass.
When he's comfortable and when he plays well, it's almost like he doesn't know he's in the international in terms of, like, we've seen him on the Batrider, push for that last hit for the first blood when he had 6 stacks of sticky napalm. We see him on the Clockwork, go for those plays, and this is, what we've known him to be. Like, I always felt that Bone 7 and Sing Sing were very much kind of the 2 cores that you could always rely on, that would always play well no matter how stressful the game was for Cloud9. And he's definitely bringing it today and throughout the tournament. So the final bans for round 2 are over, and we have a Brewmaster for some team fights.
That's a really good pick. Death Prophet is still available if they want to grab it. We've said how good it was versus Brewmaster. And obviously it's a hero Vici Gaming uses.
Hear me out. Earthshaker and Lich, 2 very defensive supports.
Yeah.
I mean, Lich, you want to stay in the lane, you want to get that sacrifice, get the level. Earthshaker, yeah, you can roam, but you need something else, and Lich is not the best pair for that. If I'm Cloud9, I'm looking at this, I'm going to see, okay, this is probably going to be very static laning, maybe a 2-1-2.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Maybe get a jungler, maybe get something to punish the fact that they are being so...
Enchantress is insanely good for Cloud9 right now. That's a really good point. It's insanely good. They can destroy the lanes because Vici has nothing to counter-initiate. They have the Shaker, but that's not going to be enough. If Cloud9 is looking to dive towers, it's going to be really hard for Vici to... I think Cloud9 is really, really happy with the way the draft is going right now.
Yeah, they've definitely gotten what they want. I think the Brewmaster helps them actually break these towers too. Just having that threat of his initiation forces... Great against the Earthshaker. It's so hard to actually protect towers when there's a threat of a Brewmaster blink in. So
I think a lot of it will come down to what Vici will pick up as their hard carry for Sylar. I think that's the big pick.
One hero that wasn't banned here is the Pugna. It's the first time Vici can actually grab it if they want to.
I don't think they will, because they're on the Radiant side. Their push right now is so lacking. Like, without the Shadow Shaman, without something else to go with the Pugna.
Yeah, that for sure. But I still think it's viable. I mean, it's really good versus both Prophet and Rasta, and the Death, like the Nether one, just gonna do work. Might not be the best pick, I agree.
The thing is, if Vici Gaming goes Pugna and I'm Cloud9, I just split push because you have the capability to trade pretty much the same speed.
Yeah, that's the greedy pick.
That's the greedy pick. Yeah.
Vici Gaming are going to just fight greed with greed. I think they pick up the hard... Well, I don't know if they're picking a hard carry now, but they're going to go Morphling, Anti-Mage, maybe Luna. I think Morphling or Anti-Mage is better. And then they're offlane of RTK. I think they may just grab a Batrider here. I think Batrider, you need an initiation. Earthshaker's kind of your sit-back, counter-initiate with Fissure. Razor isn't going in first. They're going to go Morphling. I think Cloud9 want to ban the Batrider, though, for RTK.
Yeah.
Cloud9's draft is amazing, to be honest. Like, it's going to be really hard for Vici Gaming to fight them unless the lane goes really wrong for actually Cloud9. But now Envy's hero, if it's not Brewmaster, will have to be something that counters the Morphling. It's all they need. They have the Hex from Rasta. Might not be enough, but if they have control for the Morphling in the fights, they might be looking really well.
You might even want, if you're Vici Gaming, to bring back something really old school in the Beastmaster in the offlane. I mean, again, you're playing Radiant, so you can actually get something out of it. You can stack the Ancients while at the same time getting something out of the jungle. And again, against the Enigma, you want all the possibilities to stop that black hole as possible. So
to me, Batrider is just kind of like a better version of a Beastmaster, though, assuming it's still in the pool.
The big problem for Vici Gaming right now is that they're going to be facing a lineup with many summons, the trees, the Eidolons, the Necro 3 probably from Prophet, and they have nothing to deal with that. They have no BKB hero. Razor is not going to clear Necro 3 with his BKB, I mean, not early on. And Morphling is not really good at doing that because he has low stats if he wants to go for the shotgun build. So they need something to actually clear summons, in my opinion, Vici Gaming.
Oh, and they're running out of time. They have only 4 seconds in reserve time.
And something to initiate.
That's a good ban.
Cloud9 need a disable.
I like the Weaver ban. Envy plays a lot. It's good at sieging towers and also just playing that Cloud9 split push style of play.
I wonder what Envy's going to play here. Maybe even Bone Fletcher isn't. Maybe Bone Fletcher isn't bad with the fights or Orchid versus the Morph King. The Kings would be really good for them, I think.
I mean, you can go really wild here. The thing is that you have to worry about is that if you get to late game, that Morphling is going to have so much armor and so much HP that you need a carry that can really, really fight that. You cannot go with something that just gets the job half done. On the other hand, you will have a lot of disable to work with it. So as long as you can get a high DPS, maybe a glass cannon, they can even decide and go for the Drow Ranger here.
I think Drow, like even something like an Ursa, if you want some actual damage output to like blow up a Morphling, like you're on dire side. You have the Roshan taking abilities. You don't.
I think Bone Fletcher is really awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, Luna.
Oh, it's going to be a Luna.
Okay.
Not too hot, but at the same time,
you're going to get those towers.
Yes,
that's what's going to be important here.
They also want Envy on a hero he's comfortable with. End of the day, like this is elimination on the line. You don't want to go something too much of a fringe pick.
Yeah, I've been thinking Clinks with Orchid is, you know, a pick that we just haven't seen enough of, you know, if at all, because just having that ability to kind of, you know, put a constant fear in your opponent when you farm lanes is huge, because if people get too comfortable, especially teams like VG Gaming, they can get into their rhythm and it's hard to break them. So Clinks, you know, can break them, but the last pick,
that's a core Venomancer.
Yeah,
it has to be Venom.
Okay.
That's very interesting.
I highly favor Cloud9.
Yeah, me too. I have to say.
Well, last game we favored VG Gaming from the draft. So who knows why we're on the panel. So let's get into the game. It looks like the players are just picking, because he Sing Sing picked up the Brew, Eternal Envy on his Luna. Most of the team of Vici are getting their heroes, so they're playing for their tournament life here. If you lose this, you're out of the international. Win this, you'll move on to the next round, one step closer to facing Evil Geniuses as our final game today, and potentially moving on to the grand final. Still possible for both teams. Let's find out who will take it as we send it to the commentators.
Thank you very much. We are here for our final deciding game, Cloud9 versus VG Gaming for the International 2014. I'm W1, joined by Lumi. And Lumi, how do you feel about the draft, man?
You know, I don't think the draft matters at all, because considering what we just witnessed, but in a more serious note, it's a very interesting to see ROTK go back on the Venomancer. We've seen them do...
Dire side. Dire side.
They have the Ring of Basilius.
This is level 1.
Okay, so as they're watching this, and guys, shh.
It's a secret, all right?
Envy told me after they saw VG Gaming eliminate Titan in Game 3, he said that was disgusting. If I have a chance, I'm gonna do the same to them.
Really?
That's what he told me. I was like, nah, you're not gonna do that.
Well, it looks like he's going to try it. And like, who's going to scout this out?
It's going to get scouted.
Like ROTK
it's going to get scouted.
Okay, so Roshan's halfway through. Does he go Plague Lord level 1? How does this work? Now, Z9, they walk out. They have a good Gale out. And Sing Sing, very low on life. They're going to kill him off by the field. They've got a fish to kill. Envy, he's in trouble. Waveform up. Envy, one more attack. He's going to go down too. The Eidolons are still fighting this one out, however, but the Frost Blast really hurting hard on Pylai Dai. The Convergence try to force him back with VG Silo. Waveforms of cooldown, and he's coming in. Pylai locked on the tree line. He's down 3 for 0 in favor of VG Gaming. The level 1 Roshan getting scouted out. It's still at half-life, and C9 are already moving off their lanes. This was a catastrophe.
So this is why Envy should have listened to me and not gone for the level 1. Let's actually look at, it's not just the first blood, it's not just the 3 kills, it's the fact that they have horrible starting items. Eternal Envy on the top lane has, what, a Ring of Basilius, no stats, no real stats that he needs. Shadow Shaman has wasted that self and still died, and he's got Shackle level 1, not exactly the best laning spell. Meanwhile, Brewmaster, well, it's not too bad for him, but he's definitely not rushing for the quick bottle. The trouble is beginning for Cloud9.
Okay. Obviously not great giving 3 kills away, but at the same time, I still feel like C9's draft here is a little bit more, well, stable as far as coming into this mid-game. Mainly because I'm feeling so much pushing power coming out from their lineup that I don't think VG Gaming can repel it. Now, Pilot, you're right, he went Shackle's first level, not the greatest thing in the world, but when he gets the Shackle out, the vision has to come from Fenrir, and Envy will just try and force Super off this lane. They'll have to burn through a couple of these consumables, though, and that's actually going to leave Envy completely bone dry. But yeah, the way C9 goes, because remember, they're still running a dedicated jungler. You still got Aoi 2000, he's inside the jungle, he's going to get these nice quick levels over on the Enigma. You got Bone 7 off lane going up against ROTK. Now, Venomancer versus Nature's Prophet, always a fun, interesting lane to watch, especially when you went Gale first level Venomancer. So all he's got is basically the slow and poison sting. No early wards coming out, which means Bone7's got technically a slight advantage if he can get to the phase boots in enough time. And then he goes Sing Sing in middle lane. Sure, he needs bottle. Morphling rush to Wraith Band, so his bottle's going to be a little bit more delayed than before. So they still, I think, have a lot going for him here, C9. The problem is when stuff like this happens on top lane. Fischer, all he can do is shock and die.
I think Vici Gaming is adjusting to this early game very well. They're saying, you know what? You got Enigma in the jungle, you're playing passive, you're playing greedy. Even though it's not exactly the most standard thing, we're going to go offensive trialing with Lich. Normally Lich, you want to sit back and be defensive and you keep sacrificing creeps and whatnot, but at the end of the day, he still has a very intense nuke, especially when he took it for that level 1 engagement. So now Cloud9's down behind 4 kills. Envy's not really hitting many creeps. In fact, he's one of the lower farmer as a core. And really, I'm not exactly sure where Cloud9's going to make their mid-game strike. I think if you're Cloud9 at this point in the game, you just keep standing there and just, like, the storm's going to come at you, right? You just keep taking it, and hopefully you're going to find a safe haven and then strike back. But
oh, FY. he's being a nuisance to Aoi. He just stole one of the big centaurs from him. Aoi was in range, so...
top lane, Fissure.
Yeah, Envy's on the other side of it, though. And with boots as well as Ring, he can easily turn a little bit in there into Fenrir. While on bottom lane, ROTK, this is a nice little rotation coming out from C9. So they push Pylai down to this bottom lane to go up against the Venomancer with Bone7. I'm not 100% sure what they're trying to achieve from this, however. Like, if it was harassment to maybe get a kill on the Veno, that would be fine. But I don't see him helping the lane to be won.
Yeah, Veno's actually fairly tanky at this point with the boots as well as a ton of armor on him, so... Well, Cloud9 is, maybe it's going to be up to Bone7 again to set up some kills, because Prophet is one of those heroes early on could make the kills that really can happen. So we'll see if he's going to be teleporting in, or maybe he's going to just rush for the straight, you know, standard Prophet stuff.
Aoi's life just got really hard. Fenrir came up and put two wards inside the jungle.
Again, if that level 1 fight had not happened, these kind of gold would not occur, and you cannot really ward off the enemy jungle like this.
It's a hilarious thing too. You actually look at who got the kills from it. It was 2 on Earthshaker, 1 over on the Lich, and now 1 on the Venomancer. Obviously, the Earthshaker one got to come a little bit later, which was the Shadow Shaman, which is where his second one came in. But you really don't have, apart from like, well, RTK as their core, getting any kind of kills. Like, and he's down here on the bottom lane, so you know he's going to get farm anyway.
I think unless you're rushing for Midas, I'm personally more inclined to have my kills on supports. To get their boots earlier, to get them a little bit more active, the fact that they could de-ward, or ward off the enemy camp, for example, I think those are the more bigger plays. Yeah, it's always nice to have more gold on your carry, but your carries are dedicated farmer, and they're going to get the gold regardless. That's how I see it, but obviously it comes down to personal preference. I think the fact that Fenrir was able to pick up boots first has really allowed them to set up that extra kill on the top lane as well. And right now, you can see that Vici Gaming is playing it very passively as the draft is dictating them too, but they have the lead. They can play passively. They don't need to do anything. Mid lane.
Yep, having crack at Sing Sing with a Frost Blast, but Sing Sing is very tanky. So it's just ended up being a little bit of a waste of abilities, and it's kind of exposed Super a little bit more on this top lane. At the same time, Super is 18-10 up against a 9-for-4 Eternal Envy. This is not the start Luna was searching for. He won't have high arms, he won't have Ring of Aquila, ready for the time when now he's ready to push with level 3 conversions, but now he's actually lost 3 of his camps in his jungle. This Observer Ward is even blocking the pull point here. This is really problematic for Cloud9. They have got to turn this, and they've got to turn it quick, or else this game's over. Fenrir, Fischer top lane, he gets on Eternal Envy with the Plasma Field. Super, not enough damage to finish the job.
Yeah, a little bit of miscue coming out from Vici Gaming. They needed FY to get in range with a Frost Blast, and then they would have easily gotten that kill. So Cloud9, I think their comeback will begin once we start getting the level 6s. Pylai is going to be absolutely key, and he's going to get backstab. Pylai running into the trees, and he's not getting there.
The rock wall came up, couldn't get himself in, and that means he's backed up. I suppose the upside is Eternal Envy didn't go down. But this gives now a 5-0 advantage in favor of VG Gaming. And RTK, he's just having himself the time of his life. He's got 4 points up in his Plague Wars.
They're looking for a backstab on RTK. TPO happening on the bottom, and trees are being made. It's a line of trees. Can he actually make it there? The Wrath Nature is going to hit. They're shackling him up, but RTK says, man, I'm going to try to tank as much as I can. Highlight die, though. He's dropping precariously low. Finally, Cloud9 gets on board.
Yeah, he came underneath 5 level 4 Plague Wards on that bottom lane. He knew he was going to take damage for that one, but a very smart play by Cloud9. They realized with the proper TPing in behind, he can make an opening. In the meantime, Envy, more visions for him on the top lane. No, but they came for the perfect pincer. And now Pylai die, he's actually giving him the space. So Bone7 takes the ancient area, and this will try and push level 6 out of Pylai die. And then C9 can do what their lineup was meant to do. And that's push down towers. Aoi, he's moved down to the Radiant jungle because obviously his is useless. So he'll push out the tier 1 tower on the bottom lane with the Mass Serpent wards and then lay stake to the Vici Gaming jungle.
Yeah, I really like the fact that Cloud9's dedicating more to the supports in the core. We saw that last game, it was Aoi getting much of the safe lane as it was Eternal Envy that was jungling for the most part. And same thing here, Pylai Dice level 6, like you pointed out, is the key.
RTK, is he going to give this one a shot? Malifus, Aoi just getting out of here. He's not taking anything for granted. And RTK, well, he's still be careful. These conversions pump out a lot of damage, even if you do have yourself a ring. It's going to be way too much for him to deal with. He's actually losing his Plague Wars to the Army of Convergence, even cancelling the Clarity.
Nice micro.
Yep. Yeah. Caught out Fender on the way down, but it does reveal the fact that there is an Observer Ward watching him.
Looks like they're thinking about setting up a gank up top. Somebody pinged the Razor. Looks like, are they going to make it go? There's Prophet TP if they're going to go for it.
Too far back. Now he's in the right position. They can go for a Sprout.
Never mind. Very dangerous to TP right next to the T1, where the Earthshaker come in and just essentially wreck their 2-man lineup.
But with the Wrath of Nature, you'd have a lot of bonus damage to get that initial kill. That's how they got him down the bottom lane. RTK was quite tanky for here, considering all things.
Yeah, I think if you're a Cloud9 fan, the safe haven and the lucky thing to look at is the fact that the experience graph is quite even. And that's saying a lot since you have a 5-1 lead for Vici Gaming. It's really the Prophet as well as AI 2000 being able to pick up a lot of this experience in the jungle, whereas Vici Gaming, they're spending a lot of their supports rotating around, so their experience growth has really halted. Cloud9's playing the long game again.
Yes, and they know they can win at that one. Envy's in a little bit of trouble on the top lane, getting a lot of damage soaked out of him as the phase boost is allowing Super to keep up with it. He's going a long way under here. One attack may almost be enough for the bottle charge from Envy. Now Malifus on Aoi. Does he commit the black hole for this one? Super's on the run. One elusive beam from Envy in the tree line. Super's down. Shadow Shaman with a shot gets the kill. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Sing Sing and Sylar battling underneath the tier 1 tower. But he'll be fine for now. It's that bottom lane which has a lot of pressure also coming from Vici Gaming. They're going to see if they can take the tier 1 tower up against the defense of Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet's going to make some trees. He's going to try to drag him back and maybe, well, RTK is zoning him out. In fact, he says, you know what, forget it. Let's go for tower of trade. And if Cloud9 could get this tower without using Mass Serpent Ward, they could go for tier 2, but looks like they're going to commit and maybe defend their own tier 2. They see Sing Sing coming around on the bottom lane, so Sing Sing's got to be careful. He has mana for split.
But he can't do clamp and split though. This is the problem for him. So he just goes straight for the split. He wants FY. FY is going the tree line. RTK's here, so he sends RTK up. Aoi, he's still got Black Hole, and he's got to actually wait for the Venomancer to drop. He's still spinning up and then back into the Black Hole. Most of that duration was actually wasted. Has to move back from the Plague Wars too. And RTK, Aoi.
He hit the ward.
He's hit the ward.
Oh, okay.
Sing Sing knew it was there. He just waited it out a little bit longer. And that's also the downside about using Gale, having those dot damages.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication coming up from the Cloud9 players. Sing Sing needed to dispel that Cyclone with his Storm. And it didn't really matter because he was disabled essentially, but would have did that extra like 10-20 damage that Black Hole provides. Was close, was close.
T1 Town now is claimed by Vici Gaming. With all that movement to the bottom lane, it still becomes like 2 Tier 1 towers down in favor of Vici Gaming. Should also be very, very concerned when I see Envy walking back at that very, very low life. But Bone7, man, he's now inside the Radiant jungle. If Enigma couldn't be there before, he'll be there now.
Yeah.
There's Vici Gaming who are the ones they're taking more towers. They're actually pushing into the Tier 1 tower in the mid lane using Plague Wards to slow the creep wave out. So their next one can come underneath the Tier 1 tower. This allows more Plague Wards from RTK just to focus down the Tier 1. And C9 are not ready to fight. With no Black Hole, with no Mass Serpent Wards, they're not in the position to try and force a team fight. So they have to keep the split push game going and not lose too much map control.
Yeah, I think the big thing to point out is that Vici Gaming, not only are they up 5,000 gold, and they're about to push a tier 2. Look at the gold disparity on the carries. Sylar's got 82 CS, Luna's got 22. Eternal Envy is behind 60 creep kills in 10 minutes. That is absolutely crazy. So
Sing Sing's looking in that middle lane. He's looking to catch out any kind of stragglers. And look at the damage on Fenrir with the clap, the hex, the Lich Train Frost going up to Sing Sing. It doesn't bounce again, but Pylai die. He'll go out. Super towards the front line. Sing Sing needs one more attack. There it is, but Super. Malibus Stun's going to kill him off. He'll die underneath the tower with the Mass Serpent Wards while now Eternal Envy turns on the Eclipse. He was right next to Kuri. He's pinging the fact that ROTK is inside the tree line, but ROTK, he's got mech as well. He's got enough life points to survive this one, or does he? Where is that mech charge? He's holding on to it, turns for the gale Envy. It's going to slow him down, but it's only a level 1 point in it, so there's no damage coming out. Now he turns, Malibus done, no mana for elusive beam. The Fisher, it kills off Eternal Envy. Fenrir arrives at the right time. There's still an army of convergence in the middle lane, so VG Gaming cannot pursue Aoi 2000 here.
Great play from ROTK. He kept layering the wards such that Envy could not have bottle up. I mean, he had 2 bottle charges, I believe, at the start of that fight, and wasn't able to actually regen and not able to get those beams out. That was a big part of Envy's damage. So Envy, he got a couple kills there, traded his life away, but I think it's still a trade that he wants because most of the gold was reliable on him, and he was able to pick up a ton of items. But the problem still remains for Cloud9 is Sylar is getting completely out of control. Sure, there is eventually a Blink Dagger on Shadow Shaman such that he could get that Blink Hex off, but I think well beyond that, I think Lincoln Sphere will come out before Pylai even has a crack on that dagger.
Yeah, you're right about that, man. But at the same time, I'm not seeing the Morphling as the primary focus at this point. They've got to be out of control off ROTK. He's going to do more and more damage across the board. It's the same thing with the Razor.
Envy, he might be dead.
Yeah, they're going to jump him. Fisher, Frost Blast, Waveform, and then one last attack coming in from Sylar. That'll get a quick and easy kill. While Sing Sing, he's looking towards ROTK on the bottom lane. Blink out, gets the clamp. He might, well actually the split won't work in time. He waited just a little bit too long, so a nice TP out by ROTK. While now rotation from Super towards the top lane. Might be looking for Bone 7. You've also got Enigma inside the jungle, and he's there with the TP scroll, but it's Bone 7 who's being initiated on. Fisher, Waveform, Placerfield, Bone 7 gets nuked.
And Super picking at one now. Sylar's going to go for the very safe item choice. He's going to go for the Lincoln Sphere. This might be one of those games you go straight shotgun and just keep killing stuff, but he doesn't really need to. He's just going to get tanky and push towers with the rest of his teams.
C9's getting really, really cheeky with this kind of stuff. Aoi, he's making an army of conversions, trying to keep them alive and get a little more of them, and then just try and, backdoor the tier 1 tower, keep them looking behind themselves. Because this creep wave is now gone from VG. They had 3 heroes in the top lane looking
Prophet's
to bring down the
teleporting
tier 2.
They're going for a backdoor T1.
They can take it.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Teleport out Bone 7.
But with the conversions as well as the treants, it was more than enough. Sylar couldn't stop it.
And they forced the TP back from Sylar, so small victories here and there.
He didn't have a replicant to bounce back to the other lanes either, so yeah, a little bit of time being wasted for him. Even these trees just splitting different ways and pulling that dire creep wave deeper into Radiant territory. While the rest of C9 prepare to push on the bottom lane. Mass Open Wards are off cooldown again for Pylai Die. So either we look for more towers, including the tier 1 tower in the middle lane, or Roshan has to be flagged again here for C9. Remember, they do still have that dire side advantage, and they have to see if they can capitalize on that. Bone 7, not where you want to be, man. Sprouts on Sylar, no waveform though. So what's he doing? He doesn't want to attack him. Is this meant to be like a mercy plea? I don't attack you, don't attack me. Waveform, Bone 7 step. One last attack, Sylar's got him.
He didn't want to attack because as soon as he attacked, he would have provided vision to Sylar.
Sing Sing, a little bit of trouble for him in the middle lane.
Frost, wow.
It's going to be used. It'll bounce down, but Sing Sing, I don't know if there's going to be enough damage to kill him off. He needs that Blink Dagger on cooldown. Yep, there goes Split. Pylai's coming in, and the Eclipse from Envy. Maybe Super and FY underestimated this power of C9. Midnight Pulse and Malibus, there goes FY.
They could go Roche right now. They have Mass Serpent Ward.
Yep.
They're right next to it.
ROTK's in the neighborhood, but yeah, you're right. Roshan's the best target for him. Sylar's still going to be farming up that top lane. Doesn't want to come and fight this one. Fenrir may rotate over, but what's he really going to do? Prophet, they're looking for the pickoff. It's ROTK in the river. Lucid being to start with. ROTK still going to tank over.
Blocks!
He summons the blocks in time. ROTK throws the ulti out. They need to get the kill on him, and they got it. There's more support coming in. It's Fenrir. He's got Echo Slam and Fissure. Throws the Fissure out. Remember, they're low on life here, but the mech charge will go, and Envy just bails. So does Bone 7. Pylai Die. He's coming up towards the high ground, but he will back up as well.
Even though they got a kill on the ROTK, I think that was a trade that VG Gaming would have liked more, right? You'd rather give a kill on Venomancer than have the enemy to get the Roshan. So even though it was a kill for Cloud9, I think Cloud9 actually got the worst trade.
with the 3 kills that are there, they can go for Roshan at any point. But I suppose you're right in a way, sure, you don't give away the Aegis to the Immortal, that's a great thing.
I think the burst of gold, and more importantly the burst of experience, is what really Cloud9 needs. So getting the Roshan is really the big price.
Envy is dead. It's literally that simple. He's going to get Frost Blast, he's going to get now, in fact, Eye of the Storm being committed as well. That's some heavy commitment there from VG Gaming, and they're going to force us into the tower now.
Will they though? Look at Sing Sing. I mean, he's pushing the left side of the map again.
Yeah, he's up there at the tier 2 tower.
So where's the creeps?
After they lose this one, they got nothing left. But the creep wave was already here, so they've got to keep the attack going, but they have to just tag out the damage here. And it looks like Sila's going to be the main man to do it. They'll still take the tower, it just takes a little bit more time to do so.
Yep.
And there it is. Sylar will now TP back. The Master Serpent wants to commit to the bottom lane. And Sylar, the man of the defense, Lincoln Sphere getting triggered by that Wrath of Nature, so he doesn't have to take the damage from it. The Master Serpent wards are trying to focus him down, and the rest of C9 are nowhere near him. So he'll farm up all the Master Serpent wards, and that's also going to be a little bit of damage to the tier 2 tower on the bot lane.
We are getting to a point where VG Gaming is gaining more and more map control such that they could even take the Roshan at one point. So the fact that Cloud9 had that Roshan advantage, could not have taken it, might actually come back and bite them, because Master Serpent Ward does have a fairly long cooldown, sitting at 110 all levels, down to about a minute soon now for him. I like to see that Cloud9 just make a play around the pit.
Well, they might have to give it a shot, but get rid of all this warding first. They got some nice wards of their own, but there's that Observer ward in middle lane that's watching their movements perfectly. And do we have anything even resembling money for a gem? Doesn't look like it, not even a Sentry ward to boot for all of C9.
Yeah, they're just so poor. Again, I have to compare the farm rate of Sylar and Eternal Envy. Sylar sitting at 150, Envy sitting at 47. What was a 60 creep lead is now 100. I mean, how do you expect Envy to do anything in this game for his team?
You can't expect him to do anything, not until he has the security of an Aegis the Immortal. Pilot Eye is coming down here. I don't know if this is meant for like a courier snipe or something.
I think they're looking for a backstab on Sylar, or Super up top.
Well, they can get it.
It's got Eclipse.
Yeah, they've got it. They should have this.
They need a TP.
Here comes the Prophet. Pilot Eye's moving up the lane as well. There's just Sprout, and the Eclipse will go. They need the Hex before Super can TP out, and there it is from Pilot Eye. 46 seconds on the sideline. They're moving RTK as well as Sylar towards the top lane to try and deal with this, but RTK, he's all the way up in the river. The pings are coming out, it's not from the Dire side, and there's a smoke movement, in fact. C9 will 4-man smoke out here, and maybe they can find themselves an opening to get either a kill or they think about Roshan again. And this is VG Gaming without a Razor. Sylar getting spotted out by the army of conversions. And now go RTK in the middle lane. The bottom lane might be there, but it's going to be all on the RTK. Venomancer, you'll have to trigger off the mech here. No more Lucid Beam of Valor with the Shackles and the Hexes. They get another core of VG Gaming on the sidelines. While Sylar again TP's in, double damage runes there. And the rest of C9 are just backing up because they are still coded in the Venomancer ultimate.
Bone7 was having a tree and chasing a courier around, and he was thinking about teleporting in to get the courier kill, but looks like he decided against it. And then, again, I think it's fine for Vici to lose a Veno to counter Roshan. I'm not so sure about that.
Is this going to be like second time round, like RTK keep sacrificing yourself in the mid lane, saying, "Hey, look over here, will you please kill me?"
Well, I'm sure it's not an intended play, because you'd never want to purposely lose a hero, but that's kind of how it worked out.
Especially when he keeps slowing up his Aghanim Scepter, it's not really a great thing for him. The Courier, Bone7, he's going to snipe it out right now. The Courier, where's it moving?
Oh,
it's moving over the tree line now. Bone7, one attack.
Make sure he sprouts.
Do something. The Sprout's too late. The Courier is away. He had an Observe ward, but I think Bone7 wasn't really intending to find a Courier there.
I think what he expected was the Courier just to fly straight back to base, and his hero would have stood and killed it, but
he didn't even move. there was literally no movement. Yeah. Sylar up on this top lane. He's going to TP himself out in time. While RTK is now to say, all right, I'll bring the gem over here and we'll get rid of that ward. So VG Gaming are going to try and establish map control with that gem purchase over on the Veno. It'll be a dangerous thing though if they lose it.
So the main ganking tool against the Morphling at this point is using your Wrath Nature, having it activate the Lincolns, and then teleport yourself in as Prophet and use that Orchid to silence. It's a lot to ask for, but you also need a teammate or two to actually deal the damage. I think Envy still has the highest amount of damage on the team, but so far Sylar is able to go wherever he wants, whichever part of the map he wants, and farm as much as he wants. So Sylar's farm will not be stopped, sitting at 188 coup kills now to MV 60. 120 lead. That's going to be the stats for the whole game. How much is Sylar leading by? Because right now he's not doing much, but once he picks up the Ethereal Blade, say goodbye to Paladai, say goodbye to Aoi, say goodbye to Bone 7 even. Bone 7 sitting at 830 health.
There's just no way to survive through all of this. Maybe that BKB that's on the way for Aoi 2000 might be enough, but at the same time, Super just finished his own BKB 21 minutes in on the Razor. So he's looking very, very strong, pushing the bottom lane. And they have a lot of heroes coming to that bottom lane too. What's coming out in the Courier? That's the BKB finally on its way. So they'll take out the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. Highlight Eye, unless he wants to commit his mass surf more to try and defend this, which I highly, highly doubt it. Because VG Gaming, they're just so strong in their team fight.
Looks like we're going to have a Courier pickoff. Can Bone? Bone make trees.
He makes trees. They actually even vision for it. He's got it.
Trees.
Got the Courier this time. Not caught napping.
This is why you always drop these deep wards in enemy jungle, because it gets you free Courier kills, but meanwhile, the bigger picture is that Vici is taking more and more towers. All 6 outer towers are gone. Meanwhile, Vici holds to 4 of their own. And that's really why they are holding on to a 5,000 gold lead. They should have a bigger lead, to be honest. But
yeah, they really
right now,
should.
Cloud9 is split pushing very well. Can they split push their way back into a contention, though?
And I wouldn't back. I wouldn't. I think they can. I think they can, especially when Envy has this kind of moment on the top lane.
If you could kill him
to get the kill though, Aoi 2000, he's gonna have to commit the black hole to ensure this kill. And now, well, Malifus, he's looking for the full eclipse. Maybe he's gonna let it go. He doesn't let it go.
They really need Raft first to break the Lincolns and then drop all of the other spells.
Bottom lane, Bone 7. Fissure, Fenrir, waits it out. Now Orchid, they got no stuns. The Lich ultimate is there, but he doesn't get it off in time. That would be the only thing that would have stopped that TP out from Bone 7.
Bone 7 is surviving, but every time I see him over the map, he's just using teleport scrolls, which is starting to cost quite a bit of money.
At the same time, as long as he doesn't die, it's
that will save you more money.
It's okay. It's keeping VG Gaming back. It's allowing Luna to recover. It's allowing Brewmaster, like Sing Sing. We haven't even seen him do anything. When was the last time we saw a Brew split? He's level 13. He's walking around with a Blink the Vlads as well as the Treads. They've still got the Roshan advantage, of course, being on the Dire side.
The air quote Roshan advantage, which they cannot take advantage of.
Yes.
I mean,
until Bone 7 is able to make him look behind him too much. And maybe that can happen. He's up to 1,600 gold. You get a Maelstrom on this guy, he can push really, really quickly. Maybe even in this game, a Desolator may be a nice choice.
Maybe he'll get a Blink to avoid the ganks. It depends on how he wants to take that fight. There is that Ethereal Blade.
VG Gaming, they're going to go in for this. They see Pylite. Yeah, they do. And they got him. E-Blade, he'll go down the plastic field.
That could be Roche.
Does he have buyback available? The answer is yes. But he's got nothing to TP out to. He's got tier 3 towers, and that's it. But the rest is C9. They're going to let Roshan go. Aoi and Envy are coming top lane, and they're going to try and force the tier 2 tower. There is, however, fortification for VG Gaming. So this is going to make life just a little bit more difficult for C9.
It's really hard for a single hero to TP into this because Black Hole is there waiting with Eclipse. But let's see if there's a glyph. It seems like VG Gaming is at least thinking about defending a tower.
Well, there's your first TP. ROTK is on the way back in. Morphling to one on the front lines. The tower, very low on life. The replica comes to the Brewmaster, comes away as Morphling will deny that tier 1 tower on the top, tier 2 tower on the top lane.
Cloud9 needs every bit of gold they can get their hands on, and that deny hurts so much. MV finally up to 2,200 gold. I think BKB has to be the item of choice to just stay alive. But again, you run into the issue of worse damage. So we'll see. Cloud9, I mean, we're at a very interesting game state such that both teams want to extend the game. Cloud9 wants to extend it because they have to, and VG has the much bigger lead and they have the better
Fenrir is about to kill Bone 7. Oh, he's TPing out at the last moment.
Yeah.
And Bone 7, well, I don't know if you get to see that animation of the totem stomp.
Right now, VG is going for the kill. They have the Aegis advantage. Let's go.
Well, they can give it a shot, man, but it's still taking heroes coming high ground up against the Black Hole Brewmaster split.
And the Serpent Wards.
Yeah, and the Mass Serpent Wards. Everything is up for C9, so they just triggered the Lincoln Spear to start with over on Sylar. You still got proper pushing at the bottom lane, but this will only last for so long. The E-Blade's also been popped already over on the Luna, and Envy's actually healing. They got no defense still. There's no glyph coming out. There's a movement coming from Sing Sing, but at the same time, these Plague Wards from RTK are perfectly positioned. He can't blink himself in. It's put it on cooldown, and Sing Sing, I don't think he's even going to get ready to clap. He has to split. Fenrir went for the stomp, and now the air goes just done. Out from the Earth Brewling, Super. Well, Envy, he's turned on the heat with the Eclipse Super. That BKB is protecting him. One more attack. RTK goes down.
Black hole!
Black hole from Howie with the Mass Serpent Wars with a fissure. Howie stunned up. He'll go down. There's your attack. Fenrir to go down as well. Shackles on Pylite die. FY is in range of the E-Blade. Trying to protect him there from Sylar. Bone Seven's on the run. It's a 3-for-2 trade-off for Sing Sing. Looking for one last clap. He's got 3 seconds on cooldown for it. And now being stabbed at strike. That damage taken away. Super. Looking for the kill. Sing Sing just claps the air. He can't reach the hero.
They see Envy.
Envy's out too far.
Envy needs to run. He needs to run. The shotgun's cooling down right now. The Serpent Ward's just going to provide a little bit of assistance. And it looks like Cloud9 will stay alive. But I think these two heroes could just walk up and start hitting the base. And I think, in fact, they will do that.
They're backing up. They did lose their tier 2 tower in the bottom lane during that. So the creep wave of C9 was able to take that advantage. So they still don't have the extra support.
It was a... Well... I mean, the Morphling's backing up, but he's got a replicant, and Envy can't actually walk up to it.
He's got enough line points to tank the shotgun blast. And Pilot I can just hex and get rid of it anyway.
Did a ton of damage to that range Rex. Cloud9 is barely hanging on this point. That last team fight was 5 kills for 3 with a buyback on top, and they lost a tier 3. And the 2 kills they got was... the 3 kills they got was on the 3 least important heroes. Sylar still has his Aegis, by the way. And he's up to yet another item, almost.
And that Aghanim Scepter's only 25 gold away. And with that up and running, you won't be seeing those Raxes surviving in the middle lane. They'll just go high ground, turn on the Eye of the Storm, and all of a sudden it's gone. Yeah. Eternal Envy, what's he really going to do against this? He's trying to build into a BKB. But again, we ask ourselves the question, where is the damage from C9?
Yeah, we saw Black Hole with the Mass Serpent Ward Trap essentially on top. But that wasn't enough. They needed Eclipse to hit essentially on both the cores, burst them down instantaneously almost. And there's just not enough damage in all of Cloud9 to do that. I think Cloud9 really has to dig deep and do what they always do so well, which is split push, but they just don't have the time. Here comes Sylar, here comes Vici Gaming.
Yep.
This could be the Rax. This could be the dream where it's over for Cloud9 and going home with 650,000, but they want more.
Well, let's see if they can take it, man. VG Gaming, up they come. There's your Eye of the Storm, and that range rack just evaporates. The fortification will protect him for the moment. Pilot Eye, he's got to commit his Mass Serpent Wars right now. Sing Sing jumps in for the clap. Needs to get the split off. E-Blade, he doesn't get the split off. Oh, this is troublesome. The buyback has to come out too. The Melee Rack's still alive for the moment. As the rest of VG Gaming just fall back a little bit further. They still have Aegis. Eye of the Storm cooled down 36 seconds, but it's actually still active. And they push up into the high ground. Owie, 26 seconds on his Black Hole. Midnight Pulse is not enough to stop this. They have to let the mid-ranks go. If VG Gaming overcommit here, then they might better make an opening. But maybe, okay, they force it. Brewmaster's already jumped on. He's throwing the Venomancer up and towards the end. Massive was it down as well as the Eclipse, but Luna died so quickly. And now Brewmaster, he's running out of Brewlings. He's setting more up in the air, taking out that Morphling. The Gale over towards Owie. Still 2 seconds with his Black Hole, but Fenrir cancels his movement. Same with the Tolman. Enigma's on the sidelines of VG Gaming. They're trying to actually fight around C9's, well, Mass Serpent Wars. Nice shot from Pylite Eye, but the Venomancer Rollerman, he's dead. There's not much fight left here for C9. Bone 7 and Sing Sing up on the high enough. Remember, they can move themselves down the bottom lane because the mid-racks is down, and of course the creep wave came in through that, so no backdoor protection here. And they go again for the Aghanim's Eye of the Storm. VG Gaming, it looks like they're on the winner's path right now. There goes your bottom racks completely. And they're coming over even further. The Morphling Replicant is just staring down Bone 7. 2 Raxes in favor here of VG Gaming.
VG Gaming looks unstoppable at this point. Maybe we're going to see a play from Bone 7 to start to rat bottom. It looks like they're going to go back. VG Gaming is going for the slow and the death by 1,000 cut. They're bleeding Cloud9 now.
Yeah, this is just no risk Dota. They know Black Hole's at least up. The entire team for C9 is also alive. Sure, there's no Brewmaster split, but you give it the respect it deserves. You're here in game number 3. If you lose this, you're out of the International 4. It's that simple. You do not take risk when there's that much on the line.
There's a smoke on Cloud9. I'm not sure if they're going to try to make a play off this. Maybe they're going to try to force as much ground on the lanes and try to go for Rat. Trying to Rat against 2 big lanes of creeps is so hard. What are they going for exactly, Cloud9?
This has to be a gank in the Radiant jungle. It's the only thing.
But, I mean, they're not smoking up. Maybe they're trying to go, but it's not going to be back for any time soon.
It's not even at the spawn, the potential spawn.
They're just
time.
walking out to farm.
A 5-man movement to make sure Envy can finish a BKB.
I almost felt like this game was just gambled at the Roshan pit. And Cloud9 lost the gamble.
But they've worked hard to try and drag it back again, but obviously VG Gaming was such a huge start, and with C9 not winning their lanes, the Luna lane was probably the most crippled one of all.
Right.
Like, Luna got little to nothing on that top lane, and an underfarmed Luna just dies really quickly during the engagements, and we saw it in the middle lane.
Is coming in against Bone 7. He needs to blink out. Oh, he blinked the wrong way!
Oh, wow. That's a huge kill. That's exactly the same time as C9 was coming out to try and find a kill. They needed his Wrath of Nature.
I think you're starting to see the players crack.
That's a replicant right there. That's not the real That's not the real Razor. RTK, there goes your Eclipse. Morphling actually arrives at the engagement. Shackles and Trap over on Fenrir. This is actually a really good fight so far for at least Cloud9 until in comes the Storm. The Eye of the Storm from Razor in the middle of the engagement. Everything's just splitting itself up a little bit further. C9 Sing able to blink himself up the river.
He has no TP. He needs to keep running. Sylar's not going to give chase. Great fight in the sense that they traded 2 for nothing, but they did commit the Mass Serpent War Trap. They still have Black Hole available though.
Yes, they do. Mass Serpent War Trap is perfect. Like, they got ROTK, they got the Earthshaker down. We still actually kind of have to remember too, there's a lot of weight on the shoulders here of both Sylar as well as Super, because you are still technically running a Venomancer. It's not a core, it's not a great damage dealing hero. Normally it's the items and his utility that makes him work so well, but he's got Aghanim's Blink Dagger as well as Mech. He is in a role which you could basically say is a support role right now.
I think the Lich is starting to be more of a core though. Look at his item progression. He's got an Orchids. He is hitting sort of fast. He's going to give the key silence. Also, we got to keep in mind that Black Hole will really never get like a 3 or 4 second Black Hole channel.
Bone 7's in trouble.
Yep, he's dead.
And look at the Orchid. The first one ever over on Lich helps to get him a kill over on the death on the Nature's Prophet on the bottom lane. And with Prophet down again being picked off.
Mid lane, shotgun, bang.
There once was a player called Envy.
That was not even on agility shreds. Didn't need an 8 extra agility. I mean, there's no buyback on Envy.
No. This is a big, big window of opportunity. This is top racks. It really should be top racks. If they can find also the jungling heroes of C9 inside their own jungle, they got more. Look at Sylar. He's inside the middle lane right now. He wants to just take the top racks, but he needs the creep wave to enter. The backdoor regeneration will protect it, or actually will it? No, the creep wave's in on the bottom too. Yep, no backdoor protection. They have to use fortification. 25 seconds. How much damage can VG Gaming dish out right now? There goes your tier 3 tower. They focus on the racks as well. Eye of the Storm is 2 seconds off cooldown, but here comes Sing as well as Pilot. One jumping, goes for the instant split. Fenrir, he'll get stunned up. Super sent up and towards the air. We're going to Morphling Replica killing off the range racks. It's the only racks that still exist right now, while ROTK dying in the middle lane. Bone 7 trying to TP himself out. There's so much poison on him. He's able to get himself back to base, throws out the Wrath of Nature, but the top lane is the Brewmaster who's going to go down. Envy, BKB, he doesn't even have Eclipse. He TP'd in 3 seconds. GG! Cloud9 say no more. Cloud9 say no more. VG Gaming will advance over Cloud9 to go into the lower bracket first final here of the International 4. And China is definitely reigning supreme in this competition.
Definitely a lot of emotion for both these teams. VG Gaming was seed number 1.
That they came out so well, and all of a sudden Newbie is just like, well, you're good, but you have to go down and play the hard road. And they've definitely done it. They've definitely done it. Game number 2, they were pushed so hard by Cloud9. All props to them for their play. But VG Gaming, they come out on top. They win the series 2-1, and we go back to the panel.
VG Gaming move on to the next round. Cloud9 kind of gave them a little bit of a gift after the draft. It definitely looked in their favor, but VG definitely deserved to move on. They held strong. Sylar on that Morphling just did exactly what needed to do, and the E-Blade was the big threat. You know, we were kind of saying at the panel, when this E-Blade comes in, there's so many targets you can kill, and this is going to haunt Cloud9. It's that Roche decision. Yeah, it could maybe have won in the game. could have lost them the game, which it really I felt like it did. But did they need to take that risk? I don't think they did.
Well, it's hard to say.
Really hard, yeah.
When you look at the draft, I don't think they had to take the risk. I personally really dislike this Roche level 1 thing, so I'm really glad. I'm sad they got out. I'm a big Cloud9 fan, but I'm glad Vici actually punished that big time. It should be punished early on if you actually spot that. They need to look at that Roche fight level 1, because I think they have a really good fighting lineup level 1, even if Vici actually knows. Sure, Vici also has a good fighting lineup. If you're going to get Foreman Gale and Fisher, it's going to be really hard to fight, but a 3-0 exchange looked really tough for Cloud9. I expect them to do better on that first initiation.
Yeah, if you focus fire correctly, you should at least get 1 or 2 kills in
with the
return.
aura, the ailerons. They had some, fighting potential.
Yeah, but of course, level 1 versus a Earthshaker is sometimes just a big pain. Yeah, the Venomancer girl from ROTK must hit like 4, and then of course Fenrir is able to split them up, and it was Sylar able to chase down. So a huge amount of bursts, and you saw the itemization or the items from Cloud9 that was to secure Roche, not necessarily even Iron Branches, which are a big deal when you get stats at level 1 fights. So it really kind of hurt them. And yeah, from there, they tried their best. I have to say, like, Pylai Dai did very well on his Shadow Shaman. A couple of nice rotations. Actually ended up getting level 6, about just under the 8-minute mark. So they, could have used those Mass Serpent wards to some effect. But the big problem was Eternal Envy on the lane just getting completely shut down. He was level 3 by the time that the Razor was level 5. Yeah. So they spot it out. ROTK gets free. Good amount of damage. Nice focus fire. And there's the Fissure.
The Fissure cut them off. That was
it makes it a big problem.
The Fissure won the fight, definitely. When you see that Envy has to run back, he even died. Sing Sing couldn't fight because he was midlife when it started, and then it's just the fight is over for Cloud9 already.
When you see the Fissure again, you can kind of understand why Cloud9 actually didn't get any kills. If it's not for that, I think they should have, like you say, the trade should have maybe been there, but...
He cancelled the Shackle, which is the only disabled thing they had, plus split the fight into. So that Fissure from, it was Fenrir, was actually insanely good.
The funny thing is that when you get a Roche, you get level 2 on all your heroes, and you get a little bit of gold that also will help you. But it's mostly about that getting that level 2. And with the result of that team fight, it was actually Vici Gaming who had the level 2 almost on pretty much all of their heroes. So it was kind of like giving Roshan away by just doing that strategy. They started the wrong foot. They itemized to go for that Roshan kill. It was all downhill from there.
I mean, the gold advantage that they had going into their off lane was big. Just having that levels and the gold, taking Razor to the off lane, giving him some support. It was like, okay, let's really focus where we can hurt him the most, and it was Eternal Envy. And yeah, Luna, you said Klinks might have been a better option. Certainly would have if that happened to you. You probably wouldn't end up taking Klinks, so maybe the Roche. But it was unfortunate for Cloud9, but still a fantastic job by Vici Gaming. If you're gonna go through this tournament, you're gonna capitalize off your opponent's mistakes, and that's exactly what they did. So they'll be moving on. And now let's go to an interview with Casey with ROTK.
Thank you. And helping us out today, we have Hippo with the interpretation of this interview. Congratulations. I want to take you back to the first game of the day today with the Meepo pick from Cloud9. You weren't able to draft against it. It was their last pick. What were the first few things going through your mind when you saw that pick when the game started?
今天在比赛的时候，他们的最后一选是米波地补师。然后因为当时你们的人已经选完了，所以你们也没有办法针对这个英雄再来选人。当时他们选完以后，你的第一反应是什么？
就是我们在ban pick 的最后一手，是我们大家几乎都猜到对面会拿米波的。不过当时我觉得我们阵容有双头龙、潮汐，然后就是每一个英雄都是可以克制米波的，所以当时觉得不怕，就没办。
So before C9's first pick, all of VC Gaming's players, they guessed it would be Meepo. But they thought they had Tidehunter and Jakiro. These are all good heroes against Meepo, so they weren't really afraid.
Wow. And then another bold move in the game we were just seeing there is that C9 immediately went for Roshan in the first few moments. You seem to, well, you obviously did really well responding to that, but when was the first moment that you noticed that was happening, and how did you attack that?
就是在第3场比赛的时候，今天第2场比赛的时候，你发现了 C9 在打肉山，然后当时你那个举动，其实他们的举动其实很大胆，然后你当时是怎么发现的？然后你的第一反应又是什么？
当时他们阵容一出来，本来我们打算冲野区，就是封那个谜团的野，来针对谜团。后来当他们选了露娜，我发现我们一局冲过去，如果他们小树人招出来，然后编一个谜团，我们一局不一定能打得过。但是他们对面是很有概率打一级肉山的。当时在队里面，我们有人觉得对面不会打，有人觉得会打，所以最后我的最终决定就是4个队友先往野区那边冲，然后我一个人先过去看看肉山那边是什么动静，有什么反应。所以最后就是我一个人过去之后，然后我们觉得他们会打 ，FA 也觉得他们会打，然后我就直接冲进去毒人了。就是我直接冲进去，然后就看到他们退出来，我就直接毒了，因为我队友都在我的后面。
So during C9's drafting, the VC wanted to go to the jungle straight and block all creeps for neutral creeps for Enigma, but 2 of their players think that. Since they picked Nula, it's very likely that they will go to Roshan. So our TK just said, you 4 go to the jungle and I will go scouting Roshan. So when he found out, and he just called all 4 his teammates and killed them.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the next match?
Yeah.
Yeah? We're ready to watch. Congratulations, and we'll see more of you in just a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to see you every time, every day.
Seeing me means that you're on the right track. Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hope to see you soon.
谢谢.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Casey. Yeah, if you get to see Casey, you're in the winner's interview, so ROTK happy to be there.
Are you sure he actually meant it that way? Because
I'm gonna buy you some really pretty things when I win the tournament. I don't think it was that way. I definitely think you want to be in the see Casey at the winners interview, and you do want to see Casey as well. So, yeah, anything more you want to say about the match, really? Because that last game, it was kind of summed up at the Roche pit, and it was nice, that RTK kind of had a lot of teammates, wanting to check it out, and that's kind of interesting to hear.
I mean, for Vici Gaming, sorry.
You go ahead, Bruno, you started.
Okay, for Vici Gaming, it's all about, again, Super being kind of the standout of the team in that race, the same way he was in the Bristol back yesterday, but 754 gold per minute on that Morphling. Sylar was just insane. If I am LGD or DK, whoever is going to play against them, of course they have to worry about their first game right now, but whoever wins right now is going to have a really, really tough time against Vici Gaming.
Yep, and our next match, as you can see on stage, is going to be DK versus LGD. LGD won their first match versus DK yesterday, so they are 1-0 up. DK came in looking strong. Probably should have closed it out, weren't able to do so. And LGD, yeah, they had this just run down the middle lane. I think there were 2 lanes of racks down. Went down middle. We saw like a Centaur. We had the Lycan in there. We had a Bat Rider, and they couldn't handle it.
They came back from a 2 racks disadvantage, 2 lanes disadvantage against a Nature's Prophet with 40k net worth. So
let's not get ahead of ourselves though, because some wrapping words for Vici Gaming versus Cloud9 as well. Cloud9 eliminated for the tournament. I think the kids should stay proud because they did amazingly well. Remember, last year they were the team that failed to even get to the qualifiers, and now they were not only invited, but they got to the main event, and they shot excellently well. And if Vici Gaming got to win here, it was through hard work and dedication from both of the teams. Sorry, I didn't mean to go for the pun, but I kind of like slipped myself in there.
Hashtag.
Yeah. In fact, before going into that, let's see one more replay from the Vici Gaming versus Cloud9, which is the wrap-up of this, just to say one last goodbye to Cloud9. And it's Vici Gaming. They take these mid-racks. They really want to fight. They force the Brewmaster ultimate, but Silent is just too big. He eats those Brewlings for breakfast.
Yeah, the way Vici Gaming lane this game was really, it wasn't just the fact they win the Roshan fights, the fact they put Silo mid and went for the offensive trialing, something Vici Gaming haven't done much throughout the tournament, and that was just perfect. Even if they had the Razor mid and the Morphling and the trialing, it wouldn't have been as effective in shutting down Eternal Envy's farm.
One thing that Cloud9 could have done, in my opinion, was rotating the Enigma in the enemy's jungle to try to take, pressure hard that Venomancer. It's a very unsafe hero to have on the lane, and try to take the tower really fast with the Prophet plus Enigma combo. Pilei won there with the rest at one point, just wasn't enough.
Yeah, he ended up getting a kill there a little bit later as well, and he got his level 6 down there, so maybe if they had the Enigma there earlier, they could have pushed. But yeah, we say goodbye to Cloud9, and we're going to find out what's going to happen in our next series, because we're still, unfortunately, going to have to lose a team. We've got DK versus LGD next, but let's go to an interview with DK as Ice Ice Ice. We'll talk about the up-and-coming match.
Look who I found. Ice 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 from DK. We meet again.
Hello.
Hello. I really liked what you did in the All-Star tournament. I have to say that right off the bat. Did you have fun?
What did I do?
Well, you played a good game and it was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, but Ferrari was so try-hard.
Somebody else said that on Twitter, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah?
What a try-hard.
Too try hard. Yeah. Was it nice to be able to blow off steam after last night? You must be a little bit disappointed, or a lot disappointed, with the way things went. We all really thought with the way the draft went and the first few minutes of the game that you were going to win.
Yeah, I think it was the first time in my entire life that I lost with like such a huge lead. Yeah, I had like 15k goal on me at one point, and I couldn't believe that we lost.
What was the turning point, do you think?
I think the turning point was when we were too afraid to push, like we were too afraid to lose. Yeah.
What's the benefit to having had the night to think about it? You know, usually you would have had to go straight from that loss into another game. Is it nice to have had the time to reflect? Were you able to meet and chat about it a lot?
Yeah, normally when my team loses, we are screwed for the second game. So it's nice to have a whole night to actually rest and just to chill. Like during WPC, it was a tournament in China like 6 months back. We lost 0-3. We had like a 3 to 4 hours break because the organizer screwed up something. I don't know. But yeah, we came back from that because of the break.
We have a lot of fans out there. They're really excited to see you play again, so best of luck.
Thank you.
徐继雷 Burning 安徽 China
许培祥 Ice Singapore
莱南银川 China
雷正荣 AMY 广西 China
蔡一峰 Moshi Kuala Lumpur Malaysia
Team DK, Ice, Mushi, Lanem, Burning, and MMY, the star lineup. A lot of people still expecting this team to go all the way to the grand finals despite being one game down versus LGD. And speaking of LGD, we should get right into it because the players are in the pod. So let's introduce the next team that will be in this match. And of course, as you should know, it's LGD.
We are talking now to Rabbit from LGD, and Corey is once again joining us as our interpreter. What a game last night. Everybody is still talking about it. What was the key to coming from behind? People had written you off pretty early on.
就是说，我们大家就是昨天看了你们的比赛，非常的精彩。然后呢，就大家都在讨论这个比赛，你们是怎么做到就是这么大的翻盘的？
我们就处理好，就是那个后期破2路的线，然后我们等待机会，就是找一波机会，就是线好了我们就推过去，就 all in。
So they've waited so long to get the opportunity finally to push up to their high grounds, and then just all in. So it's now or never. Yeah.
And they just went for it.
Yep.
Nice. How far ahead at a time are you looking? Are you just focused on the next game in front of you? Have you allowed yourself to think ahead to being able to be in the grand final?
你们就是说在这个比赛里面是说已经是把目标放在了总决赛，还是说先做好现在的比赛，然后一步一步走？
我们就想的是就是一步一步慢慢打，就没想过能不能进决赛，就能一个队是一个队。
They never thought about getting to the grand finals, just taking one step at a time, taking things slowly, and good.
It's worked for you so far. Best of luck. Thank you again.
谢谢。
谢谢。
谢斌 DD 湖南 China 姚真真姚湖南 China
徐子瑶 Lin China 上海王章 Rabbit 四川 China
梁发明 DDC Macau
LGD Gaming, Yao, Lin, Didi, DDC and Rabbit are ready to play, and they have a 1-0 advantage over DK after their win yesterday. We've got just a minute until the game starts, the second game of this series. If LGD take it, they go through. DK need to tie up the series and then win the next one to move into the round where they'll be playing against Vici. Where's the gut feeling? What do you think is going to happen?
I really hope LGD can handle the pressure, because right now, as we said, they have a lot to lose. They can actually make it through, so I hope they don't get affected by that.
Yeah. My gut feeling just says DK. They're down 1-0, but it's DK. This is the All-Star team. This is what they've been playing for all year long. Like, this is meant to be a championship team. So my gut feeling says DK, but it'd be heartbroken for LGD if they do lose both these two games.
DK is the better team coming into the tournament. They won more tournaments. play better in general. But LGD, they took one game yesterday. They can take one of two today.
Yeah, but certainly, even though DK, they are the starstruck team, there's a lot of amazing players in LGD, and they've been proving themselves throughout the tournament. We'll see if they can prove themselves here as we go into game number 2.
LGD Gaming versus Team DK. Game 2.
Game 1 was yesterday, and that was won by LGD. And it was an over a 60-minute match, and they were certainly under pressure, but they came back. They took their one opportunity, as Rabbit mentioned. They went high ground, and they secured the victory. Ice said he's never lost a game like that in competitive gaming, being so far ahead. But of course, now it's a new day. Everything's kind of reset, apart from the scoreline. We're going to have our first bans and already our picks.
The draft is really interesting because yesterday DK banned the Razor and the Viper as their first ban. They changed the 2 bans, which is very uncommon. We didn't see that from any team before. I think in the main event they usually have at least 1 ban similar when they go into the second game or the third game of the series. And LGD, they first picked the Doom, and yesterday was completely ignored. It wasn't picked or banned. They could have picked that every time, and now they first pick it. So that might be LGD coming into that game with a special plan in their heads.
I think DK has total right to ban the Lycan. After yesterday's game, I don't think they want to deal with that hero. And that's a hero that we see banning pretty much every single game of this main event. The one day it slipped through, it shows how powerful it is, even in the most dire of circumstances.
You can see Burning standing up to, like behind Lanem, making sure the draft goes right for them.
Make sure you click the right button, Lan.
Yeah. So there's the Centaur pick still available for LGD. If DK decides not to ban it, they will most likely ban that, looking at how LGD uses that hero.
Yeah. I think with Viper Doom, it fits in perfectly as that third core initiator.
It's a perfect pick for them.
It's such comfort, bread and butter for LGD as well. There's no real reason not to ban it. The other hero which is still there for LGD there on a lot of is the Ember Spirit. So I think a ban on Ember Spirit as well as Centaur is probably DK's kind of strongest bet right now.
What about the Lifestealer? I know they normally pick it in the 5th pick, but again, against Racer, against the Tide Hunter, you just have you don't have to go for a VKB. You can invest just on the rage points and make sure that if you jump into the Tide Hunter properly, he might not be a factor.
I like Lifesteal a lot against the Tide, and less so against the Razor. Once you get enough items, you kill Razor so fast, he's not actually leeching that much damage unless you've got something to disable Lifestealer during his rage. So it's a bit of a problem early on, but later on I think it goes okay for Lifestealer.
It's actually going to be a Slark ban. I remember that you guys yesterday mentioned LGD playing that Slark to really good effect during the group stage. So funny, interesting to see that DK decides to ban the Slark over the Centaur and the Ember Spirit. So one of those heroes are going to be available. It's going to be available.
The good thing about LGD Gaming having the Doom and the Viper, those heroes we normally see as mech carriers if they're playing by themselves. The fact that we have both of them, probably the Viper is going to go for the mech, but that opens a lot of possibilities for the Doom. Even if he's not farming them, he will still get some other utility items that will contribute to the team. Maybe he can get to the refresher faster if he feels like he needs it. Essentially, being able to be a Doom and not require that mech is such a relief.
And they banned the Kunkka support from DD.
He's played a lot of it. He plays it really well, but it's never really been a game-deciding hero, I feel.
That has to be DK really being, really advanced in their, how they analyze this draft. They're obviously one step ahead of us, I think, to have this kind of ban. They're already thinking of the laning or something like this.
Might be also the team fight. You don't want to go up against necessarily a Conqueror in a team fight, and also a Slark.
And also Tide Hunter hates Conqueror. Come on, that is a real reason. Come on.
That's a good point.
reason then. Yeah, I get it.
LANM is role-playing draft over in the.
Do you think DK would consider picking the Ember Spirit themselves here for Mushi, or is that not going to fit their draft?
I don't like it. Viper is going to crush Ember one-on-one, so he can't go mid, and Doom is really good versus him later on. So if you put him on one position and versus a Doom, it's not really the best option. So I don't think Ember is an option for DK here. The AA pick is going to give them some team fighting potential, that's for sure. And when you look at how LGD plays, they're just 5-man a lot. They have good ganking power, but they like to 5-man, so that DK draft is very different from what they played yesterday. Yesterday was like control the lanes, try to snowball. This time around, it's we can fight you.
So, don't you think that the Ancient Apparition is kind of telling right here? Because Ancient Apparition, you want that hero when you have a lot of lockdown in the team fight, you know that you're going to hit that. And you only have Tide Hunter, whose ultimate cooldown is much longer than the AA. So looking at this Ancient Apparition, DK seems to be telling that they want something else to just have control. They want some massive lockdown of some way. What it is, it's a lot of heroes, of course. But.
Yeah, I think they did not reveal their Trident yet. The Razor is most likely going to be mid, in my opinion. It's really good versus Viper. It's one of the best heroes to have versus a Viper on the mid lane. So they're going to be looking to get some lockdown, that's for sure, with the Engine Operation, because as you said, they don't have much setup right now.
Yeah. Gods, how's it going today?
It's going really well.
Did you sleep well? Did you have good breakfast?
Today I got the most sleep. It was the hardest to get up though.
That's what happens after 3 days of like lots of action.
No.
But now we are awake and we're looking at DK right now.
I mean, you mentioned the lockdown. Faceless Void, Chronosphere, could be a burning Chronosphere.
We actually didn't see Void the whole day. We actually forgot about that hero.
Where's Void gone? I don't know.
He's not available anymore. He's being reworked. So maybe they can pick him.
Yeah, they're waiting for the Void remodel to make an appearance during the grand finals.
It will make sense.
I'm sad because I like the.
I liked his model.
Yeah, I like his model, but yeah, people vote.
Anyway,
so we can see that DK is really hesitating with that 4th pick. They don't know what they want to get, or maybe they just.
Is an Enigma a possibility for DK?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's gonna be
what about Wraith King?
Well, it's another kind of Doom semi-counter in a sense. Like, he's a hero that doesn't care if he gets doomed. He still can reincarnate. Razor's not a good Doom target. Tide is a good Doom target if he's not got his Ravage off, so...
These 5-on-5 engagements are going to be hard for LGD.
Oh yeah, this is DK going full fight mode.
Yeah, this is why the Kanko was removed, just for that reason. It's like a lot of ultimates, a lot of damage, a lot of lockdown, and you don't want any good counter initiation. And then the boat can turn it, but also, you know, it gives a good initiation potentially if you max the X. What they lack, LGD, is initiation. They have a Doom. If you see it with Blink, sure, that's nice, but where's the follow-up? They need more. And Scent is difficult to pick into Ancient Apparition.
Yeah. They're going to get Sand for now.
Sand, I was like, wow. Yeah.
That works.
I was thinking about that. It's a really good pick. You have the Sand King into Scarab Mage. We've seen that over and over with the Burrow Strike, just securing that and combine the stun with the slow. There's a lot of damage potential and roaming potential from these two heroes. So.
Even early on, they can do a lot if they get into a tri-lane together.
The only problem right now is that DK can go aggressive. I mean, offensive tri-lane, because they have a really strong setup already with the AA, SK. They can decide to put the Razor there, it's going to be fine, or any other hero. And that will actually give them really strong one-on-one. Tide does well in any one-on-one setup, so does Razor. So going offensive for DK right now might be a really good option, especially if you want to slow down the XP gain from Skyras and SK.
Nice center run, by the way. I mean, DK clearly did their homework.
I mean, could you not put like the Viper on the safe lane of your LGD with your supports and then change it up and get a new mid hero?
They could.
Because Viper is pretty durable and can put out a lot of damage. And I'm pretty sure you'll be able to turn some of those fights if you're able to utilize that Sand King well. So we'll see.
The other thing is they could pick just a strong tri-lane fighting hero, like a Mirana or something. They've run a bit of tri-lane Mirana for Lin. It's something they could put with a Skywrath and a Sand King and take that tri-lane versus tri-lane head on if it comes their way.
Stun into Arrow will probably get you a win in that instance, but
LGD seems to believe that the Earthshaker, that Wraith King is a farming Wraith King. That's why they banned the Earthshaker, and also, I mean, a great hero overall. I really like the fact that LGD can go for pretty much any carry they want right now. They have a good mix between magical damage and right click, so whichever carry they decide to go, they do have a very well-balanced lineup.
Yeah, they may even take a page from Vici Gaming, which is pick up the hard carry, get your Morphling, get whatever it may be, and especially, I think they're waiting to see what DK get. If DK goes something kind of greedy, they'll go a hard carry themselves. If there's a threat of an offensive trialing, that's where they pick something a bit safer.
Yeah.
Those drafts, the two drafts are very even right now, to be honest. On the laning phase, the early game, the mid game, and the late game, it's very even drafts.
As long as no one decides to go level 1 Roche, I think we're going to have a
fantastic game.
That's never going to happen.
All right.
Oh,
okay. Outworld Devourer.
Mushy OD.
That's maybe a good... maybe they're forcing the Viper to be mid. It's actually a good hero to have versus OD. So they don't have that Viper safe lane that you mentioned, James. That might be the reasoning, but that OD pick is a bit surprising in my opinion, as they have a good hero versus him.
Yeah, it's not as good. I mean,
I quite like the idea of, you mentioned like a Mirana. going with the safe lane and picking up some farm on him and just looking for some arrows, because if you win your lane, essentially you'll be able to weather the storm, and that 5-man lineup might not.
No, not quite enough damage.
Generally, you'll be skilling Chilling Touch on level 1 on AA for try versus try, but he's holding onto his skill point right now, since arguably to combine with Cold Feet in the lane is Wraith Fire Blast. It's a 2-second stun into a 2-second slow. So unless you have some sort of blink ability, which the Radiant safe lane does not, they can guarantee themselves a Cold Feet proc should they land a Wraith Fire Blast first.
Yeah, one other thing I want to mention quickly before the bloodbath that we could have bottom breaks out is that Yao actually journeyed all the way deep inside the Dire jungle to the camp near the top rune because they blocked off this particular camp, the big camp near the lane. He wanted to get a creep early, and he does get an Ogre, so he gets the ice armor, and against the physical damage that a Tidehunter's Anchor Smash brings to bear, that's going to help him out quite a bit. The analysts mentioned this is normally a very good lane for Tide, and it still should be a very good one, but not quite as one-sided with him getting a creep early on.
He wasn't satisfied with his performance, so he decided to leave the game instead. Now,
GG.
The one thing about the lane, though, is if you get the Ice Armor on Doom and you want to keep it up on yourself, you don't have the mana for Devour. So it's kind of a trade-off where you trade survivability for gold. And Doom is one of the heroes that doesn't like playing from behind unless he absolutely has to. And this will be a lane he will lose for sure. You already see the Tidehunter 7-2 against the 2-0 for Doom. It's not just the matchup, it's even the Doom being in the off lane. So Tide also has the lane advantage here. But I don't think spamming Ice Armor here for Yao is the right call. I think it's better for him to take the little bit of extra damage he's going to and then make sure you get every single Devour off that you can, so that you get to transform into a kind of a strong mid-gamer here, which LGD will definitely need him to be. When you look at DK's lineup, this is one of the strongest mid-game drafts I think we've seen in the entire main event.
With a lot of potential to go late, whereas LGD going for the last pick Sniper, it's obviously a fantastic carry hero. He can offer, I think, a bit more than people realize with Shrapnel, as they make a move in on Burning. Just some harassment here from the Skywrath, but end of the day, Sniper does best when he gets lots of farm and lots of time to secure it. So I definitely agree with you. DK's mid-game looking a bit more fearsome, and a lot of it will come down to this tri-lane. So far, LGD not giving anything up. They have two squishy heroes in the Sniper and the Skywrath, but they're also difficult to track down. The Sniper is sitting far back, and he's already got a point and take aim, which allows him to just stay a little bit farther away from any potential jump. And as far as Skywrath, he's got very high move speed, so nobody's an easy kill unless they walk out of position. LGD still playing this one very defensively, and in terms of farm, Sniper's doing well, 5-3. He's also nice against the Razor, and you just can't get in range for Static Link.
Now we saw this counter pick from, it was Na'Vi, I believe, in the playoffs, very much earlier
They
in the
ran it
tournament.
twice in the tournament. I believe they won one and they lost one.
Yeah. And it was indeed a counter pick to Razor in one of the games. He was just outranging him, didn't really let the Static Link bother him at all, like you said. So interesting to see this from LGD, and I like watching tri versus tri lanes because there's so much explosive potential, and any sort of small misstep can have a huge impact on the overall outcome of the lane. And at the same time, when you're playing a very static lane like this where no one is taking the initiative, it's so much down to the perfect timing on last hits where you not only attack with your hero, but you combine all your attacks at once, making sure you get as much as possible out of it.
I want to point out that LGD got dewarded earlier, so they don't know about this invis. They also don't have a top rune, and this could be a turn. Lanham coming in from the backside. DD's going to look to commit, and they're going to skill up the Choi Touch and now go, and they jump in on Rabbit. He gets blown up by Lanham. DK get the jump. They get two. Can they get more? MMY dropping low, not dead just yet. One more right click will do the job, and there is Sandstorm here. Maybe DD gets Rabbit gets stunned. It's too late. Sniper, can he finish it? Rabbit's chasing, but he's got to be careful. Sniper can very quickly get turned on. And DK, they start off red hot here.
I don't think they couldn't have hoped for a better rune and a better usage of that rune than what Lenham just gave them there.
It really goes back to the D-ward. Without that D-ward, that never happens.
And when you're looking at tri versus tri lanes, if one team comes off to a great start, you usually completely snowball the lane. So the safe lane of the Radiant will either have to pull up some amazing plays now, or they'll have to rotate, which is a big problem for them, since where would they go? If they go top to the Tide, Ice is already level 5. He's going to do great against the tri lane.
They're actually winning both solo lanes right now. And they're winning the tri lane.
Yeah.
They're winning the entire map.
It's looking really good for DK already 4 minutes in because of this 3-for-1 exchange they got in the bot lane. And the supports for LGD, I think, are already in a hard place where it doesn't really matter where they go. It just seems...
They're going again. Smoke up from DD.
Unless they get this, which they will. Burning's gone.
Oh, that's a big kill. He's already level 4. And that experience goes right back the other way.
Yeah, they saw the opening. Wraith King was not on the lane. This Radiant ward right here giving a lot of intel for them about what they can and can't get away with. So.
And now he heads mid. Oh, can he find a kill here? Currently, your Viper's actually posted up, but he's very tanky.
Mushi's very close to level 6 though, and Viper has about 0 intelligence after the next Astral, so yeah, this is definitely going to be a kill if Mushi wants to go for it, and it looks like he does want to, but Lin playing it very carefully here.
And the thing here, Sind, is you mentioned that lane ward. That means they might not know exactly where Lanham is, but they know he's off the lane right now, and so it should be Lin playing very cautiously. Tucked away near the trees, it's a difficult dive. So what do you think after that turnaround? Is that enough for LGD? Do they need to make more adjustments after giving up the 3 kills?
Now that they got 1 free kill back here, I think they're still looking okay in the safe lane. And it's
mid lane.
Yep.
They have gone in. They found Lin with the stun, but the TP will come. Lin drops. Mushi finishes the job, and the TP from DD. Is it going to be a time? He decides to run, but he's going to pay perhaps with a stun. Jukes it nicely with the sandstorm. Mushi not going to commit too much for that one. So they get another kill mid.
What I'm surprised with is that DK decided to leave the lane with Lanham. I think after they got the 3-for-1 exchange, they could have kept the pressure down there, and the rotation mid, like you said, wasn't really necessary. Mushi was doing great already. He was even winning the lane. Of course, he doesn't know the farm of his opponent, but he should have a general feeling of how the lane is going. Now, moving Wraith King into the fog is the big play for DK, where they take him off the map. But he doesn't need to go as close to the mid lane as he did, as there's a Ravage up top. Yao is gone. Easy kill for DK with the rotation here. So, when you take a support hero like Wraith King and you move him into the fog and you know that LGD don't have any vision, he could technically be close to the mid lane or close to the safe lane. So if he just sticks around in the bottom lane outside of vision, they can't really go for the aggressive play they did down there where they got a free kill. So, but then again, at the end of the day, Lanham just secured Mushi a kill in the mid lane, so all in all, definitely big advantage for DK at this point.
It did cost them a Ravage, which means Yao will have an opportunity here to get aggressive with Doom. As they try to dive Lanham a bit bottom lane, throwing out the concussive shot. Can't really commit too much on that one. And it looks like they do want to make that play. This is the second smoke, I believe, from LGD. DD did use one earlier when he descended on bottom with the Sand Cane, and they got the Razor. And they'll make their move again. Doom at the ready. Killing the OD with this kind of start. He's had a really good time of it in the lane. Very important. But Mushi's playing back, and well, is there anyone who can counter-initiate? Really not, besides the Tide. So if they can get the jump on him, he's pretty much dead. Maybe they get a trade, but that's going to be it, and they're ready to jump. Mushi just out of range. The smoke's running out. They've got to go soon, and they will go now. They get the burrow to start. The Doom to follow. There is a bit of a turnaround here from Lana, but it's not enough. Mushi will fall.
Oh, I got the deny!
Right back, but he does drop with the deny. Lanham also on the retreat out. Can DD get the kill? Getting turned around upon a bit. No, not enough. They still get another kill. It's a 2-for-0, 1 denied, and do they look for more here? Burning's still a lot of damage, and that's going to be it, for at least for the dive. LGD now got to get out.
DD's in trouble. Yes, he is.
Strikes back. So a 1-for-1 with an extra hero kill, but it was a deny. And it did cost them a Doom.
Still great rotation from LGD. This is the kind of play they need to go for. Like you said, the Ravage is on cooldown, so any sort of TP support from Ice would have been pretty underwhelming in that situation. And they want to get a comeback in the mid lane for the Viper, so killing off Mushi here, very, very important.
Now they're going to make a rotation towards top. Burning actually does walk past the Radiant Observer Ward. This will be spotted out. He turns on his Radiant Basilius, and it appears they want to at least apply some pressure to this tier 1 tower. So just wants to go for a smack, but can't quite get the range. Still though, the sniper pressure has been relieved, and you know, whenever we look at this hero Sin, his biggest weakness is just how squishy and immobile he is. That's why you see players normally build things like Phase Boots, sometimes Mask of Madness. I've even seen snipers occasionally go Blink Dagger in competitive just so you're more difficult to lock down, but he hasn't really been pressured since the laning stage, and he's found some recovery farm. He's actually
got
the lead farmer.
way better farm than Burning at this point. So they ran the aggressive trial lane into the sniper and got a good start, but since then Rabbit is now 24 CS ahead of Burning in an 8-minute game. So the rotation of Razor to the top lane makes a lot of sense since they want Burning to make a comeback here, but overall the trade here is that Ice has a lot better farm than Doom, but Sniper with a lot better farm than Razor in this particular game I think is a good trade for LGD. As we talked about a little bit earlier, DK don't have the best tools to deal with the Sniper until they start getting something like a Blink Dagger on Ice so they can catch up. There isn't really any sort of good gap closing mechanism for them when they go into the fights.
And now the smoke. They've made their move up the top river, DK have, and they look for the jump on mid. Lin is sitting here. He does have a Doom, but no mana for the ultimate right now. If they get in, there's just no way to turn this around. Not without a full commitment from the supports, but he's getting a bit nervous. He is backing off while Ice is roaming through the Radiant Woods, thinking about joining this fight. And they've spotted out some rotations.
Sees DDC, they also see him. A lot of pings coming out here.
Oh, we all see each other. Uh-oh, Ice. Walks into DD, he's gonna get caught. Remember, he's got Ravage. Backup can come, but they doom him. That means no Ravage, he's out of the fight. Do they get the deny at least? Ice on the run, Mushi comes in. He's got his ult ready. Astral there to buy him some time. Keeps him alive for now. And now Mushi finishes off DD. He looks for more Rabbit, force the TV out. There's gonna be Ravage soon, very soon, not soon enough. He won't fall, but Mushi's gonna go hard in this fight. Has a Haystern at the ready. The Assassinate cooling down. And in the end, it's a 1-for-1, but again, it cost them the Doom, which means now they can go really aggressive with the Ravage.
And Bernie
kind of
took a tier 1
counter
tower
push.
top. He never even showed up for the fight. It was a 4-on-5 with a Doom tied the whole fight, and DK still get an even trade. The haste rune on Mushi really important for the outcome of this fight. He could play aggressively as he wanted, knowing that the moment Doom is used, there's not a single counter to his haste rune in the fight apart from a Sand King stun, which was already used in the beginning, so he had a lot of freedom to play around. Loved the play from Rabbit, by the way, to cancel his TP. He was trying to get out of the fight, realized there was turnaround potential, secured the kill on the Tide, and at least got them a 1-for-1.
Yeah, with that being said, I'm curious to see what Rabbit's going to work towards. For now, just sitting on Phase Boot Tequila, up to 1,200 gold. And his main priority is getting out of this bottom lane because the push is coming. Ice really diving in. And the one thing when we look at sniper picks as well, Sind, is his laning's a bit weak. He's pretty squishy, but his biggest problem normally in most games is that he's just very easy to jump. If you have any blink daggers on like the Wraith King or the Tide, you just go on him and there's normally not much you can do. But so far, there's no real jump on DK. They don't have any blinks, only the Force Staff so far on Mushi's OD.
But they will be getting them soon with the rate they're taking these towers. That's the second tower in 11 minutes. They aren't even trading much for it here in the mid lane. There's going to be a little bit of damage done by LGD to the tier 1, but I imagine they're not even going to get it down to half at this point. So DK,
LGD got to get
towers
out.
up.
They got to be careful. Mushi's coming in, and he can slow somebody down, prevent the retreat.
Shrapnel's good, though.
Yeah, it's very surprising when you see players skip that. I think Hovos actually just maxed his take aim in one of the games, and it does allow you to sit a bit farther away from the fights and play it safer, but Shrapnel actually does a lot to push. It's kind of like a worse version, I guess, of Pugna's Blast, but it gives you some extra benefits with the vision and the slow as well.
I would say it's a way better defensive skill than Nether Blast is, for sure, because you can cast it from... the cast range on this ability is insane. I can't remember what it is, like 1,300 or something.
And Mushi's looking for something top here, but DD will burrow into the trees. He forces in. He's going to find him. Oh, actually, self-astrals. DD's just chilling in the sandstorm right now. He couldn't target him, and they've got no detection. Lanham almost died to the creep wave for that one. Wow.
Very timely sandstorm by DD.
Good reactions there. But DK will look to make a timely rotation of their own. They're trotting towards mid and they smoke, and they just sentry, so they know there's no vision that can come from LGD as the dive begins.
DDC is so dead.
Insta-Ravage, it only connects on him while they get the Skywrath for sure. But that's going to be it.
Oh, they might be able to catch up to the Viper. Yes, they will.
HF Virginal comes through. He connects on two. And yeah, will Doom on Bernie, but after he got up the static link, so he keeps on draining damage, and he keeps on hitting harder. Assassinate does the trick. Rabbit finds one at least, but still a 3 for 2. They need more than this.
Great burrow strike.
Great play by DD. Ice on the run. Can he get out of here in time? They need the vision. The Shrapnel, just enough. The sniper keeps on chasing, plinking away at Lanham. But now he's got to run. Mushi's here, and Mushi is not happy with what the old man with the rifle has done so far. They'll settle for DD, and the Sand King will fall. Gets cleaned up by a stun. In the end, it does cost them a Wraith King ult, but a 3 for 2 trade.
But Rabbit once again getting out on the sniper. He's building into a Hand of Midas, which he'll have in 50 gold. So LGD looking to definitely go into the late game, which I also think favors them more than aiming for effective items in the mid game. They're going to have to rely on great positioning and just good decision making to manage the mid game. Any mid game item on sniper is insufficient anyway against the raw power that DK has. Is that a 13-minute mech on AA?
That is 2 towers. Whoa. And he's sitting 2-1 and 6.
That is really early.
And the other concern now is there's also a Blake.
It's earlier than the Viper.
He has bought a few extra items, but yeah, nonetheless, really good start.
Let's see.
A tower deny. Not
we'll get it. Now Lanham is way out of position. Easy kill. No way.
No. He's able to live through it. Pops the 6 charges. It's Yao who's in trouble as Burning finds him and just goes to work with the lightning. Throws out a plasma field. They counter initiate on this, and there is no Ravage. They may lose the Razor. And they will. LGD finding the trade. And they also take the tower. Was not able to deny it in the end. The Wraith King went for it, but just a little bit too slow.
I think Rabbit was sure that Lanham was going to die as well. I believe he was in range for an assassinate and didn't even use it because he was expecting Lanham to just get blown up. They had him in a really bad spot. They used the Skywrath ultimate as well on top of him together with the Viper ult, but Lanham tanked through all of it. I guess it was the mech coming in from MMY as well as a lot of one charges at the same time, keeping Lanham very healthy there. So DK once again, I guess, still win for LGD. They got the tower, didn't get denied, and they killed off Bruni.
Yeah, my one concern is just the map control that they're forfeiting for this. They've lost 2 towers, and they've only taken the tier 1 mid. And now DK clean up the Ancients. They're a lineup that can go Roche. They have Mech, they have the Skeleton King Lifesteal, already level 3, and OD, who very quickly chews through Roshan with the pure damage from the orb. So I'm really expecting DK to make their move to that pit soon. They haven't done it just yet. In fact, they are grouping up now, though. And they feel pretty confident about this one. Into the pit they'll go. There is a Doom ready. The big thing for LGD is there's no blink.
Far away. He can't even make it there on time, but if they could intimidate DK and buy some time here, or at least trade for a tower, I guess that's okay for LGD, but they are pinging the bot tower.
Can they actually kill this one off, though? They have got the max shrapnel now, and Rabbit will throw it out from range.
Believe MNY will ult it as well. Ice Blast is available. Well, DK might just be getting this for free.
There's just nothing LGD can do. They need the blink on the Sand King to go in here, and they're just going to have to sack it. Once again, the dire advantage coming into play. Then again, we say that, and last time these two teams faced in Game 1 yesterday, they had every Roshan, and it wasn't enough. So don't count LGD out just yet. As DK, they'll make their smoke. And they walked up the ramp before doing this one, and they're plotting a course.
This time I don't think Rabbit is going to make it out. Oh, he will.
You got to hop quickly, buddy. Tries to TP. HF personal. They don't even need the Ravage. Great patience from Ice to hold that one, but they won't find any additional kills. The thing is, now they can go for the tier 1 mid.
He's level 9 on the Sand King, by the way, so doing great as far as experience goes in this game, 16 minutes in, and only 300 gold away from his Blink Dagger, and pushing a little bit of, putting a little bit of pressure on top, I should say. But yeah, DK will be defending this tower at some point, or
they're looking
they're
for
letting
Yao.
him get a lot of damage.
They're looking for Yao in the jungle. In comes Ice. He can Ravage for this, but he doesn't want to waste it on just a Doom. Not to mention, there was already Scorched Earth. DD trying to be cute here. Well, he'll barely make it out in the end. Looks like. Maybe not. He's caught under the tower. Oh! Last auto attack not going to connect. It's next to the Sandstorm. Mushi still chasing him. Will he find the kill while that's happening? There's a bit of an engagement mid. And they did Doom Ice, but looks like nothing else happened on the back of that.
And that's a big problem for LGD. This is their most important ability in the game right now. I would say the Doom has to be used correctly in the fights, and with it on cooldown.
This is go time. There's no Sand King Blink either with that death. He's only got 1700 gold. It's another crucial moment and a big kill for Mushi. And they're getting aggressive here. They're really committing to this push. Mushi's coming for the backstab. He wraps around on the OD, and he finds one to start it off. He's going to ask on the Viper. And now Ice looking for a good Ravage. He finds a decent one. That's on 2, and they'll be cleaned up here. Ice on the run, though. Rabbit trying to run him down. The Sniper's found a target, but now he's the one being targeted. Mushi going after him really aggressively. Can't finish the job yet. Looks for the Viper instead. The orbs just chopping through him. Ancient Personal as well. That's going to hit 2. Snaps through the Sniper's armor. Doesn't finish off Lin, but it's 3 down, and the Doom who had the buyback as well, so make it 4.
And the tower will fall as well. This is a dream fight for DK right here. Ice even surviving that with a last-second blink up to the high ground and TPing out.
And now they've got a blink on the Wraith King, and this is where the game gets really hard for Sniper. Wraith King jumps on you. They have no way to really remove his mana, so he's guaranteed to get Reincarnation off, and you can't run because he's going to stun you. I'm very worried for LGD right now, Sim.
He could initiate on anyone he wants.
Yeah.
The best thing that can possibly happen to DK is that he gets doomed. So he can just jump in, choose a stun target, they can follow through the way they want. If LGD choose to turn on him, they all get slowed from the ultimate. If they don't turn on him, it's a free kill. It's the ideal situation for a Wraith King to be in 18 minutes in as a support is exactly where Lanham is right now. He doesn't need anything else than the Blink Dagger. 18.5 minutes in, it's looking great for DK. They're already 10,000 gold ahead and 12k experience. And you know, LGD overcame a disadvantage like this yesterday, but the draft was very different, and I think it was later on in the game that they started getting far behind. So,
and especially for LGD, they just don't have the kind of push they did in that game. They had Lycan, they had mass Auras, and it was ultra late game. If DK play their cards right, they're going to be looking to end this before it gets to that stage. LGD did smoke towards top. As you see, it still affects Yao, but the rest of the heroes revealing themselves. They're trying to go for a bit of a trade here. Still not confident in their ability to take fights while the Aegis stands. Mushi never lost that one in the engagement mid.
And we should also say for Mushi, he has how much intel right now? 105 intelligence in the 19-minute game. He went for the Mystic Staff first. This is pretty much the only hero in the game who likes to get the Mystic Staff as the first component for the side of Ice.
That's actually 115, so it's even more painful. You've got Doom with only 33, Viper with 41.
Wow, my math was awful yesterday too.
I think I had some facepalm math moments earlier this tournament, so we'll call it even. I mean, nobody's really cracking 50 mana here, or 50 in, I should say. The closest is Skyroth with 52, but I guess the short way to put it is Mushi officially has the hammer online, and he's about to bring in the Hex as well. The claw and the hammer, and Lanham.
There's the blink.
He gets silenced, but he runs right in. Can they kill him off quickly? No, they can't. Say hello to Ice Ice Ice. Ravage connects on 3, 4, and now they're going to drive him back. Does force out a BKB from Burning. The Wraith Keynote was popped as well. They only get a Viper for this. About as good as you can hope for for LGD, to be honest. But they look to turn it now. Blink and burrow forward. Now the Doom on Mushi as well. Remember, he's still got Aegis, though. So he's going to stand and fight this one out. He's okay with giving up his life because he's got a second to work with. And they brought down 3. DK, it looked like a good trade for LGD, but losing those additional 2 heroes, no longer the case.
This game is now completely falling apart for LGD. That was two very unnecessary deaths. I understand that Sand King really wants to do something here, but did not pre-channel the epicenter for the blink burrow. He just blinks and burrows and hopes there's no detection in the sandstorm, but DK were ready for it. They have the gem on MMY.
It's a very different kind of draft we've seen from LGD, and I think they played it well in the lanes, all things considered, but when we look at the games they had yesterday, Sin, they felt like they were at their best when they just had aggressive heroes. The Centaur for Rabbit or Lin, the Invoker, where they could just set up kills all around the map. And this lineup is much more passive in the mid game, especially with how the lanes went. But even if they went well, Sniper just wants to sit back and farm. Your Doom and Viper can go for kills here or there, but not too much. And they're going to fail here on a D-ward. Bit unfortunate. They're really bottled in. You just look at the Dire Vision in general, and they've got a complete minefield of vision entirely surrounding the LGD base. They're still looking for kills, though. Mushi has the Hex. He's going to go. Hammer deployed. And then away to safety up to the high ground. Now from the back. Lanham comes in onto DD. He stunned the Sand King, but not going to go any further.
Did he Astral and ult and one shot? Yeah. He didn't even attack first, right?
He didn't even use the Hex. He just went for it. I think it was 1 Orb Strike, then Astral, then ult. And the orb alone was like a third of his health.
Okay.
Just straight, well, I guess
22-minute refresher roll.
I guess we know who's getting doomed in the next fight if this one's spotted out. But if it's not, and he gets off both Ravages, that's probably game. Like with that, you're breaking the base, no question.
So I said yesterday when LGD beat DK that it was the biggest comeback of the tournament. If they win this, that's even bigger. This is reaching impossible territory. I think this is even harder than the game.
This is much more one-sided as well. That game, the gold lead was only like 5,000 until like the 25-30 minute mark. Then it started to snowball, but a bigger gold lead that late into the game doesn't matter as much because relatively speaking, it's not as much of a proportionate difference.
And one more weakness we haven't really talked about for Sniper is he needs farm. He's fragile in the beginning, and he needs a lot of farm. Yeah. This hero doesn't really get strong before he has 2 or 3 core items generally. So in comparison to a lot of other popular carriers, you could say something like a Morphling who just has a Linken's, or maybe Linken's E-Blade.
Yeah.
Sniper with the same net worth as a Morphling with Linken's E-Blade will generally not be as strong and have the same comeback potential. So Rabbit has gone for full farming build. He went Midas into Yasha, which is pretty much the fastest farm-up build you can get on Sniper overall. He's still going to need another 20 minutes before he becomes very relevant and dangerous in the fights.
And it's all about having a front line when you're Sniper. You do not want to get caught out close, and he might get right now. Bottom lane, there they go with the stun. Rabbit isolated, and then instantly dealt with. DK, it's a recipe for murder. And they put it together perfectly, but...
And meanwhile in top lane, Mushi's going to Hex up DD. 2, 3, 4 attacks. 5th will be dodged.
Oh, now he burrows into the trees. He can go for a TP out here. He's trapped. There's no OD ultimate for now. The Force Staff cooling down. The Blink Dagger also cooling down to DD. He can blink a TP away if he needs to. It looks like he's going to live. Straight up north, and away he goes.
Very nice escape from DD. Buying some space too, but unfortunately not for the Sniper since he's kind of not on the map right now. So,
but yeah, the other thing with Sniper Sen is you really need a good front line, and I don't think LGD's front line is that tanky. You've got Doom with an Ogre Club, and Viper with a Mech and an Ogre Club. These heroes are still going to get destroyed by the OD, by the double Ravage, by the Ancient Apparitional. They can't really go in, but they have to because of the fact that they have a Sniper on their team.
But at least the draft from LGD, you can see the point and what they were aiming for. It's not that the picks don't work with Sniper. I think this is a great lineup to pick Sniper into, but...
It's the farm.
It's the farm, it's the map control being completely dominated by DK at this point, and now the top tier 2 as well. Will be the last remaining tower on the map for LGD, and it's going to be claimed now by DK. I don't know what you do at this point if you're LGD. You do have a level 2 epicenter. I think this is the only possible comeback is with a massive 1 out from DD.
Well, and that's up against double Ravage. So if Ice even gets a whiff of it, just throw a Ravage, then rearm and refresh and go for it again. But we'll see. For now, DK, they only take the tier 2. They've not thrown the high ground yet, and they're going to wait for this next Aegis to do it. It's into the Roshan pit that Mushi goes. He'll have some backup here. Lanham about to find Rabbit, and he'll steal his Ogre. Steals the creep and lets Rabbit TP away. Didn't actually see where he went. But they'll go for the pit instead. And with this Aegis in, you got to imagine DK, it's once more onto the high ground for them and an attempt to just end this game 2 and force a deciding game 3.
I just want to see Mushi get his ultimate off. That's my dream for that fight.
We're looking at...
It's like 2 or 3 heroes he can almost one-shot on
It's
the
147 int that he's got.
That's without Astraling.
Yeah, 44 on Rabbit. 55 on the int hero, the Skyreth Mage. The Viper sitting at 41. DD on the Sand Cane at 42. And Doom at 37. So he might just one-shot 3 or 4 heroes with this, or bring them down to very low HP. And it's too late. It's already too late. Lanham goes in. They've gotten the Aegis. Now the fight breaks out. Ravage number 1. He gets it off. The Doom's too late. It'll stop the second Ravage. But what does it matter? One was enough to drive them back. Lanham now chasing out, be forced to TP away. Looks like he will make it out. Rabbit also scattering to the winds, and Lin will also escape. And now the Sand Cane.
Almost got it
can't
off.
get it off. It was a good effort, but...
Sanity's Eclipse has got to be one of the most satisfying abilities to use in the game when you're far ahead on farm. It's just, you feel like it really is the phrase drop the hammer that we tend to use on that ultimate. It's just,
it just has that feel about it.
It really does have... Oh my goodness. Mushi has to be feeling good about himself.
The concern now is there's a second Ravage that Ice can use when he respawns, and there's no Doom. And it's just so hard to get it off.
And they used Epi.
Yeah, and they wasted the Epi as well.
LGD's chance at defending this base right now pretty much relies on getting a single target out of position and bursting it down from DK with Assassinate and the Mystic Flare. And then hopefully they can buy enough time to get the epicenter available again, but it doesn't look like DK is going to give them that time. The Aegis is on Mushi. He's already very tanky. Don't underestimate the armor that Outworld Devourer has, actually.
They should wait for the Tide,
15
though.
armor.
And they're going to wait for the Tide. Going without him would just be a really, really risky play. But they do get him now, and Sin, I want to point out, it is in fact a Blink Dagger from the Sniper, so if Rabbit's very quick, maybe he can blink out as the Blink Ravage comes. But even then, it's the rest of the team you've got to worry about. Rabbit is not going to take these heroes down alone. And they're just waiting.
What's the timer on Epi? 45 seconds still.
Ice. He has been revealed. Does he go in for this one? No, concussive shot. Going to ward him back a bit. But they've also got the Wraith King to go in. He's got his level 2 ultimate. And now
there we go.
Straight onto Rabbit. No blink for you. And the follow-up can come. The Doom actually is off cooldown and is available for Ice. So he can't get off the secondary Ravage that he's prepared from earlier. And, well, it doesn't seem to matter for now. DK still able to work on the racks here. The Sniper's out of the fight. It's a lot of the counter push for LGD gone. And they will take the tier 3 mid. DK, though, they want more. They want racks off of this. And now they've got Ravage ready. They can jump forward if they really want to, and they will. It connects on 2. GG! GG! DK never looked back after the lanes. They really ran away with this one.
The gold wasn't in the favor of LGD for a single second the whole game through. You can't really see that now, but
it was just a horizontal
dipping the
lineup.
whole game. DK looks like a team that came in today to win and to prove themselves that the yesterday's game where they lost, they don't want to get into that situation again. They just want to win the games early and very effectively. Beautiful performance from the whole team, and I like the draft from LGD, but it showed the clear weakness that their lanes had right from the start. You said DK were winning all 3 lanes, which they were, and the moment LGD's lineup gets on the back foot against something like this, the mid game is just an absolute nightmare.
And it was a very risky draft from LGD in the sense that Sniper is so easy to punish. And you just never had a chance to come online. It's a great response from DK, but they haven't won the series yet. They can't get overconfident. It still goes to a game 3, and I think if LGD go back to their tried and true Centaur Invoker, these sorts of things, maybe they can pull it out.
It makes me wonder if they should have safe laned the Viper instead of the Sniper and put the Sniper mid to give themselves more laning presence in the bot lane, and Sniper mid against OD. I thought it was a counter pick for the lane. So,
well, with that being said, we'll see what the analysts think. Game 3 coming up next.
Thank you, LD. And with that, indeed, DK make it to a 3rd game. We're going to see if they can actually end that with a win as well. I'm sitting here filling in for James at the moment, who is taking a bit of a rest. Welcome back to the panel, and what a second game. Well, second game, first game for these 2 teams, and what a comeback from DK compared to yesterday.
Yeah, it's a new team today, and I think that's what most people expected to show up today. After a loss yesterday, I think it was fortunate they had that day off to prepare, not even from a strategic point of view. Strategy has never been DK's problem. Sure, they pick all over the place, but it's more just execution, which was lacking yesterday, and the fact they had that day break, they just came out guns blazing here.
If you look at game 1 and game 2, they are really similar in the sense that DK got a very huge dominating streak. It's just that LGD had the chance yesterday to come back because of the lineup they had. Right now, the sniper pick was not as strong as Lycan, so they pay the price.
Not much is as strong as a Lycan, Bruno.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's banned a lot.
Banned
right?
90% of games, the 10% of games he is picked, he's got like a something ridiculous win rate.
I heard Oracle is kind of strong as well.
I think the sniper versus this full team fight lineup with no really like a bit of lack of initiation power was a really good idea from LGD. I kind of agree with Synderen when he mentioned that the sniper mid and the Viper bottom would have maybe been better, but DK was just playing insanely well. I don't think, it was really hard. It was a really hard game for LGD, to be honest. Actually, even Rabbit got really good farm versus the aggressive Trident. You could see
Burning
he
had no farm.
tripled, but didn't matter. Also, the dire advantage. The dire advantage was key in DK's ability to snowball, in my opinion. I was really impressed by MMY. His position, like his positioning, his spell usage, his warding, everything he does in the game is actually really. His Rubik yesterday was completely insane. That player is on fire.
And ISIS likes being a playmaker. You give him farm, you give him a fast blink dagger and a hero like Tide, and he'll initiate and win you team fights off of that. Like especially that one around the Roshan pit, where as soon as they get Roshan, actually that wasn't even ISIS. That was Lamb on the Wraith King. Just instantly blinks in for a stun, takes a fight knowing they have the Aegis. So DK were just taking the initiative and not playing safe. DK, yes, they would get that Aegis, then back off, group up as 5, try and chip at a tower, but not really push. This DK today just went in.
I think DK just looked like DK today.
Yeah.
And that's scary. That's very scary for the other teams.
And next to that, we of course had Mushi on the OD, which is taking back the TI3. It was one of his signature heroes. We saw him on the hero all the time. It was a respect ban a lot of the times as well, and it comes out. The crowd cheers, obviously. Signature hero coming out like that. And he just made it work amazingly well.
Yeah, and DK made it work all throughout the game. And there's one team fight really important that happened at the mid tier 2 tower for the Radiant. We're gonna watch a replay of right that. This is LGD just trying to stop. At this point, DK is 18-5 ahead. They have control. Look at the initiation. The fact that they have so many blinks, so many hard 4 stuff, they can just get on LGD's feet. And when you're a sniper, when you're a Viper, if people are just next to you, then suddenly your kiting power is not as impressive. So right now, it's DK's turn to just dominate. And even if the Sun King jumps, it's suicidal. The Doom does much? Not really. Mushi has an Aegis. When you actually use your Doom on a guy that has an Aegis, you're pretty much wasting it.
Yeah, LGD didn't need to engage there. I think they kind of got. I don't think they'd seen the gem, I'm guessing. I mean, obviously, Sand King tried to go for a Sandstorm. He's thinking he can just stall and then have Shrapnel back him up. But
I think the call was to not engage. Yao was actually, he looked a bit confused when DD just went in for no apparent reason. It happens, it mistakes. When you play from behind the whole game, you're going to at one point do a mistake. And LGD does really few mistakes, but that was one, obviously.
When we talk about LGD, normally we talk about team fights and how strong they are, how good synergy. For example, yesterday, that was the reason why they came back, able to disengage, re-engage. And do you think that they might have just missed out on the draft, that this game actually already failed at draft?
They had a strong team fight potential, but when you face Talon or Razor, OD, AA, like DK went all in 5-man team fight. And LGD didn't, they stick to what they usually do, didn't work because DK won the lane. When you have a 5 versus 5 like this, you're dire and you win the lanes. I mean, they didn't crush the lanes, but they got what we mentioned prior to the draft, during the draft, that they're gonna give this Tide versus Doom a one-on-one, the OD versus Viper one-on-one, and both solos actually won their lanes. Yep. This is really important.
Yeah, and I think looking back, that Kunkka ban was actually quite important because LGD just kind of lacked that support backup. DD on the Sand King, he didn't really end the game doing all too well. He was 1-9, but he'd be a lot more comfortable playing as Kunkka, I feel. He's played it like 5 or 6 times throughout the tournament. Sand King needs a lot more farm, whereas Kunkka just needs the levels.
One thing that has to be mentioned also about DK that game is that they gave space early on to the Skeleton King and the AA to actually get their level 6. When Burning had no farm, they were like, great, we're going to rotate you to the safe lane so you actually get farm. And Lanham just stayed bottom to try to get level 6. So did MMY on the top lane. They understood that they need their level 6 really fast, and we've seen games in this tournament where the AA just never gets 6, the Sand King, or they get 6 way too late. Yeah. DK really allocated, they did everything right that game.
And now we're going to see the last game. It's going to be the third game of this best of 3. We, of course, saw one game yesterday. But I think the pressure is now off LGD because for them it's a best of 1. You're playing just like you played the group stage, and they beat a lot of team right there. They ended up with a score of 7-8, which, while not impressive, they took in those 7 wins some of the very good teams that were also in the top 8. So for LGD right now, it's time to relax, do what they did, and not be scared about DK, because even if they're losing really, really bad, they proved yesterday that they can turn it around.
And are we looking for extra teamfight heroes to be picked up in their lineup? Or Centaur maybe, if he makes it through?
And they could have had the Centaur last game. It wasn't banned until the 5th ban, so I think they'll look back on that and say, hey, look, let's try and grab the Centaur much earlier if that's something which is kind of what plays around our strengths.
Anything we're looking forward to specifically next to the Centaur?
I don't think they have to go with a specific game plan in the, like, if they, especially against DK. If there's one team you don't want to have a pocket strat or anything, it's DK, because they counter what you do. They're able to play so many heroes. I think it's like, this is maybe 20 different heroes. It's just, there are no words for that. In such a tournament, that means they can play anything on any role, on any lane. So you don't want to have something really fixed before, because they're going to punish you big time for that.
I do think that the Centaur is actually a really key pick for them if they can get it. And also the Invoker, during this main event, they're 3-0 with him, doing really, really well with that hero. And it's one of those heroes that if you're playing against a lot of team fight, you can have a lot of control to stop them. You have, if you all cross works, you can have the Tornado, you can have the EMP, which is something that we haven't seen so far. But when you see all these strength heroes that can initiate, like you see Tide Hunter, you see even like Faceless Boy, if you get a good EMP, you suddenly destroy all their potential for team fights. Maybe it's time for the Quas West Invoker to come back.
And of course he pairs up really nicely with that Centaur, so if they can have both of them, which I don't think that DK is going to let happen for some reason, but that would be great for them. I think a lot is going to be decided in the draft already, and we're going to be heading over there very shortly. But before that, any predictions? Because we've seen yesterday how LGD did, and I mean, they weren't really strong at the start, but they were able to come back. They were able to fight their way back. Of course, DK dominating performance in the game that we've seen just now.
I'm afraid LGD is pressured right now, because now they're like, they lost the second game. Yesterday they were supposed to lose the first game. They came back, that's impressive, but they got destroyed for 30 minutes, right? So that would have been an easy 2-0 for DK if you look back at what happened the whole series. So they must feel pressure, and I hope they can, you know, like do well regardless of that. They just need to focus on the third game, like if it was a best of one.
Everyone likes an underdog story, but sometimes the upper dog deserves to win. I think DK will end LGD's run, and we'll see what happens.
I think it's most likely for LGD. I think you got to look at this and be like, I think it's fair to say DK overall are the better team than us, but Dota is a game of 60 minutes or whatever it may be. Much like football, it's like you never know what's going to happen in that 60 minutes, and LGD can make it happen if they believe.
Yep.
With that, we're going to the game.
LGD Gaming versus Team DK. Game 3.
How'd you make? Sorry, I went for another.
And into the draft we go, as we are loading into the game still, so slight delay here, but we'll see.
Don't worry, we can see all the faces.
We can see the players.
Yeah.
You see the stress on their faces. The pressure is really on.
I don't see stress.
You don't see stress?
I just see.
That is.
That is either sadness or
maybe he just was reading some sad story on the internet.
He is zen.
I mean, especially for Lin, he's 18 years old. Like, he's never been in a position like this. LGD haven't played that many, like, I mean, they played in some big high-profile tournaments, but not in anything the size of TI before, well, with Lin, so he's got to be nervous. But I think the big thing that LD and Cinder had mentioned at the end of the last game is DK can't get overconfident here.
No, of course not.
They did that yesterday already, and they paid for it.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure they were overconfident yesterday.
No, I think they thought playing it safe was the right move.
They choked.
Yeah.
It happens wrong.
I was really glad to hear actually SSI say we were scared to actually lose the game, and then we ended up losing it. So they realized that, and that was honestly their own mistake, the only one mistake they did the whole game. So if that's fixed, they're going to be looking to be really strong against LGD this third game.
And how important is this game? And we said this over and over again, but DK are in the brink of elimination if LGD takes it. And this could be the end of a career for a couple of people. Bernier said he was retiring last year at TI3. He is always toying with his retirement. Lan also wants to get married, right? And
he wants to retire off this TI as well, he said. So,
and those players are just legends. They've been playing forever and at the highest level.
And you want to go out with a bang. And on top of that, DK was one of the favorites to actually be in the top 3 to take it all anyway. And we are actually inside the draft now. DK, a lot at stake here. For LGD, of course, a lot at stake as well. I mean, they're kind of the newcomers in this one, still the underdogs, as you pointed out, Bruno. We'll see so far. We started with the draft. We have got ourselves some teamfight heroes removed by LGD. And of course, DK removed that Lycan. I don't blame them for that.
I like that LGD keep banning the Naga Siren. It's not saying DK have gone towards much about the tournament, but leading up to the tournament, Burning was playing Naga Siren and dismantling a lot of the teams in the Eastern scene. And it works so well against the LGD playstyle. LGD group up as 5, Naga Siren split pushes, sends illusions behind your push, kills creep wave. So to me, Naga Siren is like an LGD counter pick.
Not even the Burning Naga Siren. Have you ever seen the Ice Naga Siren? This guy.
That's like going back to TI2, man.
Hey.
Yeah.
I mean, he can still do it. Of course, he didn't lose. Ice is one of those players that is characterized by being really aggressive as an offlaner, but sometimes he's understated because he's really, really good at microing units around the map as well. When you give him a hero like Nature's Prophet.
What is this opening? Like, wow. Elder Titan Lion. Like,
how do you want to...
I was like, MMY, what do you want to play?
Give me the Lion. If you're LGD, how do you respond to this?
Yeah,
you're like,
it's really difficult.
DK they defy all drafting conventions.
They pull out a pocket strat right here. You don't know what to expect if you're LGD right now.
Is this even a pocket strat?
Listen to me. This is straight out green text, right? DK facing LGD, brink of elimination. MMY is like, yo, give me the Lion.
That might be my last game.
Lan is like, give me the Tiny and I'll get the Wisp, like the E-Home from TI2.
Oh, yeah.
Burning starts crying, DK wins, crowd roars.
You should write fanfic.
I know, right?
No, but really, the first 2 picks are really not
they just want to confuse LGD almost,
I
feel. I don't think they have a set 5 hero strategy prepared. I think more than anything, it's like, let's throw LGD off. We're good with these heroes. We believe in our ability to just outplay them.
And Titan plus Lion is actually a really good synergy, because if you're going to use Finger of Death when the Titan aura applies, that's one-shot hero, most likely on a support Rasta, that's for sure.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, I think actually for LGD, it might even be slightly a good thing that they don't really know what DK is going to do, because it forces them to just go really back to their own gameplay, to their own style, and actually play to their strengths rather than playing reactive gaming, if you will. I think actually that might not be too bad for LGD to do.
It's okay so far. Yeah.
And we've especially seen Elder Titan get punished. Go back to Na'Vi picking this for Funnick. They're on the Dire side. Dire offlane Elder Titan.
That's a good point.
I think right now the one thing LG have to be keeping in mind is we can zone out Elder Titan completely if he's in the offlane.
Yeah, that's a good point, especially because Rasta is a really good hero at zoning out any sort of offlaner because of the lightning damage and the shackle if they want to go too far in. What's interesting is that LGD just decided to respect ban, I would say, the Tidehunter of Ice. That allowed them to grab the Shadow Shaman. They were banning the Shadow Shaman the whole time, and they first picked it instead of the Doom, I would say, because they first picked the Doom the last game. It's really weird for me that they first picked that Doom if they don't care about it anymore. They probably tried something that we missed, but anyway, now they have the Shadow Shaman and it's most likely going to be on a support role.
Yeah, and the Viper, the Elder Titan, remember, he can still play as a support, not likely, he could still do. Sometimes, a long time ago, Bolva used to play this hero mid as well. It's the hero that can be played everywhere, it can even be played as a safe lane if you want to go for an aggressive trial and maybe get the Elder Titan some levels. But the important thing is that facing that Viper right now, the Viper that with Corrosive Skin gets a lot tankier against heroes like Lion. If you get that Spirit on top of him or if you're hitting him, then suddenly that Corrosive Skin is not as impressive. And maybe you can burst him down easily. If you remember, there was this game yesterday, I can't seem to remember the game, but there was a Viper that was Chronosphere, Skywrath Mage, Mystic Flare, and he would never die just of how tanky it was.
Oh, yeah, it was IG versus...
LGD.
Yeah,
LGD,
it was IG versus LGD. But the thing is that they decided to pick the Viper. It's one of their main heroes, so I get it. But they still decided to pick the Viper after an Elder Titan pick, which counters the Viper, because then the Viper doesn't tank anything, and then a Viper that's not tanky is kind of useless. So I'm really surprised they actually decided to grab that Viper.
I like that LGD is banning out the Tusk. We've seen actually DK pick up Tusk twice, I believe, before in the group stages with the Sven, most of all, and just get some early aggression going, which is something that LGD really cannot use because they need to actually do okay in their lanes and then snowball off the back of that. So it's kind of funny to see Tusk on that banning list right there, but yeah, I think it's worth it. Doom and Lifestealer also removed from the pool, and DK will have the first pick after banning out the last hero, so we'll see what they go for.
When you think, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Again, DK banged the Invoker, but Centaur is still there, so if LGD want the Centaur in their Game 3, they can go for it.
Yeah, the problem is that when you see Elder Titan Lion, you're like, okay, normally I would know what to ban, or I've seen this. It's kind of like chess. You see the first couple moves, you know how to respond, right? But when you see this guy just like moving the tower pawn 2 blocks to like 2 spaces ahead, you're like, what do I do? Like, how do I respond to this? It sounds like a really bad strat, but it just comes out so much out of the left field. The LGD Gaming is just returning to, let's ban strong heroes, and that might play exactly into what DK wants to bring in this game.
You know, when you're a Dota fan, then you gotta be a bit of a DK fan, just in the sense that they use all the resources there are with all the heroes available. You know, they like that Titan Lion combo is gonna bring a lot to the game and something we haven't seen yet. So that's a good news for everyone that actually enjoys the game.
Yeah, we already saw how much time LGD took after that Elder Titan Lion pick to decide what they were going to pick next. And even in the banning phase, they were still maybe kind of unsure what to expect. DK, though, however, also not having a pick at the ready. So yeah, not really a specific pocket strat, but definitely also for them, it is not an easy draft to do. And there's a lot at stake, so that's understandable for sure.
Yeah, and I don't think DK is actually thinking too much about what to pick, but the ordering what to pick things, because clearly if you have an Elder Titan and a Lion, you have an idea of where you want to go, but you don't want to give away much. Right now you just showed, I'm going for something different. But what exactly? Can we actually wait until the 5th pick to get the hero that puts this all together? Or maybe they just figure it out and will ban it in the next round. So here about DK, it's all about, well, what do we pick now? And they go with the Earthshaker.
Okay, the Lamb Earthshaker. Everyone will remember some MLG Columbus moments where he pulled this one out, and it's kind of a safe counter initiator. It's a lot harder and trickier for like Shadow Shaman to run up and try and push down towers with Serpent Wards. You're always kind of at threat of being hit by the fissure and just being repelled back by this. But I mean, right now it's not really a counter pick to any of LGD's draft. I feel DK are more putting something together for themselves.
The thing is that the Shaker, I mean, LGD might be looking to push quite early. They have a Rasta and a Viper. Those heroes push, you know. And DK has a good answer to that because they have long-range nukes and initiation power, and with that's what you want to have with an Elder Titan, right? With the aura. So right now DK is completely fine with what's going on. They do have, in my opinion, really weak lanes. Shaker can, you know, stop some form of aggression, but I mean, Lion, Titan, those heroes are really weak early on.
Yeah, it's for me, it's a real game delayer, and DK is the team that, despite last game being fairly short, they are the team that actually has the longest games here in the international so far, and that really plays to their strength. So they want to, if needed, be able to delay the game with a different result than yesterday. Also, at the same time, LGD knows that DK wants to delay the game, so they might prepare their own strategy based off of that as well. They pick up the Bad Rider, and if you want to try to go high ground against a team that has...
These work so well. Now this is a pick that puts everything together.
Yeah, so much damage output with the Elder Titan Aura, the Shadow Fiend minus armor. You've got great lockdown as well.
You have so much lockdown. And it was funny because as I was looking at the Bat Rider free pick from LGD Gaming, it really seemed like an umbrella pick. It was like, okay, we don't really know what you're going to get, but probably Bat Rider is going to work against whatever you have, even though you have a Lion and an Earthshaker to stop us.
The thing is that Bat Rider is really, it's one of the best heroes to get when you're actually playing a pushing lineup, because it's really hard for the opponent to defend their towers. I mean, the initiation power for Bat Rider is not, you can't deal with that. Bat Rider is always going to get the lasso off on a key hero, just because of how the hero works. So I really like that pickup for LGD. Right now, DK, they don't have an answer to the Bat Rider, actually. It's going to be really hard for them to counter-initiate. I mean, a Fisher of Shaker is not going to be enough versus a Dagger 4-stat Bat Rider. So let's see where DK they want to head with their last pick.
And that to me is like the key timing for LGD, the 4-stuff. Like when they get that up, they'll have Visage with key levels, they'll have Viper with the mech.
They're going to burst down.
And even worse, the BKB that will come probably after the 4-stuff, because once the Bat Rider BKBs, there's nothing, literally nothing to stop him, other than maybe Echo Slam. But that won't stop him for long. Literally, he can just go and grab whatever.
That Draw Ranger ban is really clever from DK.
Yeah.
You know, because you might have forgotten the Draw Ranger. It's LGD. They never played that, but it's like it was actually awesome to get with their draft.
And it is 4 range heroes as well.
Exactly.
So.
It was the perfect pick for LGD. So really nice play from DK. Right now, I'm just worried about the activation ban.
Just respect for burning.
I don't think it would have been a good pick, but
no, but just respect.
I am worried about Mushi's SF because he's gonna be against. Yeah, that's a cool one. He's gonna be against the Viper on the middle lane, with ganking for potential, if it's Rasta or Visage rotating on the mid lane, he's gonna die. And they do have the Shaker to protect him, but I mean, DK must protect that SF. It's very important for them that he gets a fast BKB.
And to be honest, there is no natural assault class carrier on LGD, which might be a problem. You want to have that extra armor because DK is looking so scary with all that minus armor that's coming out from at least 3 of their heroes. What's LGD going to do against that? Which hero would you pick?
It's really difficult to say. They might be looking at...
Okay. Centaur still in. There we have it.
Go to what works.
They were kind of missing that tanky frontliner in a lot of ways, like something to just soak up a lot of the damage there.
They need a good game on Viper. If DK shuts down the Viper, it's going to be really difficult for LG because Centaur and Battery will be positioning to actually be able to get a good initiation. Then they have nothing to tank. So they really need a good game on Viper.
Well, we're going to see if they can actually make that happen. They need a lot of. They have a lot of pressure on them because DK, if this game goes too late, I am worrying for their fate. Even though I thought that yesterday as well. So we'll see if they have a bit of better luck today. As players are still picking up their heroes. And we are going to go to our commentators, DK versus LGD. One of them will be eliminated. Let's find out who.
10 seconds remaining.
Welcome back to Key Arena, ladies and gentlemen. I'm LD. I'm joined here by Cinder. And Sind, I think the short way to put it, as you were saying when we were watching the draft, is DK got pretty much all their favorite heroes. The one they didn't get was the anti-mage.
It looked like the game plan from DK, or the plan of the draft here, was let's pick every single hero we're famous for. We pick all of our trademark heroes, and then they ban the anti-mage 5th, so he at least doesn't get that one.
You're killing me, LGD. You're killing me.
Yeah.
But you can't blame them.
This is a pretty simple draft to analyze, I think, because if this one goes late game, hands down DK are just going to win. There's not enough late game potential from LGD, in my opinion. Centaur can get strong later on, and Viper, I feel like, falls off after the mid game. You're taking that late game against a Shadow Fiend, a Weaver, with Elder Titans at natural order. So LGD, for me, have to perform early on. They have to win their, not necessarily the lanes, but then the early part of the mid game. And the key for me is shutting down Mushi. He's playing Shadow Fiend against a lot of heroes that are generally really good against him, so I'm expecting LGD to put a lot of focus on him and get off to a good start because of that.
And it is a dire Shadow Fiend, which is still pretty good. You can still take advantage of the jungle, but obviously Radiant, you've got the really easy to access medium camp near the lane that you can farm. And on that note, looks like we won't have any aggression early on, just a 5-man into the woods by DK. They want to block off some camps here. LGD do have a fairly level-dependent set of supports, and with that, let's introduce the teams. On the Radiant side, we have Team LGD. They took game 1 in spectacular fashion with a 25k gold plus deficit. You've got Yao, the off-lane Centaur. It'll be Rabbit playing the Bat Rider going mid. He's been one of their standout players this tournament. DD will be playing the support Shadow Shaman. That puts DDC onto the support Visage, and Lin taking up the reins as the safe lane Viper.
And over on Team DK, going from top to bottom, we've got Burning on the Weaver in the top lane. In the mid lane, it's going to be Mushi playing as the Shadow Fiend. Walking past him right now is MMY on his Lion, very famous for playing that solo mid back in the day. Now it's almost exclusively played as support. And then in the bottom lane, also rotating, is going to be Lanham on the Earthshaker and Ice on the Elder Titan.
So I like a couple of things that DK are doing here. One, they're putting the Lion in mid just to help secure Mushi his first few souls, make this lane a bit easier for him. The other thing is that they use the Earthshaker Fissure to draw the bottom lane back. And when you and I have cast Elder Titan games in the past, we've talked at length about how much this hero generally struggles in the dire off lane. But with the Fissure block, it should make the lane a lot easier for him, and he should at least get some experience off this first wave. You see Lin already working hard to try and deny the creeps, though.
This is going to be 3 creeps of experience probably for Ice, so not securing him level 2, but depending on the denying here from Lin, he could actually end up only getting half a level. There is 1 deny. So
it's going to be hard to prevent these. You can maybe use the Spirit to get 1, but that's really about it. He'll get something out of here, but the other place we should look in is the jungle, where DK are already starting to stack. They've stacked the camp near the top rune, they've stacked the big camp that's near the mid lane, and they're looking to get a very fat Shadow Fiend this game. LGD, even if they can get a couple kills on Mushi, they can't feel like they've shut him down from that, because this hero farms the jungle faster than almost any other hero in the game.
Ice being a bit dominated here by DD is going to turn around on him. He's not going to win this if he sticks around. There is a Visage coming into support, and we'll just be trading a couple of blows here. Ice not playing with a salve either. Started with the boots, so 5 tangos only on him, using his single clarity as well.
And they're really playing the economy game. We're going to see another stack from both heroes. MMY goes for his, Lanham for his own on the Earthshaker, and This is something that LGD could potentially contest. You've got Batrider who can go in and at least lead.
Oh, Yao gets a haste.
Oh, no. Oh, this is bad. There's actually no point in double edge though, and a great fissure block keeps Yao out. It would have been a tough kill with the 2 supports there, even without the full block. And he has not skilled double edge yet. He's only level 2, but nonetheless could have done a lot of damage there.
If nothing else, Yao will get some safe experience out of this because he can go up very far. He knows the fissure has been used. He can see Lanham because of, or he will see if Lanham crosses because of the ward he has close to the top rune. So we'll be getting some experience here, getting his level 3 fairly soon. Ice has managed to get level 2 in the offlane on the Dire, and I think this is as much as he's going to get for the next quite long while.
There's a smoke. Lanham makes his way top. I don't think it was spotted out by Yao, but he's playing it very defensively. He's going to go back and body block this wave. Just try and keep the creeps as close as possible to the tower. Well, meanwhile, in the Radiant jungle, Ice just under a little bit of harassment from DDC. Gets Grave Chill. There is a Soul Assumption available. He's going to be close to dying, but not close enough. Needed probably 2 or 3 Soul Assumption charges there to go for that one. And they have the fissure ready top. Do they find Yao? They're close to it. The smoke's about to break if they want to go. It's got to be now. But Yao he's playing it safe, and now with this ward, I believe he's going to see the Earthshaker. Yeah, just got a glimpse of him from that Radiant ward up on the high ground above the river.
There was no reason for Yao to expose himself there. He knows the wave is pushing to his tower anyway, so losing 1 or 2 creeps of experience to get 7 creeps of experience is easily worth it for him. And DK's lane is not that good at pushing the tower here, so they'll do a little bit of damage, but I don't imagine they'll get it all the way down. Although now the siege creep is coming in, and they do have the Ring of Basilius activated on Burning. And perhaps they could actually do this.
And I wonder if Burning's going to look to get greedy on the back of this. Maybe he goes for a Midas. Maybe it's something that Mushi goes for instead. And this will force a reaction. LGD will be... They'll have no choice but to bring in DD because they don't want to be giving up this tier 1 tower that early on. Then the Weaver can really get aggressive against Centaur. But the good news is their offlane has benefited a lot. He's already hit level 4 off of this top rune. We're going to have an engagement. Mushi went for the rune. He's got stick charges. He might be able to turn this on Rabbit, but the napalm keeps on coming up, and he's holding his ground. First blood going to Mushi. He played it out to the bitter end, and with the stick charges and that raise to go, he just miscalculated, Rabbit did, and that is not a lane you want to be giving up first blood, and certainly not to Shadow Fiend of all heroes.
And he was already winning the lane on CS, which a lot of times, Batrider, if it's 1-on-1, he will just win the lane against Shadow Fiend, but that little bit of help that MMY gave him in the start gave him a head start, and for Shadow Fiend, it's all about getting the first 5 or 6 CS. Then you get the plus damage from Necromastery, and you can start farming the lane fairly safely.
Or the stacks. He's going straight for him. And this will help Lanham catch up. He's only level 1, but with the fissure here and the triple raise, he'll get at least level 2, probably close to level 3 as the big creeps die, and it makes up for the slow start the Earthshaker had. And it also
is getting really big this game already.
They do have the heroes to lock down a single farm carry, but the other issue is that Burning's even more farmed. He's at 31 CS in the top lane. They have Lasso, they have the Shaman Hex. In theory, they can lock these heroes down up to a certain point, but eventually, if they both get big, to lock them both down is going to be very difficult. And that's without counting in all the defensive capabilities of DK. Fissure, Elder Titan, who can just drop a spirit and suddenly you just melt to right clicks. LGD this is not quite the start they were looking for. Gold and experience are pretty close for slight experience lead for LGD and a slight gold lead for DK, but if you're LGD, you want to be finding kills soon. As soon as the Centaur ultimate comes online, maybe it's the bat blink they wait for, but past that point, you do not want to let DK just sit back and play the farm game.
You definitely don't. With the start they have already, something needs to happen at some point. I like the rotation into mid from the Centaur so that they can try to get his blink up, since Batrider will have a much easier time in the top lane than Centaur will at this point. Speaking of the off lane, by the way, Ice in the Dire off lane could be in a lot of trouble here if they get in, but he's playing it to the limit here.
He does it more than almost any other offlaner in terms of just push it to the absolute limit, where I think you see it a lot with ROTK as well. Sometimes it costs them. Sometimes they overextend and they die, but they'll try to force those rotations and only back off at the last possible second. We also saw with Bone 7 yesterday on his Batrider, and well, sometimes you look silly if they kill you, but if you don't do those sorts of plays, then you give the enemy supports too much space. And Lanham now with the haste online for the Earthshaker. He's taken over Mushi's bottle, and he's heading around towards the bottom lane. Drops a ward for the time being, and he'll pass it back off.
Speaking of Mushi, he's currently holding on to 1,500 gold, and this is where most Shadow Fiends will finish their wand and treads and start building into BKB, so I'm wondering, since he's holding on to that gold, whether he wants a Blink Dagger. Bottom lane, Ice is a goner.
Well, it was bound to happen at some point, and it's a really good move from LGD. Stampede does not have a long cooldown. Just go for a quick kill. It gets your Batrider nearer to his blink, although he's pretty poor right now, only 300 gold, and it means that the next opportunity to gank comes that much sooner.
Oh, top lane, Rabbit.
But Sin, should they go for double Midas? Because you're talking about Mushi getting one, and Burning has already picked one up. Is that too greedy versus LGD?
I was thinking Mushi saving this amount of gold up might mean that he's getting a Blink Dagger, actually. Midas is definitely a choice that we see a lot of Shadow Fiends go for, but then he would probably have bought the recipe already if that was the plan. You know, you can't just bank for it and buy it in one go. It's not like the recipe does anything, but well, we'll see.
Oh,
Get our answer.
Double raise, easy kill. And Lanham is still smoked. He just fissured for that.
All right, we'll get our answer now. Mushi has 2.1k gold. He can buy the Blink now if he wants it, or the Midas, or neither. And he's getting a mech.
It's the mech Shadow Fiend move, something that Mushi did a lot of at previous tournaments, and
he has it now.
They do it a lot with the Elder Titan. I think the reason is that, especially on the Dire, he just doesn't get farmed. So if you want a mech, it's got to come from the Shadow Fiend, or you just won't have it for a long time.
And it helps Shadow Fiend a lot with one of his biggest weaknesses in the early game, namely that he is very fragile. So he gets a lot of armor, he gets the self-burst heal, and contributes so much for the team. The thing is, when you think about how much Shadow Fiend does without any sort of aggressive items, at this state in the game, the only important thing is the Shadow Raise ability, and that has the full effect no matter what. So getting a mech to just keep yourself alive, I think this is a great choice on the Shadow Fiend. And to be honest, now that it's been used a couple of times, I still don't even consider the option of Shadow Towel. But
Ice caught out by a Stampede. Now the Double Edge can follow this one up. They go with the Stomp first, and they will get the kill.
And another good kill.
A nice kill again for LGD, but DK have ambitions on structures. They're looking for the top tier one. They'll claim it with the mechs and 4 here. They may just go for 2.
Every Stampede from LGD needs to get at least 1 kill. We were talking about before the game even started that they needed to get ahead, and that's definitely not the case right now. They are, in fact,
can't TP
quite
into
far
this
behind.
one. Lin really didn't want to cancel that one, but he had no choice.
Mushi with the DD here could maybe do a lot of damage here. Also going to use the mech.
Oh, they're going to get
it. If they get this tower, that's huge. They will be trading for the tier 1 mid. Shadow Shaman getting a timely level 6. Impressive, actually, that DD is level 6, 9 minutes in with 0 assists, but he might have been in the experience AoE
maybe
at
not.
least.
They need more creeps to come in. And now they do come. They drop low for this. The mech pulling out at 25, but DK will make their way out.
And the last hit going to MMY and the Lion, so he's 900 gold away from a Blink Dagger, which I assume he will be going for first here. He can also get tier 2 boots, either Tranquils or Treads generally.
And Lanham can get something in his inventory. It's just an energy booster. He literally had 6 empty inventory slots, but that's the power of the Shaker. He could do a lot with nothing.
Now LGD, they look to put some pressure in the bottom lane. They will force out a glyph at least here. And Lin, we've talked a lot about the mech on Shadow Fiend. Lin has his in 100 gold, so the early mech from DK secured them a tier 2 tower. We'll see what LGD can accomplish with theirs. They also have the level 6 on the Visage. Batrider still 1,000 gold away from a Blink Dagger. This is actually very slow, all things considered. Generally, Batrider is he has 29 CS. This is around the time when you want to start getting the Blink, but Rabbit really hasn't had an easy game.
You know, Sebastian mentioned that once Bat gets Blink and Force, it's a bit difficult to counter-initiate. You still have Fissure, maybe a Blink Hex if the line's quick, but, well, when you've got Stampedes and you still have some way into the fight. But without the Force, it's still the danger of the Fissure just turning it, so we'll have to see if they can actually get jumps off that. I think the ideal thing is get the Blink, and then you go in with the Blink and Stampede your way out to quickly retreat, pull a hero out of the position that they want to be in. We'll see. For now, LGD are congregating in the bottom lane with a few. And the Shaman wards have cooled down. They've got mech, Shaman wards, and familiars. The push is strong for LGD. And although DK have a mech, they don't really have the best team fight as of yet.
The key for them right now is to get Ice up to a higher level. I'm not sure if he goes for the 0-4-4-0 build in this game, or if he tries to get a point in Echo Stomp or in the Earth Splitter early on. Because if he goes for the general full Astral build, I think it's going to be too weak. The will be securing the last hit. Very nice by DD.
But they're going to get to farm these wards, and that'll be a lot of extra gold into Mushi's pockets. In fact, almost a hero kill ward. And the familiars, he gets both. That's a lot of gold for Mushi. It's got to be 400 plus. Maybe even more than that.
He already has 6,000 net worth. We're looking at a GPM for the Shadow Fiend of 500 in an 11-minute game right now. Big item alert for LGD though. They get the Blink Dagger on Yao, which I think is the most crucial item for them at this point. Even more important than the mech they just got.
It's the Shadow Fiend's got to be the one you want. As the mech carrier, well, if you go on somebody else, he's going to be able to save them.
Fissure
blocks in one, and DD just gets incinerated. Now the Impale,
great
that's on two. DK with a great retreat. Can they actually engage Stampede? They're going to go, and they're going to find Mushi. Can he mech out of this one in time? He gets it off just barely. Now turns and fights, gets the double raise. But he will pay with his life. And that's a very big kill to bring down the Shadow Fiend.
And all the while, Burning in the top lane just continues farming. This is the problem LGD are facing right now. They have to focus on the Shadow Fiend, but if they can't win these fights and only get draws, they even lost it actually. Weaver farming at the same time. This strategy from DK is turning out very well right now. They're surprisingly little ahead, I would say, 2,000 gold. They're even behind on experience, but you still just have the feeling that as long as DK aren't far behind in this game, just from a strategic standpoint, being even with their draft is winning right now.
And for now, they definitely are even and leading in terms of gold. Like you mentioned, the other thing is they're going to get a big item soon, and it might be the biggest item that they're going to get in the next 10 minutes, although LGD are smoking.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger on Bat. This is going to be a very easy pickup on Lanham.
Yeah, they're just going to have to sack the Earthshaker. Another well-executed gank by LGD. It's their third or fourth of the game where they've just used the smoke or the Stampede, and every time it's been at least one kill. But MMY's Blink is coming. And with this, DK can look to create some space for the Weaver. And well, Burning's created his own space for now in the top lane. He's pushed past where the tier 2 one stood, and he TPs out and heads towards bottom. And they're going to look for something here on lane, it appears.
This is not the ideal Weaver game though, so Burning will need to get a lot of farm before he can get really scary. There's the Hex from Shadow Shaman, there's the Batrider Lasso, Centaur with the Blink Dagger Stomp, even Familiar drops to counter out Burning a little bit, almost getting one Familiar there, but...
Gotta be careful not to feed
He needs to be farmed to be strong in this game. I like the call from DK actually to play their good old Burning doesn't join the fights at all kind of style in this game so far, because he really doesn't help out much just yet.
The one thing that LGD don't have right now is Lasso. They do have a Stampede ready though, and that makes it a bit precarious for DK to commit. Burning's gonna back off, play this one safe, and farm towards his linkage while the rest of the team smokes with him. Through the Radiant jungle they move. Lanham in front, dropping Observer Ward, and the Courier, maybe something they can claim if they head towards bottom, but they actually take a different path. They head up the Radiant jungle and now find a haster in for Mushi. He's building towards a BKB, and I'm a little bit concerned for LGD once he gets that. They have decent physical damage, Sin, but mainly through the familiars and the wards, but it's not that much. If he can BKB and they go for him with a lasso, he may turn the fights. And LGD, they're making their own move, but DK are ready. It's a trap, but Pale, Fissure on two. Beautiful chain stun from DK, and now they find more. It's DDC they want next. He tries to trade this one, but he can't. Zap down from Rage. MMY makes it a 3-0. And now they've got to get something else out of this. They'll farm the top lane. There'll be more wards for Mushi. He's keeping up with the Midas on the Weaver, who's also taken out 2 towers. He's gotten so much gold out of this, and we talk a lot about the MMY line, but it just can't be overstated. Every Impale always seems to hit 2-3 heroes. It's not as easy as it looks to pull that off.
He has so much experience with that hero from years of play, and everything from mid to support. Now mid lane, speaking of MMY, he's going to need a really good Impale to get out of this one. We'll go for it.
Well, it's a good one, but he's still in trouble.
He's not going to make it.
Maybe he will. No soul assumption. No chance.
I want to continue a little bit on your point about Shadow Fiend and the amount of physical damage LGD has, because the little bit deceiving thing in this game is that usually, like, your idea of how easy it is to kill a Shadow Fiend with physical damage just doesn't really apply when he goes for the mech build.
That's true.
He will have the BKB around the general BKB timing, but he'll have it with a mech in his inventory. So he's got 5 additional armor, a 250 burst heal. That makes a huge difference. If he is in the BKB, I don't even think LGD can bring him down during the lasso.
And if they pull him into their team with the lasso and they clump up, you get Requiem, fight's over.
Yeah.
There's just no way you're going to win it from there.
And the options of counter initiation that DK have should not be underestimated either. There's the Fissure, there's the Blink into Impale from the Lion.
And there's no force on Rabbit.
And Elder Titan will probably get Echo Stomp in not too long as well.
That's the one combo that really can work well for them this game, is as they smoke, and they're going to make their move towards bottom, it looks like. But they've got the Fissure to set up that Stomp as well, and it makes Ice's life quite a bit easier. We've seen, MMY searching for something, but he's going to find Yao. Now blinks. Oh, he's too quick on the blink out. Great reactions. The wily old veteran showing he's still got some spring in his step. But LGD will strike back. They take a tier 1 top lane, And it's still a close game, Sin. It's only a 3,000 gold lead, 1,000 experience. This can turn if DK makes
this is not a good TP from Yao. He's going to get found here. He has to blink. Now he's going to get stuck.
Fissure can find him, but there's more support coming. Lanham wants to echo this. He's in position for it. Where's that Fissure? Still holding it. GDC forced out. The Requiem comes from Mushi, and the Fissure fights too. Blocks them back while Mushi tries to make his way out. He's still got mech. Earth Splitter as well. Now the dunk, right as the bat jumps in. No BKB for Mushi. Being focused, dropping fast. Will pop. LGD get the kill on the backside of the fight. Burning, he's trying to clean up the supports. He goes for DD here. He doesn't have a time lapse available. They can't finish him in time. He's gonna get it off, and now he can chase. But there will be a quick retreat, and LGD try to hold at the tower. They've used the lasso though, they've used the stampede.
Yeah,
and DK want to go in. They blink in with the lion, then MMY says this is not the angle, but now they've got it with the finger of death. Yao gets that, another taser, right on the mark. And Burning, kept alive by defensive Fissure. Len was trying to finish him off, couldn't quite do it, but now he will pay, and MMY sounds the retreat, blinks in the trees, goes for the TP out. Rabbit can't find him, and LGD in the end, they do hold the tier 1, but it was a bloody defense.
Great play from LGD though to manage to come out even there. Mushi mistimed the Requiem quite a bit. He wanted to use it in the beginning on the Visage, but then he got a little greedy and waited for the Bat Rider, and he wasn't sure when the TP was going to come in and actually ended up pretty much airballing the ult. He clipped the Centaur with it so he at least couldn't blink in, but that's all he accomplished. And then still, he tanked up a lot of spells and a lot of physical damage so that his team got a lot of space in the fights. And well, looking forward, next time it's not going to happen that way, I think. Does he have the recipe in the base? No, it's the hammer he has. He's 200 gold away from a BKB, and next time around it's not going to be that easy for LGD. Even it wasn't even easy.
Yeah, and we saw, like, even without the BKB, they just couldn't burst him. And a lot of it comes down to the Earthshaker pick. That hero just, it makes it hard to finish the job. You go in, you try to lasso him, but there's a Fissure to counter-initiate. The Echo Slam was used in that particular fight, and, well, LGD want to fight right now. They're making their move up towards the top side of the map. Rabbit and Yao close together, hunt in the dire jungle, but they don't find anything yet. And DK are positioned in such a way that if they jump this, they're probably losing 2-0. But it won't happen. They're not going to find a thing. And it's one of the first ganks or moves from LGD that just hasn't found an opening, actually. They've been really on the mark with most of those until now.
But DK just have so great ward coverage in the enemy jungle, so it becomes pretty obvious when LGD go for the rotations. The ward down here in the middle part of the jungle, the one in the left side as well. It is difficult for LGD to get out on the map right now, and with that gank failing, DK are going to try to make their own move at the bottom lane.
And they're strong right now. The Linken's on Burning has not been delivered yet, but he's just about to get the gold for the recipe, can buy it momentarily. And LGD just aren't pushing that fast. They've got only the familiars here. There's not too much follow-up. The Shaman's not in range yet to drop wards, so I think DK can take the bottom tower and defend mid, and they're going to look for that. Rabbit's ready to go in on Mushi, and he'll get the last one. Did it BKB? The Fissure's not on the mark.
Oh, it's a burst him. Oh my god!
They get the Shadow Fiend. Now Lanham trapped up near the wards. Ice driven back. It's a wreck. LGD fighting the perfect opening. Lanham with a whiff on the Fissure there could not protect his friend, and
Mushi did not get the BKB off. That's the crucial thing there for LGD.
And that is still before the 4-step. Imagine once Rabbit has it, even if he does get it off, he may be so far away if he gets ward trapped that they can kill him in time. Just let the wards do the work. We'll see though. For now, they did take the tier 1 bottom, so at least DK have that going their way, and they have completed the Linken's on Burning. And with this, he can get a lot more aggressive at the split push.
This is a crucial play from LGD right here, getting these 2 core kills as well as the tier 2 tower. Once again, like if you look at the graphs, it looks like a completely even game, but it's important for them that they keep it this way or start taking the lead. Since the way the game has been flowing so far, it's been looking more like a DK game than the numbers have shown. But LGD are definitely keeping some momentum in this. If you look at the net worth, they're sitting comfortably around the middle of the net worth with 4 of their heroes, so a great distribution of farm that allows, in particular the Shadow Shaman has a lot of gold in this game, and that can be very important, having both Blink and Force on DD in a 20-minute game. Lots of ways of initiating and getting out again.
And also just getting up to towers immediately to drop wards. That's how they may be able to take a tier 2. And he wasn't really ready there when the push started made. It ended up working out because they caught Mushi, but you'd love to have the Shaman just on top of the tower while DK are going for the bottom tier 1 and take that. And with Blink and Force, he can be pretty much anywhere. So we see Birdie now trying to take over the enemy jungle a bit. One of the aggressive wards that you mentioned has died. There is still another standing. And he wants to just siphon as many resources away from LGD as possible while his own team farms their wood safely. LGD looks like they might be prepping for another gank. They've got a smoke ready on Rabbit. The Force is out now. And this game, to counter-initiate, just got a lot more difficult for DK. There's still no blink on the Shaker, and he's nowhere near one, in fact.
And there's still no Echo Stomp on Ice. I think 1 point in that now could make a big difference. Just having a secondary way of pausing the fight and getting a turnaround.
Yeah. And the way that the skill scales, it's getting that 1 extra point isn't, it's not like it's better than the first 3. So it may make sense here to pick it up.
Well, looks like LGD will be trying to push their momentum right now in the bottom lane with 5 heroes. DK should be aware of this with their vision and the lack of heroes in mid and top for LGD. This could be a very big fight for both teams, and every single ability is ready apart from a second set of familiars.
All eyes on the bat. Mushi's up in front, and he's a very crucial target for Rabbit, who goes for him now with the Stampede. The counter initiation's there, but once again, Mushi pulled into the wards and instantly disintegrated. Can they follow this one up? Earthshaker lumbers in. He echoes. He'll brain Dial low. They finish him up with a finger, but they stand strong. Mushi's going to rejoin the fight here. He bought back for this. They've only gotten the Centaur thus far. They really need more, and they get a little more with the bat. Lin into the pit. Now he's got a TP ready. The Hex is still pulling down.
Stun.
The stop. The stop. Too late. DD still hiding in the trees as well. The wards are going to clean up the wave. We'll get that extra bit of experience.
And the tower fell as well. This is...
But they're looking at Roche.
Yeah, DK have to get something more out of this buyback, so they will be going for the Roshan. With the DD on Burning, this should be an easy pickup.
And Burning is not dying. We've seen the Mushi picked up quite a few times since, but he's only 1-1. He's only got 1 death to his name. It's getting to that point where the Deso comes soon if he wants it. I'm curious to see if this is a BKB, but the normal progression from here would be Deso bottom lane. Oh, he barely TPs out. That was very aggressive from DD.
And to be honest, in these tower defenses where it's really obvious, I don't think DK are surprised by LGD going in the way they do.
Yeah.
It's surprising that they don't have the Astral Spirit scouting for the Bat Rider on the side. If Mushi doesn't get caught out like that, or if he at least sees the initiation before it happens, he will get the BKB off. If he manages to cast the BKB before he gets lassoed, I think they just flat out win the fight every single time. It's all about the timing, and Ice can do a great amount of work to actually set DK up to win these fights, but the Astral Spirits have not really been in the good position. Rabbit!
Then they find Rabbit first. He's just a bit too slow. Instantly dealt with, and now they go for mid. The tier 1 still stands here, but not for long. Not with the Aegis up, and not with the one-man advantage. And yeah, to go back to that previous fight, the Bat Rider, it seemed like DK were expecting him to jump the Shadow Fiend and even wanted him to, because as soon as they went on him, everyone jumped in to counter-initiate, but with that extra bit of vision, maybe you get it off, maybe you get the BKB off, like you said, or maybe you just jump in a split second sooner and stop him from pulling anyone back. Still though, DK looking good, and they go it again with an Impale. It's on to DDC the Visage. Now the stop. He gets blocked away a bit from the base. He gets 4-stepped the wrong direction from where he wants to go. And then he's picked off. It's 2 dead. Bat will respawn soon. They clean up some familiars as well. Can't quite finish the second. But DK not overextending here. Will back off. Bat looking for a trade. Stampede's ready, and they're going to go back in. The Stampede comes, but an instant Hex is there to end the Bat Rider's ambitions of a jump. It's Burning they'll have to go for instead. He gets stomped, but he's in Viz. And now the lasso. It's pulling MMY deep behind enemy lines, but this means Mushi can go in with raises. 1, 2. He's knocking him down and looking for more. Yao retreating on the Centaur. Can't finish anything else.
Really good Stampede from Yao, making sure this fight didn't turn into a disaster. Quick.
That Hex was so quick.
Quick disengage. But DK still coming out on top here. And you see from the gold here that, again, don't want to harp too much on the graphs and look at it too much, but at least how it's telling the story of what just happened over the last few minutes here. DK have been definitely taking some great exchanges here. And with the Aegis still on Mushi, I think it's just a matter of time before they try to break these last tier 2 towers outside the LGD base. I think that's the goal with this Aegis, is to get the full map control, and then with the next one you might consider high ground. Or you just play for late game. Once again, LGD are keeping the game pretty even, but their hopes of winning in late game, I just don't see it. I don't see it working.
You can never count a team out with the Bat if they can just find pickoffs, but it comes to brute force, DK have that in spades. They're not going to win in terms of raw damage output. So if LGD do want to take this late, they'll have to just continue to find pickoffs. And
Visage needs to get strong. He really needs both.
He needs an Ags. He'd like to maybe get an Assault Cuirass beyond that and be a very fearsome late game threat.
And the Viper, I like the build from Viper here to not get the Axe, but start building into some damage here with the Yasha. He realizes, okay, in this game, I'm the position 1 hero. We don't have much physical damage. I have to build it. It's probably going to be a Manta into a Butterfly, I would imagine, in this game, so that his attacks actually start putting some pressure on DK in the fight.
It does mean Mushi can get a little bit more aggressive in these fights, though. Not as much to control him. They could still throw out a single Viper strike, but we'll see if they actually are able to find Mushi in the upcoming engagement, as DK marshal their forces and they move towards mid, straight down the lane against LGD. There's a bit of a split push here. You can see the Familiars top lane trying to draw the lane back, trying to force DK into a retreat, but they're not coming back. They're going for the tower with the Desolator on burning. This won't last for long. They push an MMY like they want to go. Actually pushes himself in, but he was waiting for a perfect jump and he didn't find it. So he just waits. They chip away at the tower and they say, LGD, you're going to have to come away from that tower if you want to fight. And with the next push, this should be the end of the tower, one way or the other. If LGD want to defend, this is going to be the time to do it. Otherwise, they're giving up one of the last bastions of map control outside their base. And here comes the bat. From the high ground he goes, but MMY's faster. He blinks into the high ground, he instantly hexes him. It only secures the tower for now. It forces out the Centaur Stampede as well, and then they just back. The Alliance presence in this game really can't be overstated, Sin.
He's been playing a fantastic game so far on the line, but we expect no less when you pick it up for MMY, and especially DK first phase picked this Lion. If you put so much emphasis on getting this hero in this game, he has to deliver, and it's been worth the first phase pick for sure.
Burning is looking for some Visage Familiars once again top lane. And he might get at least
some.
one. He can get at least one on the retreat out, but he's just going to play it safe. With no Stampede, it's a bit less likely LGD would go for that, but it is cooling down in 30 seconds. And we've seen Burning throughout this storm has been playing extremely cautiously. I would say even by Burning standards, who's normally known for being a very stable and defensive carry player by nature.
It's a big item right here, coming in for Lanham. 28-minute Blink Dagger, pretty late one by tournament standards, I would say, but he also went for Arcanes into Erden first, and has just been putting a lot of emphasis on supporting overall, and it's been giving MMY so much farm. Tranquils, Blink, and Force Staff on the Lion.
And that's where the way the early laning stage went, you could see that there was always a catch-up plan. They had the Lion to carry them through the mid-game with his jumps. Lanham can now join the team fights with the Echo Slam, and he spent a lot of time just protecting he was protecting MMY a bit in the jungle. We saw that fissure against Centaur earlier when he found the haste, and he also stacked a lot for Mushi. It's been a very selfless performance from Lanham this far, but now he can make some big plays of his own. And Sin, I'm going to remind you of a game we saw a long time ago at MLG Columbus when Lanham played the Carry Shaker.
Just thinking about that game.
He doesn't quite up the farm. He went for a Midas in that one, as DD will blink away in the Ancients, but he's a bit trapped here. Looks like he'll make his way out, but never underestimate the Lanham Shaker. His totem, if you look at his cosmetics, I believe he's still using it. It's the Demolishing King. I think it's very fitting.
He's going to be putting that to use soon. He's level 10.
Top lane.
The upgrade to level 11 is generally important for Earthshaker. Don't underestimate how much of an impact it has on the overall damage of the Echo Slam. Of course, the stun duration doesn't change, but the damage certainly does. And in these fights, you know, the problem being LGD at this point is I think they've got great initiation, but the amount of counter initiation coming out from DK, it's hard for the Bad Rider to jump anymore. You just see how fast MMY is on the button. I think they will need a BKB on Rabbit, but he's still about 2,500 gold away from that, and the farming time he's going to need for that, which is probably about 5 or 6 minutes, who knows how much DK can claim in that time.
Yeah, you're looking at Burning with 2,800 gold. If he wants a heart, he's almost got the Reaver for it, the Shadow Fiend. We'll probably see something like a Butterfly or a Satanic coming out next, and either of those items will make them a bit more difficult to burst down the fights. So whichever direction they go, the kills become harder by the time the BKB is ready. And he's very far out of position now. Rabbit is pretty much going to have to back if he wants to assist.
Though.
He might go for a creep cut here. And if they let this wave die, then DK won't have anything to push in with.
We see the Familiars of DDC pushing out the top lane, which means they won't be in the fight. And I think he needs to be careful with this. It's okay if he had a resummon so he could bring them into the fight, but the travel time of these Familiars will disallow them from being here at all, and those 2 drops can make a huge difference in the next fight.
Now they go. The Echo to start, the Fissure to follow, and down goes Lin.
You know, Viper is usually tanky, but Astral Spirit just...
It destroys him. Corrosive Skin
looks like a creep with that.
Corrosive Skin is nothing.
Rabbit's thinking about it, but there is the Spirit this time around, scouting out the Bad Rider and preventing him from blinking.
He even blinks in here, but he's got second thoughts, gets cold feet, despite the flames beneath him, and he'll back off. That means another tier 2, the last of the game, for LGD falls, and they're out of second chances in this one. If they lose this game 3, they exit the tournament. They've had a magnificent run, up there with newbies, but one more loss, and it's DK who move on. And we'll face Vici Gaming for the right to play EG. And the winner of that, of course, face the final boss newbie in the finals. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. They've still got to win this game. DK not out of the woods just yet.
We've seen I'm going to keep coming back to the comeback that LGD did yesterday. It was absolutely amazing. But again, by nature, this game is going to be even harder to come back from.
They had cores, I would say, that scale a bit better into late game to begin with. You've got like a Lycan versus a Viper.
Going to Fisher Rabbit. He does have Blink and Force, though.
The other thing was their supports really scaled well, especially the Alchemist. That's a hero that can basically become a hard carry late game.
This ward right now. Working overtime.
And Visage, I think Visage is the main deceptively strong late game hero. The Shaman is quite good if he gets an Ags up and maybe works towards a BKB or Refresher, but the damage he can put out just isn't going to be quite there with the Alchemist. And he's also much easier for DK to focus. We'll see if they can get the farm. BKB now out on your Weaver, so Burning's going to get a much harder to lock down, and it's now 2 cores that if you look to jump them and they BKB, is the physical damage there. I think maybe with the 3 Familiar Sin they can do it, but it's got to be perfect, really. And the Weaver, the other danger is he's got the Lincolns, and if you don't finish him off, then he just time lapses, and then you lose the fight.
LGD have got a couple of key items for themselves too, though. The Blink deck, the BKB on Yao, as well as the Acceptor on the Visage, will allow them to take some much stronger fights.
They found the bat, and he's a very fast chicken. Actually a frog for now, but Rabbit gets caught out, and the Spirit finishes the job. Actually, the last right click of MMY claiming the kill. It's just so hard for the bat this game, honestly. Until he gets BKB, he's always going to be vulnerable to that Blink Hex, the Blink Fidger, and the follow-up damage just melts him. His armor's only 4. He's very squishy against the right clicks of a Shadow Fiend or the Weaver.
And at this point, getting out for him and finding a gank is a lot harder than it was a few minutes ago because of DK's warding. The bottom lane as well as jungle is very well covered.
And that ward you mentioned.
This ward is going to expire now. I wonder if they have a replacement for now. It doesn't look like it, so at least that path will now be open for Rabbit, but it's difficult. Do they have any smokes on the Radiant side? 10-minute cooldown. I suppose one of the heroes is carrying it. It is the Centaur for Yao. They need to get something out of that because Roshan
it's going to be too
now
late.
available.
They have to go right now, or there's already a Deso out on Burning, so yeah, this Roche, it's gone. And we're going to see an Aegis. I imagine you're giving it to Mushi, considering he doesn't have the Lincolns, but we'll see who on DK looks to claim it. It will go Mushi's way, and now he's up to 4,500 gold sinned. Burning, he's just completed his next item, but we're getting to that point where if you don't kill the Shadow Fiend, he will have a Satanic and a damage item soon. And he just turns and right-clicks your entire team to death when that happens. We're close. DK are closing in on critical massive items.
And since this isn't a game in which DK are playing against any
bottom lane
real carries, I guess you could say.
They're looking for DD. He's in the trees. No, he'll make it out.
Could still be in trouble if this Astral Spirit finds him. No, looks like DK have disengaged.
Yeah, they wanted the quick, clean kill. They don't want to be chasing for that. They're playing it safe.
But if you look at LGD's lineup, there's no need for Butterfly for DK. So they have the choice of going for full damage, and that's exactly what Mushi's going to do. In some cases, you would get the Butterfly here if you're up against a lot of physical damage, but
there are the Familiars.
He isn't worried about it. I would say Familiars and Mass Serpent wards, I might have understated it before, they kind of have...
They're like decent. It's not
quite an amount, but it's not Axe Serpent wards. For the Shadow Shaman. So I still don't think Butterflies are necessary at this point for DK. So because of that, both Burning and Mushi can build for these Daedalus that they are getting right now. It looks like Mushi will be buying his in 200 gold.
That's a lot of damage.
He has it now.
And I mean, it's pretty much according to the script that you were saying. You use the first stage, just take all the tier 2s. Then the second, they'll try to go for high ground. DK are going to make that move soon, while Burning is being pursued by Familiars, or maybe he's just running past them. He's going to turn around and get at least one here. Too late to think that.
His crits are almost going to be pure damage. Only bonus armor is applied since the Astral, or the Natural Order, is on level 4.
And all they've got for that is a mech, it looks like.
He could almost one-shot the supports.
And the Reign of Aquila. They've got the Reign of Aquila as well here on LGD.
Or at least the Shadow Shaman. The good thing for DDC is the Gravekeeper's Cloak is bonus armor. It's not base. So at the very least, he is pretty strong against the Astral Spirit, as a matter of fact, but the other heroes will really be struggling now. With Burning, what's he hitting for? About 300 plus the crit.
And this is going to be -7 armor on the tower. It's a lot. Rabbit, he'll get caught up by the swarm here. No, actually he's smoked, so they don't get the vision. Now they go in. They're fishing. Now the last of the counter initiate comes, and it's on to land him. The stomp's there as well. He can't get off a spell. DK got to run after this.
Great defensive play here.
That is the power of the bat on the high ground, and with Stampede at his side.
Baiting out with the Illu, and then getting an immediate initiate. Very well played by LGD. And MMY wishing that he would have hexed first instead of Blink Impale into Finger, because of course then the illusion would have just disappeared there.
Yeah.
They put a hold to DK's push for now. They buy themselves some time, but this Aegis on Mushi is still got a lot of time left. Burning is very close to his next big item here. Actually going to just farm a couple of familiars in the top lane. They will be resummoned by DDC.
It's such a hard game for
It's
the
not
familiars.
enough for LGD. They need to get out and get way more than this, and they know it. But how do you do it at this point?
Well, no smoke for 6.5 minutes, and they'll have to do it the good old-fashioned way if they try. DK are positioned here. But LGD are actually bringing the full squad. It's all spotted out by this ward on the high ground. Again, the lack of smoke hurting them, and they still jump in anyway. They see the backup, and it's not quite ready, but now it comes. They hex up Mushi to start. Remember, he's got BKB, he's got Manta. He goes for the Manta first. He's also got an Aegis, and he's going to unwind the Requiem. You all got to run, LGD. Get the hell out. It's Yao trapped by his teammates on wards. They were meant for Mushi, but they're going to do him in. And now Mushi can at least farm those wards. Burning's joining the fray as well. BKB at the ready. Diving Rabbit, forcing 2 off while the rest clean up DD on the backside. The Shaman falls, and they get the bat as well. It's 3 dead. It's going to be 4. And now they can go for high ground Sind. There's looking at buybacks for LGD. How many are they sitting on? They've got 1, which they spam now. 2, 3. It's a triple, no, sorry, double buyback.
But is it enough, though? Big ultimates are on cooldown, or at least the Mass Serpent wards, which is the main thing Shadow Shaman would be contributing to this defense with.
Oh, the done! Let him! The Demolishing King comes roaring in! He finds 1, and that's a Batrider who just bought back, dead.
Oh, Lin can't afford to die here.
But Burning wants to end his lane. No, can't quite do it. DK focusing now on objective. They want to take down this first lane of Rex quickly. They know the bat died back, so that means they've got 50 seconds with no lasso. They could potentially get 2, maybe 3 lanes of Rex. In comes the TP. It's a Visage, just a stalling TP, anything to try and get in their heads, but it's not working. DK are focusing purely on buildings. The structural damage is piling up. Now they move towards mid, and they get close. There's everything thrown on Burning just to try and slow down the aggression, and now Centaur comes in, but Mushi BKB dodges, and he turns it. He's still alive for now. He is dropping low. He doesn't have an Aegis at his side. He's got to be careful. Burning, focusing on the Visage. Brave Creeper's cloak being removed, not dead just yet. And DK continue pushing in the base. 20 seconds for the bat. 45 for the Shaman. And now DDC is going to die. Burning finishes the job. MMY gets forced away. He tries to retreat. The double edge can't quite do it. And now the mech from Mushi gives DK a breath of fresh air and a new lease on life as they push into the high ground again. Still 30 seconds without those supports. But they're not going to force it. They're not going to overextend, or maybe with this blinket from Yao, they'll go again. They'll end the damage there, but the damage was immense, and they forced out. When the damage total is done, we're looking at 2 Radiant buybacks, a full lane of Rex down, and total map control lost. Aggressive wards getting dropped on the way out. DK are officially in full control of game number 3. But we've seen this before. We have been here before. It wasn't the same draft, but it was the same deficit. They actually had 2 lanes and the Prophet, and they still, LGD, found a way back in. But I think, like you said, it's going to be a much tougher comeback this time around.
And the golden experience graphs are starting to look like the fiscal cliff here. It's really the advantage DK have been managed to acquire here. I don't know what you do as LGD at this point. The Scythe of Vice up on the Elder Titan will easily be able to set them up. He used it in that previous fight to get the first kill when LGD tried to defend their middle tier 3. And with everything just being used here and DK grabbing more and more bigger items, now Lion from MMY also having a Yules and almost a BKB on Lanham.
And there's still no BKB on Rabbit. So when the bat comes in, they have Hex to deal with them from the Lion, Hex from the Elder Titan, the Blink Impale, the Fissure. You've got like 4 or 5, and the Yules. They've got everything they need to shut down this bad initiation.
It's pretty much impossible to get a lasso off, let's be honest. Or if he gets it, he will immediately be shut down by something. There are so many options now. You said the Yules, Hex on Lion, Hex on Ice, which even has a longer cast range. There's the Fissure. And even should they get the lasso, who do you go on? Who do you pull in and bring down? I still think it will have to be Mushi. But I'm not sure they have enough damage anymore.
And then you're leaving Burning basically free to roam.
Yep.
There's a Hex on the Shaman, but they just don't have the follow-up burst. And now he's looking for Familiar Stop. He won't quite find Rabbit, who TPs away, but DK are slowly cinching the noose on LGD's base. They're packing them in, and they find the kill mid. They jump the Shadow Shaman. And although the Centaur tries to counter-initiate, he can't quite do it. Stampede's not enough.
Immediate disengage by DK. It's a kill on a Stampede.
They can go back in. They can go back in. They're going to do it now. There's your dunk. Lanham finds Yao again. And they finish the job. The Earth Splitter's there. Now the Spirit onto the high ground of DK.
Oh, this dunk could be good. It gets 2.
It looks for more. Does Bernie go for the kill? Does he go for the building? He wants Rabbit. He'll find him as well. DK are pushing on. And they're looking to break down LGD's base. They lost game 1 yesterday, but they're resetting beautifully. With a win here, it's over. It's GG. DK, stay alive. And we'll face Vici Gaming in the upcoming match.
DK looking scary today.
And they're on their feet here in Seattle, and they're cheering. They're chanting for DK.
The amount of confidence to go into the 3rd game and pick Elder Titan and Lion as the first 2 heroes in this tournament just shows that they're feeling on fire today. If I'm Vici at this point, I think I'm going in as the underdog.
Well, that might be where Vici wants to be. RTK, Super cast aside from DK, replaced by Superstars. But now proving that they're pretty good in their own right. Maybe that's the position they once in. They'll have their shot at revenge against their former teammate and still good friend Burning. And with that, the teams shake hands, and we've only got 2 more matches before the grand finals. Newbie are waiting, EG are waiting. Who's gonna face EG? Well, to get some answers to that, we're gonna hand it back to the analysts. Guys, DK, stay alive.
Thank you, LD and Synderen. And with that, indeed, DK move on to the next round. It will be Vici that they will face, and of course, also LGD, unfortunately, out of the tournament. Strong performance yesterday. Today, a little bit shaky. Seb, what do you make of that match?
DK was just too strong for them today. I don't think, I mean, maybe LGD played a bit worse than yesterday, but I don't think they underperformed really. I think it was just DK being DK, what we expected them to be when they came into the main event. They looked to be really strong, really solid. Obviously, that day of rest really helped them. So looking forward to see. I kind of agree with Elia Synderen. I think Vici goes into the next series as the underdogs, and they were leading after the group stage. It's just DK being DK. Yeah.
Bob Dylan wrote a song once called "Is Your Love in Vain?" and he says, "I've dined with kings, I've been offered wings, and I've never been too impressed." Well, he clearly didn't see these Dota kings, because these guys, they're playing like a dream team right now. They destroyed LGD, and while they faltered in that game 1 yesterday, it was due to their own mistakes and not due to LGD overpowering them. So they came here back, they took game 2, they took game 3, they had a great plan, and they executed perfectly. Congratulations to them.
I gotta say, though, hats off to LGD. These guys won my heart throughout the tournament. They played so well after such a rocky day 1 where they were looked at as one of the easy teams to beat, a team that you should be getting a free win off of, and they showed everyone that they're no pushovers. They got to the main event, took out the TI2 champions IG, gave DK a run for their money. LGD just blew me away with how they played.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree with that.
Seb, when we were watching the game just before, there was this team fight bottom lane. Where Mushi still had the ages. You were talking about that team fight, sir. This team fight, these 4 stuff, won them the game. Do you want to see that again?
Yeah, honestly, in my opinion, MMY played an incredible game once again on the Lion. It's just incredible. His positioning and his decision making, every single decision making. We can see that, like, that's another team fight actually where they're just going to go on Lin and try to burst him down. It's actually this one, yeah. So yes. That's the first staff from Ice 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 that says Muchi. You can see that Centaur is going to blink now, but the first staff from MMY actually saved him from the Centaur stun.
And so locked the Centaur inside.
And locked the Centaur inside. Like the rest of the wards were ineffective. The Centaur stun was ineffective. Mushi could use the BKB, which made the whole LGD team go back. So MMY won the whole fight, and it's actually going to win the game because they're going to get a Rax after that, thanks to one first staff usage. That's how beautiful Dota is, of course, and how awesome MMY is, how strong MMY is as a player. So one item usage, 2k gold on a hero actually made him able to win the game, whereas yesterday they had like 60k gold to their name and they couldn't win the game with that advantage.
With the strategy with DK, their heroes isn't obvious. The way they like distribute their farm and just position themselves throughout the lane stages makes it clear. Like you had MMY getting the fast blink dagger, then the 4-staff right after. Lamb on the Earthshaker, he is the most selfless Earthshaker out there. Like 10 minutes in the game, he's still like level 3. He spent all of the early game stacking camps for Mushi, protecting Mushi in the mid lane, protecting whoever need, protecting wherever they were, and that watching him just move around the map and just use fissures so well, it's impressive to see. Then late game, he's not even using his Echo Slam for a big 5-man Echo Slam. He sees a solo kill, he takes it.
That's a very good point, and I love to see that from players. You don't have obviously it looks like the best Echo Slam is the one that gets 5 people, but it's not always the best, and that's how good of their game understanding is. They understand that if they take down the Viper, the Rasta, I don't know, it depends, but if they take down one hero, one specific hero, then the fight is won. So they can throw the Echo Slam. It would be the same with the Black Hole. Maybe he would BKB Black Hole one hero, and that's actually the right move. So like that support duo, LANM plus MMY is, in my opinion, the scariest in the whole tournament.
Yeah, based on draft, I actually thought LGD would have a chance in the early game. If they just did well then, that they might be able to actually roll up their advantages there. But with Mushi actually picking up a mechanism that early, which was to me a surprise at least. The casters had seen it before and it wasn't the first time he did it, so it was not a very much surprise, apart from for me apparently. But that was actually something that really impressed me, because after that they started taking down towers, and I think that with that mechanism pickup, LGD didn't really have a chance anymore.
Yeah. It made it a lot harder for LGD to engage. They had one good fight at the bottom lane where they got the lasso on Mushi at the tier 2 tower, and MMY got the insta-Hexline, but the Stampede doesn't slow him. That Stampede with Batrider combo was really scary. The one big problem for me for LGD is their items like Fall Staff took too long to pick up, the BKBs came too slowly, they just didn't ever get the momentum. If they got one more tower, maybe these items come up a minute or two sooner and they get that snowball effect going, but it just never happens.
We can mention that actually Lin on the Viper played a really good game. He's 1-1-8 in a game where they actually were getting destroyed. That player was a bit questioned before the tournament. Will he do well? It's his first big tournament, so I think he really performed well for a new player in the international, I mean.
Everyone for LGD played well at some point in the tournament. Let's remember, once again, they kind of have the same story as Newbie had, but coming into the lower bracket. They came through that 10th place tiebreaker, and after that they took the giant IG. They kind of ran out of team after day 2 of the tournament. Day 3 was not theirs, but I'm sure these guys will come back next year and they're going to be much, much better even.
Yeah, they were a very young team, and even qualifying, they're the team that of all the qualified teams made it furthest, so that is already something to be very proud about. And for example, Rabbit, still the player with most different heroes played throughout the tournament. It's definitely something to be proud of, and they should go home with their heads up high for sure.
Here we go. DK now do have some hands to shake on the main stage. They don't have to shake their own hands any longer.
Oh, there we go. Some sportsmanship.
This is going to be a big match.
Yeah. Oh yes.
They know each other really well, especially for actually all of those players know each other really well. But ROTK was playing for DK for the
longest time. Yeah. Since DK was formed, him and Burning were teammates.
Yes, so they know each other really well, and that's going to be like both of them have. Obviously, ROTK is the drafter for Vici Gaming, but Burning also gives a lot of insight. So the drafting part is going to be really interesting.
It's going to be good or actually interesting for DK today, because they can have a marathon. If they want to go to the finals, they just took LGD, they had to win 2 games without losing one. Now they have to beat Vici Gaming. And let's not get ahead of ourselves, but if they actually do manage to beat them, they will have to go in a best of 3 against EG.
And that's going to be a big revenge for them, as they actually got, I don't want to say destroyed, but EG really dominated DK. And with, I don't like the pocket strat expression, but with really, surprising picks with the Ursa support itself. So DK is going to be ready for that one.
Absolutely.
But exactly like you said, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
It's a potential 8 games for DK.
Yes, it is.
It's a crazy.
And for us as well, how lucky are we?
For Vici Gaming as well. Whoever wins this game has to play a 3rd best of 3 for today. Sure, the first one was just 2 games, but it's a lot of matches to get through.
Well, and with DK, of course, having their opponent Vici Gaming, let's take a quick look at them and see how they're doing.
如超、芬瑞尔、上海、China。
徐林森、FY、芜湖、China。白帆、ROTK、广西、China。
谢俊豪、Super、广东、China。
刘家俊、
Sela、上海、China。
Well, there they are, Sylar, Super, RTK, FY, and Fenrir. And those are the guys that, of course, this morning beat Cloud9, indeed, for the spot that they have right now. Important match. Might be the most important match of their lives, but if they continue on, the next one will be more important. So let's just given that this is a very important match for them to take. Vici has had a strong performance. Any thoughts on how you expect them to do so?
As a support player, I'm looking forward for that match because we're gonna see. I don't want to say I want to say the two best supports because
two out of the three.
Players, let's say two supports that are performing extremely well in this tournament, which are FY and MMY. So this is going to be a support, showdown. I'm looking forward for that one.
Once a support, always a support by her, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. And yeah, Vici Gaming, they're hungry, and not because they hadn't had lunch, because I'm sure they did, but they haven't won anything big in quite a while. They won Cena Cup 2, they won EMS 1 last fall. That was quite a while ago, and this year, mostly because of Fnatic, which has been upsetting them over and over, a team that's not going to be here at the main event. But also they didn't do particularly well in any of the competitions they did starting January this year. So here they can kind of come back themselves and establish, okay, we didn't win any of those smaller ones, but we can take the international, and they will try.
Yeah, and of course they're going to be up against the Kings of Dota. DK will be their opponent. Let's take a look at them.
徐继雷 Burning 安徽 China
许培祥 ICE Singapore
Lanham 银川 China
雷正荣 AMY 广西 China
夏一峰 Moshi Kuala Lumpur Malaysia
The star-studded team DK with Burning, MMY, Lana, Mushi, and ICE. The Dota Kings for a reason, gods. What do you expect from them this match?
I mean, they're star-studded, and when the strategy comes together, they're somewhat unbeatable. And even when it's kind of all over the place, you always know someone's going to have a big game. Whether it's MMY on his line, Mushi on his OD, someone's going to step up their game, make a big play to kind of give DK an edge to the opponent. That's something which you can't really underrate, the ability to just have playmakers in every single position in your lineup.
One interesting fact though is that when they actually faced each other during the group stage, Vici Gaming destroyed DK in a really bad way. DK had 1 kill to their name, and the game ended up in 18 minutes. So maybe that's going to give Vici Gaming some confidence.
To me, it's really a game of styles, more than any other match that we've seen in the main event. Vici Gaming, the team that finishes games faster, averaging 27 minutes per game coming into this main event. DK, the longest games with 47, a 20-minute difference between the games of one and the other. So essentially what we're seeing right now is, okay, if Vici Gaming can push and finish early game, they will have the clear advantage. But if the game goes longer, well, that's DK's playground, and Vici Gaming is going to struggle.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough match for both teams. Interesting, for example, the draft is going to be very typical, or at least I'm expecting some signature heroes to come out. Any hero in particular you're looking forward to, gods?
I want to see some hard carry battles. You've got Sylar versus Burning.
Oh, yeah.
Like I want to see some Morphling versus Anti-Mages, some Lone Druids. I mean, let's go back to TI2 a bit.
Do you really want to see that? You want to see a Morphling versus Anti-Mage?
Look, maybe not the Morphling versus Anti-Mage, but I think that's going to be interesting to see if we are going to see the hard carries come out, or if DK stick to being as somewhat aggressive with these drafts of theirs.
Definitely. I also think the Doom is going to be a key hero for that series, both for Vici Gaming and DK. Let's see which team's going to grab that one. Oh.
Well, we're going to see it very soon, because we are going to head into the draft. It will be DK taking on Vici Gaming for a countdown. There we go. Let's just go on to the commentators. Oh no, for us.
Team DK versus Vici Gaming. Game 1.
Okay, so we're back.
We're the commentators for this game.
I can put on my best Australian accent.
We commentate the draft. I mean,
look at this. Beastmaster Tinker right off the bat. It's like the Fnatic style.
It's a Fnatic strat, right?
Yeah.
DK is just amazing in the drafting. So that's true new heroes that nobody picks that early.
And they always do it in the first 2.
Titan Lion and now Beastmaster Tinker. They do not care. They just announce the game plan right now, and so that's obviously a really good information to have for Vici Gaming.
Well, Vici did not want to verse Tinker. Go back to Cloud9. They banned Tinker in the first stage every single game, and Envy's Tinker is good, but they never first pick it. That's not Cloud9's best strat.
That might be the reason why DK grabbed the Tinker. They're scared of Tinker. We actually are really good at using Tinker on. I almost wanted to say on MMY. He used to be back in the days one of the best Tinker in the world, but I don't think he's gonna grab that one. That might be Mushi.
Maybe they'll throw a curveball.
I want to see a die Tinker.
Well, for me, Beastmaster and Tinker, it covers all bases. You've got late game, you've got early game. He's solid on lane, tough to kill. At level 6, he'll go around, get some kills, and Tinker, he'll get some time bot with that Beastmaster to actually get his boots of travel on. And from that moment onward, Beastmaster is going to be just a utility.
Well, there are two weaknesses, and Nature's Prophet is going to try and exploit both of them. The Tinker by himself, he's still easy to gank. He has no escape mechanism. The laser will disable the right clicks from a hero, but if some support rotates with some strong spells, the Tinker might die and delay that Boots of Travel. And also the Tinker and the Beastmaster, they both rely on farming Ancient, farming jungle, so it's going to be really important for the supports of Vici Gaming to know exactly where these guys are, where the stacks are, and if they can contest those, they can get a huge advantage.
One of the other reasons why they got Beastmaster Tinker that early, of course Vici Gaming is scared of Tinker, but if you can't make it work, then there's no point thinking your hero, like they're scared of Tinker, cool story, if they're gonna crush you. But like one of the main reasons that Razor, as we said earlier in our analysis, he's going to be looking to fight, he's going to be looking to push, trying to force team fights, and Beastmaster Tinker are one of the best combos to actually dodge that for two reasons. They can just march axes and just out-push, or find ganks before those 5-man pushes. So I really like this decision from them to open the draft like this against the first pick Razor. It looked like they actually expected that first pick Razor and they had a plan.
Yeah, Vici Gaming seems to have a plan as well, though, with that first big Razor and the Nature's Prophet. It's pretty close to home, if you will, with them having heroes. Of course, these heroes they picked up more often. They've won games with it, and of course they're looking to try to do it again. It is pretty straightforward and perhaps a little predictable. Gods, what do you think?
I don't know if I think the Prophet was maybe somewhat of a response to the DK draft. Like, they want to be able to. If this game goes late against Tinker, one of the best late game carries out there. Even though he's not a right-clicking carry hero, but the fact that you have Riam, Hex, Dagon 5, E-Blade, these kind of combos just destroy late game. So I think Vici Gaming going to pick up another tanky core hero to go with the Razor Prophet, and then so much comes down to FY Fenrir. If they have a good early game rotations, slow down the Tinker Blink Dagger timing, to slow down DK in general, that's where Vici Gaming will go from tower to tower. Even against the Tinker Beastmaster, it's still somewhat possible. Prophet can kind of deal with the split push to some extent. I feel like even the Bristleback again for Vici Gaming could be a nice third core hero.
It could be an option. It's funny how every Chinese team just bans Naga Siren versus DK.
Yeah,
it's surprising.
I think they've scrim versus a lot, and the DK it was like their go-to first two picks leading up to TI4.
Okay, I see.
They just know how. I think DK were just winning left, right, and center with it leading up to the TI4. At least in scrims a lot, and somewhat in matches as well.
That will explain that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Going back to the Tinker, the other thing, he's amazing late game hero, which he absolutely is, because he has enormous damage potential and control potential by perma-hexing people. But it's also like a guarantee for DK, because not only he's really good at late game, he's also really good at turtling. I would say it's the second best hero at turtling after Goblin Techies. I mean, he really is. If you put a lot of mines, it's really hard to break base. But if Tinker is just BOTing around and just pushing and pushing with that march of the machines, you kind of have to kill him first and then push. And I'm sure that Tinker, whoever is going to play it, if it's Mushi or Side, is going to do amazingly well at not getting caught.
I really like the Nyx ban for two reasons. The first one is that it counters Tinker, obviously. I also want to say Nyx is a counter to Beastmaster, but that's my personal feeling. I'm going to explain myself, because when you have the Hawk vision is obviously a great advantage to have, especially in high-level games. So the Hawk is like you knowing where the enemies are, but you don't actually know where the Nyx is. So sometimes you're going to go for a move because you think they're not there, but the Nyx scouted you, right? And then it backfires. So I really like the Nyx ban. I think it would have been a great pickup for Vici Gaming.
And the Shadow Shaman, after being banned over and over, mostly in the first two picks or getting first picked, went through the second ban stage and noticed. And DK is going to say like, yep, taking that. With that, our pushing potential does not only rely on the Tinker, but also on the Shadow Shaman. And these two heroes, they can both push by themselves and fight very, very well. So you don't want to just establish yourself into a fight against DK, because you'll have much of the machines walking all over you and wards just in the same area. essentially DK can create a safe zone wherever they are in the map where they can fight around.
Yeah. I mentioned like VG Gaming picking up a tanky third core hero, but I honestly, maybe they just go for a hard carry here. They can go like a kind of greedy-ish lineup with Prophet offlane and pick up the Morphling type hero for Silo potentially.
Okay, that's a surprise pick.
Again, I'm talking about don't want to fight in this area. Planet Tombstone, just bring the march.
What's weird about the Undying pick though, it's that it's complete. Obviously, if they want to be looking to push, then it's really good. But that's a pushing lineup DK plays.
Yeah.
It's not the split push or trying to like split farm lineup, because Tinker, Beastmaster do that as well, right? To split push with the Rasta and everything. So it's going to be a pushing lineup from DK, and that could be explained by Vici Gaming having absolutely nothing to deal with the pushing power. And the famous Vici Shadow Demon Leshrac, they've used that a lot before, and they look to get that Leshrac against pushing lineups a lot. Every time they get it because of the lightning. I think it's Fenrir playing the Leshrac. I'm not actually sure about that one, but it's anyway. They just max the lightning on that hero.
This Tinker will have to be very, very careful, however, because Shadow Demon Leshrac, these two, they just can come roaming level 2, kill the Tinker over and over. The laser just does nothing. I mean, Tinker will have to be very, very careful right now, or rely on Shadow Shaman or Undying to defend themselves, and neither of these two heroes are really good at that.
The only problem though for Vici, if they decide to go and roam around, is that DK might go aggressive with the Undying, and then they're going to pressure the safe lane a lot, and you don't want that to happen. You don't want to lose towers. Versus a Beastmaster and Tinker lineup, you have to defend all your tier 1 towers, because if they fall early on in the game, you're going to lose all map control, you're going to get alt farm no matter what happens, and you're going to end up losing the game.
Yeah, I remember, it's kind of like when Cloud9 played Na'Vi. Sing Sing talked about it after the game. Once Na'Vi got that first tower, you lose everything. Yep. It's all about that first tower, which gives you that little gold boost as well as just mid to map control, and from there,
everything starts and they just snowball. So you need to defend the first towers. That's why abandoning the safe lane isn't an option for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, they need a like last hero that can fight early, I guess, to kind of complement that. I'm really curious to see if it will be a Prophet for Sylar or if it's ROTK on the Nature's Prophet.
I think it's a Prophet off lane. I don't see a Prophet for Sylar here. I don't think it's going to work for them.
Do they, like, how hard of a carry can you get away with? Can you get away with the Morphling?
Morphling is actually decent. I mean, it's going to be bad later on versus the Tinker, I think, but...
What about Spectre?
Spectre is going to be really hard to lane. If you're going to face a Rasta Undying plus an aggressive carry...
Luna?
Luna's okay as well, but like DK, the problem is that for DK is that they draft before Vici does. So they're going to announce how aggressive and how strong they're going to be on that potential offensive try lane.
Here we go.
Okay.
Anti-mage Morphling, apparently.
So yeah, it's going to be an anti-mage Morphling.
It's either Morphling or Luna, I think. Like,
now they can go with whatever they want, because that's a safe try from DK, or at least I think so.
Yeah.
And Luna combined up with the Shadow Demon Leshrac, I believe they ran that as an aggressive tri-lane before, which is not really ideal against an Undying, but it might be something that they think they need to try, considering they're up against a pretty tough lineup from DK.
The thing is that now the anti-mage says that it's not a pushing lineup, but it's a split farm and split gank lineup, actually, which is, in my opinion, the right thing to do. But then, what is the Undying going to do in that game? It can also be a support Beastmaster and an Undying off lane on Ice Ice Ice. He used to play that hero in TI3, I think.
Okay.
Full pushing lineup.
Fight fire with fire, fight push with push.
Both drafts are just extremely good. It's really funny to see ROTK going to, okay, you get the anti-mage, you want to go greedy, we're going to push really hard. But they're going to be pushing into a Tinker, so that's a really big bet to take.
And it's not like they have the Serpent Wards or something themselves, which Tinker can't clear out. They've got just heroes, summons from the Treants, maybe Necro 3s, which you're going to see, and Tinker can actually deal with those pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. The Tinker, the Rasta, the Beastmaster, that's really good out pushing. It's really, ROTK just gamble.
It's a pretty scary lineup. We're going to see who will take the first game of this best of 3 series. It will be DK taking on Vici Gaming, and this time for real. We're going to go to the commentators, rather.
Thank you very much, Shiva. It's good to be real, and we are here for game number 1 of this best of 3, DK versus VG Gaming. Lumi, I wasn't quite sure what we're going to have come our way, and really in this draft, I'm still not quite sure what we're going to have come our way. You can have so many elements of like pushing power, ganking power, roaming ganking power. It could be safe lane farming. It could be everything you want out of both drafts.
Yeah, I guess we really just have to wait and see. What we do know for sure is DK is going to be running some sort of defensive lane. I think it's going to be quite difficult to go offensive anti-mage, Beastmaster, Shadow Shaman. So that's the one that will scratch off the list right from the get-go. But it's a return of the Burning Anti-Mage. We haven't seen this for quite a while. The last one that I really remember was when DK took down Alliance back in TI3. That was the first loss that Alliance had in the entire tournament on the hands of the Anti-Mage. I think this game's going to come down to the first 15 to 20 minutes, whether DK could essentially play 4 versus 5, and how much room Burning's going to have. If Burning's going to show up to fight with the Battle Fairy Manta style, game's over. But if Vici Gaming could roll down 5 or 6 towers before then we're going to have a very, very interesting mid-game.
Just going to point out too, Burning already ahead in the farm. He got 1 Treant. So he's got a long way out. The Treant was scouting out most of DK moving into their jungle area. Yeah, I'm not quite sure I want to throw away the potential for the aggro tri-lane. I know Ice, last time I saw him play this Undying off lane, they ended up destroying their opposition, but that was when they're playing Radiant side, they could run an easy aggressive lane. But with Lanham also as this Beastmaster, he can easily move around. Obviously, he's got a really big job right now not to die to ROTK. Then again, he might be able to even kill him off. He's still got Axis available, and when Boots first, he's got the movement speed over ROTK. Support has to rotate in here from Fenrir. There goes your Axis. ROTK, 63 life points. The Illusions will continue to battle down here, but this is not the way ROTK wanted to start this duel off lane. He's already had to burn the salve 20 seconds into the game.
The thing about Beastmaster is that his base stat is so good. He has a lot of high base armor, high base damage. Normally that's why he's able to actually go mid as a melee hero, but hey man, as a support, he's just cutting down other supports. Very much so reminds me of a Treant support in that sense. But for now, it is going to be an offensive tri-lane. They want to tackle Burning. They want to make sure that he doesn't get the room and space that he needs to farm. And how will DK respond? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm interested to see too. And if they're happy with the other lanes, can we just, before the top lane's going to erupt, talk about the bottom lane? How is Ice meant to go up here against Super? One steals life points, the other steals damage. Who's meant to be coming out on top here?
I think the guy that steals damage is a little bit better off in the later stage. For now, it's Ice kind of bullying him around level 1. Once, especially with Super gets his boots, he should be able to actually zone out Ice.
Burning. Sorry, he's being really over-aggressive, knowing F1 as well as Fenrir are dewarding inside of his own jungle. Dewarding the first block ward. Now Disruption. There will be the split earth, and the timing will be right. Burning, he does have Blink available, but he's
not anymore.
Oh no!
Not anymore!
Burnt off. This will be Burning dead. Just the basic right clicks will be enough. Prophet seeping in just in case. Silo wasting a little bit of time coming up for that one, but still the first blood goes away of VG Gaming.
I'm actually very surprised that Burning level up his mana break. Normally when you play against a Shadow Demon, especially that one that's in your lane, you don't level up mana break for that reason alone. Like, especially early in the game, a couple swipes, you're out of the mana, you're dead.
Yep. And because of that now, First Blood being fed over to VG Gaming, the supports of VG Gaming too. This SD Leshrac, they're going to have to keep their rotations going and keep the pressure up, but they're getting the levels now that allow them to do so. You've even got Leshrac just soaking up a couple of extra levels being on the lane here with ROTK, and SD's coming in. Well, there's an easy stun on Burning. But the fact you've got Fenrir almost up to get the catcher, you're going to get a lot more damage on heroes. And if there's anyone else, Ice, he comes top lane. There goes your Tombstone. Disruption might be on Burning and the sun might hit, but the Shackles over on Fenrir. He's going to go down.
Really good movement from DK. Ice just teleport top and hit there. Basically saying, you know, we know you're going to come on Burning and try to get a kill. And they had Beastmaster swapping on the bottom lane as a result. So looks like we're going to see a big divergence of who's going to be the farmer and who's going to be support this game. Ice. Let's see how well he can support.
Yeah, this is...
Unless they swap back.
This is not really where Ice wanted to be here, though. Like, it's a really bad position for him. He's not going to have any great pulls because everything's basically blocked up anyway. They're going to pull down, but MMY needs to also soak up this experience. And without the basic pull to grab the creep wave down, they've got to do these riskier kind of... It's a single pull down, which gives more momentum to the creep wave of DK, which means more farm over towards ROTK.
Yeah, also earlier, I think it was DK that dropped a couple wards to de-ward the pull camp.
Yes.
And it looks like they weren't able to finish the de-ward properly.
They put a sentry ward just over here on the side, trying to basically de-ward this one. As you can see, they got halfway through it, and then Vici Gaming came over. That was the first movement from the SD Leshrac just before Burning went down.
Well, as the lane settled down, I mean, the thing that's really impressing me is that Super is farming out of control. 10 denies here. Granted that he was mostly denying against melee heroes, but controlling the lane, and really, at a certain point, you have to send a gank party as Super because the mech's going to come up very, very soon. The Aghanim is going to come soon after that. But maybe the game's not really about Super. Maybe it's about that trialing. It's about that Pugna getting a lot of experience, leveling his wards up, and really leading the push for his team.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it is just still going to be Super though. He's got so much farm up his sleeve, and there's no one to contest him at the moment. Now, Ice managed to do himself a haste rune. He gets disrupted up instantly. Leshrac stun will follow directly after. Ice can still move pretty quickly, so if they want to chase down FY here, Burning, he actually can't come to fight because he's got no mana right now. So Ice can just decay and try and force ROTK as well as FY back a little bit further, being a nuisance. The one big thing for DK is they finally got rid of that Observer and Sentry Ward combination the VG Gaming had running, so they've got their pull available. And you see them straight away trying to do a pull through, actually missing it. They didn't keep the aggro there.
Yeah, the pull is so important for the DK supports. It used to be Beastmaster, Undying, or Beastmaster and Shadow Shaman. Now it's Undying Shadow Shaman, and both of those supports needs a ton of levels to be effective during the mid game. ROTK is running right next to Ice. Here comes the Tombstone, but there's no lockdown. ROTK just walks himself out of there. Long range at the shock. Not going to be. They're going to shackle on Fenrir, and they're going to try to get that kill. Spirit's going to come down here, and everybody's on the retreat. It's going to be Burning Mage out of mana. Anti-Mage dead.
And they're going to keep moving up. That Edict damage hitting into Ice. Disruption still on cooldown, obviously, but the ultimate's up. And Leshrac stun. It's just on the edge of the split earth.
What a TP coming out from Sylar. Really winning that fight, and I just called him Burning Mage for whatever reason.
It works. He's now blended himself. The top tower's being forced out, and this is when you start to see high points up at Edict. So it wasn't like Mad was looking for to see the high points up in the Lightning. They're using this now just to burn through everything around FY, including the tier 1 tower. With the Trian army from Sylar, it's very easy to push in, not to mention that Nether Blast up to level 3 from Pugna. And again, it kind of looked like DK were saying, okay, we'll force the initiation out. Maybe we could find a kill on the core. We can't do it. Instantly shackle up on the SD and try and bring him down. But they came so close towards the tier 1 tower. When the TP support came in, it came in quick.
Yeah, and that burst of gold is really necessary for Vici because all of the items are starting to pile in. I imagine Sylar is going to be going for a Necro Book first, as he generally always does. It looks like ROTK is going to be the mech builder for the team, so that's going to free up Super with this accelerated farm.
They're going to go again. There's Disruption, and FY gets the follow-up stun, and then just an easy blast, but it's not enough damage yet. Soulrip keeping him alive. He drops the Tombstone, but there's 3 points of poison. Ice survives through it, and Shadow Shaman is the man to get the kill. Again, Fenrir being the collateral
here comes Burning. They're going to cut them off in the backline here. Burning does not have his ultimate yet, but he should be able to do a ton of right-click.
He's going to misses on the stun. That means the shock can go to work, but Sylar going to TP in to help out. Wrath of Nature coming off cooldown. They need to keep that vision up if they want to tag out MMY there. But it won't be possible at the end of the day.
Yeah, Fenrir actually chased quite deep. Undying has a very similar aspect like Bristleback. When he's low health, you think you're going to get the kill, but his health bar is actually quite big. Thanks to decay.
Burning. Take as much mana away from this guy as he possibly can. He's actually holding on to his points. Actually, I say holding on to his points. He's actually got a point up in stats.
Yeah, that's the good old Burning build. You just max your stats and tank it up. He's really the first player that has popularized it in the pro scene.
How's Mushi doing? I saw him take it. He took out a quad ancient stack at one point. Like, while everything is going on the map,
I see pretty good.
Like Mushi going underneath the radar, and soon when he actually gets his BTs, he'll be flying right into the radar. And he's only like another 400 gold away from getting there.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much attention being focused on the top lane against Burning, but perhaps Mushi is really the beast that's going to take them into the mid game. Because once Mushi gets his BOTs, it's going to be that much harder to start pushing. And he's going to get it after these stacks.
Yep. It means SD and Leshrac, they can't freely roam across the map anymore. The second there's a Hawk, you're going to have the Tinker come in and help him out. And Sylar, it's like VG Gaming know this. They're trying to add as much pressure and get as much advantage before the BTing Tinker comes online, and they're going to deal with the level 4 march, the machines just being spammed out time and time again. Now, he's walking back to base at the moment, so Mushi is going to pick up his BTs now. And Ice looks like he's tasked with defending here on the front lines. He may have to drop the Tombstone if they want to hold this tier 1 tower. Right now, there's the BT support coming in. Lanham still a little bit further back. The tower will go down, and Ice, he's still very close. And RTK, same thing can be said for him. The Hawk sitting over the tree lines. They've got perfect vision of where RTK is. The Rockets going down to Super as well as RTK. But with all 5 players here for VG Gaming, I don't think DK want a bar of it. Not unless they can catch someone out of position. They let Burning do the farming in the meantime.
Yeah, I wonder how VG Gaming will now take the game, because you could still 5-man and push, but it's going to be really, really slow push compared to the previous speed of pushing. ROTK got to be careful. He's actually running very aggressive.
Ooh, what's he doing up this far? Roar from Lanham, and then the Undying Tombstone. RTK is gone.
He had a haste rune, so he thought he could come in, harass, and leave, but pretty costly kill. I think the most important thing right now for VG Gaming is actually get levels. If you look at over to ROTK, for example, he's level 5. You ideally want to at least have that max blast. In this game, you want a max nether ward as well. Having that ward down, especially against Tinker, just keep zapping him, draining his mana a little bit passively is going to be the key. But for now, it's actually DK now striking on the tier 1 bottom.
They mop up the creep wave, and their creep wave continues to push out. And Mushi, he just hides inside the tree lane. He's got to be a little bit careful at the moment, just because he doesn't have a Blink Dagger or Force Staff available, so he's still susceptible to the ganks here of VG Gaming. But VG Gaming, they're coming up. The smoke's going to be revealed. Lanham, he's actually inside the pit. The poison will come over, and maybe there's a little bit of help. Netherward, SD Disruption, and now Roshan's been aggroed. Kills off Lanham's ball, and maybe Tinker with Martial Machines can help out a little bit. Still, we knew that Lanham was going to go down, but Ice in the middle of the entire engagement drops the tomb. So he's already got some nice decay damage out, and Burning getting set up there by FY, and RTK drain the life out of him. Mana Break able to stop it off, but then Super comes in with the plasma field. Return kill to the Anti-Mage, and Ice is limping himself away as Sylar TP's in very, very aggressively to go on Ice. He's got Decay available again, the Sprout working against him. Decay, he's up to 1,200 life points. It's not enough to keep him alive though. Super will take a double kill here. And Sylar misses 682 life points is going back to base.
Before that fight actually happened, VG Gaming smoked right under a DK ward, so DK knew the fight was coming, and they, to be honest, I think they took a fairly poor fight. I think they were expecting a lot more damage out of that Undying Tombstone, but I think Undying Tombstone, you really need a little bit more lockdown to make it truly effective. You need a big slow, you need a big stun, and they really didn't have anything of that. Now AM is slowly getting his farm up, but we're not going to see anything like a 14-minute battlefield, which is really the standard timing in these pro games. Burning, he's only up to treads in 500 gold, but I think DK is still stabilized.
He's looking for a roar right now. There was smoking up coming from MMY as well as Lanham and Super. He's got that movement speed on everybody at the moment.
Super is so tanky. Look at him. He's up to 1,500 gold. They can roar him, but I think he'll be fine.
Unless they can catch him in like a double wave of Martial Machines.
Yeah.
You might be right.
I think DK, despite having their AM very underfarmed, they're absolutely fine, thanks to the fact that Mushi's got such a quick BTs, and now he's already got Blink. He's got double bottle. No, one of them is Lambs. I guess he's being the quick delivery.
He's being the courier.
Yeah.
He's being the courier.
I mean, mine as well.
Yeah. So yeah, drag it out for the Beastmaster. That means he can also rotate, and he can leave Beastmaster now to control up the runes. It doesn't always have to be like Tinker, and it definitely won't be the Anti-Mage. So Beastmaster's primary job, making sure there's no buff-ups coming the way of the Razor or the Prophet. Rather difficult job, but with the Beastmaster, Hawk, as well as Boar, he should be able to do it. While looks like Ice's job is just to make sure these stacks continue. That's going to be a triple Ancient stack, and we've kind of got to remember about all of this.
Lane, Super is going in.
He turns on the ulti for this one. Prophet's going to TP himself in. Ice drops the Tombstone, goes for the Decay. He won't be going after 105 plus damage Super.
I wonder if they're going to try push off
Top lane, they're going to have a crack at ROTK. Lanham's going to get himself in range for the Roar, though, before anything can really get to work. Remember, they've only got the extra stun coming out from Burning, so there goes your Roar. Prophet Ultimate also bouncing around. A lot of damage to Lanham. ROTK, there's your Mana Break. SC Disruption, just defensively, and now they're going to TP out here. Lanham, is he going to get out? He's out to home, and so is Burning. Both back out to safety after they realize they're a little bit too deep.
To me, that's a DK victory. They traded a couple TPs, but they're playing with a more mobile lineup.
It may not be that great, man. MMY is about to die here in the middle lane. There's a haste rune over on Super.
Oh, MMY.
You can't outrun that. He'll just stick with MMY to the end. Even with the Hex, the Sprout holds them together for a ceremonial death.
I like how VG Gaming's focusing so much on MMY. The fact that they keep on delaying his level 6 is huge for the Roshan fights that are coming up. Tier 1 in the mid lane is going to be under siege as well. Whenever VG Gaming takes a successful fight or small engagement, they can push down these outer towers, and they're doing just that. DK, well, they're coming to defend. Here comes the Tombstone. They really want to fight under this T1, and that Tier 1's dropping quite fast. looks like it's going to hold at least for now.
I like the fake TP coming out from Mushi at the very, very start of that. But after getting off a double decay, VG Gaming have to be very, very careful about their life points because it's going to be very deceptive. You have all these life points items, like having a point boost or an Ogre Club, and then you still sit there going, why have I only got 1,500 life points? And the longer the fight continues, the bigger you make the Undying and the worse you get.
A huge item picked up on Sylar. The fact that he's got Orchid means a very reliable way to gank that anti-mage. More.
Why is everyone got a Midas?
Hear me out.
Okay, I'll hear you.
We are 14 minutes in.
I'll have to actually stop you. Lanham bottom lane. Raw's going to go on Sylar, and in comes the Tinker as well. And he just ensures the last hit. Burning uses ultimate, but Mushi gets the kill. And more support's coming towards that mid lane. ROTK, man, one Nether Blast, and he's got this tower dead to rights.
One more?
They're trying to deny.
Oh, they're going to get it off. That's huge.
Shaman stopped him, and Mushi March the Machines means even with the extra damage from the plasma field, it has to stop there. But yeah, I want to hear you. Midas.
So one of the things that Matt pointed out during the draft is that ROTK is taking a huge risk by drafting the Pugna as the last pick. Essentially, if you don't really get a huge lead off in 20 minutes, you're forfeiting your late game against a Tinker as well as Anti-Mage, essentially two of the best late game heroes in the entire game. So FY is essentially saying, you know what, we're going to try to 4-core you. He's going to become a core himself. And Lestrak, honestly, is one of the best late game supports. And we're going to see a gank. Disruption's going to... Oh!
Nice and quick. Quick blink back. And now they revealed the fact that VG Gaming have rotated up towards the top lane looking for Burning. We're still 15 minutes in, and Burning is no closer to his Battle Fury apart from having like that health ring. It's like, he needs a lot more. He needs a hell of a lot more.
He does, but I mean, I have a question posing to you, Toby. Like,
okay.
The gold graph right now is a 6,000 gold lead for VG Gaming. They have a couple towers up, they have a couple kills up. But do you really feel that DK is actually in trouble?
No, I really don't. When you have a Tinker as well as a Beastmaster together, you're always going to be able to make openings and you're always going to be able to hold the lanes because you've got the intel to know when the fights are going to begin as long as the Beastmaster's looking around.
Here it comes.
And you got your controller. Yeah, they're posturing on the top lane at the moment and Sylar is fake TPing in. But everything gets controlled by just the Tinker moving across the map. And then Undying, we cannot underestimate his importance during team fights.
At least for the next 10 more minutes, right?
Yeah.
I think Undying at a certain point, he falls off.
After that, obviously, he's not going to be anywhere near its great. But at the same time, then you start adding Mass Serpent Wards into team fights and the Tinker. Okay, that was a ballsy TP coming in from Mushi and Lanham. Well, he's able to back himself up because Fenrir is not close enough. These supports got themselves a really nice start because you got Midas and because what we got? We got Tranquils as well as Urn. They're nice, but there's no jump in initiation. There's no Blink Dagger on the SD to be that first jumping kind of guy. And who is that for VG? Is it just a 5-man foursome on the front lines? Because Undying right now wins those engagements.
Yeah, they don't really have a jump in. I guess it could be Prophet. Prophet could TP and activates BKB. Generally, Sylar does go Orchid and BKB and just face tank. And
Sylar or Super's in trouble. Super comes up high ground and he sees Lanham now. Raw is available and Tinker TPing in. Already the Static Link has been broken off here. And Einstein sides with Tombstone. MMY too low on life. The Prophet ulti actually bounces through to kill him off. But Tinker, okay, Mushi cancels it. They're backing themselves up.
This is a big engagement for VG because they broke Tombstone. Tombstone is really a big part of the DK defense. I think they're going to lose tier 2 because of that. Aghanims on Super is going to make short work of this tower. And now that ROTK's got a decent level in terms of wards, it's going to also make Tinker a little bit more reserved in terms of where his positioning is.
Everything on paper, DK looked like they would have had the superior team fight, but when VG Gaming are able to bait out these abilities separated from the rest of them, to have Tinker not being available and also caught in trees, like you basically catch DK out. There was no Mass Serpent Wards. You lost that Shadow Shaman when he wasn't expecting it either. And now you're going to lose like another hero. Mushi's in the tree line. Actually, no, they have no way of catching him out because he just sits in the trees and they can't bleed themselves up. But yeah, if the combo is there for DK, they're really, really strong. If not, VG Gaming, single Tiger pickoff, it's brilliant.
Yeah, it really comes down to... It really comes down to Mushi making a mistake or not. If he's not caught out, if he has buyback reserve, they should. Roar goes on RTK. He's got the mech. He's got.
Go on, man.
He's got the mech, so he's fine. But here comes Mushi trying to burst everything down. It's going to be going on RTK, but here comes a blast. The Sprip's going to hit. Super is trying to retreat. They don't really have lockdown on the side of DK either after that Beastmaster roar.
Burning got ganked up meanwhile on that top lane. It was the Purge being used as well as SD Disruption, and you just took away all of his mana and locked him in because he got a fresh Orchid over on Nature's Prophet, so he had nowhere to go up on that top lane. And that bottom lane, VG Gaming, they should be really lucky that they pulled themselves out of that. As Lanham just walks straight past Fenrir. He's going to come back again though. But with the haste rune, he's feeling pretty confident. He's spotted out the SD quickly. There's just very aggressive walls being put down by Lanham. He might have to leave a Hawk behind as well now. They realize the push is coming. The tier 2 tower is the focus here of VG Gaming. They want to win this in 25 to 30 minutes. Use ROTK's power to push.
Well, they will have a mech to heal off the creep wave if they want to use it like that.
And they're holding on to it. They got one creep, that's all they need. No backdoor protection, which means they can just blast away at it. And with the Aghanim Scepter over on Super, man, he's got 2,400 gold in this guy. If they really feel confident enough to push, he could even just rush the refresher orb this early on and just force out the lanes. I know the normal thing would be like, hey, buy yourself a BKB, but you've still got Raw that's going to stop you, and you've still got a lot of other problems which can go through that BKB. And Tinker, TP middle lane, again has to be cancelled by Mushi, as Sylar, he's coming up high. He found Ice, Ice, Ice. Where is the Orchid going to go off right now? He's actually used it, but the Raw is going out on him. MMY, it's just a buffer ward line. That's what he's trying to do in Super, actually, and he's stopped up. The Centaur came out from the sidelines and actually held the Razor back. The neutrals interfering with VG Gaming's fight.
Yeah, they would have loved to came out with a couple of kills, but did force out Mass Serpent Ward, and they're kind of right near the enemy tier 2. Maybe they could force a fight. But pushing against DK's high ground is really an issue. The fine balance that that VG Gaming has to strike right now is keep on pressuring the map and making sure that Anti-Mage does not run away with this game. If you want to check his farm right now, he's quite close to a Battle Fury, and once he does, his farm really accelerates. So VG needs to keep on ganking Anti-Mage. They have the weapons to do so. They have that Orchid on Sylar. They have the Shadow Demon roams, and they have to keep on striking tower. They have to really do a lot to make sure that DK doesn't run away with the game. And DK, well, they're kind of playing defense for the next 5-10 minutes.
And that's not really what they... Well, Mushi can't, though. Mushi can't. Like, defense in a way, yes, but they've got to push the creep waves back over the river. You're talking about Anti-Mage getting himself a Battle Fury. If he doesn't have a jungle to farm, this Battle Fury is useless. He needs to have space created by the rest of his team. Yeah. Now, ROTK sacrificing himself, that'll be one easy way they can make space. And it could easily happen. He drops down the Nether Wall, but Ice is here. Triggers off his own ultimate. But then again, he's fighting both of them. Triggers off his Necro books. Prophet Ultimate Lanham is really, really low right now. But the rocket's coming in. There's not enough damage to kill off ROTK. And well, Lanham getting healed up by Ice. The rest of VG Gaming is coming back over.
Oh, meanwhile, ROTK came back in and just got nuked down.
Surprised he didn't leave
that might cost him the death, though. The ground sprout, it's going to hit, but he's on the high ground. Immediate tango out.
That Sprout actually blocked up the rest of VG Game, and they couldn't move up. MMY's got Mass Serpent Wards in 4 seconds time. He doesn't want to use them to try and survive here. The Super running after him with an Aghanim Scepter ulti, and he's underneath his own tier 2 tower. There goes your Mass Serpent Wards. He got the Hex over on Super, and the TP cancelled there by the Tinker. Well, the Shrike Stun from FY would have ensured the death there. And the Necro units and Treants are the ones farming up the Mass Serpent Wards, so the money is still being claimed.
Well, it seems like the Serpent Wards are farming up the Necros and Treant. It's the other way. It looks like they're going to try to get a push off, but MMY's back alive. Tinker's still running rampage in terms of where he is on the map, and Tinker slowly but silently, he's getting to a Hex. Once you get a Hex, you start to get a couple of killing potential. And I think that's where really DK is able to turn the tide of the battle.
I'm still waiting and watching Super on this top lane. For a man who's got 2,000 life points, when he sits at 500 in front of a Tinker with 3 points laser, 4 points rocket, he's got to be careful.
Yeah.
If that Hex is there too, you're right, the pick-up potential really goes through the roof, because then you've got a hold time for you to rearm. So you can basically get 2 different waves of that rocket, the single target damage. Burning's finished the Battle Fury at least, so he can try and enjoy this farm, but all they can do is just take one of the Ancients at the moment. Not even stacked up, so not the most efficient farming he's ever had. But crossing the river, maybe going to the Radiant side, maybe the best option for him. Just carry a TP scroll, push out that bottom lane as often as he can, try and bring down the tier 1 tower, and just make some space on the off lane of DK. Because VG Gaming won't give him any space in their own jungle, especially now as they're looking to go into the pit.
Oh, back in the mid lane here, FY just...
Lanham? He has gem, he's tall.
Yeah,
Lanham.
he could have got the roar off.
Yeah.
They have bots. I'm not sure why they didn't go for it. It's going to be Roshan.
Oh, the Hawk, he got killed off by the passing field.
Huge,
Tinker has to
kill.
re-TP in.
And I think Roche is going to be gone by then. Tombstone's going to be on the high ground. It's not really spawning to the low ground just yet. Aegis is going to get claimed. Tombstone's down, by the way. I'm not sure whether Vichy realizes, but they could go for a push now.
I think it's still a little too early for that, man. You're going into March of the Machines as well as Mass Serpent Wards. Even just that alone will be enough to stop you. Until they've got both their level 3 Necro books up, they may not be happy with this. And at this point, they do have one from Sylar, but the one from Pugna is still missing. He's only got his level 1 at the moment.
I hear you, Toby, but Vichy does not. Vichy's going in.
I'm not sure about this, dude. I really don't think they can breach the high ground.
They have 2 life on Super. They have a BKB. He's just going in. They're blasting it up. Here comes the high ground. Can DK hold? They're going to use a cliff immediately. Look at the burst. Look at the march. The creep wave is gone.
Yeah, the creep wave doesn't survive this push.
Super's down to half.
You got an Aegis. It doesn't mean Rory lets it go and Super's down. There goes your Aegis Immortal to get rid of the Nether Ward. Now the tower's taking some considerable damage. That's fine. But the creep wave is gone. Your Aegis is gone. And both your Necro books have also been spent. You've got 10 seconds until the level 3 Necro books are up for Sylar. But it may be a little bit too long because, again, March of the Machines begins, and you've still got Burning pushing a tier 1 down the top lane. Hangs over an FY, MMY. That's a really aggressive Mass Serpent Wards, but they've already got Sylar up on the top lane. Burning is finding farming space, and they do not claim the mid-racks.
And they lost an Aegis.
And they lost the Aegis. It really felt way too premature, that one. Like, there's tier 2 towers up from the top lane. They can suffocate DK out. But what they've managed to do now is give a lot more space over to Burning, who's got his treads, he's got himself a blade, so we're looking at the mana style on the way as well. So all of these things are starting to arrive, and Nucci might be able to add a little bit more space, and maybe for once DK can claim a tower.
I'm not sure whether they can suffocate DK out, because Mushi could teleport with impunity. There's very little hero that can stop him. Sylar with the Orchid maybe, like catch him. But there's also AM you have to worry about. AM could farm his own jungle, he could farm in the enemy jungle. He's also starting to become an issue. Once he gets his Yasha, his farm rate will increase further again, and the Manta Sao afterwards. I think once Burning has his Manta, that's where they feel like they can actually push or start taking fights.
Well, for now, it's the bottom lane where we have our scythed up Mushi. Just adding more problems here for Super, forcing him back with the March of the Machines. And Razor, for all the time we've been talking about like Burning farming up, we've still got the 13,000 net worth Razor, who did finish the BKB, he didn't go straight into the refresher, but he's already got the Oblivion Staff on the way to that refresher. So it's coming. It's coming. And
teleporting
so
to the mid lane, he's teleporting right in the back of DK. This is the easiest gank of their life. Beastmaster start with the roar.
Coming in though, and Sylar, well, maybe with that Orchid, he can do something here, but he's already dead. Mushi comes in, the March Machines will arrive, and Super BKB Mushi is going to get out the Meg Charge, trying to keep him alive with a profit holding, getting a double kill bouncing through them, and they move up to MMY. DK really caught with their pants down at the moment, and VG Gaming.
Mushi doesn't have buyback. Mushi does not have buyback. He cannot die. He needs to defend. How will DK hold with 4? They still have Mass Serpent Ward. That's going to act as a secondary tower, but Super.
Look how early he drops him too, putting him behind the lines, and they just do whatever they can. Decay is going to have to work really hard here from Eyesight sides, hitting multiple units, but the melee racks, the primary focus here. It's not the full Necros, but it's enough. There goes your melee racks in favor of VG Gaming.
A very fortunate timing for Vichy to find Mushi without buyback, takes the easy racks, and now you're playing 1 racks up with the Prophet. Anti-Mage and Tinker are great defense, but that's just more pressure going against DK. You can't ask for more if you're Vichy Gaming.
More importantly, you've got the level 3 Necro book over on the Pugna. So everything we're just looking for them to breach high ground up against the full lineup of DK is now there.
Yeah, also, Super is about to finish his refresher. That's where the double lightning comes in.
Yep. Actually, he's got the recipe already too.
Yeah. I mean, at a certain point in this game, Tinker's got to worry about killing himself. Because if he's marching endlessly, those Necro books, when they pop 600 pure damage.
What? So he just marches the machines and then TP's back to base? Takes the hit for the team?
I don't know. I don't know. Like, there's nothing you can really do. You can, in theory, get a BKB, but obviously he doesn't have the gold or luxury or time to get that. Maybe just get more health.
He can't get the BKB. Like, Mushi is meant to be like the savior here of DK. He's the man that jumps out there and makes sure that SD and Latrak have no part in this engagement at all.
Yeah, I'm in no way suggesting that Mushi should get a BKB. I'm just saying he might die in these upcoming defenses. Yeah, just simply thanks to the Necro books, and that will suck for him.
And Burning is just watching this top lane. There's also a big smoke mover coming out from VG. They're behind the tier 2 on the top lane, and they're just waiting for somebody to feel like they can be here and fight underneath the tower. But the rest of DK, they're actually south. Looking towards the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, and can they finally, 28 minutes in, it's going to be a trade-off though. They will take their first tower of this game, but they'll lose their tier 2 tower in the top lane, and Super is ready to push in. And here they go. The Netherworld's already down. Ice, the main man in the front lines. The first wave of March Machines now begins from Mushi. The Tombstone in the very back line, so VG Gaming will have to go deep to find it, but with the mech already up, now Serpentward's also being dropped from DK. They're going to try and hold the line here, but the tier 3 tower is lost. Super, there goes your mech, bringing their life back up again, and Burning was considering a jump in. But with the amount of Serpentwards and Tombstone down, they just let it go, and they can back themselves up. Super's ult is going to be on cooldown. They just take the tower. They take what they want.
Yeah, VG Gaming is working with much lower cooldown. The highest cooldown of their pushing spells is actually just Necrobook. And then you have Super coming in with this 2 ultimates. So I guess they could farm for like 50 more seconds and then go back. That's the time where Mass Serpentward's not necessarily up yet, and you just take the racks. Or they could just farm it out and maybe go for a pick. But right now, with the mid racks down, VG just bought themselves a ton more time. They could even go late game if they want. Maybe not.
There's no need to.
There's no need to, yeah, that's the thing. And also, it's pretty dangerous to do that against Burning. Yeah, Burning's got his Manta now.
But this doesn't really help him during the team fight. Like, he gets his Manta off, and what is he really trying to escape from here?
It's not more escape, it's allowing him to actually blink to the backline and maybe focus on Pugna. I could see that, by the way, how Vichi's clumping up. A single Mana Void off of a Pugna, for example, or the Leshrac, you could just blow up the entire enemy team. But that also required that Undying to essentially throw himself into the team and draw some focus. So
Lanham, there's the BTs coming in. That Hawk very quickly cancelled the TP on it. And the one Hawk is still hanging around. Lanham needs these guys to stop moving around so they can go invis. They can give some good intel. He's lost both his Hawks now. So vision very limited here for DK. And again, Observer Ward down here from VG inside the base, watching all the movements here of DK. The Martial Machine to try and keep him out, but Netherward, Mushi, he's not going to look too great for this one. Mushi's almost down right now. Make charge will go. Soul Rip as well to keep him alive. Burning. There's your double ulti out from Super, and Burning evaporates underneath the Razor. The top rack is toast. There's going to be nothing left here after VG Gaming is finished with DK.
Burning teleported around so the courier never reached him, so the Manta style recipe and the Ultimorph died on the courier, so no more Manta style for 3 minutes. I don't think they will get 3 minutes though. Here comes VG Gaming. They're thinking about obliterating the bottom, or maybe not. Necrobooks are cooling down. They'll say, you know what, let's wait for about 40 to 50 seconds, heal up, and then come back. They have the time, they have the luxury. And essentially, Anti-Mage just threw 3,000 gold into the well for a wish that is not going to come true for a long while.
It's also a really smart move what VG Gaming are doing right now, because they're backing up at around the potential spawn time of Roshan. They know if they lose a fight, if they overextend themselves into DK and DK are able to get the upper hand on them, they could potentially then lose Roshan as well. And now get DK semi back inside this game. They're so far behind. The gold graph is almost reaching 20,000. The experience graph is reaching around 10,000, all in favor of VG Gaming. They cannot let DK have a single hope, so they can crush them here in game number 1 and take the momentum into game number 2.
Yeah, at this point, it's all about split pushing, and should VG actually get to your base, then you just take a Hail Mary of a fight and try to, one fight at a time, right? I think DK needs to win at least 2 to 3 fights in a row, such that to basically repel VG, because VG's not going to stop.
You make it sound so easy. It's just so simple now, Lumi.
I mean, that's what they got to do.
Oh, life's going to be really hard, man. FY has almost finished up a full sight device. He just needs a Mystic Staff and he's there. You talk about going into a carrier Leshrac, you basically got it.
Yeah.
And I also like Sylar. How's he looking? Now Sylar can also afford a scythe device, not now, in about maybe 1,800 gold. He can also afford one.
He could afford one if he wants to go for it and then push. Or basically this 2k gold is a secondary life, right? He could just buy back and teleport back in the fight. So that's essentially Aegis for him. I like the fact that Super picked out the Vitality booster. Just say, give me all the item now that I could push with. And that's exactly what he's getting for himself and for the team.
And Mushi is not making this easy for VG Gaming. And VG Gaming have realized, hey, we only need one creep, all right? So let's Blink Roar comes out from Lanham. They go on Siler on the top lane. They need to bring him down right now. The Orc goes over on burning RTK. He came in with the men to keep him alive. Now the Drain going and burning up the Creeper fight. It's all buffed up. Burning must bail out this one. The Sprout will see him, but it cannot get the damage up fast enough. Lanham also able to TP himself out right underneath the nose of Fenrir. But Fenrir has no clue because he was in the trees where it's safe.
But that bought themselves time, which is all that matters for DK right now. Push the lane far up, push the mid lane, or at least try to push Mish out. This is where you really don't want to be ice, because
bottom lane. Oh, the Hex is already gone right now, and Super turns into fight.
Needs to get out of there, Mushi.
Mushi, you can't TP out. 55 seconds on the sideline, and an instant buyback has to come out. It's not even a force to buy. He needs to be on the front lines. There's no choice for him. He must be up and pushing on every outer lane, or else DK getting pushed from 3 different sides.
Finally, AM gets his Manta style back.
The beauty of the resummon courier. So the funny thing is, before all that began, VG Gaming were preparing themselves before the push came on top lane. They were preparing themselves as 5 men to push down the bottom lane. Now they were waiting for Roshan, who is up, and the trees are just sitting there spectating. But they had Super Refresher Orb off cooldown. I think that was the primary thing VG Gaming were waiting for. Once that's up, you saw how quickly the top ranks went down.
Yeah.
You just put Super on the front lines, double Refresher, and job is basically done.
And that was going through a massive reward and a tombstone. It's not like DK wasn't putting up a fight.
This time Mushi is actually able to TP in there. The Sprout coming up from side, trying to get the vision, and they jump up. Fenrir, now he's going to go down to burning at the moment. The Actors fly the Ghost Scepter, and Anti-Disruption is buying some time for the rest of VG Gaming to come high ground. Fenrir finally goes down, but Lanham on 100 life points. He's trying to bottle up. RTK drains it out. That means the gem's also on the deck. No vision, burning. He's stuck in the trees. It's not safe there. He's down. They got more support coming into FY, looking towards Ice. Gets the stun off. They're battling under the Mass Serpent Wards. Maybe not the greatest idea in the world. MMY locked inside the Sprout. If they got a stun, if they got enough damage, they got the damage. That's the way to answer it. MMY on the sidelines. They bring down the Undying Tombstone. They go through the Mass Serpent Wards. They can either finish Roshan right now or even consider pushing bottom lane.
Looks like they're going to take a conservative approach, take the Roche, take the Aegis. And after that, that should give the Scythe to FY. That should give the Scythe, or he already got the Scythe. I'm talking about Sylar. And then that's also going to allow Super to finish his heart. This new wave of item is just simply too much for DK, I think.
Yeah. Agreed. VG Gaming right now, it almost kind of feels like it doesn't really feel like it's over. They're just going to finish the job. The downside for him is the fact that Super, it's 100 seconds off having Refresher. So he's not a powerhouse just yet. I also want to give props to Captain Bamboo, the courier from DK. It boldly went when no Panda has gone before. Managed to grab that gem and pull it all the way back to base again.
Nice.
But at the same time, it's not as rich and as well spoiled as the Radiant courier, as VG Gaming just had the heart to live it over towards Super. So this is one hell of a tanky Razor. 3.3k basically life points on this guy. Not to mention, okay, his 9 armor's not really that brilliant, but he's got the Aegis Immortal up his sleeve, and with a double ulti, the life points is all he needs. As Mushi tries to buy some more space. Bottom lane, double marches, that's all you can really do. Keep this lane pushed out as long as you possibly can. The bottom lane is like their only advantage, because they haven't lost the racks there.
Well, you say advantage, but it's just equal.
Sorry, they're equal.
Yeah.
But they can find an advantage there because they can push it out. They can't push the other lanes, but just march to the machines. What they can do is they can hold the other lanes. They can't push it.
Yeah, here comes possibility a gank.
They're going to see if they can bring down Super here. He's the primary man.
No, you need to kill Sylar first. Super has 2 lives. You may be able to kill him once, but that second life...
TPing him. They found RTK instead. He got the BKB off before the Roar, but he got Mass Serpent Ward trapped up. They move over to Fenrir. 2 very quick kills again, though. Ghost to protect him, but they move to Sylar. Sylar evaporates. The ST, he blinks himself away, burning on his tail. One last hit will kill him off Super. BKB as well as Ultimate. It's only one. It's not the full refresher, so they're waiting it out to cave on off from Ice. In comes Burning, looking at F5, draining at the mana. Super's Ultimate, though, killing off at least one of the supports. That's a Shadow Shadow Shaman down. And maybe
no,
they got
Tinker!
More. They're
Tinker!
going for FY. Tinker, he's dying to super at the moment, but there goes Burning, able to get Leshrac down. It's still a 4-for-2 trade, which is better than I think anyone would have expected from DK. And why is super? He's coming back out again. Burning will just chase him down with the illusions, try and burn off a little bit of the mana, but they've got to get back. The tier 4 towers are currently under siege, and they do not have a Tinker to help defend this.
They're very lucky that they were able to actually kill multiple people, including Sylar. If Sylar was able to stay alive, they would have been in huge trouble where the exterior buildings would have gone down on the top and bottom, or top and mid lane. But good fight here by DK, being able to take one. That's really the power of that Beastmaster Hawk, looking for those leaking fight, having the vision, and more importantly, having that vehicle for that Tinker to teleport in.
They also got really lucky, the fact that ROTK got caught out so far in a position. Yeah. Vision is one part of it, but ROTK was just a little bit too far away from the rest of his team, and because of that, DK could capitalize. He was still really, really quick on that BKB.
I mean, that's where really having a blink on the Beastmaster really helps, right? Just seeing a hero and then immediately isolating him out.
Yep.
Wasn't exactly the best fight for Vici Gaming, but not technically the worst.
No.
So
worst will be 0-5 right now, and they'll be losing more towers. But to this point, they still only lost one tower this entire game. And VG Gaming, the prep is coming for the bottom. Now, they got Refresher, Aghanim's ulti up on Super, and they've actually already triggered up these Necro books a little bit earlier. So they won't have 2 waves of the Necro units available. And they're trying to wait out the way Martian machines, but obviously you can't wait it out forever. Now they come in, Super, he just walked in through the middle. He just looped himself around. The Master wants to go, and he breaks the line of DK. Master wants it down, but he's trying to protect Ice. He's just locked and trained. Super, where is it? They just go straight through him. He just holds the line there, and this will be the bottom racks taking a fall. They have the Beastmaster back up again, but they have no one dying to help out. Even with Tinker there, they say it's not enough. GG is the call. VG Gaming will take game number 1 here of the best of 3 up against DK. And a 1 game away, 1 victory away from facing up against Evil Geniuses for the spot in the TI4 Grand Final.
I felt despite how the game looked like it was a stomp, it was really a fine balance. If Mushi didn't die in that mid gank, you remember when they backstabbed Sylar, if they got a clean kill, would have been a different game because he would have had buyback gold, he would have actually extended the game much longer until Burning kicked in. But you make one mistake against a pushing strat, you lose.
Yeah, and they really got punished. VG Gaming, it was a wonderful game from them, but of course, it's not over yet. They'll have themselves a short break, and in the meantime, we'll do the same and go over to the panel.
Thank you, Toby and Lumi, and welcome back to the panel. Of course, it is DK that is 1 game away from elimination, while Vici Gaming take that game. And with us, a new and fresh face.
Hi,
Ben,
Jeever.
welcome.
How's it going?
It's going very well, thank you.
I think that DK actually drafted poorly. The AM is Burning 0, that's correct, but you don't want to draft it versus Shadow Demon. He did get Mana Break at level 1, even though he knew he was up against a tri-lane, and he paid for that heavily.
Like the Undying pickup meant something, and then the AM meant the opposite for them. I was really confused when they got both, and then since they were pressured on the lane, then the Undying was actually useless. I think guys played well. They actually switched Lanham to an offlane Beastmaster, realizing they wouldn't be able to defend the safe lane without Undying trying to help. So they got that right, but unfortunately it was a bit too late. And then the Undying did nothing the whole game. He can't fight versus this whole summon push, and he's not farming, he can't gank. So they were playing a 4 versus 5, and not even, because Burning was shut down. So that was even 3 versus 5.
And even that put more responsibility on Mushi as well, because he was the Tinker who was the guy that was supposed to create space so that Burning could farm the jungle, maybe could farm the other lanes. But Tinker, as good as a hero it is, as counter-pushing and killing creeps, he's pretty bad at killing towers, and they couldn't get those tier 1s until way into the late game. And to Mushi's credit, he didn't die a single time until 30 minutes into the game, meaning he was playing really careful and trying to do all of his homework right. However, by the end of that 30-minute run, they still have all the tier 1s tower up. The creeps push, Burning has no way to farm. It's pretty much a doom story for DK.
I actually think it was a problem that he didn't die. There was one fight where they saw Vici smoke and Lano tried to lure them into the Roshan pit, and Mushi wasn't really there. He was there for like the initial volley, and then they just TP'd out, and then you can't fight 3v5. You can't have Tinker farming the whole game and AM farming. You need Tinker there to defend against the pushes. Once they get the first T1, there goes the Meg, there goes the Midas on FY, and then it just keeps rolling from there.
I was really impressed by Vici's patience. They didn't push in too early, even though they were facing against a Tinker plus an AM. That's really scary to face in the mid-game, late game. Many teams would be pressured, like we need to end that game before they actually get the hacks, before they get the meta. They were like chill, they had the game plan in mind. They waited, they pushed at the right time with the double Razor ulti. That's very scary to defend against. A really great performance by Vici, especially by the supports, in my opinion. FY and Fenrir, they did a great job once again.
Yeah, great control in terms of timing and just keeping to themselves and knowing exactly what they're strong at. Bruno, you said before the game started, it is a match between late game team versus early game team. Do you feel like DK had like the chance to actually go for a late game team, or did it already fall apart with laning or draft?
The problem was actually to get to that late game. I mean, if you look at the time, it was 39 minutes. It was not so early, but Burning was shut down so much, and the Tinker was trying to get so much of that farm that, well, naturally, just because of being Tinker, that Vici Gaming transitioned into a dominate more. It was the slow snowball of death, and it kind of all culminated when they actually get that mid barracks. And this is what you were talking about, the timing of the push. DK is trying to get a gank. They don't do well. What happens is pretty much this right now. So Sylar is there. Sylar has been doing amazingly well today on Nature's Prophet. They come to gank here and say, oh, I kind of have to run. It's 4 people trying to get Sylar here.
The Orchid on
and they took him. But everyone appears right now. And now Super. This guy, 11-0-4. He did whatever he wanted, and people just had to run away from him.
His item build was extremely good, though. He went for the Ags first, which is very unusual, but when you're trying to end the game in like 25, 30 minutes, it is probably the best build. He ended the game with Ags, BKB, and Refresher, which is incredibly good for base sieging. And they had all the tools. They had 2 Necro Books, they had a mech, and they had a pipe built by FY.
And speaking of itemization, FY going for the Midas early was actually a really nice touch, because that's something that, okay, you have an early pushing lineup, you might not want to invest on the Midas, but hey, they could afford it just because they were shutting down the Anti-Mage so much. They got the kill at the beginning with the Shadow Demon Disruption, which Anti-Mage actually ran out of mana and couldn't blink away, so that was in the river. It was a really weird kill. The supports were getting so much that they could afford to be really, really greedy, and they take this game 1. Now DK and Vici Gaming, they took their small break. They're coming back into the game. Seth, do you think DK can come back from this?
They can definitely come back from this. They bounced back from a 1-game disadvantage versus LGD. I don't think it matters. As Merlini pointed out, I think it's mostly a draft mistake, and Vici playing really well, but they have been playing always well. So if you're going to do such a big mistake into the draft against a team that is Vici Gaming, you're going to get destroyed, because that was Vici Gaming controlling the whole game. They could have ended that in 15 minutes if it wasn't for the Tinker. They really destroyed DK in that game. I'm also glad we get to see a pipe on the Leshrac. That's an item that I haven't seen the whole tournament. I mean, maybe not in the group stage, but I did the main event, and it's an item that's, I think, a bit underrated. It's people don't even think about an item, but it's actually really strong. So I think it did a lot in Vici Gaming's pushes.
And Ben, now that we've seen Vici go for one of their stronger things, just pushing, keeping the control, and just end the game on that note, are they going to do the same thing, or?
I think so. They've been doing the same thing the whole entire group stage, and they just execute it so damn well, it's really difficult to counter. Like, their picks are nothing surprising. They go for Pugna probably far more to other teams. They give Super Razor a lot. FYA and Fenrir going for the SD and Leshrac combo, very aggressive. They get towers. So I think you really just need to stop them from getting like 2 or 3 towers in the early game. 1 T1's fine. The T2 after that and T1, that's when it really starts getting out of hand.
I wanna, sorry, no, because I was
just mentioning that MMY had a really tough game, I think, on the Rasta. Super did a great job at focusing him every time in the fight, and later on focused the Tinker, so great game from Super as well.
I just want to give a sense of gravity here to what's going to happen right now, because this is a match for at least 3rd place. Whoever gets eliminated is going to be 4th. What does it mean to get at least 3rd place? 3rd place will get more than $1 million. That's more than TA1 and TA2 champions. 2nd place, they get around $1.5 million, which is more than TA3 champions got. And if you get the 1st place, that's 5. Every single one of your guys is going to be a millionaire after this guy. So a lot riding on this game, and a lot of momentum going into the fight versus potentially EG and then Newbie.
Yep.
Game 2.
And that is, of course, Vici Gaming facing DK here for the 2nd game in the best of 3. Vici Gaming 1 game up, looking to, of course, take it a 2-0. DK fighting for their lives here in the International 4. drafts on the way. DK managed to get themselves a Razor. And so far, nothing really unfamiliar, though we do see the Nature's Prophet banned out after last game.
Yeah, that's new. Not surprising, but new. I mean, Cider has been playing really well on that Nature's Prophet, so it's actually makes sense to see DK ban that Nature's Prophet. The Razor pick looked to be really important for both teams. I think DK doesn't rely as much as Vici does on the Razor, but that was a deny pick, and the Lich first pick, that's really interesting. Okay.
Okay, wow.
So that's clear.
We take a bit of a step back in history, I believe, and we've seen dual lanes, I believe, with Morphling Lich, if I'm correct?
Yeah, it happened a lot in the mid lane, and they actually ran that right before, like 2 games ago now, or 3 games ago, I don't remember, the Lich Morphling mid. And it's interesting because it also allows the Lich to rotate sometimes to the off lane, whether it's to gank or to just deny creep. So it helps 2 lanes at the same time, because Morphling doesn't need Lich babysitting him for ages. Giving him a fast start with the bubble is actually usually enough.
Yeah.
What are you going to put up against this duo?
Well, a lot of teams turn to the Elder Titan to try and shut down the Morphling. Ancient Apparition is pretty good too, so that you can't morph out. There are other options like Necrophos, but not terribly popular.
There's a blue hero lineup for both teams.
The thing is that when you reveal your cards that early, when you're Vici, I mean, they didn't reveal everything, but Lich Morphling is kind of, it's special to open with that. Against DK, that counter picks all the time, it's a bit risky, I think. Now DK just needs to figure out what they want to get. One way to deal with the Lich is actually to get an Enchantress. It's something Lanham plays a lot. And it actually allows you to gank, because the Lich lane is fine until they die. If they die, the XP gain means nothing. So you need to actually gank that Lich lane.
So what is Vici going to aim for this game? Are they going to go for any sort of push at all? Are they going to go for another pusher support like Venomancer or Shadow Shaman?
To be honest, I have no idea. Right now they could go for anything basically. The only thing is going full teamfight versus Razor AA is probably not the best option. So I would rather say something more gank oriented.
The good thing about Vici is that even when they get heroes that are not apparently to just finish the match quickly, they're able to do so just because they play so aggressive. They just, as long as they get one hero that can get there in the fight. Morphling, he still has waveform, does quite a lot of damage. It's hard to kill. Leech, if you get a good chain frost, you can make a difference. You might not want to go full team fight against Razor and Ancient Apparition, but get super really good hero, something that he can just be in your face and be annoying with, maybe a Viper, maybe something like that. Vici Gaming can ride into domination.
Indeed, I feel like if there's one team in the tournament that instantly sees any opening to push or to end the game, it's Vici Gaming. Whenever they can get a tower, they get it. Whenever they can end the game, they end it. As simple as that. So even if they don't have a pushing lineup, we can be looking them they might be looking to push regardless of that.
Yeah, and they're very confident in when they high ground siege, definitely the most confident of the teams here. And the way that Newbie approached Vici was try to take Super out of his comfort zone with the hero. They never gave him Razor, I believe, and they just gave him heroes that they relied on before, like Dragon Knight, and it just didn't work out too well for them just because they're so used to giving him Razor almost every game.
Yeah, definitely. So this time he won't have the Razor, he won't have the... Actually, no, they didn't ban superheroes, so he still has heroes to play, but as you mentioned, it's going to be a DK Razor. It's really tough to say what even DK is going to do. Right now they can do whatever they want as well. It looks like Vici is just afraid of a 5-man lineup like they used earlier versus, who was it? It was... I can't remember.
I think it was last game.
Yeah, it was the last game. Yeah, versus LGD. Yeah, they had the Tide Razor, AA, SK kind of lineup, so that won't happen again.
Won't they be scared of a Faceless Void pickup? They have an Ancient Apparition combo with them. It's decent versus them. They ban out the Earthshaker, which is decent against Chronosphere.
Yeah, we were actually wondering the same versus LGD. It looks like they're not interested into getting that Void, although it actually synergizes really well, as you mentioned.
DK actually has Void as one of their most picked heroes at the moment. Not one of their most successful ones, but definitely one that they use a lot. So I would actually like to see for DK also a Rubik. We're talking about shutting down Morphling. We know that Ancient Apparition is great against Morphling, Rubik as well, of course, because if you can manage to steal that Morph, very strong. And overall...
Unless you go full agility.
Yeah, let's assume that teams playing in international don't make that mistake.
But it's cool. You attack really fast. You get a lot of armor as well.
Carry Rubik.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, don't do that at home, kids. It's not fun, especially against an Invoker. And Invoker is a hero that we haven't seen for quite a while. Super has played in the past. Mushi played every hero, right?
ISIS plays it, of course.
Yeah, ISIS of course plays it as well. And the thing is that it's one of those heroes that can fit any kind of lineup right now. If they want to go full team fight, he will help. He can also help split push by going next door. He can make sure that you can win both lanes if you get a good lane by yourself and someone else. It's a Shadow Shaman and a Rubik. You call the Rubik.
I'm patting myself on the shoulder.
Yeah,
right
you
now.
have a smile that can't be hidden anywhere, yeah. But that is a great call, actually. Rubik creates so much opportunity, and it's a little bit of lockdown that's necessary as well, because Ancient Apparition and Razor, they just don't have any way to stop the enemies. Cold Feet needs something else to rely on that. But now, if you put Telekinesis and Cold Feet together, you might have some potential to get some other kills.
And I like how DK picks supports that he can actually move around with. Last game they had a Beastmaster. You can't really get any kills until level 6. He went for a max call the Wild build, which is, you know, nice with the board, but AA and Rubik, you just telekinesis someone with the Cold Feet with +1, and should be an easy kill.
This is again an aggressive challenge from DK. But the thing is that Vici Gaming, right now DK still didn't answer to the opening of Vici Gaming. The Lich Morph is going to do a lot of work if DK doesn't, keeps on ignoring that.
ROTK Clockwork is something of a legend. He picked it so much at TI3 last year. He was kind of a staple at that hero when the hero was the offlaner. Again, it really fits the team and it really fits the player. You met him yesterday, some of you that didn't know him before at the All-Stars match. He's this kind of a in-your-face kind of player. That Clockwork is going to be so annoying. Granted, it doesn't really have any kind of hero that he wants to go for right now. Maybe the Ancient Apparition, but the Ancient Apparition is going to probably be far behind. But again, it's kind of a zoning hero. If you have a Clockwork and you have a Cogs, you call when you want to teamfight and when you can't.
I really feel like DK is in big trouble right now because the Clockwork is going to get XP no matter what. The Lich Morph is going to destroy any of the heroes they have right now unless they find a solution. There's the Faceless Void. But they have really weak lanes, DK.
Yeah.
And Vici is going to dominate. They might dominate all 3 lanes here. And that's actually a problem. Unless the only solution for me, for DK, is that they go triple offensive. But then you might
Faceless Void.
Yeah, and you might be being offensive versus a morph that's not gonna die, gonna get XP regardless. I don't know, it's a bit troublesome. I feel like Vici Gaming has the upper hand. I don't know.
What if you put Faceless Void on the safe lane, Razor mid, and still pick something else with Ancient Apparition and Rubik? Although you will allow Morphling to farm mid, because then the supports, of course, cannot rotate as much.
If Razor stays mid versus Lich Morph, he's gonna get destroyed.
And Clockwork will do whatever he wants against the Faceless Void as well.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So I don't think that can work.
So we have to have a magical last pick from DK here. Here. Although they first have to, of course, ban a hero out still for VG Gaming to play. They lack kind of a mid-game hero next to the Clockwork. They lack a superhero, and I do mean the player, not superhero. But what do you think they're gonna get?
Reserve time.
It might also be. The thing is that it's hard to say because I thought Styler is going to play the Morphling, right? Can actually Super play the Morphling?
Yes, he can.
Okay.
Although I'm going to expect Sylar for the
right now, Vici Gaming is looking great. They should just get something that's safe, I think, with the Rasta, because in the case DK goes aggressive, could be anything. Just something that Ember was okay. I think maybe even a bottom might work at this point. Anything that can actually lane.
Yeah. Vici Gaming, they put themselves in the position where they already have whatever they want from the draft. Whatever is here is just going to be the cherry on top. And it's going also to dictate how fast or how late they want to finish. They can go for something that's safe and farms, and then you have a super ultra late game that can still hold on in the mid game, or you can go for something that gets level 6 and just goes to fight, and that is what the Death Prophet provides, right?
That works. Then it's going to be the Morphling on the safe lane, which is a safe option, and the Death Prophet on the mid lane. I think it's a really good choice from Vici Gaming. Now this gives them a lot of pushing potential, so if they win the lane, this can transition to push.
At the same time, they don't have anything really good to prevent the Death Prop from getting initiated on. They're really scared of like a Bat initiate, a Tide, Hunter initiate, banning those heroes out. But Faceless Void, if he jumps on them, there's nothing really to save him.
That's
no
true.
Vengeful Spirit swap like we've seen before.
Yeah, Death Prophet is going to have a tough game, that's for sure.
5 seconds.
And now DK's last pick has to be really good, because right now they're going to be in trouble.
Maybe they can afford just going super greedy, even though you have a Shadow Shaman and Death Prophet. Maybe it's a gambit, but at the same time, if you go for a safe pick right now, will you be able to stop wards and exorcism pushing for you, I don't think with that lineup you really can.
What can DK get? It's really tough to, like, the Razor can be safe lane or mid. So does the face of Volt can be safe lane as well or off lane.
I would like to see just that early fighter, not something really heavy farmer like AM, maybe something like a gyrocopter, Luna, something like that.
That's okay.
Yes.
Well deserved applause right here for that one. That should be a very enjoyable pick and a very enjoyable hero to watch and needed as well, so that they can actually determine the tempo of this game, I think.
LANM and MMY will have to roam this game. They will have to find openings and kills. If they don't and it stays really static, Vichy Gaming will look really, really strong.
Yeah, it is really DK that will be the one to try to look for most kills, while Vichy Gaming are kind of in their comfort zone and will wait for their right timing, as they normally do, go for control and timing. Let's see if DK can mess them up a little bit as we are going into the second game of this best of 3 series, Vichy Gaming versus DK. Over to the commentators.
Thank you very much. We are back here again. VG Gaming going up against DK. I'm Toby1, and joining me is Luminous. You might remember us from the last game. We've come back.
5 seconds remaining.
We didn't really actually go anywhere, just...
Yeah, we didn't. We stayed around. We talked to the lovely people that are behind us.
Shout out to the fans of the
time.
game. Yeah. Without you guys, we're not here.
Yeah, we'd have no reason to be here in Seattle. But we have a reason to be inside the game.
That's harsh. Seattle's a nice place.
That's true. That's true. I visited here without having to be here for the international. So yes, that's very nice. Into the game we go. So DK, they're the ones playing from behind the 8 ball. They are down by 1 game. They must win this to force it into a far decider. If they lose it, they're out of the international floor and taking home a measly $800,000.
A little bit over 800,000. Yeah.
Something like that.
That's not what they signed up for. They signed up for the prize, the big #1 finish. Not even the money, just the pride, the prestige of winning TI4. We'll see if they're going to get it. As predicted, the lane seems to be a mid-def profit. Or actually, hold on, Super is on the bottom lane right now.
Yeah, it looks like they want to try and run what looks to be...
Mid-clockwork.
It's going to be a dual off lane with both the Shadow Shaman, who's hovering around. He's got boots first, so he's going to try and make some space here for Super, and then just babysit him there. Fenrir is going to be switching himself between the top as well as the mid. And in fact, we got ROTK and Sylar both still deciding where they're headed off here. Considering ROTK is going to head top lane, Sylar's going to be in that middle lane, and Fenrir, he can grab 1 creep and then just find himself a different lane. But that means we've got what? Ice off lane Void going up against an ROTK movement. You got MMY and LANM doing what our panel was asking them to do, and that's like rotate themselves around, but potential aggro tri lane. Mushi then in the middle lane is the Queen of Pain, and that leaves Burning as the safe lane Razor, but he has an exposed safe lane Razor.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough lane for the Razor to be in, because he's dealing with 2 heroes that could harass very well, that could punish very well by pushing the lane or making tower dives. Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, it's the Lich and Morphling as expected. Queen of Pain's going to have a tough time, so the two supports need to get a successful gank, ideally on the Lich. But Fenrir knows this. All he needs to do is stay back and don't die.
Well, LANM as well as MMY are prepping themselves, and they're switching up. Like, they're behind the tier 1 tower. If they're going to go for this kill, they would have stayed in the dire side of the creep wave. Maybe they're waiting for the Lich just to be a little bit too far out, and then they can go for him, because there's no point going in the Morphling. Once he waveforms, the positional change is too much for DK to follow.
Yeah, they're actually clicking on Sylar and making sure that if he has selected Morph and he's about to use Morph, if that was the case, that means no waveform. You could walk in with the slow of the Shadow Strike and just go for a kill. But Sylar smartly not picking any spells just yet, making sure that he does have the access of waveform if necessary.
Man, Vermintide should be really careful on this bottom lane. Like, once the levels come up in Crypt Swarm, with Ether Shock as well, that's a lot of range, just nuke damage that can come the way of a 644 life point hero. It's not really a hell of a lot to play around with. So he's just going to be a little bit more cautious about things, and well, at least the pulls come out here from DK. It's a semi-pull. He only managed to grab 1 of the heroes. That's not the greatest thing in the world, but it is going to bring the creep wave down just a little bit closer. And Super and FY, it's almost like Super with that Crypt Swarm. He's forcefully pushing the lane into the tier 1 tower, so it bounces back again.
I'm just looking very closely on this mid matchup here. Mushi is essentially 1v2 in this particular lane, but he's outlasting. This is one of Mushi's best heroes. Last year, representing Orange. He did a ton of work making deep runs into the tournament. Let's see how well he's going to...
FY, Lanham's coming down right now, but the shock drops in the half-life. The Frost Blast hits on two. Super Crypt Swarm. They need more damage here to Lanham. FY is right behind the attack up the hill. It misses from Fenrir, but it won't miss from the Death Prophet. He'll take the kill, and FY going in deep here at MMY.
He's got the boots advantage.
He's got enough for Shackle as well in a moment, and then with the shock, I don't know if it will be a full enough with Lanham also arriving, but 170 life points, and he holds on to the Ether Shock.
Just a little bit extra harass. I mean, as expected, Vichi's going to have a superior laning phase. Getting the first blood is a nice bonus. Mid needs to dominate for Mushi, and so far he's doing it at least on the CS war, but that's not really how Queen of Pain works. She really needs to dominate on the CS and also by getting kills. So we'll have to kind of wait and see whether Mushi will deliver on that front.
I'm also trying to keep my eyes over on ROTK as well as Ice. 11 for 3 up against a 10 for 1. The battle for farm is immense, and ROTK is holding on to this last point of mana. He's basically got one set of cogs left or one rocket left. He can't find enough space to basically use this clarity of his. So he can only rely on one of these things until he gets his arcane boots, and then you won't see any kind of control. While Mushi, middle lane, waitfall from Sylar.
Oh, nice dodge.
Too late. Mushi was able to blink. He had time then. He could have waitfall before that point.
With that said, Mushi is burning a ton of regens, and having a dual mid lane is nice in the sense that Finra, for example, he could actually go check for the rune and deny the rune.
Ah, Lanham. I thought he was going to cut through the tree line and move up and grab him. Because Burning was right behind him with the static link. I know it's only level 1, but with the 2-point plasma field and the ultimate, the buff up with the chilling touch, they should have had enough damage to get through.
Yeah, the problem is that Super moves so very quickly. He didn't have face boot before that gank, but just with a single boots and a point to Witchcraft, he will outmove that Rubik that doesn't even have boots. And now with the face boots available, Super could in theory stay in the lane by himself and out-harass the two supports. So Vici Gaming is really free to do what they want with the two supports. In fact, they're coming onto the mid lane. No, they're not. Just harassing.
Yeah. It's just rotations coming out. Fenrir can move himself around. Super, he came out for the rune, and that's why you also saw Fenrir move himself a little further north there. They're waiting for one rune, and the better rune to give it over to is going to be FY. So with that invis, he can make something happen across the map. This top lane is still battling it out. ROTK versus Ice. We have Hook shot up shortly for ROTK. We have Chrono shortly up for Faceless Void. And
Mushi, he's going to get shackled.
And he got body blocked. He got body blocked. They had to know he was there. Now the waveform will come. Frost Blast and the Crypt Swarm. Wow, so much range damage they can dish out.
That's a very uncharacteristic mistake of Mushi because he had Observer War in the bottom lane. That's just a scene of the invisibility rune getting picked up. Yep. That's a huge mistake to give up. Queen of Pain's a snowball hero. What that means, oh, hold that thought, Ice.
Nah, he's okay.
Yeah.
While he's still got Chrono, he's going to have so much confidence to be so far up on the top lane that he really won't care about rotations from VG.
It's horrible to give kills as the Queen of Pain because you want the enemy support to be as low level as possible when you make those initial ganks. And now that she's died, she has essentially delayed her level 6. She has gained away more experience. I'm not sure how Mushi and DK by extension is going to recover in this game.
He's in trouble. Shackles again. Waveform again with the Frost Blast. Got more than enough damage to kill him off. This is just a crippling Queen of Pain right now. And Sylar pushing through the levels. Mushi's only just cracked level 5. When you think about it, Mushi was still solo up against the dual lane. And the sacrifice was already taking away half of that. And then you've got Sylar just pushing him out, getting a couple of kills, keeping him off the lane. And you have basically what was a dual lane hero at a higher level than your solo hero. This is a major problem for DK. Their Queen of Pain is not coming in to be any kind of powerhouse. It's a level 5. You got 113 as the build. You still need to wait till level 7 before she's going to have enough damage when she can legitimately kill somebody off. Even Shadow Shaman as well as Lich should be able to survive through that.
Yeah, and generally when you're ganking as a Queen of Pain, it's really helpful when your other allies has high burst nukes. I mean,
Super gonna die. There goes your Chrono. There goes support coming out from ROTK. He hookshotted him, but he got blocked in by the Chrono of Ice. And now Super locked out. Maybe Mushi. There's your sting, and Queen of Pain will take a much needed kill coming her way. DK finally on the board 6 minutes in.
If ROTK connected that hook, Super lives, then maybe Rubik dies actually, but...
Oh, he connected the hook. He just stopped. He connected on Rubik and just got caught in the side of the Chrono. I guess Mini Summer's still there. Mushi's taking a lot of damage again from Sylar. For all the kills he gets in the middle lane, he still has to burn through all of his bottle charges, and Sylar doesn't have to expend anything apart from, what, one waveform? 160 mana, not that difficult.
Yeah, sometimes as a mid, you just get ganked a lot, and you get you get killed, and that's just part of the game. The problem with Mushi dying is that it's too easy. Yeah, Shadow Shaman just walked up to him and shackled. Like, you gotta at least make him work for it, because if they're not working for it, that means the other lanes for Vici are going extremely well as well. The only saving grace that DK has going for them is the fact that Burning is the lead farmer in this game. But Razor's not one of those heroes that's a hyper carry in the sense that he could entirely take over a game by himself. So I'm still extremely worried for DK, given the start that the entire team had.
The funny thing is, though, like, you look through all your graphs, okay, we're 7 minutes in, but it's 0 on the experience, and it's only like 350 on the goal. There's not that much difference between these two teams. You'd think with the 3-1, it really feels, watching the game, that it's a very commanding performance coming out from Fiji Gaming. Like, they're the ones who are in control. Like, Tyler's getting big. Like, Lynch control of the middle lane. Like, Queen of Pain doesn't really seem to have much hope for anything. But MMY as well as Lanham are working their butts off right now.
Yeah.
They've got themselves stacks. They're power leveling up Mushi. He's not gonna. Well, then again, okay. I thought for a moment he'd use Sonic Wave to farm up the just the stack, because he can't finish it with his Scream. One more. Actually, he probably can with one last Scream. But now the replicate of Morphling, if he jumps in on this one on waveforms, he'll take two of these, and there it is, and he's gonna take out. Oh, actually, he missed the last one. The rocket came in from Clockwork.
Well, he still got the experience. I mean, they share the experience, but Sylar being able to steal away a ton of gold away from DK, that's huge. It's true that, you know, the experience graph is fairly even, but I think that's actually quite deceptive. If you open the level graph for both teams, I'd much rather be Vici's position having much higher level supports, especially Shadow Shaman hitting 6. By contrast, look at the Rubik, look at the Ancient Apparition, they're at 3 and 4 respectively.
Top lane, he got ice. He has to leap himself away. There's not enough mana for Chrono. He's short by 1 point. Now he's got enough, but he's got to get past the cogs. He got pushed back. Ice, taking too much damage, but Burning with that static link over an ROTK. The Eye of the Storm, though, is being soaked up by the creep wave. He needs his Spice of Foot off cooldown, but he's still short by 20 mana. He's got his 1 charge, and ROTK bottles up and escapes away. That was extra 112 damage as well, which Burning was able to soak out from him. And Mushi, he's coming up for the kill. He can actually blink, scream, not enough mana for Sonic Wave. He has to bottle him. There she goes! Through the tree line for Mushi. Was able to pick up the Clockwork. Able to work with the tank on half empty.
Huge kill. Much better that he got the kill solo there than sharing it with his teammate. He needs every drop of experience that he can get.
He's also going to need a little bit more Chrono. Middle lane found FY, and his ice. He time walked himself into this one. MMY trying to give a little extra support, but FY will go down. And now they can actually gain a little bit more pressure towards this tier 1 tower. DK are working their way back into this game slowly. The advantage is coming back. And with these kills, so are the levels. MMY is now, well, he's 201 points away of experience from his level 6. And when we start adding Ice Blast into the mix, things are going to change across the map.
I think that's huge. Given the fact that you could use Ice Blast and Chronosphere as a 1-2 punch, as a ganking tool, you get kills free. It is so easy to actually get those kills. And of course, we've been seeing Mushi picking up 3 kills now for his team. Looks like tier 1's going to be under a little bit of trouble, but DK, they're not giving it without a fight. They could fight right now very easily.
Mushi is... He's got a hook shot. He's looking for the hit on Mushi. He's actually baited it twice, but didn't finish the job. Popped his Invis rune instead. They need to keep the fruit wave pushed out. There's not enough experience in FY just yet. Meanwhile, Morphling waveforming away. Mushi's playing around with him. But remember, he doesn't have ultimate, and now with the replicate on the field, Mushi's going to blink himself away. Hook shot actually goes onto the replicate, not Mushi himself. So he was capable of blinking himself down and away. And then Bottle charges back up again, but in the meantime, the Mass Serpent wards are down after the Crop ulti gets worn off, and the tier 1 tower belongs to Vici.
This is what Vici will be able to do continuously every time those cooldown. We've seen this combo so much. Shadow Shaman as well as Death Prophet. They could take Roshan easily, they could take the towers easily. We still haven't seen DK having an answer for that in the draft at the very least. So that's something that our analysts asked, and it seems like DK has yet to deliver an answer for it.
Just an insanely small thing, but I just want to give props to FY for using its Mass Serpent wards to deny his own Mass Serpent wards.
Oh, that's huge, man.
DK came up to try and farm a couple of them, and he, like, one of them got taken, and one of them he actually denied himself. So, small thing, but little thing.
Denying that 20 gold? That's a 40 gold swing.
Huge.
That's a lot.
Drastic changes. Burning's still working in towards that mech of his. Still a long way off, and we actually got a hand of Midas coming out to Ice. So our off-lane Faceless Void, not going for Mask of Madness, not going for Treads, is actually going in for a Midas build.
I actually like this quite a bit. He's essentially a walking Chronosphere. Whenever he has it up, he's going to go with it for a gank. doesn't matter if he doesn't do any damage right now because he's not expected to.
Smoke from VG. They don't realize, though, that DK is also smoked up. Lanham Smoke's going to break on FY, and FY, so of course vice versa. The rocket we gone, and he shots both of them! He doesn't know what he actually picked up until that point, but you're right, Chrono now goes off. Aeon will fly to RTK, ISIS, get out of there! Not in there, though! The Lich only follows him! Burning, it's bouncing up and away to the creep wave, it won't come back down to him. Pops up the eye, that's on waveform from Morphling, killing off Faceless Boat in the tree line. Burning goes down as well, and DK, it became a disaster after it looked like a dream.
That Team Frost is slow 3 or 4 heroes. They only have lost 2, but those are the key 2, right? You get the Midas to get the levels on Faceless Void, and here comes yet another tower push because coincidentally, all of those ultimates are right back up.
Yep.
I think they might go for 2. FY is not dropping his ult.
He should hold him. The Super's ultimate is still only a level 1 exorcism from Death Prophet. Oh, Courier in middle lane. Mushi, he's got Blink of cooldown, but he's got to get into the tree line if he wants to take the Courier, which he will not do. And the top tower is gone. Not to mention Clockwork. If he blinked at the tree line, he was dead. There's no hook shot there, but
I wonder what VG Gaming is saving this particular Master Serpent Ward usage for. Maybe are they thinking about the Roshan? Yeah. I mean, Chronosphere just got spent not too long ago. If they want to go in there, they can actually break it down quite quickly.
Yeah, there's no reason why they couldn't tank it up. Then again, Lich, he's also not at the point of Frost Armor just yet. 2-point sacrifice, 4 points to Frost Blast. But there's a lot of survivability still coming out.
Yeah, they got the medallion on Lich. They're going for it.
Well, VG Gaming, they get to make sure that bottom lane's pushed out before they fully go for that, because Mushi was adding a little bit of momentum towards it. But FY, yeah, he's holding the Mass Open Wards for exactly that. And really, what does DK have to scout out for it? There's only one ability on the map which can let them do it safely, and that's Ancient Apparition. It's Ice Blast.
A large part of it is deterrence by fear. Like, if you just are afraid of the Chrono Ice Blast combo, you won't want to go for engagement like that, but you won't be afraid of it if the Chrono's down, and I think that's exactly why VG Gaming is choosing to take the engagement right now. And Chrono is now technically up, but perhaps a little bit too late at this point.
Yeah, it is. Roshan's basically down, but then again, they're on their way. Smoked up DK, but Roshan, now he's gone. Morphling as the Aegis, the Immortal. F1 is TPing out, and Sylar, well, he actually makes a replica of the disappearing Shadow Shaman. But the question is now for DK, do they try and force this, knowing that Mass Serpent Wards will probably be down, knowing that the Crop ulti is still only level 1? Do they just try and get a pick off? Because if they can get that, Chronosphere out in Sylar with the AA ulti before, and hold him there before he's able to replicate away.
I mean, if you want to spend all those spells to kill an Aegis, I think VG Gaming's fine with that, because now with the Blink Dagger as well as Clockwork, they will chase you down after your spells are spent. So perhaps not the best plan to go for the Sylar with Aegis. And in fact, it's going to be VG Gaming that might be threatening mid-tower fight now. Or not. They're going to go back and farm more.
Yeah. Give us some time, man. Give us some time. VG Gaming are 1 win away from facing up against EG. They're not going to risk anything, and they don't need to. Like, even with the combos which DK have got, with the Faceless Void, obviously it's going to be a massive problem, but you're still going to back yourself for a good mid-game timing push. So you just wait it out, then you just force it out. But you've lost no towers again. VG Gaming still have only lost, I believe, 1 tier 1 tower in this entire series. And it may remain that way, because DK, they've got to win a fight before they can push. Because they don't have a tower destroyer until the Razor gets his dragon.
Blink Hex.
Middle lane, there it is, nice, and then Y also too close, and the Mass Serpent Wards, okay, that was committed. Hook shot in from RTK, picks up the Ancient Apparition as well, and Mushi is in quite close here. I don't know why those Mass Serpent Wards were down. Yule Scepter up in the air, the silence is there from Super as well. They're just trying to chip away at the tier 2 tower, but the backdoor regeneration's kicked in. And this is why Super can't just take out this tower now. The Mushi back towards the front lines, and more FY. Perfect blink, Frost Blast, Crypt Swarm, jumps himself away. The Lich ulti, I thought Fenrir might have committed it just then. But he held off, the fortification is gone, and so is that exorcism. And they'll have to back themselves out, as Lanham was able to steal of all things.
Are they going to Chrono here?
ISIS could reach Sylar, but the Mass Serpent Wards are still there for FY. They're timing out now.
Yep.
But at the same time, DK would have seen that, and that would have been enough to help him back up, or make the decision to back up.
DK is really in trouble. Their items is not really keeping up at the rate that VG Gaming is getting the item. Mushi, if you look over him, looks like he's going to go for a Black King bar, which in theory keeps him alive, but not against a Blink Hex or a Blink Shackle. DK, they're just looking for a fight, and they could back off and farm, but VG Gaming are never really giving them the fight. They're positioning themselves so well.
Gonna pick him up, drag him back there. Chrono holding him out with the A only. They will kill off Super at the same time. All they managed to do is kill off Super. You've still got RTK to hook him shot up. Cold's burning inside the cogs. They're gonna kill him off. Nice quad sonic wave. RTK will go down right now, and they got the buyback coming out from Super. Ice jumps himself up with the waveform from Lanham. Goes back down and gonna kill off Lich. They're moving back over to Mushi. Waveform off cooldown now for Sylar, but who's he go on? FY is trying to battle this one, but DK, they've got more reinforcements, and Super couldn't get back to the fight fast
Huge
enough.
fight, 4 for nothing for DK, and that's exactly what I mean. You gotta find a fight, you got a Chrono, you got an Ice Blast, get a quick pick off, and then decide either you want to retreat or move on. And the fact that they killed one of the most mobile, annoying cores out there, that's huge. Super, I mean, he could have disengaged with Yules. In fact, he's, well, Exorcism on
that is not a real ancient apparition. He stole Replicate, but he took so much damage, they thought it was real.
I mean, you just don't expect the enemy Rubik to steal Replicate and then makes one of the ally, right? They thought that was a real one.
That's one of those things where Sylar probably should have been the one calling that one out. Now they come down with the tail end of the Exorcism. It's only got another 2-3 seconds. But there's a little bit of chip damage onto the tier 2 tower. Burning back towards the front lines.
Mass Serpent Ward.
Wow, committal is high. VG Gaming, they really want this tier 2 tower. What was stolen this time? He actually finally gets what he was searching for, which is the morph. And that's going to give him strength. Sylar, where's that Chrono? It's still on cooldown, 26 seconds. FY with his Blink Dagger still waiting as well to hex up. Mushi, the closest one, can't reach it for the shackles, but the tower, it will go down. Hook shot in from RTK, and then the waveform to follow up. The shackles still over on Mushi. Even they push back, and they're all jumping inside the cogs, bouncing it back out again. Somehow you've still caught, well, RTK finally does go down, but Ice is going to join him. The Aegis Immortal brings Sylar up alive. They bring down the mid tower, and what was lost? Offlane for offlane. That was a trade, and Aegis, of course.
And your offlane has a Midas, so I think that was a great trade overall. Even though DK lost the tower, they didn't give up for free. They fought for it. It's offlane for offlane and an Aegis, like you said. And I think that's a win for DK. They now have bought themselves more time. Anytime that you can force out those two ultimates and trade evenly, you gotta be happy if you're DK. So now they bought themselves more time. Burning's starting to become more and more of an issue. They are starting to have some difficulty in terms of killing them. Now with that said, Sylar hasn't gotten his shotgun yet, which he should be fairly close to. He's been farming quite well.
He just finished his Lincoln Sphere instead.
Okay, never mind. It seems like he's not farming well at all. At least not at the rate that he did in that game against Cloud9, where he was just farming out of control.
He still got himself a 19-minute Lincoln Sphere, where we can't hit him up for that one. With an 8.5k net worth, the highest on the map, he's looking good. Blink down, they found Queen of Pain, and now FY able to get the shackle off, just as Mushi was trying to get himself out. Hook shot there, making sure he stays exactly where they held him.
Exorcism being committed, I mean...
I'm not sure about that. Because there's no tower he can push into either. There's no secondary advantage. It's like VG Game were expecting DK to jump in with Chrono and everything they had.
So that's a 100-second bot, essentially, for DK.
At the same time, you've still got, like, in 50 seconds, you've got your hook shot back. You've still got FY's Mass Serpent Wards. And it looks like a rotation up the top lane. They could just look to the tier 2 tower. By the time they reach that, sure, they won't have Exorcism up, but it doesn't really matter. VG Game's pushing power is still quite high.
Yeah. One thing to be starting concerning Vici is that as they're pushing these tier 2s and especially high ground, a single Chrono that finds 3 or 4 and a good Ice Blast will just end the push. So Vici Gaming, especially with the Morphling as a core, eating those Ice Blasts and eating a Sonic Wave after that is absolutely huge. In fact, I think again DK is looking for that type of fight. They're looking for a fight where Chrono gets 1 or 2 Ice Blasts and just go for a quick rip.
VG Gaming are playing bait games. They fell for it before, and now they're trying to make DK fall for it. It's like the replica clockwork out in the side. Hoping that someone from DK would waft a Chrono or something along these lines. RTK hookshot back off cooldown. How long until crop ulti? 35 seconds. Lich ulti is also still up, and FY is waiting for a jump in. But the Observer is watching him very, very closely. So the second he goes in, it's going to be instantly spotted out by DK. And Sylar's also going to be a little bit careful with that waveform. He's trying to clean up the creep wave before DK is ready to fight. And they've committed to this one. Like, Ice actually getting pinged up. He's pinging himself saying, yo guys, like, you're backing up, but you've left me here alone in the tree line.
That's kind of where he wants to be anyways. He's fine.
He doesn't want to get scouted out. It's a place where RTK is never going to rocket to scout for him either.
This is the 2-man Chrono, right here.
And the problem is the two heroes are separated too far. You couldn't get the Ancient Apparition Blast at this range to hit both of them.
I think Sylar is kind of the most important one. If you get a clock as a bonus, great. He's pinging him out. It's like, I see two, man.
Things are a little tense on the top lane while no one's wanting to engage.
I'm actually expecting FY to hex him out. Oh, FY?
Where is it? He's moving up.
Oh my god!
He's in the raw corner. He's so close. He could sniff him from this range. And he's so close to Ice. Walk around this tree corner that way. There's path to victory right there.
I mean, essentially, this guy could do the same, right? Come around and hit him.
Yes, he could. Ice, if he leaps at her, he's also going to slow down.
He found him!
He got the hex, the mass overboards, the shackles as well. Bernie's coming in the blast. FY will die right now, but Ice will join him. The Lich only bouncing around. Bernie locked in by ROTK. Sylar waveformed himself back up again. 2 cores down for DK. Lanham waveforming himself out. And maybe MMY, there's nothing that can stop him. Oh, there is! The Yule Scepter from Super picks him up, throws him down, and the ultimate of Exorcism will bring him in. 3 for the price of 1. And most of it was set up by FY discovering Ice in the trees.
Not only was it set up by FY, it was his entire team committing to bursting that Void down. If they didn't burst him down and if he was able to get off his Chronosphere, could have been a massively different fight. But not only did they get 3 kills, Vici Gaming protected their own Tier 1 tower, added a ton of gold to their heroes and items. This is quite the swing. I thought DK was starting to stabilize after taking some good fights and a couple of towers and a nice defense, but VG Gaming's right back in it.
Yeah, and VG Gaming wasted so much time, and DK as well, in that top lane that Roshan is alive again. So, Mass Urban Wards might be down, same for Exorcism, but they still have enough damage they could get through it. I still love to, we're going to be looking at what is a 25, 26 minute mech coming out from Fenrir. It's taking himself a rather long time to get to that point. But at the same time, Bloodstone's also approaching here for Super. And that's going to be a huge amount of regeneration in for a Death Prophet. That means never-ending spam of Crypt Swarm. That's what that means. Dewarding Fenrir, waveform from Lanham, Ice commits the Chrono to kill the Lich as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a game plan. You're a walking Chrono, so spend it. You know, use it for that 1 kill if you have to.
See, I could understand that if you had like an Aghanim Scepter, but this is still a minute and a half. The Chrono's on the sidelines, and Roshan's available for VG. They won't have that for the fight. A walking Chrono or not, when you got a support hero like that, you know he's not going to escape. You could save those kind of things. FY might die here in middle lane. Mushi, he triggers the E rune. And, well, okay. FY doesn't want a bar of it. The Rocket actually comes in and scouts out Mushi in the trees. We've got pushing coming on from Burning on the bottom lane now. Tier 1 tower will be the primary focus, and Mushi, in fact, he just tries to make the most out of this DD rune. And the TP support's coming in. That's going to be the clockwork. And ROTK, no.
Radiant's top tower is
you definitely should go for those scare tactics. If Queen of Flame blinks away, then you go for the deny. 100% save, right?
Yeah. It was just the hook shot which he was faking, which I was not really happy about. There's a sense of what is coming down here from VG Gaming. They're going to be really annoyed once they look at the replay of this one, just to see how close it is. This is where
Watch,
the vision
they're going to smoke
is.
right here. I bet after they cleared up this crew wave, they're going to smoke. And then DK's going to see it.
Oh, up they come. Sylar hiding on the high ground, and they're going to actually use the Death Prophet faked one. Coming down, attacking Lanham, trying to do the deep warding for the moment, and now the Exorcism comes off. Your step during the Razor up and towards the end, and then hookshot from ROTK. He trying to actually force him out. Lanham and ROTK being picked up and tossed out of his Chrono, and now the Chrono being legitimate as well. Ice, squares the bounce, Burning pushed in. The Sylar actually uses the damage, trying to push him in. Lanham caught inside the Mass Servant Wards. It's 3 for 2 right now, but Mushi with a scream, and a pick off FY as well.
4 for 3. Oh, FY's denying his wards? Yep.
How many, man?
Okay, another one.
Battle him.
Okay.
Okay, he can't deny his own himself.
That's just impressive. I mean, it's technically not very difficult to do, but I've never really seen pro players actually do it. And it makes sense to do it, man. That's a lot of gold you're giving away for free. But the big thing is that DK won an amazing fight. And yeah, it was Chronosphere that was spent to kill a Lich, but the two team postured around such that, you know, the ult came right back on. And I think Faceless Void is getting to a point where it's actually not really possible for Vichy to go and focus him and then kill him before that Chrono comes up. Now, once the shotgun comes online, that's a different story. But Void is starting to get fairly tanky, and he's getting fairly scary.
And the scarier he gets, the worse it is for VG. Actually just checked out the graphs as well, and I know there's a certain pro player here which would describe this as a drastic change in the experience graph. It's gone up by about 3,000 experience. We've cracked about 5,000 gold advantage. Still left for VG Gaming, but when they had an 8,000 advantage to start with, that's one of those fights that just keeps DK alive in this engagement. And when you have a Razor who was he? Is he actually going to go for BKB here? Like, should Burning even go for BKB, or does he need the Aghanims upgrade? Because right now I'm still not seeing a pushing power coming out from DK.
I think in normal cases where you just want more damage, Aghanims is definitely the go-to case, but you definitely have a Queen of Pain helping you out in the damage department. So I see the value of simply staying alive. And Razor's one of those heroes that as you stay alive, you deal more damage by having Eye of Storm. So, you know what? I think it's fine. I think his team and himself isn't desperate for damage, so you could afford to go for the BK.
This smoke movement from DK. They really want this to work for him. And Sylar is the only one they could catch out, but he's got the Replicate. So the second they see him, he waveforms, Replicate's out, and they're like, ah, damn it.
There's that E-Blade. That's the damage that Vici Gaming was searching for.
They need that Morphling dead straight away. But then again, at the same time, they also need Death Prophet dead straight away. Who do you focus?
Why not both? Just Chrono, Ice Blast. Easy, right?
You make it sound so.
Ideally, if you could focus Super before she gets her Exorcism off, I think that's the one. But it's so hard. Most of the fights, Super, you know, he used it for a solo kill, right? So he definitely will use it for fights.
This is going to be really frustrating if they had to smoke. Oh, they do.
That's what I'm saying. I told you.
They smoke right on top of the observe block.
I told you they were going to smoke right here thinking it was safe. He's like, oh, we got a D-Ward.
Yeah. And now VG Gaming, where do they go? DK, they're going to be prepared for this. And actually, look at them. They move up and they're going to draw the battle line right here.
It's like, Burning,
this is the moment.
You face tank it.
You
face tank it. Here comes the Chrono.
And now Burning, he's almost dead. The shotgun hit him, but it wasn't enough to get the kill. Jump out by FY. He controlled Ice. The Chrono's still not there yet. Now he jumps in. Chrono hits on 3. RTK, big sonic wave from Mushi. Benru's going to go down. Super, the Ultimate's still doing some huge work. He's going to have a triple kill. Mushi in the tree line. Sylar back on top of the Replicant. The silence will be there. Mushi can't get anywhere from here. The range is still alive, but Burning is a long way away.
And Roshan, that's right there. They're going to get the Asians after that fight.
Oh, this is huge. And what's really Burning going to do? He bought back to be part of this. If he goes in there and tries to snipe it and loses his life, well, he's coming in close. Ancient Apparition buys back to give it at least one blast. Didn't actually let it off from the base. Still on cooldown.
You have to respect the Ice Blast, though. The fact that
you got to respect the fact you should not be caught out. Your Scepter with the silence as well.
Ice Blast, Ice Blast is coming
in, but Burning, he doesn't have enough damage to do anything with it. And Super and Sylar, she moved up high enough, they didn't even get hit by
That's
it.
a dieback. He's out of it for 60 seconds.
This is huge. This is a big moment right now for VG Gaming. They jump in, they break the Hex, and then they go through and Roshan shackling him up, and they will kill him off here. That's an Aegis model, that's the bonus experience, and the graphs will go back the way of VG Gaming after that engagement.
So now no longer you can kill both. You can only kill, ideally, Death Prophet. Who did he actually Chrono in that fight? It looked so good for DK at the beginning of the fight. I think it was a Lich, perhaps, and maybe a Clockwork that was caught in.
He got Lich and Clockwork, that was basically it, dude. Ancient Apparition, dead. Like, just dead on the bottom lane. Hexed up, 4-staffing away, FY will kill him off for copying the Ice Blast. But you've got an ultimate off cooldown Exorcism in 10 seconds time. That's a full ultimate middle lane. Sylar, he doesn't have enough to finish Mushi. And he'll back himself away. In fact, he goes to his Replicant in the bottom lane. They have Mass Serpent Wards and they have Exorcism. They also have 15 Bloodstone charges over on Super.
Yeah, this could be Rax right here. After that Roche team fight, it was 5 kills, a buyback, another kill on AA, another tier 2 tower.
They're going to commit. They're going to commit.
Could be Rax.
They still have Mass Serpent Wards and half of the Exorcism duration left, and now FY. Mass Serpent Wards down, they mop up the creep wave, and with no fortification developed, because they use it to try and delay them on the tier 2 tower. DK are under siege. That tower, oh, he played again to Burning. Down to half of his life points, already forced to use a very premature mech. And it's going to be VG Gaming backing up. They just do the damage to the tier 3 tower and retreat themselves away. And what do we got coming out on Courier? We've got Point Booster in for FY now. So he's starting up to build his Aghanim Scepter for the Shadow Shaman. You got Sylar as 4,000 gold after already purchasing up the E-Blade. So if he wants to, he could look towards what he's wanting from Butterfly. while Face's Void still trying to finish up his BKB. Lanham has 4-star, but no Blink Dagger. And Mushi, what I think was the start of a Scythe of the Bite, is currently just an Ultimate Orb.
Yeah. I mean, I know I just said this like 5 minutes ago, where DK doesn't have damage issues, but with the last round of teamfight and then now the items are ending up on Vici Gaming, they are starting to have damage issues.
Yeah.
And having BKBs on your Ice Faces Void and burning Razor, that doesn't really solve the problem. Razor hasn't had a new item for what it felt like 10 minutes because he's died multiple times, he has to buy back. So his BKB is going to come very late.
Funny thing is, he didn't have to buy back during that last fight. He could have waited. Yeah. And if he didn't buy back, I think he
would have it.
Yeah. He would have his BKB by now, and he would be joining Ice with the BKB.
Hindsight's 2020.
It is. That it is. You can judge it from an armchair. Vici Gaming are coming down the middle lane, so they're ready to fight. They still have the Aegis, the Immortal over on Morphling, and ROTK, well, he's right next to Mushi, and now in very, very close after Battery Assault. Was considering going for the hook shot, but realized the blink away was going to make that next to impossible to hit. And without the Aghanim Scepter and ROTK, he's not going to start throwing these around too casually.
I know there was an infographic that just popped up about, you know, their place guarantees themselves $1 million, but don't count DK out just yet.
You can't. You really, really can't.
I mean, they're essentially working right now with a Wombo combo lineup. And those are the lineup that you don't count out because you, in theory, have a picture-perfect Chronosphere, Ice Blast on top of that, and a Sonic Wave. That will win the team fight.
You just need the picture-perfect positioning of Vici Gaming, which means all 5 of them basically have to be grouped up to get hit by this. And also Ancient Apparition needs to be far enough back that he can get a good radius on that blast. Which means he can't be close enough to always give the Chilling Touch bonus damage, which you also need to give over to Face's Void.
Look, Toby, I'm not saying it's very probable, but it's definitely possible.
You're trying to do what the Monty Python boys say. Look at the bright side of life. Ice. What are you doing?
It's working on his hind legs. Doing some jumps.
Yep. Do those squats. Now the Mass Serpent was down again. And Lanham 4-stuffed in really close.
He got it. He stole it.
He got Mass Serpent Wards. He can actually return the Mass Serpent Wards. Problem is right now in silence. Now it will break off. But he needs to throw it in. Ice. Chrono. He got ROTK, but more importantly, he got Super in this one. There's your AA Blast. Wave. That's 2. They've got 2 right now. Super, they need more damage. Mushi blinks up. There she goes.
But she's going to be dead. It's not even worth
7 seconds. I don't know if it is, man. Mushi's on the sidelines. And look at, like, there's a buyback that comes out from the clock.
Death Prophet's back alive again.
There was an 8-second death time because of those Bloodstone charges, and now TP's in towards the mid tower. They're coming as quickly as they possibly can. Mushi also, not even waiting, he buys back. And look where these Mass Serpent Wards of Rubik ended up. They're outside the basin north of the south entrance.
Vici's coming in for the kill.
Ice is going out for the kill. He walks straight into Super and ROTK. Battery Assault slows him down. Super lets the ulti go. AA Blast, Yule Scepter. He still got hit by it though. Ice locked in here. And where's that Ultimate? Literally bouncing around inside of DK. They're not splitting themselves fast enough. The Razor is on the sideline, but at the same time again, they kill up the crop. But with the shotgun damage, Lanham actually pushes him back with the adapted strike. ROTK Battery Assault comes off cooldown, but he's still too far away. And there you go. Morphling waveforms himself up with the adapted strike, gets the kill, and another buyback.
Look at Ice though in the mid lane. He's trying to push the wave.
He's creep skipping it. He's just creep skipping it as far as he possibly can and away to safety.
All right, he's back out of there. DK holds, sort of. Burning dies one more time, but he at least finished an item before it. And meanwhile, Death Prophet dies once again. What used to be a 15 charge Bloodstone is now down to 6. Also, Aegis is running out, so I think Vici Gaming just actually got repelled for at least quite a while. Although, Mass Serpent Ward.
Yeah, they're now buffed up. Aghanim Scepter and level 2. Vici Gaming, well, they did lose a lot during that. They definitely lost a lot during that. The funny thing is, they didn't lose the Aegis. It's being reclaimed right now on top of Sylar.
Well, they could never even think about focusing Sylar.
Oh, now!
Ice Blast.
Timing for it! It just got claimed back! Oh, Sylar! It couldn't be any worse! Now he turns around, E-Blade stopping Ice from attacking me.
But he was attacking creeps.
For some reason, he attacked the creeps. Now he gets a time lock first hit. Silence will have no effects there, Super. He's immune with BKB.
He's dead, though.
Now, he's in the corner. He needs more time. He needs more. He's trying to juke it. He can't do it. Can't backtrack that much damage.
Well worth the trade. Well worth the trade.
How is the timing for it? Silence got to be spitting chips right now.
I mean, you just read it down, man.
He lost the Aegis. Maybe it was perfectly calculated by DK. Maybe.
It definitely is, man. You don't make that type of play. If it wasn't perfectly calculated, use the chrono for Aegis, you lose the game.
Yep. Now Super defending the bottom lane, but it's up the top lane. Yeah, Burning and Mushi, they're teaming up together and they're staring down. There's the blink up, but a very quick blink away by FY. The AE ulti was flying up too. That was meant for the lane. A little bit further down, hence off target. FY as well as Fenrir get back.
DK somehow still holding on. This is it wasn't meant to be their game to win, but they need to claw and fight their way back. Burning still very, very much so underfarmed. He has items, I think Super had this item, I think last game it was 15 minutes into the game?
Yep.
Super didn't go for the mech, but you know, that's the analogy. Burning, I just don't think he will get many kills at this point. His damage output is just not up there.
You're right.
So I'm not sure how he's going to find the gold.
I'm not sure where he finds it from either. There's nothing in the courier, but I suppose if you're able to get yourself a couple more kills, the gold will come.
They really need a big 3 or 4 hero kills on the enemy side of the map, such that they could push at least 1 or 2 tier 2 towers. That's the kind of burst gold that you could get, and they're seeking for it again. The Chrono Ice Blast, it doesn't even matter if you're Morphling, you will just get killed. With that said, the Morphling does have a BKB now. BKB will not prevent the shatter of the Ice Blast, but it will prevent the ticking damage.
What a quick respawn time on Roshan. That's only 13 seconds of the 3 minutes. So he's up, but now he's already alive. VG Gaming, there's an invis rune on RTK.
This is the worst spawn that DK could have hoped for.
Yep. And they again, like, what are you going to do? Throw an Ancient Apparition ulti to check for it? You don't want it. You need to save this for your Wombo combo, and they're waiting for somebody to come top lane. But it seems like VG Gaming don't care about their tier 2 tower on top. It has been abandoned. But if Mushi also shows himself, or ISSI shows himself, then VG Gaming knowing what's up. They've actually set traps on the tier 2 towers. Silas farming up Aegis stack in the meantime, so there's money coming the way here of VG Gaming.
Yeah,
and Burning is just like, screw this. All right, tower, now.
I mean, as soon as Burning shows himself, VG Gaming is going into the pit.
They're in the pit. But look, Queen of Pain Illusion. He got adapted strike from inside the pit. The ping comes straight away. That came out from Mushi. And now VG Gaming, they might have to actually commit mass Urban Wars. There's the AAE blast coming in. And this is going to slow down VG Gaming. But Roshan, yeah, he's dead. He's dead. They could just do a tier 2 tower trade for Roshan. But that's Aegis and cheese into the hands of VG Gaming.
That's going to make the next fight much, much more difficult. Is DK going to avoid for 6 minutes? Can they avoid for 6 minutes? We've seen Cloud9 do things like that, but they also have heroes that are much more well-equipped for that sort of job. I mean, I don't think DK could split push.
Nah, DK...
I mean, Queen of Pain in theory can, right? Ice tried earlier.
Technically, Ancient Apparition can from inside of his base as well, but it's not going to mean it's going to be as effective.
Right, they're just like, there's a clockwork on the map, and it's just so hard to split push against a hero like that.
Sylar has his full Skadi. 40 minutes into the game. He bought both the Ultimate Orbs on that top lane when he was in combat, and now the whole thing is on him. So you got a 2,000 life point Morphling who's actually put basically everything he's got from strength into agility. He wants as much damage out from that hit as he possibly can make.
Technically, still killable.
Technically, yes, but they need the blast. Ice jumps in. There's your Chrono. Sylar. He's going to pop up the BKB, which means there's actually Ice. Here goes your Chrono.
Gotta run.
And what's he doing? He's just TPing out. It's just a safety. It's a safety Chrono.
That's an issue. So what do you do when Vichy storms down top or mid or anywhere?
What you do is hit Sylar with a Chrono before he gets a BKB.
But there's no Chrono now.
Yeah, true.
So Vichy are coming. There's no Chrono.
If VG can get themselves a kill on the bottom lane as well, like, you've got a double jumping coming from ROTK as well as FY. These guys are literally like Bash and Hex brothers. All they gotta do is just getting close, and the Rocket's giving him the vision. They see defense is not really ready at the moment, and here comes Super. 4 seconds until Exorcism, and he is ready to fight. Sylar also up towards the front lines. Oh, already starting off with running. He's close enough for the adaptive strike, and the Mass Open Wards go down. Again, though, actually it's Crypt Swarm being stolen, and a hook shot in from ROTK. The Kong's gonna split the fight out, forced up back out again, but Super's ultimate just obliterates Ice, and Burning is trying to hold off the Sonic Wave, all being fixed up by the mech, and Super back down again, Morphling. Waveforms in, hitting into Burning so hard. Target's pick up or at least slow him down a little bit, but the bottom ranks has already gone down. That is already victory right there for VG Gaming as far as the bottom lane as well as the fight.
That's what happened when you miss the chrono. They cannot miss anymore. They have no more chances. Technically, they have 2 racks left, but the tipping point is you lose 1 more racks, the game is just essentially unwinnable.
I'm not even sure the chrono is going to be enough anymore. These BKBs on both Morphling as well as Super, if he gets them off, when you pop the chrono down, your Ancient Apparition Blast, your Sonic Wave, or your range damage that you want to be pumping up, nothing will be done.
Not against Tyler, but the fact, if you could, in theory, actually Super also has a BKB. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. The double BKBs are the 2 biggest cores of VG Gaming. This is massively problematic for DK. They basically need not only like the perfect chrono with heroes in it, but they need the surprise chrono. Something that VG Gaming don't see coming.
They need to have VG to make a mistake, which is not activating those BKBs or clumping very, very hard.
Yeah,
I mean,
VG Gaming are not going to give them.
They are playing so well. I mean, this is the second best of 3. They played. This is their 4th game. They look fresh, man. They're not making many mistakes.
Man, if they're going to go through and try and get themselves a grand final, they've got to be fresh. Mushi, he got hookshotted in. He was TPing out, and the Cogs push him up on top of the hill. He was inside the Roche pit trying to finish up his side device because he couldn't get to his own shot. And now up on top lane, they go in deeper. But it's a replicate. Silent just jumps himself out. No chrono being expended, however. So he's still going to be okay from that one, and Mushi should be counting his lucky stars. He's having to blink and run himself back to base because he's got no TP scroll. VG Gaming know this. Super, Exorcism's off cooldown. Let's go high ground. Matt Serpent wants it down, and jump out.
Okay.
Ooh, ladder!
But he's going to die.
He's going to die. He's down. The grips won't reach him. Chrono's up in the air, but then again, Super yields after up. His ultimate still doing some serious work, burning on the sidelines, and Super, he does go down, but Sylar on the high ground. Sides goes down, moving to Mushi under the cover of BKB, able to get away, burning. Where's your wave bomb? There's your rocket from ROTK. That'll bring down Razor. The mid-melee ranks being pushed down by VG Gaming as well. The Ice Blast will try and slow him down. Mushi, Scream, FY might go down here, but Mushi will lose his own life. FY keeps a shackle on MMY and the Cox from ROTK. 100% perfect position. Locked in one, pushed out the other, and the range racks will now go down the mid. And VG Gaming, they don't have the Cromwells, but they're still got an insanely fat Morphling that's going to move up and take the top racks as well. Or do they take a kill? It's burning! It's burning! Razor shackled up. This could be almost it. They've got no heroes left up. And GG! VG Gaming will advance through as they 2-0 out DK and get themselves a date with EG.
They take down Cloud9. They take down DK. I think if EG's watching, they should be very, very afraid.
I would be very, very afraid. But EG are fresh. EG will have had time to analyze their opponents today, and they've got to be ready. They will be coming to the main stage next, and of course, the winner of that matchup will go to the grand final. But I still want to give massive props. DK, they managed to fight through the best Dota 2 teams in the world and still claim 4th position here at the International, which currently is $819,000 and 178 in the middle. It's so much. It's so great, Dota. And congratulations to both the teams. Back to the panel.
Thank you, Toby. There we have it. Vici moving on to the lower bracket finals where they will face Evil Geniuses next. And what a game. These guys, they look deadly today. They take their advantage and they hold it, even despite DK, as we've mentioned before, an amazing team. Like I thought this game should have been over earlier. Like DK just held on so long. It's amazing.
Well, they really, really wanted to win. They needed to win here. It's, as we said before, 2 of these players might be retiring. They didn't want to go out. Lanham and Burning, this might have been their last game in their careers. Hopefully not.
I just have to say, first of all,
yes.
Wow, we're colorful.
Compared to them. It's a good, it's a good shot.
Yeah.
Good work, cameraman.
Good.
Yeah, but VG Gaming, looking really strong. They had DK's number. They knew how to go aggressive with them. DK relied on having those towers, on actually having that advantage to actually exploit into the late game that they're really, really good at. Unfortunately, VG Gaming just didn't let them.
Super has just been playing like an absolute beast today too. The Death Prophet pick was just really smart, and they just ended the game so relatively early against DK. And yeah, they got caught by a couple of Chronospheres, but Death Prophet was just so tanky in the end compared her impact to Mushi's. Mushi just got caught out way too many times early by the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, if you pick up a Queen of Pain, you need to have an early game impact, and he had some impact, but he traded evenly with Vici, and that was just not allowed. He had to actually win the early game for his team. Wasn't able to do that, and at some point you're then lacking damage because everybody has to go for BKBs. Where's the damage going to come from? You might have a 5-man Chronosphere at some point, which didn't happen, I believe, but you don't have the damage to take the heroes down.
Yeah, Burning definitely didn't get the farm he wanted on the Razor and really wasn't able to participate in the big way. But to talk about DK, certainly a 4th place finish is very impressive for him, but they, I would guess, would have wanted a lot more out of the tournament. But again, if you talk about DK, I think this tournament is the start of where they could go next. I really feel if they stay together, they could be one of the best because they're so versatile as a team that sometimes it feels like they defeat themselves when it comes to the draft, when it comes to the strats. They're so skillful. They were playing from like 10,000 gold down at points, and they were still able to put up really, really good fights just because of the individual skill. So I hope they stay together because they can do a lot.
Yeah, and the ones that actually didn't show up were the 2 supports, MMY and LAN, were a little bit lacking in this. They had to roam, they had to get the advantage by getting those kills with the Rubik and the Ancient Aberration. They didn't do much, they ended up under level, and because of that, Burning didn't have a great lane. And Mushi was actually getting a lot more than he was expecting, but then again, if Burning and ISSIs are not getting much, it's going to be an uphill battle from there.
Yeah, we said during the draft that Vici Gaming was the team that was allowed to maybe be a little bit more relaxed compared to DK. That DK has to really define the tempo of the game. And even though they had that relaxed posture, they still fell into the pushing. And when those towers go down so fast, so early on, they gain so much momentum. And at that point, DK is just not able to push as fast as Vici was able to. Things just start to get out of hand.
Yeah, VG did a great job as well, playing around cooldowns, especially the Chrono. We can go into a recap of some of the moments in the game. I think we're going into around about the mid part, I'm going to guess. That's a pretty solid prediction.
Yeah, nice. 28 minutes into the game. These two teams are going mid. Yeah, there's a Smoke trying to get an advantage here, but how can't you fight around that Exorcism and Sylar being so fun? It's just all the combination of all that stuff. Yeah, you get a Chrono, you get a good combination. Mushi here with the BKB was doing a lot, but in the end it didn't matter. They lose 3, they lose 4, Razor buys back, and now they're going to lose the 5th. And by the time Razor can actually get back into the fight, he's like, maybe I shouldn't. Yeah. He just goes back.
One of the big problems, Ben, that was very noticeable was it seemed like DK had to fight around Sylar. They weren't really able to take him down. I think in the whole game he had 1 death, and that was the well-timed Chrono top. So was there any other way to kind of play against the Morphling?
Well, they just needed a much more farmed front line, and Burning had probably half the net worth of Sylar going into the mid to late game, and he just couldn't stand in there. He got shotgun, and then he BKBs, but he's already at like 20%. And when you have to have a Razor that backs out in the first 2 seconds of the fight, it's almost already lost.
Burning ended up 0-8 and 14 assists, which matter, but it's kind of like a fluff stat at this point. He just didn't have his game. 361 gold per minute. That's not what you want from a Razor that wants to create an impact. If you see game 1, Vici Gaming's Razor, he got the Aghanim Scepter so early. He got so much going on for him. Not this time.
Yeah, and even in the first game, the anti-mage for Burning, didn't really play in their favor, especially with, it was picked after the Shadow Demon. And he still managed to put some points into Mana Break, which hurt. So definitely not Burning's favorite performance from the tournament, but DK have still impressed. And even though EG are waiting, I'm not sure who they would have preferred to play. Even though they've beaten DK, you can see how good they can be. But certainly they should be more fearing of Vici, and that is going to be a tougher opponent for the next game.
Yeah, I think for DK, for previous 2 games that we've seen, I think Vici was really smart in their drafting. They kind of forced DK in both games to play something that they're maybe less familiar with, less comfortable with. Not to say that they're bad with it, because obviously they're still here in 4th place of the International. But it is interesting to see, and I'm kind of worried for EG in that regard. Their playstyle is very teamfight oriented, and Vici just seems to be able to draft smart so that they know how to actually just basically throw a wrench into that teamfight lineup. I think that's the most scary part for EG.
Yeah, I mean, how do you throw a wrench into this team? Vici Gaming last 4 games, if you look across the top and see what they've played, ROTK, Super, Fenrir, FY, and Sylar, even with their 1 loss to Cloud9, there hasn't been a game where one player hasn't performed. You know, everyone has been amazing. You know, Sylar's been versatile. He's picked up that Nature's Prophet a few times. ROTK has been very solid on his off lane, and that's really important to him. But Super and the support have been brilliant. Like, how do you throw a wrench into this? Like, Cloud9 managed to do it with, you know, a kind of turnaround after losing a Rax. But if you're Evil Geniuses and you're looking at this as you know, what you're up against, and you think like, okay, these are the heroes. Sure, it's like, no, these are the heroes played amazingly well. How do you go up against this kind of team?
I think it's time to start treating Super with the same respect people treat Arteezy. They just get so much in that middle lane. Like, he gets rolling and carries the rest of the team, creates space for Sylar, makes the job for support much easier, and then can transition into letting FY that middle lane so that FY can get a lot of farming, whatever hero he's playing as well. I think if people just go super aggressive on Super, they might throw kind of a wrench into
At the same time, you have ROTK who plays hyper aggressively in the offlane that you need to worry about. You can't just let him play aggressively on your safe lane farmer, and you have Sylar who just had a ridiculously good morphling in 2 of the games today. So at the same time, they can't devote that many resources to the Super.
Yeah, I mean, it's a catch-22, and it's the same with EG if you think about it, because you have Universe, Mason, Arteezy, and the 2 supports are great. These 2 teams pair up really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk about their advantages, and so we'll kind of wrap up the post-game there of DK versus Vici. And still, congratulations to DK. You certainly performed to the fans this tournament. They brought out some great games and great strats, and I particularly enjoyed them play, and sad to see him leave, but impressed to see Vici move on to play EG. If you're watching us at home, please remember also we're on ESPN. You can grab us on ESPN Free and also the Watch ESPN app. If you want to get hold of us and talk to us, we're also on Twitter. #TI4.
That was hard, wasn't it?
It's a hard one to remember that. And we're also on Facebook, at facebook.com/Dota2. So we were checking you guys out between the games, and it's always interesting to what you have to say. So let's transition into the next matches coming up. It's the lower bracket grand finals. We have lower bracket finals. It can be grand, depending on how it goes. The 2 teams are yet to be on stage. But even before we kind of talk about this, I just want to get your guys' predictions. As we can see here, the brackets and how Vici have made it through. But predictions for this game, EG versus Vici. Winner goes into the grand finals. It's a best of 3. Ben?
I think it's going to be EG. I think for Vici, you really need to concentrate on taking them out of their element and not letting them take their towers. And I think EG can do that off the great support play from PBD and Zai.
All right, and Shiva?
Well, I kind of am biased because I would like EG to win, but after seeing Vici play today, I think actually that Vici is the one to take it as the players come on stage.
Yeah.
I think the crowd has a favorite.
Evil Geniuses up on stage for the first time in a while. Mason, Zai, Arteezy, PPD, and Universe. Their first game in a little bit, just because, well, they did so well in the tournament thus far. They got all the way to the winner bracket finals, only to be knocked down by Newbie. Vici, I think they're glad they took DK and as 2-0, because you're going to need all the energy to knock down this team. They are determined, Evil Geniuses, to take the win. So let's go back to the last question, and I want to go to Bruno, because you didn't get your predictions in, Bruno.
These have so many moving parts, it's going to be funny. Last year, I tried to make a prediction of the loser bracket final Alliance versus Navi. I talked to the Boys of Gods. Didn't give me a really good prediction, so I figured that kind of magic didn't work well for me, so I'm going to try something different right now. And bear with me because I'm a little bit rusty. Last time I made magic was like 10 years ago. But let's bring it up right here.
What?
So I have this. And I have this. So I actually have my magic prediction, and all I have to do is just wave my hand. I'm not sure if this is going to work on the first try, but I'm going to just try and wave my wand and try to pull a prediction out of here, right? So, wow, that was cool. First try. Let's see what the prediction says. And the prediction says... Wait, no. Damn it. Okay, it must be probably deeper in here. So I'm gonna try and get another prediction. No, this is last year. Doesn't work either. So I'm gonna try again and try to get another prediction. What is this? Oh, no, sorry. This is wrong game, sorry.
You need a new hat, Bruno.
This is like, can you blow on the hat, please?
Oh, blow on the hat.
Yeah. There you go. Maybe that's the magic. And wow, now actually I have something that kind of looks like a prediction here. It's actually stuck. It's instructions. Okay. So it's instructions. and I'm going to read it to you.
Okay.
First of all, you have to write your least favorite heroes. You will be able to do that for me?
Well, give me
I will keep reading the instructions. Then you have to give it back to Bruno and the answer will appear. And don't reveal the prediction to the audience until the games are done. But make sure you take a good look at it.
Can you look at it?
Yes, I will look at it. But you probably need to write what your least favorite hero is right here.
On this paper.
Okay?
Okay. It is not Tidehunter, people.
So, okay, I don't know if people can actually see. It says Phoenix, and it's good that it says Phoenix because we're gonna, whoa, make the prediction on fire, and actually the prediction appeared, which is pretty good. I'm surprised that I got so far, I'm just telling you. And I need to see the prediction, but I cannot show it to the people, so are you seeing the prediction?
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool, we're seeing the prediction. Okay, we're gonna keep it here, and then after the game, we'll see if it was right, but I'm not gonna move it away from here, right? That is our prediction.
If you get a magic career out of this, I'm quitting the business. Thank you, Bruno. We'll come back and see if that prediction's right, but let's meet our first team in the lower bracket finals. It's VG Gaming.
如超、芬瑞尔、上海、China。
徐林森 FY 芜湖 China。白帆 ROTK 广西 China。
谢君豪 Super 广东 China。刘家俊 Sela 上海 China。
VG Gaming, ROTK, Super, Fenrir, FY, and Sylar. There is no weak links in this team. EG are going to have to find it to take them down. They've been playing amazing, and even off today's performance, I can see them going all the way to the grand finals. But EG will have something to say about that, and since they're on stage and ready to go, let's just go straight into it and introduce our second team, Evil Geniuses.
Artur Babayev, Arteezy, Vancouver, Canada. Mason Venny, Mason, Illinois. Ludvig Wahlberg, Zai, Skara, Sweden.
Sahil Aurora, Universe, Madison, Wisconsin.
Peter Tager, PPD, Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Evil Geniuses, this year's Boys in Blue, Mason, Universe, PPD, Zai, and Arteezy. Young players to the tournament. Can they handle the pressure? I think they definitely could if they get a good start, but we've got 1 minute until we're going to be going into the game. What do they need to do, EG, to take down Vici? Because we've seen what Vici can bring to the table, and it's a lot.
Exactly. They saw what Vici can do, so they can take that learning from that advantage and knowing that Vici Gaming didn't see EG play in the last couple of days, so use that.
Yeah, try to put VG in their, not in their comfort zone. I don't know if that's even possible to get them out of their comfort zone because they seem to be able to play everything. EG just have to play to their strengths. Go fight, go ham.
I think that EG just needs to draft unpredictably. The only reason they lost to Newbie was just because Newbie knew exactly what they were going to throw. Safe lane Enigma, exact hero picks for Arteezy. So just change it up.
All right, well, we'll see. We're at 10 seconds. Audience, do you mind giving us a countdown?
Evil Geniuses versus VG Gaming. Game 1.
One game away, one series away from getting into the grand finals, and we'll start with this game. And already a couple of bans, a couple of picks out. So, Malay, do you want to catch us up?
Sure. It looks like our Evil Geniuses will start on the dire side this game, so we may see some Ursa shenanigans. They will ban out the Lich and the Lycanthrope. Vici on the Radiant side, no Tinker for Arteezy, no Tidehunter for Universe. And looking at the draft, Brewmaster for Mason, this has actually been an interesting point that some people have talked about, is Mason's limited hero pool. And he plays like Weaver and Morana very, very well. His other ones are actually dubious. Bruno, why are you looking at me all funny?
I'm not caught. I'm not caught up. Yeah. No, I think we are caught up. Yeah. We're there now. Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
So over to the Evil Geniuses ban. Already, that Shadow Shaman and Brewmaster suggests that, yeah, they've got one of the favorite supports or strong support throughout the tournament, doing really well, and also the Brewmaster for fighting. But they give Vici Gaming the Razor. And also, Sylar will get his Nature's Prophet. But at least from this, Evil Geniuses are like, okay, we have given you this lineup. We've seen you play it. They must have an answer somewhere within their draft.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when they get the Brewmaster on Mason, this is probably one of the few teams that actually give the Brewmaster the safe lane and they give them the farm. They can get RTC on any other hero, they can do some other stuff. And are you okay?
We're not being heard.
Yeah, they've cut us off.
Yes.
Oh, they cut us off. That's pretty well, but the stream can still hear us, I guess. I hope. Okay,
I hope
Stadium,
so, yes.
bring back.
Bring back sound.
Hello.
Hello.
Give sound.
Give sound.
I think the stream can still hear us.
Yeah, please.
Hello, streams.
Hello, yeah.
Oh,
we're back. Okay, yeah, haha, we're back.
Sorry, Shiva had a really foul mouth during the draft. We had to,
yeah.
We had to just mute it for a second.
I'm sorry, it won't happen again.
That's all right, Shiva. We forgive you. All right, so continuing into the draft, Naga Siren's going to be removed by Vici Gaming. As we mentioned, Vici Gaming got what they want. Doesn't really show exactly what they're going to do. Nature's Prophet and Razor, but of course you're going to be worried already about the push.
Yeah, and again, we're going to see what happens with that. Vici Gaming is playing into the lineup, but what I wanted to say is EG bringing that safe lane Brewmaster. They will also bring some strong heroes for Universe and RTZ. There's this concept in basketball called the triple threat. Like you have three big guys who can actually attack and do damage to your defense. And that's EG as well, because if Mason isn't having a good game, Universe and RTZ will pick it up, and vice versa. If anything, they will match up very, very well in each lane.
Yeah, I think for Vici Gaming, they have got two heroes that we've seen Sylar play Razor, we've seen Sylar play Nature's Prophet, we've seen Super play both heroes as well. They're very versatile so far as well. And I think they kind of have the same idea to it as EG does, like you just pointed out. 3 core heroes, and if one doesn't work out, there'll be another one to back it up. Both Nature's Prophet and Razor, both very strong heroes, and able to just make the game their own if they choose to.
And Vici is just very flexible, so you don't know who's going to play Nature's Prophet.
Exactly.
It could be Super, it could be ROTK. I'm likely to think that, or it could be a Sylar one rather, and he does get that early Orchids often and encounters so many heroes like Brewmaster.
Okay, it's going to be a Sand King, and we have probably the two supports, Shadow Shaman and Sand King. They can create a lot of stuff. They can roam together, create a lot of space, farm the jungle. These two guys are really efficient. Zai and PPD will have to bring the raid game. But also, the thing that I'm concerned about is that EG are still leaving the door open to the Death Prophet, with which Vici Gaming did so much damage.
Evil Geniuses has so much team fight, though. I don't necessarily think they're scared of Vici's 5-man death ball, and they still have a big team fight hero in Universe if they want to go that route. He can always pick up the Faceless Void as he's been playing so many times.
Yep, definitely the Sand King adds a lot of oomph to the team fight that Evil Geniuses needed, and you can tell from the last 2 bans, the Veno and also the Pugna, that they are worried about Vici just getting momentum in this game and getting the push. So Evil Geniuses show their supports. Vici Gaming, they look to pick and see if they can take advantage of this, but they can go a lot of places, Vici. They seem quite versatile with the 2 heroes that they have. And they banned out the Naga Siren, aimed at the Arteezy, and also the Enigma, aimed at Zai. But I think Zai is just as dangerous when he plays his Sand King, if he wants to play that hero.
Yeah, both Shadow Shaman and Sand King are kind of supports that you want to put a lot of money on. And also, of course, Sand King can actually go into the jungle and get a fairly fast Blink Dagger if he chooses to, if he gets the space, let's just put it at that. Shadow Shaman and Sand King can also roam together, so perhaps we'll see a Boots first Sand King. It's very versatile. Even though both supports are very specific in what they do, they can actually fulfill multiple roles very early on. I'm just curious which one they'll decide to put most of their money on in this case.
I like how Evil Geniuses picked up Sand King and Brew for Zai and Mason respectively. Instead of drafting more late game, we've seen Zai play like heroes that are really good in late game, like Enigma and Ursa, and they tend to not fall off like Sand King. But if you're Evil Geniuses, you worry about getting to that 35, that 40-minute stage in the game without giving up too many Roshans and towers.
And Rubik picked up for Vici Gaming. Good hero in this game. Going to add a little bit of magic resistance to the Sand King ulti, but also a lot of nice spells to steal. Burrow Strike is huge on Rubik. That can turn fights. Also, if you're lucky enough to get the Brewmaster split, that can also be big for the Rubik. So Rubik's been working out for Vici Gaming thus far. And actually, Evil Geniuses are going to pick the TA. Now, this is interesting because these two did meet in the group stages, and Evil Geniuses ended up winning over Vici Gaming, and they did play the Templar Assassin.
Yep.
So they're going to bring back the TA. It was successful for them last time in the group. and they go for it again. And yeah, it's a lot of physical damage.
It was really effective. They had the TA as well, and they had a lot of lockdown in the support. It was Mirana Shadow Demon back then. It was not Rasa, but they still fulfill the same purpose. The carry player in that case was Morphling. He just will melt early game to this kind of ganks. If Arteezy starts rotating with the Templar Assassin, he will create so much space. And now with the Rubik Leshrac, I'm still not particularly scared, because unless the Leshrac actually pops the Diabolic Edict, there's nothing in Vici Gaming's lineup that can do multiple instances of damage. So if you want to burn through that refraction, you will have to right-click through it.
Yeah, and Mirana actually could still get picked up by EG here as well if they want to maybe go slightly aggressive, which is definitely something that they could be doing with the heroes they have. Mirana would not be the odd one out, and we could even see Brewmaster off lane, although not really a typical Universe hero.
The most important thing for VG Gaming is stopping Evil Genius's Roshan attempts, though. They have Shadow Shaman and Templar Assassin in. Even if you want to take a fight there, you have a Sand King hidden somewhere and a Brewmaster ultimate. So I think Evil Geniuses probably gets the first Roshan for sure, and that will prove to be a lot of trouble for VG if they're looking to get towers.
Oh, that's an old one. We bring back the Universe Darkseer. In my opinion, he's the best Darkseer in the world. And with this lineup, he has the potential to create so much. We're going to see what happens. USA.
Not only do I think he's the best Darkseer in the world, it's by a pretty large margin, too. Yeah. He is phenomenal with Darkseer.
I'm going to add a lot of synergy with their team as well, especially with that Sand King. But you know, sometimes we've had some Darkseers play in this tournament, and the only thing that's really hurting them is just level dependent. You know, they really get shut down. So it's hopefully Universe, if he gets a decent game, if you're an Evil Geniuses fan, he'll be able to really kind of contribute to these fights, because if he does and gets that kind of Blink Dagger mech, we often see Darkseers going much more towards the Blink Dagger in the later stages of this year. It's such a good initiation, and it also helps out the Sand King, the Brew, the Templar in terms of having another person that can initiate if you can get that Blink Dagger. So it can be very dangerous for what actually looks like, if you think about Leshrac, Rubik and Nature's Prophet, a pretty squishy lineup.
And also not a very mobile lineup. So in terms of getting Blink Daggers, Sand King, TA, Darkseer, Shadow Shaman, Brew, go 5 Blinks, and I mean really, VG Gaming is not going to be able to run away from this.
I'd much rather see the TA kind of go for that like Mushi build, you know, in terms of the Yasha or drums to start with, but certainly it will be pretty deadly as a combo with Darkseer and Sand King manage to get themselves a blink, and that will be a sign of Evil Geniuses.
Final 5 seconds for VG Gaming. They have to pick a hero right now, and they go with the center, taking a page out of LGD's playbook.
And now they can run away if they need to. They needed some mobility. I like it.
They would have really liked the Doom. I think that's why Darkseer fell off a lot, is because of the popularity of Doom. So here we go.
All right. Well, the crowd's ready for this. We're ready as well. And it looks like the players from both teams are picking up their heroes. You can see Universe taking that Darkseer. Super will be playing the Razor. Cider on his Nature's Prophet has worked out so well. And this game, you need momentum going into this series. It will be about momentum. It will be very hard to come back even from a 1-0 deficit. So first game, overly important, and especially for EG as it's their first time playing on stage. Vici Gaming going to be a little bit happier maybe with the warm-up that they've had. We'll see if they can take that momentum through as well. So let's get into the game, and we go over to our commentators. It's LD and Cinderin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're live here from Key Arena for the lower bracket finals. I'm LD. Of course, to my left is Cinder. And Sind, this is going to be a good one. Evil Geniuses, the home crowd favorite, but up against a very impressive-looking Vici Gaming. They took down DK, RTK, and Super once kicked from that team and replaced for the current DK roster. Some called them the Dream Team. They proved it wrong, and now they look to do the same to EG.
It's true. It's kind of been a... Oops. Let me just fix that. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Vici have been on a roll today. Honestly, they've been very, very impressive, and EG are going to have a hard game ahead of them. What I want to point out about this game, and that it seemed like the panel were really happy about too, is the Darkseer pick. I think this hero has been forgotten. I was talking to Matt about it yesterday, saying, where did Darkseer go? He's actually a great hero, especially on the Radiant, and we couldn't really find a conclusion as to why this hero was never picked up. I think the Doom call was a really good one. Doom has kind of taken over in the offlane in many cases, and when he's picked up, Darkseer gets a lot weaker, but if there is a team that brings Darkseer back, it will have to be EG with Universe on it, arguably the best Darkseer player in the world.
Yeah, and what's amazing to me, actually, if you look at the draft, was Doom was banned with the 5th ban. It was ignored, I don't think so surprising by EG, but especially by Vici Gaming. They first picked that hero time, so, well, we'll see if they end up regretting it. But with that being said, let's go ahead and introduce our teams. Our challenger who had to work through the bracket the hard way today, it's Vici Gaming on the Radiant. You've got RTK playing the Centaur Warrunner, the Razor going mid, being handled by Super. You'll have Fenrir on the support Leshrac, FY the Rubik, and then in the bottom lane goes Sylar as the Nature's Prophet, and they'll get a haste rune to start this one off. It is spotted out though by an EG ward.
And for Team EG going from the bottom up, it's going to be Universe in the off lane on the Darkseer. In the mid lane, it will be Arteezy playing as the Templar Assassin. PPD will be playing the Shadow Shaman support. We've got Zai on one of his best heroes, the Sand King, and then finally Mason, as expected by the panel, will be playing the Brewmaster.
I want to quickly point out, Vici Gaming, very, very good at the dual roam, and Arteezy's furied it. He's actually started with boots first on TA, and this is not a common build for him by any means. Helps you a bit against the Razor as well, but still Super, draining a lot of damage to start the lane off.
This is, in my book, the hardest one-on-one lane for Templar Assassin out of any, at least with the hero pool that's being played right now. Razor will just beat heroes that don't have any alternative way of farming apart from attack damage, and Templar Assassin is completely built around that. So when you drain the damage with Static Link, Templar Assassin loses all her laning presence. So Super should be off to a great start in that lane.
here in the woods. Fenrir could go for a stun. The Shaman is quite slow, and well, there will be a stun, but no real follow-up here, just harassment for now. But it keeps PPD off the creeps and it disrupts any potential stacking. Well, RTK top is going to be absolutely fine. He's really not under too much pressure at the early levels from a Sand King and a Brew. The one lane we haven't looked at yet, it's going to be Sylar bottom on the Nature's Prophet, and he has been sensational on this here. I think maybe just as good, if not better, than his Morphling, which is frankly saying a lot. This time, though, he's up against Darkseer, a matchup that traditionally has favored Darkseer players, but for now we see it going pretty even, and the quick phase boots likely to come out here from Sylar.
Yeah, with the aggressive trial lane being played by Vici Gaming in this game, I think Universe will be looking to start cutting the lane.
There we go. The stun can follow this one, but a nice burrow might allow them to disengage. RTK gets shackled up as well, and PPD will be forced to retreat, but EG dodging a potential first blood there if they got the Centaur hoof stomp.
Top lane will definitely be the lane to watch. Once again, whenever it's a try versus try lane, that's where you generally want to focus your attention, since there's going to be a lot of stuff going down. It's pretty inevitable here. Now, with EG safe laning a Brewmaster, playing a safe lane carry against Centaur in a try versus try is really scary because it's incredibly easy for Vici Gaming to set up a combination for RTK in this lane. If Mason goes in for a last hit, they can telekinesis him, toss him into the hoof stomp, and then follow through with the splitter from Fenrir. So the laning here from Vici is very strong. Now, since they're also going to win mid by default, I think they're off to a great start. I guess the one hard lane to call is the bottom lane. I would say, like you said, Darkseer in theory has quite an advantage here, but if Sylar plays as well, I don't think they'll be gaining enough to justify losing mid as hard as they are right now for Team EG. And there's the cutting of the way from Universe. It's about time.
Yeah, he's going to start skipping now. The Prophet is getting close to phase boots, and Sylar has the gold for this, so it means he's a little bit more difficult to dive under the tower. But the nice thing about Darkseer offlane, and one of the reasons why we saw it picked for a long time against these aggressive trialing with Prophet supporting safe, is as soon as you leave the lane, Darkseer could just take the tower. He pushes really fast with the creep skipping, and at least EG will get that trade. But, of course, if you bring Sylar top, you get 2-3 kills. It's still going to be worth it for Vici, so it's just really going to come down if they find the opening Sind. And with this Observer Ward here, towards the top lane, they've got a nice vision of the dire jungle.
Bottom lane, Universe actually going for a bit of a dive here on Sylar, but...
Oh, Sprouted. There's no back yet.
No
this is going to be bad. He's under tower. Universe dropping low. He's going to south. He can't get it off. Oh, Universe. It's so rare to see him ever give up an early kill.
Especially in one-on-one. I've only seen it once before this tournament. I believe it was as Tidehunter against Death Prophet, which was against Team Newbie in the winner's bracket, I believe.
And there was some support for the Death Prophet in that lane, at least at some parts of the game. At the time when he died, it was 1v1, but I seem to remember there was a support there earlier.
And this is huge, because this was not a lane that Sylar should be winning, but now he's more than a full level ahead of Universe. He will have the ultimate, the Wrath of Nature. And because of that, he'll be able to help the other lanes a lot. Even going to steal the rune here from Arteezy, who was desperately looking for some sort of impact in this mid lane.
And Vici Gaming have found the stack. They've dropped a Sentry Ward down there as well. So they know what the Sand King's up to. and they're not going to give him a free early Blink Dagger, something that, frankly, Zai is accustomed to having. Whether he's Enigma, whether he's Sankin, he finds this farm as fast as any other support out there. I think equal to AUI 2000 in that regard, but, well, he's not going to have access to it, and if he goes for its end, the Prophet ult you mentioned can really help out.
And we haven't talked that much about the farm in the top lane, but it's a try versus try. The Centaur has 26 for 13, the Brewmaster 8 for 0.
They're wrapping around. Are they going to bring in the Prophet here? They used the ult earlier. It didn't really do anything. Just pushed out the wave a bit. I'm surprised they didn't reserve that for a potential engagement. But
wise decision from Vici to not go for that dive. The creep wave already on the Latrak, who has 500 health, so...
And for now, Sylar is with he's just going for that early Orchid Rush that we've seen. Picks up the additional robe of the Magi, and he starts to hit pretty hard with this Sin. It's about 100 damage already on a hero with phase boots. Even with the surge that can come out from Universe, you can still do a couple of extra auto attacks even as he runs away, and that can make the difference. They're trying to get their stacks off now, but Arteezy won't be able to resort to this. The Sand King can get a little bit out of the medium camp, but the supports are just waiting to go. And as soon as that Prophet ult cools down in 30, they'll have a +1. EG spouted out again. Can they get in range for anything? No, not able to do so yet.
The problem for EG here is that all of the heroes need this stack, actually. If only they could all get the full gold from this, then they might be back to even. That's how grim it looks. It's a 2,000 gold lead at 6 minutes without a tower taken. They're just flat out losing all 3 lanes. And it's not just by a little bit. The mid lane, I think, is just flat out impossible for TA without help, so I'm not surprised to see that. The top lane, I guess it's fair to say they're getting outplayed.
There's a lift on Zai. The stun is going to come through from Fenrir. No. He's got Burrow, and the Prophet ult, it's too much. Zai can't get away. Just no chance for him there, and once again, the global presence just being that X factor for Vici. The only piece of good news I was going to say is their supports are a bit under level, but with that, they actually get back on top, so both level 3, and now the push begins.
Sala's putting in. Do they have a Ring of Aquila? Yes, they do. They have one on Razor, so...
And what does TA do here? I mean, not only can you not do much in the lane, Sin, but you can't deep-push at all. And actually,
that hero doesn't play well from behind either.
And EG don't have much deep push in general. They have a level 2 Ether Shock, which is okay. Panda can blink and clap, but he's only got level 2 clap and no blink for now. And Sand King's, frankly, pretty useless there. If you try to go into Sandstorm, they're just going to drop a sentry, lift you, and you're dead. So they almost have to go for trades, but with that tower down, Vici are not going to just let them sit back and farm. They'll get into the jungle, Vici get aggressive, and
they have been spotted.
They look to disrupt the stacking here further.
But you know, it kind of tells the story of the game when 7 minutes in, EG are placing this defensive ward right here. It's one you usually see 15 minutes or later, but just goes to show how much Vici are dominating the EG side of the map. If they start playing defensively already at this point and they need to play from behind, their lineup I just don't think plays well from behind.
They have Stampede, and Mason's going to go in, but he gets shackled. He pops the Stampede, RTK will. They stun Mason, but already it's 1 on the board for EG, and they look for more. They might find the trade here with FY. Driven back and killed off. It's 2 for 0 so far.
Very important for EG to get on the board here.
Do they find more? Vacuum back in.
Yes,
and
they
now
do.
Fenrir's in trouble. He can get off the stun, but Universe has a surge. There's no getting away. It's a wipe of the tri-lane. And EG, it turns around and, you know, as it so often does, with the support of a guy named Universe. And I was about to say, I think he is the most important player for them right now with how the game's begun.
I agree, 100%. I was about to say the one hero I would say EG has that's great at playing from behind is actually Darkseer. Just with levels, 8 minutes in, the level 4 Iron Shell is an incredible tool for their lineup since they have so many in-your-face heroes. They've got Brewmaster, they've got Sand King, they've got TA to throw the shells on and really run into the fight and start dealing the spread damage. And in addition to that, just getting some levels up in the Darkseer so they have a combination of Vacuum into Sand King Burrow Strike can definitely have a high impact for them. Now, Vici will be taking a tower for their 2 deaths, or 3 deaths rather. So in that sense, maybe an even trade overall, but considering how well they were doing already, just for EG to get something on the board here is absolutely crucial.
And with that tower down, the dire jungle that we've talked so much about is very vulnerable. EG, up bottom lane, they're going to go in now. They found Arteezy. Can they burst him in time? Just barely pulling it off. He went for the TP out, but couldn't make it. And we already see the aggressive wards come down, Sin. There's one up in the Dire Woods, and I imagine they'd even like to block some camps. Universe, though, is hunting Fenrir. He surges, and he's going to die for this one. This should be the death of Leshek. No, Stampede. Stampede's there to get him out, but it does force it out at the very least at relatively little cost from EG.
At the same time, though, that relatively low cost,
It's still a tower.
I don't think that's
not low
cost.
Well,
that's really expensive.
Yeah, I don't know if they defend this one anyway, to be totally honest with you. The mech is about to come out for Super.
They're not stopping.
What's worse is there's an Orchid about ready on Sylar, at which point Darkseer might not be able to make any plays. You run in to go for a vacuum and you just get silenced.
It's a 10-minute Orchid phase.
All these heroes are vulnerable to it, even Panda. I mean, perhaps especially Panda.
That might be the fastest Orchid phase of all time on Nature's Prophet. I don't think I've ever seen this fast of a build-up. Sylar is getting so much out of this game, and now with 4 towers claimed in a 10-minute game, are EG even close to getting a counter tower? No, they aren't. The highest damage they've dealt is bottom. That's about 450, so.
They're close to Blink Daggers. That's got to be the engine for the comeback. The Brew has a split, and he's got 1,900 gold. The Sand King, being played by Zai, has 2,041. He doesn't have Epi yet, but he is close to level 6. That's the only way I can see them turning these fights. That or just dodging them, but Vici are not going to let you dodge fights. This is one of the best teams at just forcing you to engage. 5 Mani Towers. We saw it against DK. They tried to split push, but they had to come because, you know, with this Razor, he's always threatening to kick down the front door. And they get the mech.
Speaking of trying to just farm, Arteezy looks like he's building a recovery Midas, I want to call this. It's not even that late, but...
Can you get away with this game?
I think the plan for EG is they know how far behind they are, so the goal is, okay, we're going to hope that our team fighters, the Darkseer, Sand King, and Brewmaster, can buy enough time for Arteezy to start getting scary for the mid-late game. But...
well, Vici say the mid-late game...
Is there any time? 11-minute base push?
Isn't coming. It's not coming. They're going high ground now. They're not going to let EG sit back and farm. If EG want to fight this, they got to do it the good old-fashioned way, head on. Mason does have a split ready, but remember, there's the instant Orchid silence. So they might need Zai to set up the initiation here, and they will go for that. It's a Burrow and RTK, but the Centaur's not an easy kill until this. He gets shackled, pulled back in by a vacuum. Arteezy, though, he's isolated. RTK will pop Stampede, tries to retreat, and the split comes out. Now they cyclone the Razor, and they try to focus someone down, but everyone's healthy on Vici, and they're not getting kills with this split until the Epi. Zai jumping in, looking for Super, but it's not enough. The mech turns it, keeps him alive. Universe forced to retreat, and now Arteezy's on an island. He can't get out. ROTK crushes him with a double edge. And they keep on pushing in now. The
I'm afraid to say it, LD, but this could be 12-minute racks. I don't think EG has anything left in the tank.
They had a 15-minute GG against DK in the group stage, and Vici Gaming, they're looking at a similar level of timing for this first lane of racks. And have they stolen the split? Oh, they have. Oh, no. They stole the split. This is unbearable at this point. FY, though, doesn't have mana for it. He actually used another spell. He's short on it by about 10. Can they turn this on the back of that? They try to chase, but they lose the Brew. They lose PPD, and Super's just terrorizing them. FY caught out, can split. He needs to do it quick, and now you go on the Universe. They'll stun him, they'll kill him, and they look for their first lane of racks. EG are getting absolutely demolished. This might be the quickest game one of the main event at the rate we're headed. What a performance so far. Can you come back for the Sind? Is there any hope for EG?
The comeback Midas. I believe.
We saw the comeback Midas on his techies, but if you're an EG fan, let's hope it goes better than that game.
This is more than 1,000 gold per minute lead for Vici Gaming. They're ahead by 14k.
They have 4 heroes atop
the record by 2 minutes.
Jesus.
Oh my God,
Vici
like aren't here for fun.
He crushed the record.
They're not playing around. This is pretty amazing to watch from Vici Gaming. I guess looking at the main event, this is perhaps the closest we've been to the perfect game. They've set ideal lanes, all their lanes played very, very well. They made all the right calls on movement. And you know, I feel like EG are actually not even playing bad fights. They're just too far behind in a 10-minute game. The base defense was actually pretty valiant, but you know, they just can't overcome it. The very early mech on Razor, as well as the overall just tankability of the Radiant side at this point.
I mean, Arteezy's...
I don't know what you do.
Arteezy's now got his Midas Gold, and he's just going to buy it right away, but we'll have to see if he even gets to use it more than once.
They have Epi ready in 2 seconds. Zai might choose to go for this one, but Vici are spreading
you got to fight
nicely.
in the base at this point.
Spreading in an arc like this makes it very hard for Sand King to hit a a good ultimate.
And they've almost got a pipe. I think that's the biggest problem for EG, Sind, is their damage is almost entirely magical as Vici take the last tier 2 and they go on mid. They look for Arteezy, they'll lift him and drop him, and they've got traps stolen. But I don't know if they need them here. They'll stampede and they'll surround Arteezy. Hasn't even got to use the Midas, and he won't get to it all. He dies right after the delivery. And that recovery Midas is not helping him recover right now. And now they get the Necro Book as well. But the biggest problem to me, Sind, is the pipe. Once this comes out, where's your damage on EG?
It is out.
That's coming now.
He has that and an additional 500 gold. FY getting a Blink Dagger on the Rubik. They have everything they need to end the game. The only possible way EG can hold the base is with a great combination from Zai and Universe. There is no other way.
There's
Universe
not
can
even
buy
a
the
wall.
mech,
He
but
doesn't
it
even
can't
have a wall
TP.
yet.
He has to buy a TP, so the mechanism won't be available yet. He'll be TPing to the top lane. He's 50 gold short.
Well, while he's
Very
busy farming that, they lose about half their health on the tower, and the creeps are pushing in mid. Some of these buffer buildings will be cleaned up, but for EG, the focal point is this top lane. They've got to hold the line, or they're going to be dropping game 1, and RTK looks to finish the job. He hasn't gotten the open yet, but he moves forward. He's menacing EG back right now. And with the pipe now wearing off, if you want to go, this has got to be the time. VG will back though, and EG don't find an opening.
I don't think they're going back. I think they're just resetting. They will be going in again.
If they want to be
might
safe,
wait for the pipe.
They could wait for it if they want to be safe.
They could use that with the next wave. It's about 30 seconds off, so the moment that reaches, it should be pretty much perfectly timed.
They're
And at the
really
same
gonna
time,
play this
Sala
safe.
will just split push. He's got the Necronomicon 3 in a moment. Orchid Necro 3 in 50 minutes.
This
That's
is
when
like
you usually
22-minute farm at least.
That's when you usually have the Necro Book. If you get that as your first item, you have a Necro 3 at 16. But he has a full Orchid, which is another 4,000 gold to go with it.
He's got 10k net worth.
Outstanding performance.
The enemy Darkseer, who's the lead farmer
Top
for...
lane FY is going to go in on Mason.
Oh, he does have a split, but if he's forced to
he gets targeted.
he gets silenced. The stun's actually going to miss, but it won't matter. Mason's done for.
No buyback.
Good news for Mason is he's only dead for 25, but that might be long enough for Vici to end this. The courier comes top with the Necro 3, actually with the Medallion, and they're just going for the high ground now. Super, popping the ultimate. We'll just begin to right-click the range racks. This is a guaranteed racks down. There won't be any regen to keep it alive. And EG, they still look for the open. They do have a single point in wall, but now the pipe's out again, and they just can't go into it. They're waiting for that pipe to be down, but while EG are waiting, Vici ending the game, and GG! Vici wiped the floor. I don't think there's any other way to say it with EG in game number 1.
This is just Vici showing why they finished the group stage on top. Because what we saw from Vici in the group stage, these 15-minute games, extreme aggression with their supports early on, perfect laning, perfect rotations, and just... They used every opening EG gave them. And I don't feel like it was that many, but they were big enough.
The only thing that was uncharacteristic to me for EG was Universe dying early. That almost never happens. It's an avoidable death, but I don't know if it would have mattered. The overall strategy for Vici game, it was just so solid that they had to play a perfect game, and a slight misstep by him, maybe that's just the tipping point.
And I'm wondering why EG chose to pick Templar Assassin into Razor in this game. So let's hear if the panel has any thoughts on that.
Thank you, LD and Synderen. So there you have it. Vici send a clear message to EG, and that is they are ready for the grand finals. And EG, well, they only just got into the booth, and now they're out again. What are they going to do?
Maybe it's jet lag. I don't know. I mean, EG, they just were not on the right place at the right time. They just didn't connect. Sometimes when you don't play for a couple of days, you're kind of rusty. Vici Gaming, they came with momentum. I mean, let's go with that for now, because I kind of want to believe that EG can take into.
It was pretty clear what EG's game plan was. Okay, we're going to get Blink Dagger on Panda, get Blink Dagger on Sand King, and then we can take team fights from there. But they don't come out until like 12, 13 minutes usually, and that's a very good timing. And then after that, they get Roshan's with Mass Separate Wars and TA, but it never even got to that point. Sylar played an incredible game.
Yeah, he really did. Like that first kill onto Universe, you just don't see Universe doing that. Like he's been so solid, and this is like it's a small slip up, but the trouble is it's a small slip up versus Sylar, one of the best farmers. You know, when we saw him at TI2, it's like Sylar versus Burning, and there's no burning anymore. We've still got Sylar. And then when you take that kill versus Darkseer on your Nature's Prophet, you go into phase boots. It guarantees that you can destroy the lane and get that big advantage. And as you saw, that Orchid was just huge for the team.
Yeah, Ben just said 12 minutes, 13 minutes for Blink Daggers on the side of EG. Then you've got yourself 9 minutes for the Blink Dagger on the Centaur, 10 minutes for the Orchid you just mentioned. And by that time, there's 4 towers down. EG doesn't have a single tower down, and at that point, it's already too late, I think.
Yeah, the only thing they really could have relied on was, I would say, Arteezy's game going a little bit better in the middle. You know, that death costs a lot, but even if you have to look at the offlane for Vici, you actually saw it was ROTK was getting his Blink Dagger first. He was getting it really early, and they were lucky, not lucky, they had a good rotation. Universe came in, I believe they might have even surged the Sand King of Zai, but they did get that kill and then a follow-up kill, and that was like, okay, it's leveling out. They chased down the Lestrak. EG are slightly in this game, but still they couldn't rely on the TA to be able to put any counter pressure when the towers were getting pushed.
Yeah, it's really hard to analyze a game that finishes so fast with such well execution. Let's just look at what Vici Gaming did. They were strong on Super Sylar, which is what they've been doing pretty much all day. EG, what do they have to do? Just be better.
Yeah, well, if you're EG now and you're outside the pod, who would you want from maybe any of the other teams to actually give you advice going into game number 2? Because I don't think it's advice in terms of draft. I don't think it's advice in terms of what you need to change. I think it's advice in terms of changing the mental state of what is going to be a huge amount of pressure for them going into game 2.
I mean, with that short of a game, I don't even think it bears on their mental state that badly. I think one of the things was Panda in the tri-lane doesn't seem to work out this well. I think they really need to focus on giving Mason and RTZ more aggressive heroes. Panda Ultimate will usually quell any sort of push before 10 minutes, and he didn't because he didn't hit level 6 fast enough. And generally they get away with like really greedy tri-lanes, and they expect the opponents to not aggressive. But Vici, they know EG.
If you look at the group stage match that EG actually took from Vici Gaming, they pretty much did the same to them. It was not as clean as a fight. It ended in 36 minutes, but the escalation was similar. And it all started with newly fine Sylar. Sylar was playing Morphling that game. He ended up 0-4 and had to go straight into Ethereal Blade, and that's all he got in 36 minutes just because he didn't get anything. Maybe they just choose someone and nullify that person.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
You asked who you want to have do your kind of motivational speech.
Yep.
Gordon Ramsay. It's the only one that can make it happen. Just, shout a bit, get fire on the ass, and just wake up, shape up. This is their last chance. They have to make it to the finals. They have to win this game. Otherwise, there's no third game, there's no grand finals, and then you're out. You can't have that, so shape up.
Yeah, I really think it's going to maybe rely a lot on Universe to actually talk the team into bringing this one back. Because, of course, Universe, he's incredibly experienced. And, well, maybe it's the crowd that will put EG back in good faith for their second game.
In the crowd, we see, actually, to be fair, we saw people cheering for both teams. There was a lot of Vici during the game. Let's maybe
That's
hear.
what it sounds with headphones on. Sounds like.
Maybe it's just only like EG. It's just to
no. Chinese
mix it
flags
up.
are out
Vici,
there.
EG. No, it's so similar.
No,
it's both.
There's a huge support for both teams here, and Vici deserve it. What they've done. It's like Newbie were the kind of comeback team of the group stages, if you can say, because they were at the bottom of the group, and Vici, they're almost the comeback team of the brackets, the lower bracket. They've done it amazingly, but going into game 2, it's EG, just need to fire up. Is there any, I just think it's like, you need to get a good start, right? So it's got to be lanes, and Ben, you said Brewmaster didn't really work in the lane as a tri-lane. Have we seen anything from Evil Geniuses that you would really like them to get going into game 2?
I think Morana. It's really good for early aggression, and I think that you can leave Mason alone in the lane and actually not die. I think they need to give something different to RTZ, more of a tempo controller back to when he used to play earlier for EG, and not the really heavy intensive farmers, fighters.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, if you look at what Vici Gaming banned in this previous match, they didn't ban the Naga Siren until the second rounds of bans. Granted, the Naga Siren wouldn't have worked in this match. But if anyone can actually create space and extend games and just create opportunities out of nothing, well, that's Arteezy with the Naga Siren.
Also, the Doom was banned out very late in the phase, and should EG really be overlooking Doom in their team? It's been so strong this tournament.
No, they try to avoid it in general. You don't see Universe going for Doom very much. The other hero that's been completely ignored today, maybe because of the teams playing it, was Wisp. Maybe it's time for EG to bring back the Wisp.
All right, well, we're only 20 seconds away. Quick predictions. Are EG going to bring it back?
It's still there.
Okay, the magic trick. Shiva.
I'm saying yes. Give us a third game, please.
I'll go with EG again. Not confident.
All right. Well, we'll see if they're confident, because they're going to have to come out confident to take this match. Into the game we go.
Evil Geniuses versus VG Gaming. Game 2.
A lot of pressure on PPD here from Evil Geniuses. His most important draft to date.
No
Our first
pressure.
bans are out. We see Lycan and Razor removed. So Razor being removed is going to open up a lot for Vici Gaming.
I think that
they're actually going to first pick Nature's Prophet, which is okay. That's interesting. It
works for them, right?
It works, but as a first pick, I'm not sure.
I mean, just go stick with your guns. I think you have to ban the Razor against this team, and you have to ban the Lycan because it's Lycan, right?
Well, Vici have been prioritizing banning the Tinker as well, which we've seen EG can use fantastically well. So Evil Geniuses, they get Dire Side again, and they are going to be able to pick up 2 heroes, and it's the Nature's Prophet they see, and they will get Zai on the Enigma.
Enigma was shut down in the earlier series versus Newbie, but that was a Radiant Enigma. I think a Dire Enigma is a little bit harder to shut down, and I think this may give them the early game momentum that they need. They need to either trade or prevent them from taking towers, and Enigma is very good at trading.
At the same time, Enigma gives you so much information about your lanes, because there's going to be a guy jungling there. And that means that your lanes are probably going to be weaker. You will not be able to have a trident. And if you have roaming support, well, you will need to dedicate a couple levels to the Enigma before he has Malefice at a point where it makes sense. They also go with a Faceless Void for this guy that was just now in the screen. That's Universe Faceless Void. He has some amazing Faceless Void games during the group stage. Let's see if we can bring it up. We kind of jinked him with the Darkseer thing, but, well.
Doom's in the pool. You know, that Nature's Prophet's been playing on safe lane.
At least if there is a Doom picked up, both Enigma and Faceless Void will be targets. So there is a bit of split targeting from Doom if he indeed does come out. Faceless Void, yeah, I like the hero. Universe is one of those players that can get a lot of farm on that hero regardless of where he plays, which is offlane, of course. So looking forward to that one. I have to say, Vici Gaming, I'm expecting a Doom to come out, but maybe they're going to throw something else in there.
What do you think, Ben?
I think they want to evaluate how EG is going to run this, and it looks pretty predictable. If you look at any other team, they might do like Enigma off lane. We've seen Enigma mid before versus Razors, and we've seen Faceless Void mid, we've seen Faceless Void carry, but the thing about EG is they're so predictable. When you saw the first pick Pena last game, you know it's not going off lane to Universe, you know it's not going mid to Arteezy, it's going safe lane to Mason, which really pigeonholes your draft.
No surprise there.
It's a big hero for Vici, and it's going to make it hard to play around. But Zai and Universe, for me, have been really, really solid for Evil Geniuses over the whole tournament. Even last game, one slip up, that was all it was. It wasn't like you were having a bad game afterwards. It was just that moment ROTK got the kill onto Universe. So even though there is a Doom, if we get some Universe Chronos, that certainly is going to be going in their favor. But Vici Gaming, they're notorious just for not giving you space, not giving the opportunity to get a good ultimate, not giving the opportunity to get an opening. They fight so well as 5 that Universe is really going to have to bring his A game here.
Yeah, if anything, Universe probably will need help as well from the support. The most important 2 picks for EG is what's going to be for Zai, which is the Enigma and PPD.
You think?
Yeah, I think so, because if the supports can actually create space for them. Remember what happened with the Brewmaster, he couldn't get to level 6. Now if the Doom can't get to level 6 fast, if they get some couple pick-offs from there, and if they allow the Faceless Void to instead get some farm just in the offlane by creating some space, then suddenly the momentum ties into their favor. And once they hit level 6 with a Black Hole and a Chronosphere, you just don't want to take team fights.
Well, we might see like a Skywrath Mage come out for EG in the next phase if it's not banned, because that can certainly create space on your lane. Really good at putting down some pressure, and also combos well with the Faceless Void. But we're back into the bans the next round, and Vici Gaming are going to take out the Brewmaster.
It's really interesting to see the comparison between Sylar and Mason, because Sylar is a true carry, right? Like, he's the one position in his team. Mason he looks like he's much worse in paper, but the thing is that Mason is not the one player for EG.
It's actually Arteezy.
Yeah, he's number 2 position that actually plays in the safe lane.
If you're EG right now, wouldn't you be scared of like Pugna and Death Prophet? I'm surprised to see them ban the Lich, because if I'm EG, like they don't have any AoE and they don't have any like wave clear either, so they could just do the same thing, Nature's Prophet plus a couple of pushers and just take down all the towers.
Yeah, I guess if you get a Death Prophet, the Faceless Void or the Nima can't jump on the Death Prophet before she actually pops her ult. Like if you try to put the
theoretically, but in the last series, we saw Vichi's Death Prophet just go crazy.
Yeah, that is true. But at the same time, if you pop a Chronosphere and you don't get the Leech and the Chain Frost is there, you can't have to disengage immediately because you're setting it up yourself.
I think EG just want to fight. I think like Skywrath Mage and Naga Siren, potential possibilities.
Yes.
Like, I really do. Like, I think Skywrath could work, and if you get, if you're talking about wave clear, as long as you can hold off long enough that your Naga Arteezy gets his Radiance, maybe you can hold off the tier 2s and turn the game.
I think Naga's too slow, though. She will develop way too late, and Vici will just take complete advantage of it. I mean, last game, he didn't even get to use Midas, like, maybe once.
True, although unless they get some towers, in which case they can actually have a chance. I mean, with the Brew and the Mirana actually banned out, very targeted bans. We see Mason play both those heroes, and we actually see PPD also as a support play Mirana often. They're really banning out heroes that can make a lot happen in that mid game. So EG, they really have to look for something that can do the same, as well as have a plan B.
Yeah,
that's the most important thing.
And also those bans tell you that they think it is going to be Universe on the Faceless Void going off lane, since they're targeted at Mason. So Evil Geniuses, one more ban remaining of this round. PPD captaining, taking his time. What would you be concerned about? The push, you said, Ben?
Push, Shadow Shaman, Death Prophet, Pugna, maybe even a Leshrac too, because Shadow Demon is pretty good versus EG's lineup. I'm curious to see whether or not Vici is going to run an aggro try, or kind of like a pseudo aggro try with Doom in the off lane with 2 supports, kind of backing him up and roaming around with Sylar in the safe lane again.
We'll see, and as the Rubik gets banned, the Rubik is an easy pick to just steal that black hole, essentially. You have to catch him in the Chronosphere, you have to catch him in the black hole, otherwise he's going to get an easy steal from any of those 2 heroes. So it's a smart ban, but then again, it's all about banning supports. There's still a 3rd core that can come from Vici Gaming. We'll see what that will be.
How's Arteezy's Invoker?
I was actually looking at that right now. Give me a second.
That's something we've seen. Of course, you got the Enigma, so the Shadow Shaman's still in the pool as well for Evil Geniuses, if they want to go that way.
I don't think he's played Invoker at all this tournament.
Yeah, I don't think so as well, but it's a strong
combo. He hasn't. EG hasn't played a single Invoker game at all.
So go for Weaver instead. That will probably be Mason's hero, still leaving Arteezy's hero open. And a Vengeful Spirit, that means aggression. Heavy roaming, assuming it's going to be a support.
It's a huge counter as well to the Chrono.
Yes.
And we've seen that before. It's if you can tank up just enough to stop the kind of burst coming in, having a swap with the Vengeful Spirit is going to be big. So that's direct, they've got a counter right now, Doom for the Enigma, I would more or less say, since that's a much more reliable target that you can Doom to remove Enigma's threat. And also you've got the Vengeful Spirit for the Faceless Void. So very targeted heroes to kind of actually counter that.
It's also really good versus Enigma. You can't BKB whole if there's a good Vengeful Spear on the board. And it also opens them up to pushing too with the Command Aura, or Vengeance Aura as it is.
Yeah, Vici Gaming is a team that likes to get early advantages. Vengeful Spirit is a support that likes to roam around, get kills. So maybe we're even going to see an Enchantress or something like that we see paired up with a Vengeful Spirit so often that indeed take a gank, get a tower, and Alchemist is on the board.
I actually think that could be an Alchemist mid for Arteezy. I'm not sure if it will end up playing support. The main reason is like, if you're going to play Weaver on the safe lane, it still takes quite a long time to come online, and you want to be able to fight with the rest of your team. So maybe that Alchemist, just with the Acid Spray, will add a lot in terms of the minus armor and could hold some of the towers.
The 2 times that EG played Alchemist, it was Zai playing. So it was 1 win and 1 loss. Let me see, the win was, I would like to see right now, against LGD China. So no, and they didn't have that in the Vici Gaming. So we'll see if that's a support Alchemist. It's going to be a support Alchemist and an Enigma as well there. We'll see what those 2 can create for the other 3.
Unless they want to really mix it up. We've seen Enigma go offlane earlier on in this tournament as well. There is a slight chance that Universe will not be playing that Faceless Void.
Yeah, well, the good thing is if EG are keeping us guessing, so hopefully for them they're keeping Vici guessing, but I'm sure Vici know exactly what's going on. Ancient Apparition was the last pickup for Vici, and our last two bans was the Death Prophet for the push that Ben was worried about, and also the Obsidian Devourer.
The Pugna is still on the table for Vici Gaming if they want to take that.
10 seconds
The Shadow Shaman was ignored completely for those two, and it's going to be a Viper Artesian. I don't want to alarm people that when Artesi played Viper in the group stage, he went 0-5 10 minutes into the game and was one of those disastrous losses that they had against, I think, Team DK.
All right, well, it'll be interesting to see what EG do in terms of lanes and whether they're going to take everything. All we know is the Enigma should be in jungle, and Super is going to pick up the DK. It pushes, it goes mid. It's what they needed if they get an early advantage, and that's what they're going to be looking for here. EG, they need to weather the storm. They need to get their lanes just going okay, because if they get the flow, they should be able to play their game. They do not want to go out of this match without being able to play their best.
Well, let's see if this champ can actually bring their game together, because this might be their last game in the International already.
Yep. One more chance for Evil Geniuses. Let's see if they can bring it back. We'll send it over to the commentators to bring us the match.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the commentary desk at Key Arena live for what could be EG's final game of the tournament if they can't put it together. I'm LD. I'm joined, of course, to my left by Cinder. And with that being said, Sind, what do you think of the overall draft? Do you think this is the kind of draft EG need to take down Vici?
I
know I'm putting you on the spot.
Completely sure. Yeah, it's easy to pass it over, right? Then you don't have to have an opinion yourself. Well, what do you think?
Giving Doom away to Vici is always scary, and I'm actually really surprised. Still going back to game one, it was left until the 5th pick, but the 5th ban, I should say. But this is kind of a classic Vici Gaming draft. If you look at it, they've got early push potential, a really strong dual roam combo from Fenrir and FY, and they've got tanks. They have the Doom, the DK, and guaranteed siege as well. So they have some access to late game, but the other hero I thought they might consider this game would be the Sylar Morphlane and just lane it with like a super Doom mid, although it's normally RTK who plays it, but they decided to take a more aggressive mid-game approach, and hey, I think that's the right way to take it against Vici. Or against EG. You don't want to let them get into their comfort zone, go late game against Chrono and Black Hole, and they're not going to do it.
Yeah, we see them invading right now. They are not looking for a kill. They're just looking to force EG out and put down some aggressive wards against the Enigma here. I was thinking Vici might have chosen to last pick the Bristleback instead of the Dragon Knight that they played earlier in the tournament. I think this could have been a good Bristleback game. But then again, the thing about the Dragon Knight that makes it a great pick here, he's not a good laner against the Viper. That's the one downside for Super here. But if you look at EG's lineup, they really don't have any wave clear. The only wave clear they have is Acid Spray, and it's on a support Alchemist, so you can't rely on getting it up early. Like, Vici Gaming have extreme push, and I'm just worried again for EG that they're going to need time to get the levels up. Maybe again, I don't think it's unfair to say EG's draft is really greedy once again, and I just don't know if you can pull that off against Vici with how they've been playing these games today.
Let's find out if they can, Sin. With that, we introduce the teams. Vici on the radio once again, EG on the dial. We've got RTK playing the role of the Doom. Towards the top rune will be Fenrir on the Vengeful Spirit. Going mid, we have Super on the Dragon Knight. And then towards the bottom lane, FY on the Ancient Apparition, Sylar on the Nature's Prophet. Looks like it's going to be dual lane versus dual lane mid. At least to start.
For EG in the bottom lane, it's going to be Mason playing his Weaver together with Zai's Enigma. He will probably be starting on the Ancient since he's expecting his jungle to be blocked. We've got Artesia in the mid lane on the Viper, and then it will be PPD on the Alchemist rotating toward the top here together with Universe on the Faceless Void. And we said in the previous game that the big player for EG had to be Universe on the Darkseer. I want to say it has to be him again on the Faceless Void. They need the right openings. They need to get off to a great early game where they get some pickoffs and prevent Vici from taking the towers. And if there's a hero Universe has been performing on this tournament, it would have to be Void as his #1. His Chronospheres have been absolutely fantastic the whole tournament.
Yeah, and I think that's especially true since you see the kind of wards Vici Gaming were able to get off. This is the standard move for Zai if his jungle's been invaded and they can't deward, is he will go farm the Ancients. He helps pull the bottom lane, his off lane back as Dire, and it still gives him some farming levels, but he's not going to have that super fast farm that we often see him get if he's left uncontested. So I really like that move by Vici, trying to slow Zai down early, and it does put a little bit more pressure on Universe to perform, but they've also got a pretty good matchup mid. You mentioned that. Arteezy should be able to take down Super, and looking at this off lane, Mason for now is going to have a good time. Where he could struggle is if the Venge is able to get the jump on him, but currently they have no detection for the Weaver, so that's not going to be an easy kill. So I'm actually surprised they didn't even buy any.
It's funny to see that in game number 1, EG picked Templar Assassin into a Razor that was pretty expectably going to go mid and without any real chance of helping him out in that game. And then this time around, Vici will pick the Dragon Knight into Viper, one of his worst matchups in the mid lane. I guess the other one that comes to mind that Dragon Knight just loses to is, guess what? Razor.
Razor.
But he was banned in this particular
OD
game.
is quite bad as well.
OD is definitely a hard matchup too, I agree. But this should be Arteezy's lane, so hopefully for him he can get some revenge after Super kind of crushed him, to be fair, in the previous game as he should have. Arteezy will need to pull off a good game, and he's off to a good start. 12-5 against 6-2.
Yeah, RTK is getting a lot out of his offlane on the Doombrainer. Mason's doing okay, but RTK is doing, for now, exceptionally well, though that may change as there's a stun being channeled. He has popped the Scorched Earth. He's also got the extra armor from Toughness from the
good time lock. Can he get another one?
They're going to need another bash. They need at least one more to get the skill, probably 2. And I don't even know then if it would have been enough, because he has the Toughness art as well as the move speed that comes out from Scorched Earth.
And even a Stout Shield.
You know, when we've seen teams play against the offlane Doom, especially when the Chinese teams are running it, they often block this camp just to deny the Doom that early big creep, but we haven't seen it this game, and as a result, RTK off to quite a good start in the offlane.
And the reason they couldn't block that camp was that they chose to start PPD in the mid lane. They wanted to secure Arteezy a good start, or at least his rotation to the top lane came so late that I don't think he could have been in time for blocking the camp.
Right.
And you're right, this aura creep for Doom actually does more than you might expect at this point. It's
especially against Void. That hero hits very hard at the early levels.
And for a 0 armor hero, this 3 armor is really, really important. So, well, Doom is getting a lot, as you said. Mason not getting as much on the Weaver, and it's, to be fair, it's a hard lane for Weaver as well. If there's any sort of detection on Vici's safe lane, they can just Magic Missile into Cold Feet, and if Mason wants to Shukuchi out of that, he needs to expect a Sprout as well, so he needs to Tangle first, then Shukuchi, and then perhaps the time for the Cold Feet to snap is already gone.
And they are burning Dust in soon, so we're going to see Vici Gaming have kill potential here bottom lane. Until you get time-lapse on Mason, he doesn't really have a safe way to retreat when the Magic Missile comes, and you cannot remove the Dust without that. So if he gets over-aggressive, this could be the kill. But with that being said, FY has shown himself, so he knows now there's Dust, but they'll Sprout him anyway. Oh, Dust deployed. Can they get off any follow-up here? They actually can't get in range. Vici Gaming jumping the gun a bit, and that's a nice bullet dodged here. The push won't be as effective, and on top of that, the Dust cooling down now for 50 seconds. Plenty of time for them to get their farm and levels up.
And they are getting the better out of the map in terms of farm. Viper is still winning mid very convincingly. Arteezy is pretty much tripling up Super there, and the safe lane universe is also winning handily against ROTK. And they have the Enigma factor, which is not the full Enigma power we're seeing in this game since he had to start in the Ancients, but the wards in their jungle have expired now. So if Zai wants, he can start doing the actual jungle, and that will make him farm up a lot faster.
And they're getting good levels than everyone else. You see PPD already hits level 3 in the Alchemist.
Almost 4. Now he's 4.
Yeah, he's done a really nice job, and it hasn't come at the cost of Universe. He's also 5, and he's basically dead even with ROTK. So you do have to look at EG, and the one thing that I don't know how much we discussed it yet, but they have really good Roche potential. With the Eidolons and the Acid Spray, it's going to be an easy kill for the Roche if they ever get any semblance of map control. But we'll hold that thought as Vici are smoked. They're heading bottom, and they're looking for Mason. They've got the Dust at the ready. He's got to retreat soon, and he might get caught out here. This could be our first blood. Dust. Well, they'll pop it now. They stun him as well. The Cold Feet comes through. They need a little bit of a block, or maybe not. One more right click would do it. It's first blood to Vici again, but top. The trade comes for EG. They killed off the Doom during that time. Vici just barely getting the first blood. But it's the Dooms had a much better start, so in that sense, I suppose killing the Dooms the better trade, despite, well, not the better trade, but the better kill. The first blood of gold making up for it.
I would agree with that. Killing Doom right now is more important than killing the Weaver. Unfortunately for EG, I think they would have loved to have that first blood going on PPD for the bonus gold so they could get a faster medallion. They will be looking for the Roche, as you said, and that's going to be one of the key components in being able to pull that off early now. With that gank on Mason bottom, however, I believe Vici are out of Dust and or Sentry, so Mason is able to play with quite a bit of confidence down here. Fenrir is missing on the map as Arteezy is putting some good pressure mid. And look at Arteezy's skill build, by the way. I feel like we almost never see this anymore on Vipers. Almost always maxing the corrosive skin, but Arteezy is taking the most aggressive build you can in the mid lane against this Dragon Knight with 4 points of poison attack.
Sylar's here in the trees, and he's looking for Arteezy. Can he get off a Sprout? If he moves just a few steps further away, he's getting caught. Checking the TP status on EG. They do have one on Universe. They also have one on, well, on Arteezy. That's not going to help them. But Well, let's see if he joins the fray. He will. The Void's TPing in mid, and EG are not going to give away the free towers they did in the first game. In they go. The Chrono's there. That's on free. A beautiful setup by Universe. They followed up with a stun. Connects on Sylar. 2 fall easily for EG. And VG get nothing during this time.
Why am I not surprised to see a 3-man Chrono from Universe? It's been the story of every single time this guy gets the hero. He's been delivering so far. EG are off to a great start, similar to how good the start was for Vici in the first game.
If he's against Doom, he's in trouble.
Oh, he time-lapsed back into the Doom.
If he had headed to the south, maybe he gets away, but they are going to lose their Weaver. Still, you have to say EG are happy with that overall, getting the 3-man Chrono, getting 2 kills, and I think more importantly, Sin is just defending top of mid.
Trouble now.
Mid. They have a Dragon Tail and a Prophet ult as well. He gets surrounded in the river and bursts down, and Vici strike back. They get 2 in a row.
This is the price you pay on Viper for going for this very aggressive build with 4 poison attack, 3 Nether Toxin. Usually you would imagine Viper surviving that, but he has no extra magic resistance, and the reflect isn't there just yet, or the attack speed is slow, I should say, rather, from the corrosive skin, so...
They'll have to look for a trade.
Bottom lane, Mason.
They're trying to dive. They're looking
going
for
Sylar. He's going to get stunned. He's dead.
Gets him. Jams it in. And now looks for more. The chase on the RTK. Swarm already having been used. And with the toughness, I don't think they get this kill, but he can be forced off the lane. While mid, we see Zai very close to level 6, and that's the next level of aggression that EG can bring to the table. Get the black hole in line, go for a smoke, and maybe they just go into the pit. You mentioned Medallion, and if PPD wants to build that, he's only like 400, 500 gold away.
I don't think there's a better choice in this game, and in most cases, even on support Alchemist. It amplifies your concoction by a lot of damage, it gives you the roast potential, and also gives you a bit of armor for yourself, which is great for this hero.
And you're up against Dragon Knight and Doom, who rely heavily on their armor to remain relevant in these fights. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, so I wasn't just...
All right,
just making it up.
You can all go home, grab a coffee. I guess we're headed to a game 3.
Well, he has lost.
So he's lost 1.
This could be the second time. I mean, based on how Vici has been playing in this tournament, I believe this is one of the games where he has the highest chance of losing on that Void. So,
no. With that being said, right now things are looking pretty good for EG. The way they drafted was very focused around the Roche to me. Like going for Alk as a support, he does give you a nice ganker, but more than anything, the acid spray is so good for taking the Aegis. And the Mimo bottom, Sylar's being dove. He is killed off by Mason. It's a solo kill. Threw the swarm at him, then followed up with the Sakuchi and finished the job. That's a big kill. And we go from game 1 where Sylar had, I guess you could say, the best farming performance ever on a Prophet, at least for that short of a game, to a game where he's been shut down as the safe lane Prophet of all things.
I was worried for EG when they picked the Weaver after Doom was picked by Vici. It's generally considered one of the best counter picks to Weaver, and they willingly got the Weaver afterwards. But Mason in this off lane, he's died twice, but he's been creating a lot of space, and now even getting a solo kill. It's definitely been well worth it so far. And the trade-off for EG is that they get Universe absolute free farm in the safe lane. 70 CS at this point on the Void. Very early Mask of Madness and Orb of Venom on him, along with the treads, so he has a lot of solo kill potential. There's almost no hero, I guess. Okay, he can't solo Dragon Knight, and arguably not the Doom because he's going for a mech, but every other hero he catches in the Chrono is a very easy kill for him.
And with any sort of follow-up, you can kill those other 2. As tanky as they are, they're not that tanky yet. And for now, it helps him split push. He's going to look to take the tier 1 top. EG, this will be uncontested for them. They'll get the last hit to Universe, another 500 gold into his pocket after that tower kill.
Actually went to Zai, which I think is even better.
Oh, you're right.
That means the mech is almost there for him. So Enigma, not up to the fastest start. We're used to see Zai getting very, very quick mechs, like 6 or 7 minutes in some cases. This time around will be a little slower because of the blocking, but he's definitely catching up. Considering how much Vici wanted to counter him with their invasion early on, it hasn't really accomplished that much.
Vici are smoked now, and they're heading towards mid. They want to make something happen on this mid lane, and it's not so much about the kill to Mason, it's really about the tower, but can they actually get a jump? The way Arteezy's positioned, he's already got backup at the ready, and they've already jumped in. They're going for it, but Universe is here. He gets stunned though. He gets Doom. It's a bit too soon that he arrives. Oh, it could have been amazing for him. Now they TP further. They're looking for Arteezy as he heads south and into the pit. They'll find PPD. Can he TP out of time? Just barely. Arteezy also on the TP out. They get the stun though. Now the swap as well. Well, they make sure he doesn't run anywhere. Can they finish him? Just barely with the breathe fire.
Great gank from
And
Vici
they got
Gaming.
the tier 1 mid as well.
And the timing on the Doom there from ROTK Universe was mid-animation on the time walk, I believe, into the chrono, and now they find the stack as well.
Something the Out can really take advantage of, something Enigma can farm, but it's denied to EG. They'll lose, maybe not all of it, but a lot of the gold here. And actually, they're going to back. They don't want to get chronoed as the Void respawns. But he actually has to run down because he already used his TP mid, so maybe they could have finished that.
They could have probably gone for that, but choosing the safe play, and Sylar is farming it from
Come on, Dragon.
below the cliff.
Sylar really wants you. One more right click. He can't get it. That's a lot of gold.
If he's going to die now.
Oh my goodness. Oh no. Universe spots this one out, and now he can go. He's actually got a chrono.
Oh my god, he's going to die for that Dragon.
He pays for his greed, I think. There you go. It's not often you see someone die for a single Black Dragon, but...
And the bottom tower is 1 HP. At the very least, he distracted them, so...
It was a tactical,
were able to get the tower.
depth, and...
Great foresight by Simon.
What a play. Oh, man. But it's very close, and it's 1,000 gold lead right now, and...
Yeah, actually, EG were looking great, and...
It's actually going to EG's
a lot
way.
back.
Yeah, they've pulled it back, but... I don't think you're satisfied with that if you're Vici, because you still have to worry about the Roche they can go for, and the Medallion's getting close. He's got a Sage's Mask, as we see an Ancient Apparition ult. Just heading towards the Roche, scouting that one out, but basically if EG ever win a fight, they're taking Roche, whereas I feel like Vici have to win 2-3 fights to even have a shot at it.
EG just being dire, and their hero composition is definitely very good at dealing with Roshan, so... I would agree, Vici are still under a lot of pressure here, but considering how it all started out with their lanes and EG's early rotations, Vici have managed to pull it back quite well. If you bring up the last hits, you will see how big of an advantage EG actually has just on raw farm. So Vici being as little behind as they are is kind of attributed to their great rotations now.
Well, speaking of those rotations, they're looking for another. Smoked Up and hunting Arteezy. He's really been the whipping boy for this team. But it's given a lot of space to the rest of the EG squad, and they will wrap around from the side if they can get off this Dragon Tail.
He's gonna get caught.
He does get caught. Prophet ult connects, and now the follow-up's there from Fenrir. They'll finish the job, and they still have a Doom available. They might even be able to go back in on Guy if they want to, but they're not going to risk it. While bottom lane, PPD is smoked up as well, and he looks for FY on the Alchemist. He's got the stun at the ready. He hasn't started channeling yet, though. And they just pass in the night. PPD just walks right by him past the trees and gets nothing. And now Vici look at the tier 1 top. They have Dragon Form available. It's being used to quickly burn this tower down. And I don't think EG will be able to push the bottom lane quite as fast. There's still a Glyph even ready for Vici. Yeah. And they have Doom available
and
as well.
Ice Blast is up again now, so...
Oh, they could maybe go bottom and get 1-2 kills with this. They'll TP in the Doom, and they're not going to give this up. Vici, they want to fight.
Yeah, there's no Blink Dagger on our TK just yet. I'm imagining that will be his next item pickup. So getting in and getting the Doom off is not as easy as it could be at this point, but well, as long as the fight doesn't break out, I guess it doesn't really matter what items he has at this point. So, well, 3 tier 1 towers have been claimed now by Vici Gaming, only losing the 1 in the top lane. So
they can just go Roche, I think. The Medallion's ready, and Universe gets the DD rune.
Sylar has had a really hard game. He's died 4 times, and he's still a 15-minute Orchid. He's almost got it.
They do have 3 towers this game, and they had even more last game, to be fair.
But it's still a good timing. It's very rare to get it this early with 4 deaths.
And it's before Universe gets a BKB. In fact, long before it. He's going for what looks to be a Maelstrom. So there will be opportunities for a big silence there. The Enigma also going next.
He's going to jump in on our TK Universe.
He's tanky.
Finds the opening, but the turnaround could come here. The mech is available.
He has Doom, but he gets bashed. He can't get the Doom off. PPD will stun himself. Well, actually stunning Super in the process, and he's still pretty tanky here. Mason on the run. Can they finish him up? PPD will fall, and Mason's got to retreat out.
There is a time lapse. He'll use it.
No, Bailey make his way out. If they didn't get that last bash,
I'm not sure he's out just yet.
They have
Sylar with the face boots.
He has no Orchid.
Goes for a blind, perhaps? No, not casting it.
He got a bash right after the chrono ended. And without that, with the mech, I think he gets off Doom, and that's a really bad fight for EG instead of only slightly Vici favored.
Yeah, they still ended up getting a 2-for-1 with EG opening the fight with chrono, so I guess Vici are going to be very happy with this. They'll be putting a lot of pressure once again, and we're reaching the point now for EG where
they're smoking in
I think their lack of wave clearing could become a problem at this point, because Vici will be split pushing very hard, and if EG can't push out the waves quickly, they'll be under a lot of pressure on multiple lanes at once, and we'll see how they manage to deal with it.
Are they actually going for the Roche? Are they going to look to fight bottom? We still haven't seen a black hole yet this game. but they do smoke near the pit. And if they go for this, they're forfeiting the tier 2, and it's going to be very obvious. So they don't. They go bottom instead, and they look for Vici Gaming.
There's no chrono, though.
Remember, there is Doom. There is Doom here, and EG have to find the right angle to getting close. Still waiting from the sides. They have no chrono, like you mentioned. The stun will start it off on Super, but RTK can turn this with a Doom. Swap will keep the Dragon Knight safe, while EG don't engage fully. They just try to stall the push, and if they can get Vici, oh no, Super's coming in Viz. EG don't have detection right now. This could be very bad. He's still looking for an opening. He wants Zai. He's gonna find him as well. The Enigma's caught, and that's the mech carrier too. Will he shatter? One more right click. He's dropping low. Not dead yet.
Shatter.
He is gonna shatter though, and they have Doom still. So they can go for another kill here. Super being pounded by Eidolons, but the mech keeps him in fighting shape, and Vici continue their assault. Chrono is up. Maybe EG can turn this. Enigma does a buyback, and Vici have to respect that one. They're going to back off.
I was about to say it has to be go time for EG. They can't just concede these towers and kills for free, so there will at least be, Vici will be intimidated and back off. But, you know, I want to point out how farmed Vici's supports actually are, because a lot of the time we're looking at how much farm the carries are getting in these games, and in this game, Vici Gaming supports have managed to accumulate a lot of farm. So in Vent, we have Face Boots and Medallion. Ancient Apparition is 700 gold away from an Aghanim Scepter.
That is actually
and that's
insane.
Huge, because during that 18 seconds, or what is it, I believe, isn't it?
17.
17,
yeah,
sorry. 17 seconds,
close.
Ice Blast. Alchemist Ultimate will regen 0 health. Viper, who is generally a tank build hero, will regen absolutely nothing. The mech will be useless from Zai. Even the Mask of Madness lifesteal for Void won't work. It's a huge pickup in this game, increasing the duration, actually almost doubling it on level 1 from 8 to 17.
And even Weaver, if you time-lapse, you'll go back to your former health, but the debuff persists. Yeah. So you can't heal up during that time, and Mason's not that tanky yet. And Vici are going to look to push, actually before they pick it up. They're going to push through the bottom lane. They try to mount their push again.
Dragon 4.
Two here. PP's ready
on Super. He can just lead the charge. There's no...
They need a black hole. They don't have a blink. It's going to be Universe who starts, but he gets stunned. Now they can doom him. If they can focus Universe down, it's trouble. He knows Chrono. It's a beautiful 1-on-4, and they lose RTK. Again, no doom. Now the black hole at the final hour. Universe gets the opening, and they wipe Vici off the map. 4 dead. Only the Ancient Apparition who lives through it.
Absolutely huge for EG that Universe manages to get that chrono off in the last second.
He was mid-cast animation on Doom, and I think it was an Alk stun that prevented it.
Great flanking movement there from EG to catch out RTK. I was about to say there's almost no opening for EG, because if they go in and they chrono the Dragon Knight, there is a swap. If he has the BKB on, he probably won't even need to swap him out. And if they do the same on Doom, it's the same story. There's the swap in the mech, so really important for EG that they get a good chrono and a good black hole. And they're not going to end it with that. They're trying to get the tier 1 tower mid. They might not get it, but at least force out a deny here. Hearing an Ice Blast, it does connect on Mason.
Bottom. And they do have this Orchid on Sylar. We saw it in the top lane, but he hasn't actually been able to make use of it yet. The one other thing we didn't mention is they still lost the tier 2 in the bottom lane. So the map control for EG, it's not terrible, but it is slipping a bit, even though they win that fight. And they're going to need to get some wards out. You look at the Dire Vision, they've got one towards the Roche pit. And they'll drop the lane ward mid. But Sin, I'm with you when you say the Ancient Apparition could well turn out to be the biggest weapon of Vici's. He's so close to the eggs, 50 gold away now.
And FY has been having some really good snipes in this tournament on Ancient Apparition so far, so Vici can definitely rely on those AA ultimates to hit when they need to.
And if they get, like,
and
say,
they have great setups for it too. If
they want to go for something like a Shadow Blade next on Super, he can just run around the map setting up pickoffs. But he could go for something more tanky like an Assault Crest. We'll have to see what kind of style Vici want to take this game. They have spotted one out in the jungle. It's PPD. He walks right into trouble. That's a beautiful Dragon Knight stun, followed up by the Vengeful Spirit stun, and just no room for the Alk to move. Now an Ancient Apparition,
far.
It's looking for Universe, and it won't find him. Just outside the range.
Almost.
Now they push. They're in position for it.
There it is.
And that's a very fast Ags on Ancient Apparition.
He's only level 9 though, so it's not the very powerful ultimate just yet.
Yeah.
But still, just the duration itself, even if you disregard the damage entirely, just the 17-second duration with no heals for EG is going to absolutely crippling. There's even more pressure on Void and Enigma now. They need to land these ultimates in the fight. I'm not sure one of them is enough unless it's on like 4 heroes or at least 3. So both Psy and Universe, they cannot afford to not play their A game.
Any slip-ups here, and EG, it might be a lost lane of Rex if Vici take the fight near their base. You look at their items now, and they're not the best pushing lineups in, but they're pretty good. They've got 4 points in the Vengeance Aura, and they do have Dragon Knight. So with that in Trance, you're at least decent. We don't have a Death Prophet or a Razor with Ags, but they still hit buildings pretty hard.
And they have the Swiftness Aura on the Doom as well.
Oh,
so
that's true.
Another 15 attack speed for the entire team.
Maybe they're better than I'm giving them
And
credit.
Dragon Knight's going for Kiras, then they're going to be even better. So.
I'm totally wrong.
They're doing what they can to prove you wrong. Looks like it's going to be a tower trade going for EG here. They'll be going for the bottom tier 1. VGR, if they want to defend this, they're going to be too late. The A ultimate will cause a little bit of trouble, so should EG want to try to defend their tier 2, it's going to be with a very crippled Viper here, and Arteezy will be porting all the way back to base. That does not mean that EG won't try to take this fight, though.
They actually have one in position. Universe, he's wormed his way through the trees, and he sits parked just north of Vici, ready to chrono. He's going to want to catch at least 2-3 here, and ideally you want to grab RTK so he can't get off the Doom. That's been the recipe for success in EG's fight, and they get close to the jump. They've got an outstun prep. Super, will he be able to BKB this one in time? BKB, he doesn't get it off. Is there a chrono from Universe? He waits for the timing. He only catches one, but then Sylar walks back in. He gets trapped as well. Doom from RTK, still trying to get it off, still trying to get it off. It's only on Arteezy, and it's already too late.
The black hole! He cast it on the ground.
I don't know if it matters, Sin. They're still forcing Vici Gaming back here. Fenrir's on the run. The out stun, just in rage, connects. It's on two! But there's no follow-up as of yet. They need the Viper in here, and he's driving forward, looking for some follow-up damage. FY isolated, brought down as well. Even with the Whiff Black Hole, they still get 3, and they look for more. Sylar, can he TP this one out? No vision from PPD.
It's still pretty huge that that black hole whiffs, not for the fight that they just had, but for the next 3 minutes. It's on cooldown. If Vici, they wouldn't have seen it because the animation actually never started, but the sound cue was there that the ability was being cast. So if Vici were paying attention, they would know black hole is on cooldown for 3 minutes at this point. And that means they can go for objectives like Roshan, maybe some damage on a tier 3, or who knows, just any sort of pickoff or taking full map control for 2 minutes knowing that that black hole cannot come out from Zai.
Well, it's going to be up to the chrono then of Universe, which was kind of fortunate that fight. He didn't actually catch Sylar initially, but he just moved back into it. It still did a good job of zoning Vici out, and it separated the Doom from the rest of the team as well. So in that sense, still a decent chrono, but obviously you'd love to catch 3 or 4 and set up an out stun on 2 or 3 after
Universe
that.
jumping out at the right time. Both Sylar and the A ultimate were going to bring him down easily there.
Sylar really hasn't found, he's found his farm for sure.
He has 5k gold.
Yeah, he's found farm, but in terms of actual pickoffs with the Orchid, I don't know if we've seen a single one this game.
Not really. He hasn't had the same impact as in previous games, but that's because he's had ridiculous impact in previous games. He still had played a very important role in this game, and they've still managed to take 6 towers in 24 minutes. So he's done his job with the trance and the teleport.
What do you think you go for here if you're Sylar? What kind of profit should you be building this game?
I still think a Necro 3 wouldn't be half bad. They have the detection against the Weaver. There are no BKBs yet on the Dire side, apart from the one on the Enigma. So
and again, they steal the ancients. This one uncontested.
Easy farm for Super. Now there's a second BKB though for Arteezy. So
do they even consider Roshan? You mentioned Black Hole's down, and they just poke their head towards the pit. Well, immediately EG pings it. Mason says they might be going for this. Let's try and draw them back.
The problem in the next fight for EG that I want to point out, the reason it went so well as it did in the previous fight was the Chronosphere from Universe was placed in such a way that swapping out Dragon Knight was really difficult. It flipped him on the right edge of the Chrono, so Venge, who was on the left, couldn't really get in range without getting stuck in the Chrono herself. Now she's level 11.
Now it's not going to be so easy.
So this is one of the best ultimates to get on level 2. It doesn't sound like much, the extra 275 range, but it's one of the best upgrades in the game. It's absolutely huge. So,
and especially against a Black Hole as
they can cancel the Black Hole as well. Even with the BKB on Zai, he has to wait for the swap.
Either that, or they have to just catch Venge in the Chrono at the beginning, and then you can jump.
But if you see the positioning that Vici are playing with in these fights, they have the front line with Dragon Knight and Doom. They're not standing together, by the way. They're standing like in 2 different positions, so they can't get Chrono together. So whoever EG jump on, there's just going to be an immediate swap coming out from the Vengeful Spirit, and it's just going to be very hard for EG to initiate in.
Well, Vici
but if they can bait the swap in that way, then the Black Hole could.
They get some extra initiation now. They pick up a Hex on Sylar at the Radiant Secret Shop, and let's see if they make plays with this one. It's going to be extra lockdown, something that can really punish the Weaver in particular.
And the Void when he jumps in.
Yeah, he's getting close to BKB, I believe, on Universe. Coming on the courier? No, actually he's not that close.
It's pretty far off. There's nothing on the ground in base. There's still more than 2k to go. And Universe, who was off to a great start.
He's been quiet recently.
Interesting in this game. He had 70 CS at 10 minutes. He now has 110 at 26.
A lot of it just goes to the map control Vici Gaming have created, with the Prophet always pushing in, and with the constant threat of ganks, the lack of towers to farm safely at. He just hasn't had much space, and
he's let the other heroes farm on his team too.
That's true.
They've down prioritized the Faceless Void quite a bit to get farm on Arteezy and Mason. It's also generally how the team plays. Universe, he's not a player who doesn't like farm and doesn't try to get it, but will usually try to give it to the position 1 and 2 players in Mason and Arteezy. So
yeah, in interviews he's often joked about, well, we have Arteezy on our team, so all the farm goes to him. But as a Viper, you don't use it hugely well, and more importantly, you just don't get it very quickly. That's the one thing about the Viper pick, is it's just not really like a classic Arteezy hero. He's done fine so far, but haven't seen that huge impact. There'll be an ult mid from the Ancient Apparition, connects on Universe, and now the Prophet ult.
We'll backtrack that one.
Yeah.
Or no, I actually think he didn't.
Well, he still can backtrack some of these procs, perhaps.
AA is level 11, by the way, as well. I just noticed he started taking a lot of damage on the Void. So the level 2 Ice Blast and level 2 swap.
They're going to need these BKBs really badly.
It's impressive to see that every hero in the game is level 11 or above. The supports on both teams have managed to get great levels up. And now EG are going for a very important play here. This has to work out for them. If they get countered here, this could be a disaster. And they will be spotted.
Well, that's it for now. RTK just threatening
How anticlimactic.
Well, they'll back off for the time being, but this is the Prophet advantage, Sin. If you have a Roshan skirmish, you just push that top lane, and at some point EG have to go defend. Now, fortunately for them, they're dire, so it's still a quicker trip to the pit, but as soon as one backs and Vici see that, they either can go for a smoke, they can go for a pick-off, or maybe they just even try and go into the pit and take it themselves. But for now,
items being picked up. We saw Kiras on the Dragon Knight as well as the BKB on the Doom.
This is really big against the Alk in particular, because he provides a lot of minus armor. It's 12 to be exact. The Kiras will negate about half of that.
It's still, for me, it's a little curious to see how much they're putting emphasis on these BKBs. When you look at what they're up against, there is the Alchemist Concoction, and a Malachus, but the Black Hole goes through, the Chronosphere goes through, Viper Strike still slows through it.
Mid, Zai in danger of being caught. There's a Dragon Tail to anybody. BKBs, he can go for a Black Hole here. The Chrono's on 2, 3 in fact. Universe caught them all. And now RTK, he's brought down. Super's out of the fight. It's 3, 4 dead for Vici. Sylar on the run. Can he TP out? No! EG get them all.
Universe does it again. Perfect Chronosphere.
What a bait by Zai. Runs up onto the high ground, BKBs, and just walks back in and says, I dare you to use your spells on me. And EG really needed that one.
And that's not just 4 kills, that's a Roche too. This is one of the biggest plays you can make in Dota, is to take a team fight into straight uncontested Roshan. EG were starting to get nervous, I guess, about the outcome of this Roshan. They started it before, and then they avoided the fight from Vici, knowing that it could go very wrong, and now they just safely get it. I'm assuming the Aegis will go onto Arteezy at this point, and it will. What a big play.
Again, Universe is Chronos. It just can't be overstated. I also have to credit Zai. He ran up onto the high ground, BK beat, and then came back in. So, yeah, you can doom him at that point, but you're not bursting the Enigma quickly. And if you use that doom on him, it means the Weaver's free to move in the fight, the Void's a guarantee with the Chrono, and it just, they bitch baited Vici in. Vici took the bait. They thought they would get that Dragon Tail up before he made it out of vision, but they just couldn't do it. Still, Vici have their weapons. They've got the pick-up potential from the Prophet and the Ancient Apparition. But, like you said, it's just a massive momentum swing for EG, and more than anything, gives them a shot of confidence after just kind of being out-controlled this whole game. And you can see it in the graphs. It was never a huge lead, but it was more of like a mental lead, if anything, that Vici might have had up till that point.
EG, they have a lot of ways of taking the team fights. I was saying before, let's look back 10 minutes. I was saying they have to hit the Chronosphere and the Black Hole in the fights, or at least get a whopping Chrono or Black Hole. I think now, with the position they're in, a 2-man Chronosphere is sufficient, since even if it's on the Dragon Knight, who's very tanky, or the Doom, they have the level 4 Midnight Pulse that they can drop on top of it. Viper is starting to get some significant damage just by leveling up, getting a lot of stats, and of course level 3 on the ultimate. And Void, as well as the Weaver, they're getting big items now, and it makes EG's draft a lot more flexible at this point in terms of initiation. They don't have to go for these perfect team fights, but I mean, if Universe can keep pumping them out, then I mean, why not?
Well, with the kind of chronos he's hitting, you want to take every team fight that's offered to you if you're EG. And I just have to say, Sin, I don't think, have we seen a fight-changing Doom this entire game?
No.
That's almost unheard of. The hero has just done so much work at TI. We saw a refresher Tide just get completely destroyed earlier today by a single Doom in the Cloud9 series earlier, but they've just done such a good job of shutting him down. In one fight, it was an unstable concoction. Another, it's the chrono. A third, it's the black hole. He just can't get his spells off. And it's really costing them. They might jump top now, though. They get the swap off, and Arteezy's going to be caught once. Do EG try to turn this the second time around? Age is down. Doom is ready, but they settle for that. They'll force the TPs, and they're going to slow roll it and back off.
Good call by Vici to back off here. They know they're close to the base. Arteezy will definitely be reinforced, and they kill him, and they force, I think, 2 or 3 TPs. And Super wasn't even there. They actually went for that gank with 4 heroes, while Super is now going to push out the mid lane. So great movement out of VG. They buy some more time, some more space, although it is at the cost of the top tier too that Enigma's Eidolons of all things managed to bring down here, together with the creep wave.
Yeah, speaking of that Enigma, Zai, I wouldn't say he was shut down, but he was slowed down by the early wards, and yet you look at his farm and he's kept up. He's even with his own team's Viper, and he's only slightly behind Sylar's Prophet, who you always expect to get a ton of farm as one of the most just quick flash farming heroes in the game, I guess is the term for it. But now he's got a Shiva's Guard coming his way if Zai wants to purchase it, and along with that, you're looking at a probable Assault Cuirass for Arteezy, at which point Vici Gaming, they may struggle to burst anyone down during the Doom or the Hex if they can get them off.
It seems like a clear call from EG here to get some armor. Plate mail on both the Enigma and on the Viper, and defensive items all over pretty much. BKBs, Lincolns on Mason, interested to see what his next item is, if it's just going to be the classic Desolator. And I wouldn't be surprised to see PPD picking up a Vlad's as well for extra armor. So the reason armor is so good here is that Vici, yes, they have the Doom and the AI ultimate, but after that, it's almost strictly physical damage coming out from the minus armor from Dragon Knight as well as the Venge, and then the way Vici get kills is by just attacking people. And they, with these plate mails, they more than negate the Kiras effect on their own team. And well, it's going to be a Shiva's on Sai probably, and looking for a Kiras to come Arteezy's way. I have no idea what we're clapping at. I didn't actually see what's going on.
Just the big items being picked up. Zai's now got a Mystic Staff, and well, Vici Gaming are just looking to wait out the Aegis. Actually, it just well, never mind, they popped it earlier, but I guess they wait for the next Roshan at this point. They don't really seem to have a clear way to start the fights right now, with EG having so many additional defensive items and sticking together as 5. It's just not a good time to jump them.
And another clear issue for Vici Gaming in this particular game is it's hard to itemize, I think. You want so many different things against EG. You want the magic immunity, but then again, it's not that good since there's Chrono and Black Hole.
And there's also Midnight Pulse, which goes through that.
It goes through anyway. You need armor. There is a lot of physical damage coming out from Weaver, Alchemist, Void, as well as the Viper. And at the same time, you have to get health, because else you just get, there's still magical damage sources that bring you down. So it is a tricky game for Vici Gaming to itemize in. And to be honest, I think at this point in the game, they're past the point when their strategy was meant to peak. So now what's the plan B? There's the Kiras for Arteezy.
There's always Refresher, Doom. Dragon Knight can get a lot bigger if you want to go late. Things like Daedalus, Satanic. He's not the quickest farmer, but for now he is the second most farm here on the map. And you do have Prophet, who, no matter what the situation, we've seen Prophets turn games, but for the time being, it just seems like EG are the ones who will get the jump. If you try to go for that too much split push, the Void's going to be there. And they're actually near the Roche pit right now. They'll make a smoke and they'll head towards the Radiant jungle, but Vici have slipped past them into their own woods. So this will be quite a bit of wasted time for EG. They might just farm the enemy woods instead, and neither team's going to find much. We do see Vici dropping down an aggressive ward in the Dire Woods, so they get some vision, and this could be...
Oh, this smoke might actually end up working,
maybe
because
they walk
Vici
back
gave
into
up
it
on their own.
They walk all the way back.
Looking back to the mid lane. Oh, Super is in a very bad spot in a moment. He'll go to farm this way.
No
the AL has been used as well.
They're not here yet. Now the
He's
Chrono.
in a lot of trouble here.
BKBs, but he just starts melting to the right clicks, as well as the Midnight Pulse going through that. But he will at least get something off the Dragon form now. They doom the Enigma, so he's out of the fight, but it seems they don't need him. They brain down Super. The Venge and the Injection Mount. The Doom's dead as well. EG, they didn't even need a Black Hole. And they just wipe him.
Salar is just going to do whatever he can in the top lane, but he doesn't have the great items for this kind of split push. He's gone for the combat build with Orchid inside. There's no Necro Book, there's no Kiras, there's no Stygian Desolator or anything, so he doesn't accomplish anything. PPD will come back, and EG are continuing mid with 4 of their heroes. PPD defending. This is easily going to be tier 3.
They're not going to stop
the
here. The boys in blue are looking at their first lane of Rags. Can Vici stop this push? There's no Doom. There's no Dragon Knight. He's going to buy back. And that will force EG off the lane, but it's still a huge victory. Roche respawning in anywhere from 1 to 4 minutes. And EG now with much better map control to take that one. There's an Ancient Apparition ult heading towards the Dire Fountain, but not going to do anything. Everyone's at full HP.
Now it's good. Oh, he actually backtracks the impact.
Just to rub it in.
Still going to be suffering from the Frostbitten effect, but not the biggest of deals. He's going to heal that up with the Mask of Madness when he goes to the creep wave. So another great fight from EG. They're definitely in great control of this game. It's interesting to see how little gold they're ahead with compared to the experience. We usually see these graphs kind of go hand in hand in games. Sometimes they're almost identical, but they're ahead by 25,000 experience. 10k on the gold only. But that's still a big amount here.
They do see Zai right now. They've got that Observer Ward they placed earlier, and they're looking for him. But he's backing off. Prophet comes in. He's got a Hex at the ready. Can he get this jump? He will. Sprout, no. Actually wins the Sprout. They still can go in with the swap, though. And they'll bring down Zai, who does not have buyback for 5 gold, which is to say he will have buyback when they need it.
The Roshan is not going to spawn just yet, though. They might be able to force the buyback, however, if Vici go down there. In case EG aren't aware that Roche isn't up yet.
He's going to be back right around the time the Roche spawns, it looks like.
But maybe they just go for the base push, and that's scary. If they go high ground, Void can jump in and they can buy back the Enigma. This is not a good spot. Even Super, I feel like, is exposed right now together with Sylar.
If they just get these two, that's probably enough to take the fight. And the Outstun sets up a guaranteed chrono. But do they want to go for it? They'd rather reserve the Enigma buyback, I suppose. Seems to be the play from EG. Just Turtle, threaten to go in and try and slow this one down. But Vici really want to force it. They lost their tier 3 earlier, and they want something back. Vici continue their push, and EG continue to wait. Now an Outstun, it's a blink in, and he goes right on Super. The Void comes in, Chrono on 2, straight onto Sylar. The swap out is there, though, and it does keep him alive for now.
Oh, that
maybe they can turn it. Great ult! The Doom on Arteezy as well. Where's that Enigma buyback? He's just not using it. Now they chase, the Void's gonna buy back, the Alco as well, and the Enigma just respawns now. Sylar goes for a TP out, and he will make it. No, he doesn't to Malphus. Just clipping him.
This is Roche for EG.
There's no Doom right now. Ancient Apparition will be up in 15.
They know he's up.
And they still have Black Hole.
And they're going to be able to claim this easily. Desolator and Weaver, Medallion and Alchemist, level 4 Acid Spray. This is going to be one of the fastest Roshans you have seen in the tournament when EG get down there. Even the QS on Arteezy. Oh, PPD's going to get bashed. Roche isn't friendly today.
Well, you don't really care if he's friendly or not. Give us the damages. That's all they care about.
It's taking a little bit longer than I thought. Now the damage arrives. They hesitate a little bit.
They're not even close. And EG know that Vici can't really fight in with no Doom.
And Arteezy grabs the shield.
He needs it. They've been dooming him almost every fight, it feels like. They don't even bother really to go for other heroes. There was the one Doom on Enigma, but I think Arteezy's gotten the most Dooms of anyone this game. So now you really don't want to be dooming him.
Depends what you get for the trade-off. If you doom him and it allows you to take the fight and just kill him off afterwards twice, then it's a great call. But it's definitely more tricky now for Vici than it was before. And it looks like EG mean business. They still have the Black Hole that they didn't use in the previous fight. Chronosphere now, level 3 for Universe, also available. And with Arteezy leading the charge, I think they're going to get this tower for free. The question is if they want to go Hellground. These towers, wow. They are not standing for long when EG start attacking.
They've got an AC on Arteezy, so that's -5 armor to begin with on all buildings, and then it's another -7 from the Deso, -12. That's about half the tower's armor. It really doesn't last long.
EG will not try to siege bottom just yet. They could try to go for mid. Oh, Dragon
BKB in the trees from Zion. Well, Fenrir now on the way out. They're going to Malefice him, but this is an early BKB. Now they swap in the Enigma a bit deeper, and they doom him as well. So PPD's going to turn this, or maybe it's Universe. It's always goddamn Universe. Again with the Chrono, but is there follow-up there? Silo dropping low. Super tanking through this, doing a lot of damage. He's actually might be able to turn this all on his own. Bringing down Arteezy, looking for more. There's an out stun that can come now, though. FY's going to dodge it. Silo not so lucky. Just bump back. If he dies, he's not going to be in the fight for a very long time. He stands on the high ground, and he chips at Mason, but he falls. A triple. This might be Rex, and this might be 2 lanes.
It's easily 2 lanes. The question is if EG can even get the third. They have a full minute on Dragon Knight as well as Nature's Prophet. No buyback on either. And they're looking healthy, to be honest. Only Universe is pretty low. Okay, Mason too. But if he wanted, he could continue the push now and just buy back time-lapse. Then he would be pretty low when he time-lapse.
So maybe just go heal it up.
Maybe they only... They should be able to get 2 lanes here. Would be very surprised if they back off after the first one. But they lost a lot of damage by moving the Weaver back to base. We're probably going to see Mason sell his treads and buy Boots of Travel, though. So he will be back in time for the second lane. And EG is still continuing. PPD charging up Concoction, going in for the stun.
Oh, that's way too far to dive. But it's just a stalling maneuver here from EG while they work on the mid lane. And this is the big one. You get 2 at this point. And Vici might just have to go for a throne rush. And with tier 4 still standing, that is not going to be an easy trade.
Thought for a moment EG were going to back there, but just waiting out
moving.
the Glyph. They'll be going in again.
They've got
the ranged barracks are gone.
They've got buyback on the Viper as well as the Weaver. Weaver's actually not even here, and they're going to swap in Arteezy deep behind enemy lines. Now he gets doomed, but they stand strong for now, and Zai can look for a black hole if they need to. Arteezy still alive, and they've lost the bench for this. Now the Chrono again. Universe super TP'd into it. He's going to get black hole for his trouble. What was he thinking? He gets caught. He can't do a thing. And now he gets run down. A few more right clicks would do him in. He gets bashed. And they end him. They've lost everything. Vici are in shambles. Beautiful 3-0 stun. Can RTK turn it? He's close to doing so, but not close enough. It looks like they've actually killed off 3. But now the Weaver joins the fight. He wasn't even here for the start. Mason can start diving FY. Doom still cooling down. PPD blinks in. Jams it in. And they can look for RTK here as well. The Swarm's brought his armor low.
He might be able to do it, actually. He's got a lot of damage here.
Get out of the game, Mason says. He can't finish the job, but it's still 2 lanes of Rex.
And they can start doing damage to the top lane now as well. 45 seconds or claim a tier.
Can they just throw it?
Can
they just throw it?
2 against 1. I don't think they want to go for the big one right yet.
There's that swap to worry about. PPD's the one you'd want to pick off here. Probably the squishier.
They know Doom is on cooldown though. Well, they're going to show some respect here. I think they could have continued the push there and at least claimed the tower. Okay, that's a big item. Full heart flying out for Mason. With 2 lanes down.
If there was a graph for Mason's net worth relative to other heroes, he was way behind everyone for at least 2/3 of this game. But his team has created so much space, he's capitalized on it, and now he's gotten to that point where you can't really kill him quickly, but you definitely can't ignore him. And Sin, for me, the biggest problem is, who do you doom? Do you doom the Weaver? Do you doom the Viper? You've got Black Hole to worry about. There's Chrono. Seems Universe always gets it off first, so I guess you can't even think about going on him, but that's where Doom struggles. If you have so many high priority targets that you just can't choose one. And we're at that point now for EG.
Yeah, 40,000 experience does make a hard game.
20k gold.
It's one of the highest I've seen in the tournament. I believe we had a game that went to almost 50,000 advantage. That was the game in which Navi US held out for an eternity against DK, if you remember.
Yeah.
I believe that was like won by 40,000 gold and 50,000 experience, something like that.
I do want to point out, though, that we're looking at buybacks right now, and EG only have 1 on the Viper. So if somehow Vici managed to take a huge fight, Black Hole is cooling down for 50 seconds, so they won't have that unless this goes really long.
If they pull an LGD right now.
Can they possibly do it? Is there any way Vici can take this one? EG, even their racks might not be safe. Vici don't just want to take racks, though. They want to go for kills and then straight for the throne if possible.
Arteezy does have buyback because his gold is reliable right now, so...
Just the Viper, though.
That's the only reason he even has it, else they would have 0. But
are they close to it on anyone? Weaver in 50. So he might just have it in time for the end of this fight, if nothing else.
He will. He's going to get a CS or 2 now.
The Dragon form's down to about a third. It's taken up 1/3 duration, so you've got 2/3 to go. And still no real commitment from Vici. And you see EG are just hanging back, all to the north, in fact, looking for a good Chrono. It's an outstun to start it off. They won. They Chrono 2. Now the outstun. From the north comes PPD. and from the south comes Universe, and EG descend on PG with a black hole! Zai finds him, and it's it. It's all over for VG. EG keep the dream alive and force a deciding Game 3.
Great team fight execution from EG. Easily for me, MVP of the game. Universe.
What a player.
With one good chrono after the other and a couple of great black holes. It looked a little shaky in the start, and EG's draft definitely had some weaknesses, but they played to their strengths. Got a lot out of every single lane they had. And in contrast to game 1, Vici never really got a solid grip on the game.
Well, to find out how Vici can get a solid grip on game number 3, we're going to hand it over to the desk guys. What do they need to do?
Evil Geniuses then tie us up. What do they need to do? Well, we might be seeing a respect ban void.
Yeah, I mean, Universe, would you believe me if I told you that he was actually the lowest level on all of his team? He was level 18 when everyone was 19 and more. And that's not him playing bad, not at all. He was just on point. He knew how to be the sacrificial lamb whenever he had to jump. He was like, seeing stories of my valor, like my friend Tony would say, and he just like, yeah, getting the chronos, maybe dying in the project, but making sure that Arteezy and the guys took everything away. Universe, what an MVP.
Yeah, he made sure that all those team fights that EG had really came together, started it off. If there was a Vengeful Spear to worry about, which of course was a counter to, for example, the Black Hole, he made sure that he just went on someone, got swapped out, went for the Venge died, Black Hole comes in, and there's nothing that you can do about it. So it was just awesome to see.
That's one of the things I like most about Universe is he doesn't care about dying, he doesn't care about getting kills, but he cares about winning, and he knows that he needs to sacrifice his life, and he just had amazing chronos throughout, and once EG got the Roshans, it was very hard for Vici to take any sort of team fights versus that.
Yeah, but it certainly wasn't easy for EG to actually bring this win back. You can see here, they're going to chase Zai up to the top, and now you're going to see a small turnaround, but it's actually the initiation from Universe. He grabs free.
And Vengeful Spirit is the first one to feel the hurt.
Yep, and then
it's like, okay, thank you, Sylar, you just showed up out of nowhere. Okay, we're going to black hole you too.
Yeah, Zai actually had an option of black holing the two that were in the chrono near him, and really patiently was like, actually, no, if I switch this way, I've got two here instead, because they actually picked off the other member of Vici. But that wasn't easy to do. That team fight, Vici weren't expecting that to go anywhere in EG's favor. They're always aware, you know, there could be a chrono and there could be a black hole, but they're like, you saw, super chasing. It was a hard game to win for Evil Geniuses, and one of the biggest moments for me that kind of told the story was the itemization that two of the members went for, and the offlaners, ROTK and also Mason. It comes to the mid game, and ROTK is like, right, we've got the lead, let's continue winning. He doesn't have a Midas, okay?
Right.
Mason's like, we haven't got the lead, but potentially we might. After that fight, he ends up getting a Midas. This actually meant that later on in the game, Doom kept falling off constantly, and ROTK wasn't able to finish up his Shivas. And so he wasn't able to offer kind of like what Doom really wants to do, which is like have all that farm, have all those items, you know, bring all the auras to the fight. And Mason was, you know, he got his Deso, he got his Lincolns, he had his BKB, he got his Heart, he just kept scaling really, really well. So I think Vici definitely felt that they deserved the win almost from how the game went at the beginning, but EG snatched it away from him.
Yeah, if you look at the goal graph and the experience graph, if you ever go back to the replay, you will see that Vici Gaming 10, 15 minutes into the game, they were dominating just like a classic Vici Gaming game. What happened there? They just couldn't pull through, because every time they were trying to push a tower, there was a great chronosphere, a great black hole, or just a trade that forced them to go back. And that was EG adapting to what Vici Gaming did on game 1. They brushed that loss off immediately straight away, and EG is, okay, if you want to beat us, you'll have to try something different, because that strat doesn't work twice against us.
I think that PPD also played really well too on the Alchemist. He secured the farm for the Safe Lane Void, he killed the Doom early, and he got experience too, which isn't easy at all when you have a jungler as your other support. So I think PPD really stepped it up and gave them what they needed.
And with 40k experience lead and 20-something K gold, as the teams go back, let's take a look at the teams maybe first. PPD looking happier. And yeah, look at the boys.
Well, we certainly know EG are capable of bringing some of the best team fights we've seen.
And we can actually take a look at the last team fight and going into the fight that ended up calling the GG for VG Gaming. Super is trying. They know that they have to push, they have to create something right now, but that Chronosphere is so good. Even the swap just doesn't matter because Super is there, Super is trapped. He gets the BKB, but it's too late because now the black hole is there, everything is there, and once everyone else is gone, only Super, he can't do anything.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. And, you know, Sylar kind of felt like maybe he needed to do more than he wanted to by sounding that aggressive. If he stood a little bit more defensive, would it have changed anything? I'm not sure, because it probably would have just meant Super would have got, you know, Viper struck, and then he would have been maybe useless for the rest of the fight.
Well,
so
there was that one fight that it was just Super in the Chronosphere with BKB, and they still won the fight very handily. So I don't even think Sylar's positioning mattered.
Yeah, Sylar is a Nature's Prophet that is invested in fights. He goes to fights and he makes sure that he helps out his team. Not really your typical split push Nature's Prophet. Perhaps if you went for that build a little bit more, you might have had a better chance, but it's not their style of play. This is their strength. This is heroes that they're comfortable with, and they didn't end up taking the game with that one. So let's see if they can do it better next time.
all right, so we're getting close to the game. What do both teams need to do to take the victory here and move on to the grand finals? Bruno?
I think VG Gaming has to change their strats a little bit. They can't do what they did pretty much all day. And EG, if they want to win, they just have to execute flawlessly with Zion Universe like they've done all tournament.
Yeah, don't change anything for EG. And VG have to try and get a hero that can really mess EG up somehow.
I think VG needs to ban out Faceless Void, firstly. Secondly, I think they should draft more push and just try to end the game prior to 30.
All right, well, here we go. We'll find out in a moment. We're going into the bans and picks. It's the final game. Let's take it away.
Evil Geniuses versus VG Gaming. Game 3.
Into the ban and picks we go.
Okay.
And VG Gaming won a rematch. Now, if I was to give any advice for VG Gaming in this rematch, my advice would be expect it to go late game. Do not be scared of getting a little bit greedy in terms of if you get a good start, you know, a Midas could actually help you throughout, because you know the EG, they level it late game, they hold on very well, and what they've been able to do when they trade evenly is always put up the best fight they can when it comes to team fights, and you've given them 2 big team fights, heroes, so VG Gaming need to be very careful about the late game.
And do you actually want to fight EG in that point, or do you want to try to avoid it and go for the more split push build, aka have RTK play the Nature's Prophet this time, for example?
Well, there's still counters to the you know, the Enigma and Faceless Void. I still think Doom is a counter. I just felt that RTK needed to, you know, get that Midas, be able to get farm, because he could have had a refresher. He could have had a Shivas. You know, the game wasn't going bad, and one of the differences between these two teams that was very noticeable, Evil Geniuses will spend their gold.
Yeah.
They're not afraid of being like, I've got my big item. They'd rather have the big item for the team fight than have the option of buying back. VG Gaming, on the other hand, a lot of the times they make sure they have a buyback, even on Super, even on Sylar, just so that they can defend if something goes wrong. It's the wrong attitude to take, I believe, when you're in such a tight game. I think EG played it perfectly by actually getting those big items, and when they came online, the team fights they won meant more, just for XP maybe.
I think saving for buyback makes sense if the enemy is knocking at your door, because the possibility of buying back and just re-engaging straight away, or maybe on a hero like Nature's Prophet or Spectre that can really come back. But in general, if you're ahead and you're saving for buybacks, that's pretty much saying, okay, if you have a 5k gold advantage, you actually have no advantage at all, because that 5k gold is gold that you're not using because you're just saving for buyback.
Yeah, it's very, like, having the buyback on Nature's Prophet's fine, just because you want to get back into the fight, and if you get caught out, you can go down very quickly, but I think Super should have ended up spending a little bit more gold. Anyway.
Looking at the lineup, VG has drafted Venomancer second pick, which is pretty unusual, but this leads me to believe that they're going to go for like a very summon and ward based push. And if Evil Geniuses mess up one of their ultimates early, Faceless Void's Chrono is on a very long cooldown level 1, as is Enigma. So if they just miss one big team fight, I think VG can completely take advantage of it and get a T3.
Yeah, Shadow Shaman is actually still in the pool as well, talking about pushing supports, pushing heroes. Death Prophet was one of the bans that EG went for, as well as the Lich, which is maybe not your typical push support, but Surprising that Shadow Shaman rather is still in. Did I say Shadow Demon before? No.
It's fine.
Who
So you
knows?
say Shadow Shaman. You say Shadow Shaman. I still, I agree with what James said on game 2. I still want to see the Skywrath Mage coming from EG. They've
Also,
done
Wraith King.
Wraith King as well. Those two supports, they've done really, really well. Skywrath Mage is 8-2 for them, and Wraith King is 5-1. So if they decide to ring them, they're really, really good for them. But then again, just both these heroes. Okay, you have Venomancer, you pop the Poison Nova on the Wraith King that's chasing after you because he has Reincarnation. How much can you commit to killing a support? Wraith King brings so much that it's really, really good in these kind of scenarios.
And we've got the Weaver and the Viper both banned out. Of course, don't want to have a repeat of the previous game. So EG, how are they going to try and repeat last game's result with different heroes? Which different heroes do you think they should go for, Ben?
Well, they can always go for some of the same supports they went for last game. Alchemist, they just need some damage to dump into Phase's Void ultimate and some way to secure his farm. I think that's very important for EG to not pick super passive supports, or at least not two of them.
Yeah, we saw actually Mirana banned last game instead of the Viper, so picked up probably PPD hero, but might as well be Masons as well. They both play it.
It's amazing, Mirana, and Vici Gaming immediately takes the Shadow Demon. One has to wonder if it's to stop EG from getting that combo, which I don't think it happens because with the Enigma already, I mean, yeah, you still have a support, so might be a respect kind of ban pick, because we haven't seen Vici Gaming use this hero at all today, and if you look at their kind of aggressive pushing lineup, unless you have a hero that will go intense stats like Morphling or Anti-Mage, it just doesn't help you that much.
If I was Vici Gaming, I would actually be pretty happy getting, you know, DK and also the Doom, same as last time.
Definitely a possibility. I think for Vici, the Shadow Demon is going to be really tricky for me because, of course, it can save people, that's great, but if you actually save one of your own teammates, it is actually very easy for Mirana to land an arrow on the target that you're trying to save, which, you know, might mess up your plan. So that's going to be something that needs to be really controlled and pretty risky.
The other good thing about that, or the other thing that Shadow Demon can bring, is the Purge, but the Purge doesn't really matter too much with the Enigma because you cannot cancel the Black Hole with that once it has a DKD. And EG brings the Timbersaw, and it's a Universe Timbersaw. Now, to get into the Phases Void and the Enigma, this kind of works in the same way as Skywrath Mage does. If you have a stationary enemy, that enemy is going to take so much damage. And Leshrac, Shadow Demon, Venomancer, Nature's Prophet, squishy, squishy.
And just Timbersaw actually takes up a lot of attention in the team fights in terms of it's able to initiate, which actually allows for better timed ultimates from the Enigma, but mainly the Faceless Void. It's important to, you know, we saw it last time, Zai was kind of the distraction, and then everyone was like, oh, we forgot, Faceless Void, Chrono. Universe gets free and then they get the team wipe. So it is going to be a Venomancer ROTK we should be seeing on the off lane. We're looking for the mid hero for Vici as we go into our last ban. Centaur's going to be banned out by Evil Geniuses. Shadow Demon and Leshrac the support combo for Vici, and now we're down to the final ban of Vici Gaming. Let's see what they're going to remove.
I like the Timbersaw pick though. I think they need to put pressure on Nature's Prophet like they did in game 2. I think Sylar ended the game with 11 deaths in game 2 as opposed to 0 in game 1, and that was a lot to do with Mason just getting a solo kill on him instead of Universe giving up first blood. So I think Timbersaw, great here.
The center ban is really also so smart because if you see this, essentially if you get a Stampede, you can run away from the Timber, so you can run away from pretty much the Enigma and the Faces Void. Suddenly it becomes so much harder to land all those skills. Without that, they pretty much have no way to counter all these lockdown that they have in area of effect for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, the mobility of EG right now surpasses that of Vici, which is good because in the early game I think Vici has the upper hand. They've got those supporty heroes, well not really in the case of Venomancer this time, but they've got those heroes with a very high early game impact. If they get a grip on EG, they'll probably be able to take a kill, but EG, they've got leaps, they've got time walks, they've got Timbersaw, Timber Chains, and only Enigma might be kind of susceptible to a kill, but to a gank, but he is going to be in his jungle. So also not really an easy target to kill, which is gonna kind of maybe mess Vici up here in this in the early game of this game.
So last ban coming out from Vici will be Naga Siren. So the question is, what will Arteezy be playing? Most of his heroes has been banned out. Tinker, Naga, Viper, Razor. Maybe Ember?
It could be.
Ember could be a really nice pick here.
Yeah, we haven't really seen him play it too much in 6.81B.
Well, we're going to have an Alchemist, so we'll see if they're going to juggle this around a little bit. But yeah, Vici Gaming, they need to get a really good laning phase. They can do so. But if they get a hold of the laning phase, they can definitely put down the first set of towers. If they do not, Evil Geniuses can just potentially, from the look of it, can run them over.
Would they go all in, Pugna?
I mean, what's taking up space for Vici's lineup? What's kind of out there at the front saying, you know, you can't get to my supports?
Right.
They don't have that. You know, it might just end up being a Dragon Knight just so you can have something at the front lines. But, you know, then your Dragon Knight's only really backed up by a Shadow Demon when that Chrono comes. And if it's not successful, you know, you lose your Dragon Knight, you're pretty much going to lose the rest of your lineup.
I like the Pugna pick too. They can just have Nether Ward and Plague Wards as well as Nature's Prophet Treants, and you can't really walk up to that. There's so much stuff to actually get through. And again, Evil Genius's wave clear is not the greatest.
Yeah. Vici Gaming need to bring, yeah, I'd agree, a heavy push out. They're going to go with the Dragon Knight, but it's certainly a lot of pressure.
Yes.
A lot of pressure for the supports actually of Vici Gaming. This Shadow Demon and the Shrek combo, Fenrir and also FY are going to have to do wonders if Vici want to make to get to the grand finals. Of course they can. Siler's going to pick up his Nature's Prophet. He's been playing great on that thus far. ROTK will take the Veno, and Arteezy will pick up the Alchemist mid, which does really well. So, you know, we'll probably just see that Alchemist actually get items outside of the mech, because normally we see Zai pick it up and there's no fear of being doomed. So certainly Zai will have a good time. And also remember, tonight at 8:30 Pacific Central Time, I want to call it, we're on ESPN2 Live for the special preview show of the grand finals that we'll be having here at the panel, and that's also 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, it looks like the teams and the players have gotten hold of their heroes and they'll be going into the game. So let's send it away one last time today and one last time before the grand finals. Who's going to go through and make it? We don't know yet, but I'm sure these guys have got something to say. It's LD and Cinderin.
Guys, welcome back to the commentary desk. We're live from Key Arena for the final game, the one that decides who faces newbie. Sind, it was electric in here after game 2, and we'll have to see if the same energy comes for game 3. Vici Gaming absolutely crushed EG in game number 1. It wasn't even close. Game 2, a bit closer, but EG took it in the end, and now the deciding game 3. The winner plays tomorrow in a $6.5+ million match. That much money at stake for one best of 5. Who's going to get the right to play? We'll just have to wait and see.
I want to point out a couple of things to begin with that I think the panel were very correct about. The first thing, Merlini said that the Timber Saw is a great pick here. I think it's fantastic. When they picked it, I was like, okay, there are 3 targets that don't have a single stun or silence. And are very fragile heroes, so that's great. And after that, Vici even picked the Leshrac, who, yes, he does have a stun, but it's pretty hard to land on a Timber Saw, so I'm expecting Universe to have a great game if he gets off to a good start. That's the first thing. The second thing is, EG are picking something that I believe DK have tried 2 or 3 times in this tournament, and they lost with it every single time. Void together with Timbersaw. These 2 heroes don't have great synergy. You Chronosphere people, but a lot of Timbersaw's AoE damage comes from going through them. You go in with the Whirling Death, you go in with the Timber Chain, but the only thing you can hit in the Chrono is the Chakram. So we'll see if EG can execute it a little bit better. I would like to say that these 2 heroes together on the same team haven't won a single game at the main event, so I also think I've only seen DK do it, though, so it could just be DK not having the best performances with that combination. But
on paper, it can be a very strong combo if the follow-up's there. Like, just getting the Chakram out is still decent damage in the Chrono. If you get an Alk stun on 2 or 3, a Murana arrow comes in, maybe you channel Black Hole, that can be enough, but we'll hold that thought as currently Vici Gaming are looking for first blood, and they might find it on PPD. Caught out. Will the stun be there? The Dragon Tail to start. Now the splitter to follow, and Vici, 68% first blood rate. You can kick that up a few percentage points, because once again, they strike first.
that was a perfectly executed first blood. PPD even skilled Leap during the disruption, so now he doesn't have Arrow for what should probably be 1.5 minutes or so until he pulls himself level 2, but he can't pull, because that's blocked. So Vici off to a great start. Another thing the panel pointed out is that Vici are all in aggression in this game. They don't have a late game security once again. This time, even more pressure. This is reminding me of the game earlier today against Team DK when they played heavy aggression with the Pugna instead of the Dragon Knight, I believe, in that game. And that was another thing they said. They could have gone for the Pugna. It's curious for me that they chose the Dragon Knight over that in this particular game. Pugna is great against the Timber Saw, great against Enigma, very high mana cost heroes. They would have had Decrepify against the Void as well. But we'll see how the Dragon Knight for Super works out. By the way, let's talk about the lanes. So top lane for Vici Gaming, it's going to be ROTK on the Venomancer. The roaming support duo for Vici are Fenrir and FY on Shadow Demon and Lishrak respectively. Mid lane will be Super on the Dragon Knight, and finally bottom lane, Syla is trying out a new hero in this game. He's going to be playing safe lane Nature's Prophet.
Oh, I'm so excited for this. Never seen that before. But well, in EG, we're going to see the Faceless Void, but it's not in Universe's hands. It's actually in Mason's. They might make a move here towards top. PPD playing the support Mirana. Mid is Arteezy on the Alchemist. They haven't really committed to anything just yet. Zai, once again, if you ward his jungle, he'll just go farm the Ancients, and he's taking up the role once again of the Enigma. And that does leave Universe bottom lane as the star-crossed Timbersaw so far, but I still think it can be a fantastic hero this game. The only way they can really shut him down is if they manage to farm like an Orchid on the Prophet, but that's looking a lot later on into the game.
Timber also is one of the good laners against Nature's Prophet. The harassment from the treants is kind of irrelevant when you've got the reactive armor. It just gives you more armor in more region when he tries to harass you. Very easy farming for him as well. And in this offlane kind of position, Prophet, yes, he does have the teleport to get out, but no stun and no silence. When Universe reaches level 6, he can bully Nature's Prophet out of the lane. And at this current moment, Salar is not feeling confident going up against Universe right now. He's hanging out in the jungle with a couple of supports missing from EG. He's nervous right now, or maybe he just wanted to get this pull and get the equilibrium back.
Yeah, wants to be near his tower, I imagine, so the Timbersaw can't chase him down. And well, speaking of those supports, Zai doesn't have a smoke yet, and he's pretty much out of mana, so unlikely to be ganking early. He's getting close to killing off a few of these neutrals, which should give him level 2. And PPD also, the only impact he's really had was revealing that one smoke so far, but there is great setup for Arrow later on. You've got Black Hole, Alk Stun, and then of course the Chronosphere. So bottom lane,
already going in.
Dive on Sylar. There's going to be a Timber Chain #1. He can go for more, and he will. Can get off some right clicks here as well.
Are you kidding
it's right
me?
around
He's
the
actually
tree.
going for this.
It's right around the tree, and he's got the reactive armor. He goes through. Sylar though, self-sprout, and Universe can't finish the job. Oh, maybe he can. No mana. He has to back.
Very close to the first blood, showing the potential of this lane already is Universe.
Mid lane, they wanted to go on Arteezy, but there's an arrow that came through from the north from PPD that ended any hopes of the dive. And this ward, there's a ward. It really works well against this dual roam combo, Sin. It might be the best possible ward for them. They don't actually see the rune, but PPD can be scouting those from now on. And if you want to go on Arteezy, you pretty much have to smoke from here on out. Otherwise, you're never catching him by surprise. And when they tried to gank mid earlier, when they were missing in the woods and they got spotted, he just started farming the enemy neutral. So I like the way EG are moving around to kind of dodge as much of this pressure as possible.
Yeah, they know that if they just get off to a decent start and get some farms so they can start defending their towers, they're going to be fine. And one of the weaknesses of EG's draft in the previous game that they still did win, that they don't have this time around, they have better wave clear. They have Chakram, which is very good, together with the Timber Chain, of course. They even have Starstorm when Mirana hits higher levels. And yeah, they had the Alchemist in the previous game, but this time he's in a core position, so the asset spray will be level 4 earlier. There are a lot more tools for EG to play around with this time, and it puts more pressure on Vici to be quick about getting the towers down. I like their rotation top lane right now with the Edict.
They're looking for Mason. He's been blocked in by a ward, and he will be forced off the lane. They can't get the kill, but this will keep him off the tower, and they prevent the creeps from getting towards it. So Vici looking at a very early tier 1. If they really want, they can bring in the Prophet. But they haven't done it just yet. They want him to hold the line. He's actually going mid, and into mid they will go, but well, can't find much. Now,
auction.
Arrow not available, already been used. So they won't actually get the TPN, and this will take the tier 1 down. Vici Gaming, as you would expect with their draft. We'll strike first, but bottom lane it's Sylar being dove. Universe, he's thrown out one nuke, now throws out a Chakram as well. He's just constantly being terrorized. He'll be forced to TP out. He's going to make it out safely. No, maybe not. He's canceled it. Universe could go back in once he gets the mana.
Checks the mana on Universe and realizes there's no trees around him at this point. Universe pretty much cut down the entire forest.
Nope, got the illusions.
Got him.
Yeah, he really crushed those illusions. But that will clear out the lane a bit, and you know, Sin, it's nice to get this early tier 1 for Vici, but it's something EG are kind of expecting with this draft. They're going to lose towers, and it's just all about biding time, getting the big ults online, and then looking to turn. So
I think the bigger deal for Vici is that Zai is level 2. He's 2.5 minutes 6. He hasn't really been able to get anything. He stacked the jungle for Arteezy, or the Ancients rather.
I think
so because of that, he couldn't farm it anymore.
He stacked the Ancients very early, and I'm not sure if he intended to, but it makes it hard to keep the Eidolons alive when you get 2 Ancient stacks at once this early. Vici are looking for something. Actually, it's EG who are going to scout them out first. PPD's here. Is there a disruption? Alk's also waiting on the high ground. Arteezy wants to go in. And now they leap forward. Arrow thrown. It's off the mark. They can still go for an Alk stun here. They could have done it the other way and just waited, but they might get Fenrir regardless. Disruption.
Oh,
nicely done.
Misplay.
and he'll make it out.
Don't think they would have killed RTZ anyway. Prophet was thinking about porting in there, but...
And now they give the bottom lane to RTK, so they're actually leaving this top lane empty, Sind. They can start pressuring another tier 1, but this means, yeah, you shut down Mason early, but he's already doubled his CS. He had 6 CS about 4 minutes in, and he's now up to 12. So where do they go next? They're smoking. They want to go bottom, it looks.
The main story for me of this game is still that the bottom lane is going very well for Universe. This is a great Timbersaw game, as I pointed out earlier. The only ability he really needs to be careful with is the Dragon Knight, Dragon Tail, and after he's used his ultimate. But he put a lot of pressure on the Prophet, and because of that, Sylar hasn't had the greatest early game in this series. And Universe is level 7, so 4 points in Timber Chain and 1 point in Chakram will allow them to defend the tier 2s. I think EG's strategy here is they're going to concede the tier 1s. They don't want to fight for them, they just want to get their levels up and try to hold the bigger towers. And then they just have to perform on those. 1 or 2 misplays could cost them the entire game because Vici has a lineup that just punishes mistakes really hard.
Well, they have level 2 Acid Spray from the Alchemist, and they also have the level 7 Timbersaw. So they have decent wave clear, and as we talked about, they want to get their levels. They've got it on Mason. He's level 7 on the Void, and he can join these fights with Chrono. He's actually already picked up a TP scroll and has full mana, so they may even contest at this tier 2 bottom if Vici choose to force the issue. And for now, Vici, just wait for some core items to come out. They've picked up the mech now, and RTK just needs to deliver it to himself. And that will obviously add a lot to them, especially against Alk and his minus armor. They're also going to ward off the Ancients now, so they'll try and deny this as much as possible to EG. A mid lane, Universe just starts to threaten a bit, but all he can do is force Sylar towards his own tower. They're getting a lot of time to farm, though, EG, and I'm curious to see when do Vici go for their next aggression.
They really need that time, though. And I was very surprised when I checked out the gold graph. They're more than 4,000 ahead. I know they've taken 2 towers, but still. It's against a team with Enigma jungling. But Zai has had arguably his slowest leveling in the entire tournament in this game. He got countered out, then he stacked the Ancients and hasn't been able to find a footing just yet. Vici are in a position now where they could probably take the mid tier 1 for free, and then the question is where do they go from there? At the same time, Veno with the very early mech coming out, highest farm on the board as well for RRTK, level 7, almost level 8. Probably going to grab either going to grab the Poison Nova or a 3rd point in Poison Sting just for more powerful wards. I think EG will need a good team fight. It's not enough just to get a mediocre one or to just hold their towers because, well, they aren't going to hold their towers if they don't get a great team fight. So Vici are going to force them into making a big play here.
Well, they're going to go for it now with Arteezy TPing in. They've got an Alk stun available. You can start to channel this, and in they come with more. They're bringing the Void, but he gets Dragon Tailed immediately. Can they follow it up? He doesn't have much lockdown to go with them. Now a 2-hero Chrono comes in, and they try to focus super down. RTK, clipped by Narrow. He couldn't get off the mech. That could have turned the fight. Do they buy back on this Dragon Knight? Doesn't actually have it. They'll lose Mason for this, it looks. Backtrack not enough. But they hold the tower for now. Denied. Nope. The Prophet gets it. And EG now on the run. They'll Timber Chain out. Universe, not much to stop him from doing that. And the Chrono is down. But Zai is actually, well, he's got Black Hole if he wants to skill it. He can go home and heal and then join the push.
It's important for EG that they don't commit Zai to that defense. He needs time. And them managing to get a 1-for-1 trade and still lose the tower, I think is one of the best things that could happen right now. The big team fight that they have to win needs to come soon with Zai involved, but that was not the right time for it. It has to be on the next tower. And that's going to happen within the next 2 minutes. I don't imagine Vici just sitting back and farming at any point. They want to just go again.
Yeah, and you can see that with the item selection. Super on the Dragon Knight is going for drums, and it's really not a very common item to see on Dragon Knight. It's normally you go straight BKB, occasionally Shadow Blade if you're running more of like a gank-oriented lineup, but to see drums here, just it speaks to the urgency that Vici Gaming have. And following that up, well, they're going to have a point booster for RTK. He comes with a haste, they bring in the Prophet as well, and we're going to go against Sind, and it's something Merlini touched on during the draft is Chrono Spirit level 1 has a 2-minute cooldown. That's a long time to go without it. So this tier 2 bottom, it might just be a freebie.
Yeah, it's already gone.
Can EG get kills?
Maybe not. They have the glyph.
They have an Alk stun. They have an Alk stun. Arteezy just drops Acid Spray, though. He doesn't even think about channeling a stun first, which suggests EG just want to stall as long as possible, but won't commit to this defense.
It's still going down, though.
And
They've bought a little bit of time, but what did they really get for it? They used the glyph. They still concede the tower.
They're pressuring top with Eidolons, but that's really about it. Just barely chipping away. And now a Midas on the Leshrac. We saw this earlier from FY, and he ended the game as one of the most farmed heroes on Vici.
Leshrac is one of the supports that is
greatest with farm, I would say. This hero can transition into an actual mid-game, I don't even know if we should call it semi-carry or actual carry. He can be very strong. He's not like other carries dealing physical damage, but has very heavy magical damage output. And getting a Midas allows him to transition into that, and it also gives him levels, which this hero benefits a lot from and really needs. So it's kind of an interesting support in the sense that it's extremely good for early aggression, but it falls off so heavily without farm. And this Midas build from FY is
EG are wrapping
really
around through the woods, and they're going to find Super here to start off. He's got his ult.
Don't want to go on him.
The smoke won't succeed, and EG will be forced back.
At the same time, Sylar is pushing out the top lane. EG will have to make a move sometime soon.
And as soon as, if they move towards top, if they show anything here, you have to imagine Vici goes straight in mid. But for now, looks like he'll back off. He's a little bit nervous about all the missing heroes on the map, and
smoke.
It'll be smoke from Vici.
Being deployed here, they can, of course, just port in the Prophet and assist the fight right now. So technically, 5 heroes are available, no matter who they find and where. Drum being completed by Dragon Knight.
And it looks like EG rotation might not reveal them this time.
It's so scary being EG right now. Your entire map control is falling apart, and any hero getting caught out pretty much results in a conceded tower. And it's going to be Zai.
Straight onto the Enigma. Where's the Chrono for Mason? He's not even close, and they've just got to sack him. This probably means the tier 2 for free. Buyback, not available, and probably not something. He did actually buy his mech before going down Sin, so he got a big item for EG, but they lose total control of their jungle. And they lose a tier 2 top. And they've only got one tier 2 left standing, and we're only 13 minutes in. Do they actually think about high ground? We saw this in game 1, though it was a little bit more one-sided for Vici. It was the same approach. Just break the base before EG have a chance to come online. They're at least trying it now. Just testing EG, seeing how willing they are to engage. With the mech here, with the Chrono ready, they might leap in and catch Vici off guard. Still searching for that opening. They're not going to find it, and Vici will reset. They TP out. They leave some Plague Wards on the high ground just to give a bit of vision.
Okay.
And Arteezy's going to roll the dice.
Really bold.
And he goes for a Midas.
A Midas. You've lost 5 towers. I understand that you want to come back in the game and you want to have a way of recovering and making up for all the gold you don't have, but you know, with Vici knocking on your front door, I think very few players would go for the Midas. And it's reminding me of another game we saw from EG. It was kind of the opposite scenario, but similar in a way, where EG was about to push the enemy base. They pick up a Midas on Mason, and they're like, great, now we have what we need to break the base.
Well, it's like, kind of the same thing here. It's like, oh, great, now we have what we need to go for a smoke gank.
Yeah.
They actually do have the mech on Zai, which is quite a big deal, but they're not headed that way. They're going into the pit. It's not a level 1 Roche sneak.
From one bold play to another, and they're basically playing a bait here with Mason currently in the top lane. This is not obvious at all. Vici are probably thinking that EG are...
Yeah, the jungle's empty, though.
Even more.
The jungle is empty right now, and they've scouted a lot of that with the tree on Conga line. But the Roche drops to about half HP. It's a very slow Roche, to be totally honest, and
but it's working out very well. Vici have no idea this is going on right now, and they will just start pushing down the mid tier 2.
They see one top, they see the arrow mid, and they might actually pull this one off. They're just sneaking it slowly but surely. EG continue to work on the Roche, and the tier 2 is being pressured mid.
Yeah, they will be sacrificing this, but they would have lost that tower anyway, right? So it doesn't really matter for EG at this point. That one was a goner. At the very least, they get something.
They're still going.
It's
They're going to
really
realize
great
soon,
play,
but it's going to be too late. It looks like the Roche drops very low.
It's actually taking really long.
It might take too long.
Vici are going high ground.
They might start losing their tier 3 tower. The Roche almost dead, and Vici still not committed to it yet. They actually will take the Roche. They get the Aegis, and they put it on Arteezy, and they back off immediately. So this output just went for
lost their tier 3 already. It's down to less than half super. Still a third of the corrosive breath remaining.
They're coming from the back. Arteezy's coming in here. He's got an Alk stun ready, and they Moonlight Shadow to begin the engagement, but Sentry gets dropped, and he gets stunned. He might stun himself here. Can he get it off? Chrono, 1 second, half a second. It's a self-stun. Aegis is going to melt. They lose it off the bat, and now the Poison Nova. Mason on the run. Zai as well. Mech in 1 second. He gets it in time, but they keep on chasing. The Hasted Knight diving for Zai. Won't finish him off. He's forced back. They do bring down Arteezy a second time, and now they go for the high ground here. And they get more. They get the Enigma as well. EG are cracking open this EG base, and it's GG. They got too greedy, and Vici punish it again. What a way to go out. Vici have to be the best team in this tournament, punishing greed, bar none.
Yeah.
It's their ultimate strength.
They're amazing at early aggression and making the right calls and taking towers. And if you put one of the most aggressive teams against one of the most greedy farming teams in the game, you will have short games like this. But for it to happen twice in the best of 3, I was not imagining Vici pulling it off again in this third game. But just, you know, I don't know what to say. They just executed perfectly. And going into the grand finals, this will be arguably two of the most aggressive teams going up against each other. Newbie and Vici, both teams play very early aggression, very push-oriented, very team-fight-oriented. Should be a great grand finals tomorrow.
It's going to be a fantastic one, and we get to see Vici Gaming versus Newbie in a straight BO5. Still a great run by EG, but to break the match down more, to talk about what's coming up the next day, we'll hand it back to the panel one last time.
Thank you, LD and Cinderin. So Vici are our second grand finalists. They will meet Newbie. Evil Geniuses will finish third, and twice they weren't able to defend. And really, for me, Vici were the better team of the series. Even in game 2, certainly it showed what EG were capable of, but Vici were bringing such a more solid, stable game.
I just want to say, Super, what a feeder, man, giving that one death. The only one of his team. Everyone else 1-0, 3-0, let's track FY. It was pretty amazing as we see some cheering, I think, for the, yeah.
I think they're coming out of to the crowd.
That's pretty amazing.
There we go. A well-deserved applause from the crowd, of course. They have performed amazingly well and well-deserved to go to the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And they will have to face Newbie. And if you ask me about these two teams, it's going to be really tough because they both played excellently whenever they had to.
Yeah, Ben, Cinderin said the two of the most aggressive teams going into the grand finals. Is that what you think as well?
Yeah, Vici is one of the most explosive teams in Dota. I don't think I've seen anyone just like end. It's a 15-minute game. To be honest, I actually expected game 2 to go like that. But yeah, I mean, you know what's coming, and they still can't stop it. That's the scary part about Vici.
One of the most annoying heroes to go up against, from my opinion, was the Venomancer from ROTK. Was able to just sit constantly in any lane and put down pressure. And I think you need to take away Sylar's Nature's Prophet when they play these lineups, because it's not actually just getting a tower. What happens is ROTK kind of, you know, he kind of sets the pace of it. He puts down some Plague Wars. Everyone's kind of getting ready. They get onto the tower. You've got FY, you've got Super putting down damage, and ROTK will always be there with Sylar. Now, if they get the tower, as soon as it's done, Sylar will just go to the lane that he can take farm, and he gets like 4 waves of farm almost, you know, or at least 3. So it's not only they were getting towers, just because Sylar's Nature's Prophet, which wasn't so prominent in the lane versus the Timbersaw of Universe, it was a tower plus 3 waves of farm clean for the Nature's Prophet, because yeah, they had to kind of group up. They had to be like, okay, we actually might not have to defend this tower, can we? Okay, not so much. Oh, Sylar's off again, and then he comes back. So it's a really big hero for the team of Vici, and certainly Newbie. Hope they take notice of that. I'm sure they will. Anyway, so we're going to go to a winner's interview. ROTK is particularly happy. He's happy, A, because he won, and B, because we all know he wants to be with Casey.
Way to start the rumors, James. Thank you. Yes, and Josh is our interpreter once again for us. ROTK,
yeah,
we're back.
Nice to see you again.
Yes, it's just how we planned it, right? We didn't plan it. The 2 games that you won were both super quick. Talk a little bit about how that went for you, how it felt inside the pods.
你们赢的这2盘都赢得非常快，那能不能说一下这个感受？
感受就是一个字，爽。
One word, awesome.
Nice. I understand, and we remember seeing you last year on DK. You beat DK today. Talk about what that was like for you personally.
你去年也是跟着 DK 一起来的，然后今年你们是把 DK 淘汰，那你对这个有什么感受？
对这个没办法，比赛就是这么残酷。然后像昨天 Burning 输了 BO3 的第1局，跟LGD， 晚上他也对我说，就说意思就是你们一定要冲上去把冠军拿了。我说我们尽力。然后 DK。我说实话，我是非常希望 Burning 就是能拿到一个冠军，因为他作为在我们中国他是 Dota 第1人，可以说我觉得他在世界也是 Dota 第1人。他即将退役了，然后没有给他一个完美的这种一个冠军，我觉得对他很不公平，非常的可惜。
I feel like this is a very tough thing. It's just something that has to happen. Sometimes it might be unfair. Last night after DK lost the first game against LGD, Burning, and he and I talked. I told him, he told me to go and win, take the title. Burning is the #1 Dota player in China, and I really hope that he could have won the title before he retired. But it's really unfair that he didn't make it.
It's really neat to see the level of respect, not just between you as players and what you're telling us between you and Burning, but also from the fans who have leveled this prize to, I mean, it's unbelievable, really. Nearly $11 million at stake. Has it sunk in for you yet that you're playing for the grand final? Are you allowing yourself to sit back and really appreciate that yet?
那看到你们选手之间有这种尊重还有敬意，就看起觉得很棒。然后你们现在是打完过总决赛，然后现在有没有想打到总决赛是什么感觉？
就感觉真的是非常非常棒，真的是不可思议 ，amazing。我们就是在第一天被牛逼打到败者组的时候，在看别的队打比赛，那个时候我就默默对自己说，我一定要杀回来，我一定要杀上来。接着第二天早上跟队友们来参加第二天的比赛，因为要打败者组，然后我也跟我的队友们说了，我说我们一定要杀回来，一定能杀回来。结果我们做到了，我非常非常的开心。
It really just feels awesome. It feels amazing. On the first day watching newbie play, I felt like I needed to fight my way back up here. So I told my teammates that is what we absolutely must do. And for us to be able to do that here, it just feels amazing.
Obviously a fantastic leader for your team. Congratulations. That was really fun to watch that fight to the finish. We will see you tomorrow in the grand final.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Casey. Yeah, congratulations again to ROTK and his team, Sylar, Super, FY, and Fenrir. And Bruno,
yes,
a lot of people were talking,
yes,
and they said you're not very good at Magic.
What? But I haven't shown my prediction yet.
Well, yeah, but a lot of people were talking that they could see it.
What? Okay, I'm gonna show it. Okay, you ready?
So your prediction was. It's Magic.
I never fail. Shitty wizard. That's me.
It's a good thing that you say it yourself, so we don't have to.
That was the same bit of paper as well.
Yeah.
Was that the same bit of paper, Shiva? You were here.
Yeah, it was the same bit of paper.
Okay.
I never lost sight of it.
Well done, Bruno. The Magic.
I impress myself sometimes.
All right, yeah. So, but really, you know, again, EG third place. Being so close, you almost can't come off it like feeling happy. But I think if anyone said to him before coming into TI or 3 months ago, how would you feel with third place? And I think they would be like, you know, that would be pretty amazing. But everybody wants first. But they've done fantastic.
They are such a young team. I don't think they're still growing. I'd say just stick together and next year first place. And I think they definitely have it in them.
They've been the pioneer of so many new things in 6.81 and 6.81b. Like RT's kind of brought Ember Spirit to popularity. Zai brought Enigma back, and I'm just excited to see what the team holds in the future.
All right, Bruno, have you got any replays for us?
Yeah, I actually do have. It's actually a compilation. We're gonna watch a lot of stuff because showing individual replay in such a short game. Let's see all, like this start is here. It's 1-0 for Vici Gaming, but there's much more than what this scoreboard says.
Yeah, this is
this is actually the only kill that EG is gonna get. They get the Chronosphere, they get Super, and they're gonna take down Super.
Now they
but
didn't have,
at what cost?
Yeah, the cost of Mason. But yeah, they didn't have Zai here because he needed to get farm, as Synderen pointed out on the top lane. The Chrono did catch 2, but still hard to get that kill. And you saw, yeah, it was Universe probably putting out most of the damage with the Chakram. But they still get the tower. But still a decent trade. Here we see EG actually trying to steal away Roche. They do manage to get it, but it took so long near the end of Roche that there was so much damage already done on the tower. Super actually didn't stand all the way up the ramp, so was actually getting misses. I felt he could have been a little bit more aggressive since he picked up those early bracers, and you could see he finished his drums and went into the Ogre Club, so he was very tanky. And he did have a decent amount of backup, but yeah, ROTK just doing work, and you can see the Plague Wards are going to catch out EG, and this fight had to just do everything well, but as soon as they saw the kind of collapse of EG on them, they just spaced out nicely, and ROTK gets a great ultimate off. The Chrono, unfortunately not on point, and as soon as a couple fell, EG must have felt that this is it.
Yep.
It's crazy to see that by the time the end push was happening, the score was just 3-1. It was a game of calculation by VG Gaming and a game of impotence for EG because they just couldn't respond to what VG Gaming was doing, which was taking more and more advantage. And look at this. Just look at this. ROTK, passionate leader. He really is that guy. That's the thing. Like when you see this, you see the people's true nature. He is such an excited character.
But what a way to end it. It's like, I think the 4 top net worths were all on the side of Vici, and they were like 2K above the top net worth on the side of Evil Geniuses. They were just so efficient around the map. It's deadly to go against. So tomorrow, we're going to have the grand finals. It's going to be Newbie versus Vici Gaming. It's going to be a best of 5. We can take a look at the brackets just to confirm if you don't believe me, which is perfectly okay. Only a best of 5 tomorrow, just the grand finals. Newbie got there through the winner's bracket, knocking down Evil Geniuses, and that means we're going to have a replay of the semi-finals of the winner bracket. But instead, it's now a best of 5. It's a grand finals. Vici Gaming looking for revenge over Newbie.
Yeah, Newbie took the winner's bracket game. As you said, it was a 2-on-1 victory. Newbie coming here, being the better team of the winner bracket, but Vici Gaming showing that out of the other 6 teams or 7 teams that were left, they were clearly the strongest one. It's going to be a game of tactics and just people outplaying people. Cannot wait for the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, both teams actually have a very similar play style. They both want to take down early towers and end the game early if they have a chance. So that's going to be really interesting to see those 2 play styles actually clash together. And either it's going to be really passive or it's going to be explosive. And I think we're going to see different things in different games.
I think that Newbie is one of the few teams that can outdraft Vici. And although I think Vici's level of execution is picture perfect, I think that Newbie can, they know the team so well and how to deal with their 5-man death ball.
Well, we're going to see what happens tomorrow then in the grand finals. I think we're pretty much done here for today. But we've got one last thing we will be doing tonight. Ooh. We're going to be on ESPN2. That's right. I was actually scrambling through my notepads to find out what time we were on. And it's actually, yeah, there it is. It's 8:30 p.m. We're going to be on ESPN2 with a special preview show of the grand finals. We'll all be there. We'll be giving our predictions, so make sure you check it out on ESPN2. But also, the grand finals, you can watch it live on ESPN3 and also the Watch ESPN app. Make sure you tune in. We're going to have fun. I'll get to say hi to my mum. I know she'll be watching. Told her I'm on ESPN. She didn't know what it was, but hopefully you guys at home do.
But she knows Twitch.
Yeah, she's always on Twitch. she's a right spammer on there. All right, so, okay, thank you very much, guys. A fantastic day again. Some amazing games, and really everyone just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. It's going to be an amazing grand finals.
Yeah, not much to say, really. Vici Gaming versus Newbie, the 2 best teams are playing against each other. Hope to see the best games.
Yeah, really excited for the grand finals. Can't wait to see who's going to take home the Aegis.
Excellent. We all said something.
Yes.
This is brilliant.
Amazing.
We'll see you tomorrow where we'll talk more, but of course we'll get to watch the grand finals. It's Newbie versus Vici. Thank you for watching the International Day 3. Make sure you come back tomorrow and also check us out on ESPN2 later tonight.